Chapter 326, The beauty is overwhelming thanks to the devil crying the sky, and rewarding the idle clouds. Originally, Du Sheng planned to sign autographs for fans next to the red carpet. Given this situation, I had to give up. He waved to his fans, then accelerated his pace, quickly walked through the red carpet, and entered Zhongshan Hall. The two walked into the venue and walked straight to the front row. Along the way, I met many big shots in the film and television industry, such as Lu Wei, Du Kefeng, Lu Yingwei, Ren Dehua, Wu Bru, Zhuang Wenqiang, etc., all of them were present. The main creative team of the crew of Life and Death Express also attended, including Ren Xiankai, Lin Xinru, Ke Suliang, etc. Today, Lin Xinru wore a white low-cut lace dress with a unique style but low-key one. To be honest, Lin Xinru has a gentle temperament, but her figure and body lines are indeed not as charming as Lin Qiliang. Even if you look at the entire venue, no female artist is Lin Xiling's opponent. Lin Xinru saw Du Sheng passing by, but did not take the initiative to say hello. Hui Ai has a tense relationship with Star Media. She is in a honeymoon period with Hui Ai, and the company is supporting her. Although Lin Xinru knows that Du Sheng has become very popular recently, most ambitious actresses will take the opportunity to get close. But she is different, she needs to keep a distance from Du Sheng, especially in public places. What's more, she has publicly supported her friend Su Yupeng, and this move is undoubtedly a clear decision to take the team. Du Sheng did not care about Lin Xinru, and may use this person as the starting point in the future to launch an offensive against Hui Ai. His focus is back to the awards itself. As one of the three major film awards in the East, if the Golden Horse Awards do not destroy the Great Wall itself, they can still be recognized by the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, since the last session, its reputation has begun to decline and its influence has gradually diminished. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after a singing and dancing performance, the award ceremony officially kicked off. The first award to be announced in the Golden Horse Awards is the Best Supporting Actor. Infernal Affairs 1 took the lead in getting a good start. Liao Qizi won this honor for his wonderful performance in playing Huang Shi in the film. After the results were announced, there was a thunderous applause on the scene, a warm atmosphere and a high sense of identity, which was worthy of being one of the three major Chinese film awards. Holding the trophy in hand, Liao Qizi sighed sadly on the stage. When I haven't gotten into this industry yet, the Golden Horse Awards are out of reach for me. After entering the entertainment industry, I firmly believe that as long as I devote myself to my work and perform my role with all my heart, the Golden Horse Awards will be at your fingertips. Unexpectedly, I waited for 30 years. Du Sheng was deeply touched. An actor as outstanding as Liao Qizi has been favored by the Golden Horse Awards after 30 years and is only the Best Supporting Actor. This shows that although the award is the icing on the cake for a good actor, it is not a necessity. After the award of Best Supporting Actor, the award that followed was Best Supporting Actress. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xinru was also nominated for the Best Supporting Actress award at the Golden Horse Awards. Unfortunately, the winner was finally won by Lin Meiziu in The Black Dog is Coming. Lin Xinru was a little depressed. Out of fierce competition for the Best Actress, she knew there was not much hope, so she took the initiative to downgrade the team and asked the team to apply for the Best Supporting Actress just to block the mouths of those black guys, and also gave Huayi a letter of vote. I didn't expect that the Golden Horse Awards were still so old-fashioned, which was simply unreasonable. Lin Xiling didn't have this idea, and she smiled sweetly and wished the award winner Lin Meiziu and took a photo with her. One is charming, the other is plump and generous. The contrast is so strong that countless men watching the live broadcast are straightened. Especially Lin Xiling, who was overwhelming with all the beauty, her every frown and smile was extremely lethal. Du Sheng said that he made great contributions last night with this charming beauty. After the announcement of the Best Sound Effect and the Best Art Design, another more remarkable award has been received. Lin's Hilling stood gracefully in the center of the stage. Her graceful figure and charming smile are as bright as the warm spring sun. Next, what will be announced soon is the highly watched Best Action Design Award. Her watery eyes swept across the guests and audience below, and many people's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. The awards on stage were Lin Yushun, who was nominated for Best Actress. She revealed the list one by one. Lin Dian in Infernal Affairs, Li Ko in Secret War 2, Yuan Bin in Dragon and Du Sheng in Big Boy. When the camera swept over Du Sheng, Lin's Hilling, who was in charge of the control of the scene, unconsciously brought a hint of joy to her voice. Mr. Du Sheng, I believe everyone has heard of his championship, the world's first Chinese boxing champion. Moreover, he is an action star himself, and his designs are full of power and beauty. Listening to her sincere praise, many of the guests at the scene looked complicated. Especially Su Yupeng, Wu Qilong, and others who compete with business and status are a little disappointed. After all, the other party was promoted too fast and everything worked, which posed a lot of threat to them. Of course, people like Yuan Bin and Lin Dian who are familiar with Du Sheng are no exception. One code is unified, but now it is a direct competitive relationship. Another host, Cai Kong Yang, saw this and joked with a hint of cunning. Zhiling, I heard that you went to the airport to pick up Du Sheng last night. Isn't it really the ambiguous relationship that the media said, right? In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became tense and curious. All eyes are focused on the stage. Countless flashes flashed constantly, as if they wanted to record every subtle expression of this moment. The director is very good at making things happen, and the camera is quickly given to Du Sheng. I saw him keeping a smile, his deep eyes calmly, as if these jokes were irrelevant. He also waved to the camera gently, and his calm attitude caused the fans to scream. Du Sheng! Du Sheng! Lin's Hilling's face showed a hint of imperceptible blush. Although she wanted to admit it, she just smiled and said with a smile for the sake of both parties' careers. Friendship, last time A Sheng won the K1 semifinals at Neon, we had advertising cooperation, so the relationship is just better. After some jokes, Lin Yushun finally announced the award. The one who won the Best Action Design Award was Du Sheng in The Big Boy. As soon as the words came to an end, the audience applause was filled with thunder and thunder continued. Lin's Hilling walked forward gracefully with a small step and gave Du Sheng a warm hug. He also secretly blinked his beautiful eyes at the man's joy. Her proactive hug caused another cheerful teasing sound of her. Because this is the only time she has been presenting the awards. Lu Yingying, who was watching from the audience, shook his head strangely. This kid is really a monster. Fortunately, his confidants were not present, otherwise they would have been more lively tonight. However, everyone in the circle knows Du Sheng's reputation as a romantic one. There are too many lice, no itch, no worries about debt, and there is actually that if you have another scandal. After the Best Action guidance was issued, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became lively. Next, awards such as Best Styling Design, Best Adaptation, Best Photography, and Best Director were awarded continuously. It is worth mentioning that the Infernal Affairs series has won a total of awards such as Best Drama, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Sound Effect, etc., and has achieved a lot. During this period, Wang Lihong, Zhou Zhelun, Tsai Yilin, Shi and others, who were guests to celebrate, took turns to sing on stage. Thousands of fans who bought tickets sang happily and the atmosphere completely entered. After half of the awards were presented, it was the Best Rookie Award next. This award is not distinguished between men and women. It is generally awarded to the most promising new actor of the year, with 2 awards. Nominated include Wang Baoqiang in Blind Well, Zhang Ji in No See and Run, Child Zheng Ziun, Black Dog is Coming Ding Ning, etc. As Lu Yingqian said before, Du Sheng's biggest competitors are Wang Baoqiang and Zheng Ziun from Kangxi country. But Du Sheng's face was relaxed. On the premise that he has won a prize, it doesn't matter whether he can win the prize next. But to be honest, his performance in Infernal Affairs 2 is definitely not inferior to those old actors in the crew with his LV4 acting skills. Lu Jianming's young version of his temperament, such as rebelliousness and tolerance, are almost fully displayed. In contrast, Wang Baoqiang, who was sitting on the other side, seemed a little nervous. In addition, the boat and car were exhausted, the face was pale, and the overall momentum was slightly weak. When Lin Qiliang announced that Du Sheng won the award, Wang Baoqiang felt an inexplicable loss in his heart. It seems that something that belongs to you is taken away by others. However, Wang Baoqiang finally saw the world. Although his first hope was disappointed and he was a little regretful, he would not lose his composure. But before he could calm down, he heard Cai Kongyang tell his name. When Du Sheng passed by, he smiled and patted his shoulder. "Brother Baoqiang, congratulations!" Wang Baoqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, said politely, and then stood up. To be honest, although Blindwell has won a Golden Body abroad, the starring actor has not won any awards. It is a bit comforting to win the Golden Horse Award for Best Rookie this time. Du Sheng looked even more calm when he walked onto the podium for the second time. It is no exaggeration to say that among the thousands of viewers on the scene tonight, Andy Lau has the most supporters, and he is probably the second one. Therefore, when Du Sheng stood on the stage again, the fans all over the audience shook flags and shouted in an orderly manner, calling out titles such as Sniper God and Chinese Boxing King, and their voices resounded throughout the venue. Du Sheng responded with a smile, and the cheers at the scene became even more deafening. Many fans jumped excitedly, and the entire venue seemed to be shaking. Du Sheng is so popular that he can be called the most dazzling one among the stars. Although Wang Baoqiang won the award, he was slightly less famous. He took the initiative to stand aside and asked Du Sheng to accept the award first. Seeing that Lin Qiliang had already come to greet her with a smile, Du Sheng stopped refusing and took over the trophy. When the scene was quiet, he smiled and said, "Infernal Affairs 2 is my first movie starring. I didn't expect to win the Best Rookie award. Life is always full of surprises. I had a similar accident before, but I was dragged by a friend to participate in the woolen fighting competition in Xiangjiang. That was my first time playing in the game. I didn't expect to win the championship unexpectedly and then won the King of Fighting." Cai Kongyang, Lin Qiliang, and the guests on the scene. Speaking of silent pretense, I am afraid that no one in the audience is Du Sheng's opponent. If Wang Jianlin was present, he might have been inspired by Du Sheng's speech. Unfortunately, the host on the stage is Cai Kongyang. His hosting style has been set, and he tried to be funny tonight, but the effect is not good. Chapter 327 Unlock the Lottery. Fortunately, Lin Qiliang took the microphone in time and joked about herself. "Do you know? A Sheng used to comment on me as a host who was fancy and exaggerated, and I couldn't keep up with the rhythm of practicing boxing, and I could even call the wrong name to Taiwanese books. When I heard Lin Qiliang start to self-destruct at the scene, I started to make trouble without bothering me." In fact, she refers to the fact that Du Sheng joked about during the communication last night. There is no way to keep up with the rhythm, but when begging for mercy, he couldn't help but call Du Sheng Dad. Fortunately, everyone didn't understand. Lin Qiliang took it as a joke atmosphere. "I guess I'll give him an award tonight, which is also very surprising." "A Sheng, am I gentle now? Is the host gentle? Is it literary or artistic? Have you read the Taiwanese version wrong? Humph, it's very smooth, right? It's up to you to meet someone who makes me gentle." Hearing Lin Qiliang's coquettish speech in a coquettish voice, the live broadcast camera immediately turned to Du Sheng, and a burst of laughter broke out in the scene again. Anyone who wants to say that these two people have no ambiguous relationship, they won't believe it if they beat them to death. Du Sheng shrugged. What else could he say? He was a little worried that this sister had played too much. This is an award presentation to the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions, and countless artists are paying attention to it. If this continues, it will be difficult to end. Fortunately, Lin's Hilling just joked and didn't burst out a big hole. But despite this, the reporters at the scene were already very excited. Tomorrow their headlines will be available. Du Sheng didn't care about these things for the time being. After saying thank you, he took the final say in publicity. The new movie The Mouse Falls in Love with Cats that I collaborated with director Er and Zhang Baji. The production team is almost from the Infernal Affairs series and is expected to be released on New Year's Day. There is also the Kung Fu program that is linked to Zhou Xingqi's new movie, which is expected to be launched next year. Please support it at that time. Finally, I sincerely wish that the Golden Horse Film Festival will be better and better, and I hope that I can still come here to win the award at this time next year. Du Sheng's impartial speech caused warm applause at the scene. As time passed, the award ceremony was coming to an end, and it was finally the turn of the big Best Actor and Actress. As expected, the Best Actress award at this Golden Horse Awards was Wu Bru of the Golden Rooster. The actor is Liang Chaoei in Infernal Affairs. Lu Yingying was somewhat lost. Before leaving, Du Sheng patted his shoulder without saying anything. This guy probably has gotten used to it, but it's too small to have pork, sooner or later. The award ceremony came to an end, and Du Sheng attended the press conference arranged by the Golden Horse Awards. Facing the media footage, he shared his joy and comments about winning the award. After taking a group photo, he quietly left the scene while the reporter interviewed Lu Wei. Last time he won the K1 event, Du Sheng's mobile phone was almost bombarded by congratulations from relatives and friends. This time, everyone tacitly chose to express their blessings in the form of text messages or QQ. Most of them are celebrations, jokes and invitations, but the two girls Lu Yifei and Yang Mi are more bizarre. Cousin, I can also be gentle, cute, literary, and I can also post, star. Brother Sheng, I have not acted in a movie with you yet. When will I give you the first time? Du Sheng remembered the prank faces of the two girls and twitched. Ziqian, tell me quickly that it wasn't you just now, otherwise your stupid and cute halo in my heart would be broken. Xiao Mimi, what's the first time I'm giving me, you'd better make it clear. In the villa in the capital, three girls watched Du Sheng win the award in the live broadcast, with a happy smile on their faces. Seeing that no young sisters were paying attention to her, Lu Yifei sent a text message back. Don't write word arrow, N. Yang Mi smiled happily, lowered her head and poked two words with her finger. You guess. Tang Yan was called back by her mother and stayed in motive for a while. She wasn't here, otherwise it would be more lively. Brother Sheng, we will go to Zhejiang Prefecture to attend the signing ceremony the day after tomorrow. If you have any questions you need to bring, I will take them there for you. Seeing the newly popped up information, Du Sheng couldn't help but feel Lu Shishi's elegant and innocent little face, and half-jokingly said, Just bring you to me intact. Lu Shishi has not responded for a long time, and Du Sheng guessed that he might be a little shy, so he didn't care too much. When he and Lin's Hilling returned to the hotel, Yang Mi's QQ avatar suddenly flashed and she opened it and took a look. Brother Sheng, she is still young. If you can't wait, I can. Du Sheng. Lu Shishi's chat just now must have been seen by two good sisters. Who said that the big secret will not take the initiative? Du Sheng recalled the intimate contact during massage for Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan, and a ripple surged in his heart. However, the big secret is only 1 year older than Lu Shishi and is not yet an adult. This girl clearly shows off her pants and farts. Du Sheng had no choice but to feel aggrieved Lin's Hilling and devoted the joy of winning the award together. It was not until he was about to board the plane that he carried the woman who was bent and sweating away back to the bed. After practicing martial arts with high intensity for 2 consecutive nights, I guess this girl would have to sleep until dawn. Du Sheng smiled. Although he had said goodbye for a long time, he still left a jewelry box and a note to leave, and then he washed and left. At the same time, the award ceremony of the Golden Horse Awards on the internet has long been circulating. Among them, the most focused news is naturally that Du Sheng won the Best Rookie and Best Action Guidance Award. "I just won the King of Fighting and became the winner of the Golden Horse Double Award," Du Shengqian said. "It was a pure accident." The Big Man and Infernal Affairs series have become the biggest highlights of the Golden Horse Awards. The film festival continues to decline, and more rookies like Du Sheng are needed to join. Linz Hilling's gentle charm is just for this man. When Linz Hilling was hosting, she confessed her love to Du Sheng, and the goddess went crazy. As Du Sheng's scandal and popularity grew, it naturally became the focus of major media coverage. The organizer of the Golden Horse Award intends to use Du Sheng's popularity to enhance the influence of the Golden Horse Award, and the official publicity strategy also focuses on highlighting his reports. Of course, there are praises and there are bullets. Although Du Sheng won the double award, the film festival itself faces many doubts. Wancheng spends over 10 million yuan on the Golden Horse Award every year. What exactly did it get? It is really ironic that the film festival hosted by Bay City has not produced a local actor and actress in the past 10 years. It's unreasonable that a cross-border artist won 2 awards. Among these criticisms, there are many Blackwater troops targeting Du Sheng, trying to take advantage of the troubled waters and fan the flames. However, this little thing cannot even float in the face of overwhelming scandals. The money for asking the Navy Army was probably wasted. Even if Du Sheng knew about it, he would smile. Besides, I am still on the plane at this moment and I am too lazy to pay attention to it. Brother Sheng, your total number of fans has exceeded that of Zhang Ziyi. At this time, Wang Yeyang, who was sitting on one side, said excitedly. While speaking, he expressed the total number of fans on major platforms such as Blog, Taiba and Tianya. 15.2 million. Although there is superposition here, and there are even some people who are watching the show, it is still very real in general. Du Sheng is not surprised. After all, the recent release of the Golden Eagle Awards, Infernal Affairs 2, the K1 Championship, the Neon Robber Case, the Plagiarism Storm series, and the Golden Horse Double Award have been very explosive. It is inevitable to increase fans quickly. On the contrary, Zhang Ziyi, Wu Qilong, Lin Xinru and others, who have been wandering around for 130,400 fans, have not had any major production hotspots recently, and it will be a matter of time before he can surpass them. The reason why Wang Yeyang is happy is that his mentality is just like most fans, which is another proof of Du Sheng's promotion to the status quo. Who dares to question Du Sheng's endorsement fee, the inconsistent goods, etc.? In the future, you can argue back with this with confidence. It is worth mentioning that since Mercedes-Benz revealed that Du Sheng was the image ambassador of the Asia-Pacific region, the new car has attracted much attention and sales have seen a significant increase. According to Mercedes-Benz, this is a good benign feedback. It can be considered as completely blocking the media's stomping sounds. Even some crew members who wanted to get a wave of popularity directly offered a high price of 60,000 yuan per episode, shocking countless people. Because even Su Yupeng, who is as popular as the Four Little Kings, the highest price is less than 50,000 yuan per episode. This is considered an alternative tool. Du Sheng ignored these and glanced at the visual interface. The reputation value has increased significantly. Due to the high popularity these days, I should be able to earn nearly 6,000 yuan a day. In order to integrate internal strength as soon as possible, I will add it to Dragon and Elephant. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 6th level /purple, 10120448/218700. In an instant, the field of vision flashed in front of me. Then, an extremely powerful feeling traveled all over my body. At that moment, I felt that not only my body and joint vitality were enhanced, but the little fatigue of fighting with Lin's Hilling overnight also disappeared. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and glanced at the interface quickly. Sure enough, the comprehensive evaluation has finally broken through. Du Sheng turned his gaze to comprehensive evaluation, D, with a little joy. Speaking of which, the popularity has been greatly improved in the past 2 months, regardless of status, power, identity, combat power, etc. Du Sheng actually had a guess. Even if it is difficult to comprehensively evaluate E+ to break through the first level, it is almost time. Just now, the dragon and elephant skill value exceeded 1 million. It's probably an opportunity. As expected, the number of lottery draws increased 3 times after the promotion. In addition, there is one of the most obvious changes. Congratulations to the host's comprehensive evaluation for being upgraded to level D, and one of the ways to obtain reputation value is worship. Du Sheng thought about it and felt quite surprised. Because the way to obtain reputation in the past can only come from people's shock or slander. Now, as long as fans have admiration for him, the variables will increase out of thin air. In summary, it is almost 1/2 more than before. After all, he now has more than 15 million fans on the platform, and there are many loyal fans here. Even if each person only counts the feeling of worship once a day, this number is still incalculable. Even if the popularity and discussion about Du Sheng are depressed, the average income is over 10,000 yuan per day. For example, half a month ago, during the silence period after winning the championship and entering the group, this number was only about 4,000. This change is not bad. According to this calculation, even if you do nothing, you can accumulate millions of reputation in a few months, breaking through the 7th level of Dragon Elephant in one fell swoop. Du Sheng was in a good mood and glanced at the next flashing prompt. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/16. Will the lottery be conducted? Chapter 328 Successful Transformation. At this moment, I can only relax on the plane. Du Sheng thought that he was very popular recently and had a strong reputation, so he should have good luck. So he pulled it casually, and the light flowed, and 7 items popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shackle card, purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 boxes of bone-transmitting golden needles. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of Fuse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of climbing claws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining antique identification, green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a TV script of Legend of Spiritual Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining singing skills, voice skills, blue. After the lottery ended, several phantoms turned into streaming light and automatically converged towards the body. Du Sheng felt that the vast knowledge, skills, etc., as vast as smoke turned into rushing rivers and poured into his mind. The impact of knowledge made his head buzz and his spirits slightly dazed. It was not until a moment that I gradually received this blessing. Another purple card. Du Sheng was full of relief and glanced at the skill bar. Bajiquan LV3/blue, Sound and Color LV2/blue, Heart-to-Heart LV3/blue, Tianji Ling Shu Jing LV2/blue, Gun Mastery LV2/blue. The final is Frozen on Special Physical Constitution LV3/blue. With a squirm of light, the skill successfully transformed. Special Constitution LV3/purple, 10010/1000000. It can greatly enhance physical fitness, improve physical strength and endurance, be immune to Class A infectious diseases, and strengthen the vitality of ligaments and tendons such as knee joints and ankle joints. Not bad, not bad. Du Sheng felt the vitality and nodded with satisfaction. Not only did the little energy consumed tonight recover, but his vitality was filled with energy and knocked the cow to death with one punch. It gives him the feeling that not to mention a marathon that can compete with 3, I'm afraid that 1 vs 5 will be easily taken. On the basketball court, after 48 minutes of fierce confrontation, I guess I can still be full of energy. In addition, I was only immune to Class B fever disease before, but now I can reach the top. Including plague, cholera, AIDS, plague, etc., you are completely immune. What made Du Sheng even more happy is that it also strengthens the vitality of ligaments and tendons such as knee joints and ankle joints. What are athletes most afraid of? Meniscus tear, ankle sprain, anterior cruciate ligament tear, tendon rupture, etc. And these are almost all related to the most vulnerable parts of the knee and ankle joints. This kind of strengthening will directly eliminate worries. 2 boxes of bonatransmissive golden needles. Du Sheng looked at the golden needles as big as a finger, and seemed to have quenched medicine on it, and nodded secretly. This thing is twice as thick as the golden needle that is about to be used up, and its lethality will definitely be more than twice as powerful. On the premise that it is not suitable to use machinery, this is a must-have at home, self-defense, and travel. Climbing claws is also good, and you will have the opportunity to use them in the future, climbing tall buildings. If this set of things is carried in reality, it will take up a lot of space and be bulky, and it will be inconvenient to confine them, which is quite troublesome. Now the lottery draw does not take up any space at all, just throw it into the draw warehouse and you will be done. The movie Chapeau Wolf is still being prepared, and the script of the second Fuse will be released, so it's not bad. The Legend of Spiritual Realm seems to be the sequel to the TV series Water Moon Cave? It's okay. Du Sheng continued to sweep down and exclaimed. Is this asking me to change my career as an appraisal? Antique Identification LV1/Green, 10/1000. Accumulate experience in eye examinations, and is good at identifying objects through eyes, hands, ears, noses, etc., and is good at looking at the body, glaze, color materials, shapes, patterns, and styles. Although Du Sheng didn't know how this was accumulated, he might be able to use it in the future. The more skills you have, the better, and you won't be disgusted. At least, if Wang Zhong sells antiques at a discount in the future, he can go and find a bargain. Voice Skills LV1/Blue, 100/1000. Master the resonance and vocal techniques such as tongue, chest, cavity, etc., improve sound quality and expand the range, enhance interpretive power and protect the health of the vocal cords. This is not bad. If you hold a concert in the future, you don't have to worry about damage to your vocal cords. Du Sheng was quite satisfied with the promotion reward. He glanced at his reputation value. Since there was an additional source of worship source, this value has soared. It has only been 20 minutes since the reputation value was cleared, and there has been nearly 4,000 yuan in revenue. Although there are popular assists to win the Golden Horse Double Award, there is a bright future that can be seen from the naked eye. After thinking about it, he was not stingy and simply raised the skills of Energy LV1/Blue, Sleeve Arrow LV1/Blue, Anti-Reconnaissance Ability LV1/Blue, and Sounding Skills LV1/Blue, each of which cost 1,000 yuan to level 2. These are commonly used or passive enhancement types, and they will be improved sooner or later. For example, Energy is upgraded to LV2, and you can restore all your energy without 5 hours of sleep. Du Sheng has always been self-disciplined, which looks very suitable for 996 jobs. Of course, only by matching this skill can he have the opportunity to challenge 1 vs 5. The other few are similar, and their current functions are just more or less different. Brother Sheng, Director Feng Xiaogang held a grand joint banquet the day after tomorrow, and invited many big names in the industry, and we also received invitations. Wang Yeyang flipped through the text and suddenly said, Sister Ou asked you if you will go then. Isn't it the celebration of the mobile movie? How could we invite us? Du Sheng suppressed Piao Fei's thoughts and was a little surprised. The celebration meeting is only part of it, probably because it has caused a lot of controversy recently. Wang Yeyang laughed and said mysteriously. He wants to leave Huai. Du Sheng's thoughts changed and he realized it instantly. FANFIC revealed before that the production cost of mobile phone directed by Feng Xiaogang is about 15 million yuan, but it has not been released yet, and it has already relied on Motorola's advertising funding and DVD discs to make a comeback. Now, Mobile has been released for 5 days and has earned 14 million in the box office. This momentum is even stronger than Infernal Affairs 2, and it is expected to eventually exceed 40 million. However, no matter how much money this film can make, it has nothing to do with Feng Xiaogang. The biggest investor, Huai, is making money. But Wang Zhong couldn't laugh. Because the 3-year contract signed by Feng Xiaogang and Huai is about to expire, but Feng Xiaogang has already revealed the news and is not ready to renew the contract. The reason for this is mostly affected by Wang Jinhua's team leaving. Almost explicitly, this joint banquet is probably a showdown. Wang Yeyang said the gossip he heard and said with a smile. Of course, in addition to using the excuse of celebration, Feng Xiaogang cuts with Huai. The biggest possibility is to set up a film and television company, so it is widely published in the heroic post. Du Sheng immediately understood. No wonder FANFIC mentioned it to him that the celebration banquet was just a starter, and winning over resources and artists in the circle was the main dish. He thought for a while and said, "What do you say about Director Zhang?" At this time, Zhang Yizhong and Zizi had a good relationship, so they would not be ashamed of each other later. Wang Yeyang understood the meaning and said, "If you don't shoot the night after tomorrow, Director Zhang will probably go." Du Sheng nodded and said, "You can hand over to Sister Hua. I'll go the night after tomorrow, and she doesn't have to go there. At that time, most senior officials in Huai will attend. If Wang Jinhua or Ye Zizi go, it will be a bit unstoppable." The crew of the Ambush on 10 has returned to the capital for the final shooting, so it would be convenient for him to go there. Moreover, as one of the heroes of Mobile, FANFIC should go to support the venue. At noon the next day, Du Sheng finished the trivial matters and drove to the place where Girls' Generation was running here. However, the activity of several girls has not ended yet, and it is still Lu Zili who comes out to greet her. She looked up and down at Du Sheng and joked, "I got back from winning 2 awards, and my temperament was different." Du Sheng was also looking at the charming Lu Zili and said with a smile, "Sisterly, you are the same. Your face is rosy and your skin is white and red. Those who don't know you think you are only 27 or 28 years old." I haven't seen each other for a while, and the two chatted for a few words, and Lu Zili suddenly said, "Have Zixi mentioned it to you about album sales?" Du Sheng was stunned for a moment and asked, "You mean Qianqianjing listening to the Golden Songs list?" "Yes, the mobile music chart updated the chart data last month yesterday, and your 2 albums almost dominated the charts." Lu Zili nodded and handed over a document. Du Sheng took it and glanced. It can indeed be called the top spot. He and Girls' Generation were selected for 6 of the top 10 golden songs last month. Please Buddha, 10,000 Reasons, The One Who Loves for the First Time, Don't Hurt Me Again, Marshmallows, Curved Eyelashes. When the 3 songs of Mouse Love Rice and Dao Lang were not yet released, no other internet pop songs could suppress them. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the popular months of the staggered development of Zhouzhe Alun, Shi, Sun Yanzi and other popular products have been staggered. But even so, it is worth celebrating. Because of the physical aspect, the album Girls' Generation has sold 200,000 copies in the mainland. The cumulative sales in Bay City have also reached 410,000, this result is quite good. You should know that since last year, the record industry in Bay City has been hit by piracy. Xi's album, which was called Xintianquan at that time, only sold 21.50,000 copies in Bay City. A few years later, Xi's popularity went further, but the albums were sold less and less, and only sold more than 100,000 copies. The first album of Girls' Generation can be sold for 50,000 yuan in Bay City. It is not impossible to become the second generation of Xi after the subsequent reputation. In Xiangzhong, the cumulative sales volume has exceeded 10,000, which is a omni-channel blossoming. As for online albums, although there is no actual sales statistics, the main songs of Marshmello and The First Time Lover are both in the top 10 new song list of the three major operators. Of course, Du Sheng's own 10,000 Reasons entity also sold well. Although it did not hold a signing party like Girls' Generation and carried out promotions in various cities, it sold about 700,000 copies across Asia. In this case, the mainland's basic market accounts for the majority. Surprisingly, Neon Plus Southeast Asia actually contributed 200,000 copies. According to Yezi and Wang Jinhua, it is mostly due to the influence of Infernal Affairs 2 plus the title of King of Fighting. Star Media's external promotional release has long published the words 10,000 Reasons album cumulative sales exceed 1 million. Chapter 329, Indiscriminate Plot. Although Du Sheng was full of complaints about this. But I also know that this is an industry practice and I am too lazy to ask about it. For example, last year, Xi's second album Youth Club announced that it was the first batch of 150,000 copies to be launched, and it was sold out within a week, and the market was once in short supply. However, what's funny is that their Bay City sales statistics throughout the year actually only have 215,000 copies. Although this data is far from publicity, it has not attracted ridicule of Xi. Because Youth Club ranks among the top 3 in Bay City's annual album sales ranking in 2002. Exaggerating sales is to create a promotional hotspot, create an atmosphere where singers are popular and albums are popular, thereby stimulating consumers' desire to buy in the same way. This is a common marketing strategy. It's like Xi's sales in Asia last year were 1.6 million, but no one knows how much moisture there is. In comparison, although Du Sheng's sales data exceeding 1 million also contains moisture, the proportion is not high. Interstellar Media predicts that Du Sheng's album is expected to exceed 1 million mark in the final sales. However, Du Sheng was cautious about this. After all, piracy is extremely rampant, and the more popular the album is, the more piracy it is. The first 2 months of the album's release were the golden period of sales. Since then, with the proliferation of piracy, the sales of genuine albums will inevitably decline significantly. Of course, Du Sheng didn't care much about the issue of piracy. On the one hand, the domestic economy was just starting out at that time, and many people were not rich, especially among music lovers. There were many poor students. For them, spending a few yuan to buy a pirated tape is a considerable expense. What's more, they can also enjoy music through the 5 yuan monthly ring service provided by the 3 major operators. The reason why Du Sheng released an album was that he did not care about the profits of physical albums, and he valued more the influence of the songs. Although piracy is shameful, it objectively has certain significance for the spread of songs. In terms of reputation value, after the song becomes popular, the revenue of the ringtone business will also increase accordingly. Lu Zili said softly. Qinqinjing listens to this golden song list, and I guess the album will be released separately after a few minutes. There are pros and cons here, and the interests may be damaged. Theoretically, 6 songs rank in the top 10 on the most authoritative music list, which is good news and will help increase album promotion and sales. But the songs on this list will eventually be made into an album and will be released by Qian Jingting. This alternative sales model will undoubtedly have an impact on the sales of genuine albums. Therefore, it is difficult for Lu Zili to judge whether this news is good or bad. Du Sheng put away the documents and shook his head and smiled. It's okay, it will help our popularity spread. Qian Jingting produces the top 10 golden song albums of the year, which is next year's arrangement. By then, piracy has already spread and the sales of the top 10 golden song albums will be limited. Lu Zili nodded slightly, stood up, and said, Zixi and the others are out, let's have a meal first. Look, my cousin is here. Lu Yifei had sharp eyes and saw a figure waiting next to the RV. she exclaimed excitedly and rushed over. If Du Sheng hadn't reached out his hand, the girl would have fallen limply. Don't run so fast, pay attention to your image. Look at Xiaomi, Shi, and others, how quiet and ladylike you walk. Lu Yifei became more and more bold. Not only did she snuggle in Du Sheng's arms and refused to leave, she also stood on tiptoe and chuckled in his ear. Cousin, did you say last night still count? Yang Mi and the girls next to them also wanted to learn from Lu Yifei, but they still held back. They were just happy to take the gift handbags handed over by Du Sheng and remove them from each of them. Du Sheng handed the last handbag to Lu Yifei and joked. Girl, are you sure you want to sell yourself for the rest of your life? Then I'm not polite. Seeing that the other little sisters didn't look at each other, Lu Yifei took Du Sheng to get on the car first and said briskly. If it weren't for the help of cousin, I'm afraid I'm still in Hungguiying. I can't get out of it. My cousin has no way to repay her, she can only promise her with her body. Lu Xili, who was getting into the car, coughed lightly and said. Zixi, there are paparazzi squatting, pay attention to your image. Lu Yifei calmed down a little, but did not leave Du Sheng's side, but instead pestered him to help Anmo. Du Sheng knew that the paparazzi were not squatting on them, so he said unconsciously. How long do you plan to stay here? Lu Xili glanced at Lu Yifei and said. Xiaomi is in her 3rd year of high school and should not skip classes frequently. Grandma Shi is in good health, and she also needs to go home to visit her and will leave tonight. In the next 2 days, you will have to go to Tianjin and Tomato TV to participate in the recording of the program. In addition to album affairs, I am also negotiating some endorsement matters. Once signed, they will need to participate in a series of endorsements and commercial performances in the future. During this period, due to the many announcements from Girls' Generation, Lu Xili has served as their agent. Since taking the body tempering pill, her body has become healthier. Not only is he energetic, but he has also improved his learning and thinking and understanding. These days, she has devoted herself to studying the professional knowledge of brokers and also involved in many fields such as law and taxation. It's just that the Girls' Generation group was not as popular as before, and the prices given by those merchants were not high. Du Sheng asked Lu Xili to refuse for subsequent considerations. Now that the popularity of the Girls' Generation group is soaring, the endorsement fee has increased accordingly. You can indeed consider accepting some high-end brand endorsements. This can not only bring benefits, but also further enhance the popularity and commercial value of the portfolio. As for film and television dramas, there is no good script for the time being, so they are not in a hurry. It's not too late to wait for the drama of your own company, and you can still take care of it. In Yang Mi's words, the current popularity brought to her is much higher than starring in film and television dramas, and the impact is much greater. Du Sheng helped Lu Yifei press the Baiwei cup ointment and asked with a smile. Is there any drink that Zixi drinks every day? Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes lit up and she said in a naive manner. Calcium milk is very good. If we endorse it, we can drink it in different colors every day in the future. Lu Xili ignored Lu Yifei's naive thoughts and turned to Du Sheng. Wow, I contacted us, but with you, the general spokesperson, the quotes given to us are not high. I think Jian Libao is more suitable and the endorsement fee is higher. The Girls' Generation group signed a contract for 2 million in 2 years. At present, there is a gap between the endorsement costs of mainland stars and harbor stars, and the price given by Jian Libao is already quite considerable. After all, at the same level as Huang Xiaoming and Deng Chao, the current price is only this. In addition to Jian Libao, brands such as AIO Walkman and Dabao Skincare have also extended olive branches to us, and there are also some commercial performance invitations, which I am screening. When it comes to making money, commercial performances do take faster results. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. Brand endorsement can be negotiated slowly, while commercial performances can be selected for some large-scale occasions to accumulate performance experience for them, but it should not be too much. Girls' generation is in the rising stage, and signing a contract at this time is somewhat of a loss. When they arrived at the place where they were eating, the group got off one after another. When Yang Mi passed by Du Sheng, she suddenly lowered her head while everyone was not paying attention. He felt a gust of fragrant breeze blowing his face, and a moist and smooth touch came from his cheeks. Du Sheng looked up in surprise and saw that the girl got out of the car and ran away with a red face. Lu Yifei just noticed Yang Mi's slight behavior and muttered, "Sister Mi really has a bad intention to cousin. After she comes back later, I will definitely let her see my methods." Tang Yan and Lu Shishi looked at each other and had different reactions. The former is a little eager to try, but he dare not be so bold. The latter looked reserved, and I don't know if he recalled the conversation last night, and his cheeks were shy. Du Sheng took all the expressions of everyone and got off the car and asked, "What method do you want her to see?" Lu Yifei deliberately grinned and looked fierce. "I want to compete with her for running. The loser buys breakfast every day." Du Sheng. Seeing her domineering aura shocked the audience, Lu Yifei smiled cutely and comforted Du Sheng. "Don't worry, cousin, with me here, Sister Mi will definitely not dare to make any more decisions about you in the future." Seeing Lu Yifei's funny appearance, everyone laughed. In fact, Lu Yifei has a high emotional intelligence and uses humor to resolve the embarrassment caused by Yang Mi's parting. Lu Xili was quite satisfied with her daughter's handling. After all, they are all little girls, so there is no need to care about these acts of impulse. The meal was quite delicious. After the banquet, Lu Shishi also left with Yang Mi. Tang Yan was later, after all, her destination was Modu. Lu Xili took her assistant to see her off. Du Sheng took Lu Yifei to a nearby shopping center. The little girl complained that he was biased. The one she gave to Lu Shishi was a cat doll and the one she gave her was a music diamond box. Now, I was pulled to go shopping. The mall was crowded and bustling with people coming and going. Du Sheng smiled and joked, "Girl, you are so tight that others think I am a heartless person and are leaving." Lu Yifei's face was blushing, but she didn't let go at all. After some fight, the two entered the mall and did not rush to shop, but wandered around. In the end, Du Sheng led Lu Yifei to a doll shop. Just twice after passing by, you turn around and look around. "Are you interested in teddy dolls?" After hearing what Du Sheng said, Lu Yifei stopped wandering around and had a sweet smile. Du Sheng took her into the doll shop and said to the boss, "Boss, please take the cartoon shark and chubby panda down and take a look." Lu Yifei held Du Sheng's arm, her tone full of surprise. "How do you see that I like these two dolls?" Du Sheng smiled slightly and said naturally, "Aren't we cousin? We have a little understanding of each other. Take." Lu Yifei let out a slight hum, disgusted on the surface, but in fact she hugged Du Sheng's arm even tighter. Obviously, this girl was a little insincere. After getting the doll, I couldn't let it go. Du Sheng simply placed them in the back seat of the car. After returning home, Lu Yifei ignored everything else and only took a funny photo with the doll. This girl looks cute, and it is hard to imagine her cute image in the future. Du Sheng recalled the previous short film of Lu Yifei playing Panda, and thought that in the future, he could give her a bear makeup, which would be fun. Chapter 330 Uninvited Guest. At 8 o'clock that night, the Fenjiun Hotel in Beijing. In the high-end banquet hall, there are so many beautiful men and women, and the well-dressed guests raise their glasses and laugh loudly. Among them are many of the familiar faces and producers of mainland audiences on the screen. This is a celebration party held by Feng Xiaogang to celebrate the box office of the mobile movie that jumped over 20 million yuan. Almost all the famous and surnamed people in the circle came to congratulate. Director Feng, congratulations! I heard that Director Feng will set up a new film and television company with Zhang Kuilai, and I will take care of us at that time. The mainland film market is in a low point today, and only Director Feng can make a lot of money in your works. It's really enviable, jealous, and hateful. Among the words of everyone, 70% are sincere blessings, and 30% are flattery when making scenes. Logically, Mobile exceeded 20 million, and Feng Xiaogang has little to do with him except to gain a reputation. There is no need to spend a lot of effort to hold a celebration. Because this is what the main investor-producer Feng Huai needs to do. However, everyone tacitly understood and did not mention Huai. Feng Xiaogang's face was rosy and full of spirit. Facing the various praises from everyone, he responded humbly. In addition to the big guys in the circle such as Dong, Zhang Yujian, Neodymium, and Hong, many media reporters also came to the scene. Ding Qi, as the director of Huai, was also invited to come. But he was very low-key tonight, and even had a little forced smile. Because before coming, Wang Zhong was still furious. But Feng Xiaogang made money for Huai after all, and made Huai flourish. Even if both sides separated, it would be difficult to make too much face. In addition, although Feng Xiaogang went out to open a company independently, as long as he did not make a fuss, he would still have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Otherwise, once Feng Xiaogang is also attracted by interstellar media, the consequences will be unimaginable. After Wang Jinhua jumped out to be independent, her career was many times better than staying in Huai. Du Sheng, who worked with her, has seen Boxing Champion Effect Plus TV series ratings rise step by step, not to mention, Big Boy Plus Infernal Affairs 2 has proved the box office guarantee. During the National Day holiday, two films were in conflict, and Heroes of Heaven and Earth was crushed by the other party so much that they could not raise their heads at all. If Du Sheng catches Feng Xiaogang's express train again, I'm afraid Huai will be hit by a mess. So, Ding Qi had to come with a tough time. But before he could enter the hotel, the assistant suddenly pointed at a distance as if signaling. Ding Qi looked up and saw a group of reporters flattering Zhang Yi's nephew. Zhang Yizheng, who has always been serious, is actually smiling at this moment. Whenever reporters mentioned the filming progress of the Tenside ambush, he praised Du Sheng's acting skills and action guidance many times. It seems that the highlight scene of the bamboo forest ambush that he filmed some time ago made him very fond of it. Ding Qi didn't want to join in the fun, but the reporter was quite sharp-eyed, and the two of them quickly leaned over. Mr. Ding, the box office of Mobile exceeded 20 million. Do you think it is possible to surpass Infernal Affairs 2? This is obviously a problem. After all, Huai's previous work Heroes of Heaven and Earth was trampled into the quagmire by Infernal Affairs 2, and lost money and lost people. Ding Qi was used to the world and said lightly. It depends on the audience's wishes. I personally hope to surpass it. After all, good movies are not afraid of comparison. Two more reporters came over and asked. The plagiarism incident about Du Sheng has been circulating on the internet recently. It was your Huai who directed you behind the scenes. What do you think? Ding Qi's face changed slightly, and the reporter didn't open the door. I see your mother's opinion. He suppressed his annoyance and said. It is difficult to tell whether the online news is true or false, and we Huai are also troubled by this problem. As for the specific situation, you might as well ask Mr. Du. Another reporter saw that he was leaving, and finally made a big move. Mr. Ding, some people say that the reason why director Feng left Huai was because he was excluded and suppressed by internal forces like Wang Jinhua. Ding Qi's face darkened and he said with a blank expression. No such thing, we have always cooperated well with director Feng. He is just out of his personal independence and will cooperate with Huai in the future. Feng Xiaogang has filmed so many hit movies for Huai, but only fixed the signing fee does not have box office dividends, so I have long been very tempted. Coincidentally, Wang Jinhua went out to become bigger and stronger independently. He didn't believe that he would be worse than the other party, so he had the idea of opening a company early in the morning. But there was no way to win over, and everyone didn't believe it at all. Ding Qi asked to answer again and walked straight to the hall. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he heard a reporter shouting outside. Du Sheng is here. Not far away, Du Sheng walked straight ahead. Alongside them are two beauties, Fan Ou and Lu Tao, who are like big stars walking on the show. In fact, Lu Tao met Du Sheng by chance at the entrance of the hotel. The young emperor is filming in Beijing. TV producer Chen Yamei is very optimistic about her and will take her with her this time. Of course, the reason why Lu Tao appeared was because he learned that Du Sheng would be here too. Perhaps because she had taken body tempering pill before, she hasn't seen her in a short time. Her skin is more delicate and smooth, and her figure curves are becoming more charming. A light white evening dress fully demonstrated her mature and graceful figure. Facing the camera of the reporters, she smiled and waved. Fan Ou on the other side has long been accustomed to the rumored girlfriend who met Du Sheng's scandal. I also smiled and waved to everyone. It's a coincidence that when she visited the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, she happened to meet Lu Tao. So, this is not the first time. Click, click. The continuous shutter sounds came one after another, and the reporters captured every moment frantically. Du Sheng did not participate in public activities many times. However, the K1 Championship and the two heroic attacks on bandits always give people a mysterious impression. This time I met it rare, so the reporters naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity to take photos. Not to mention, Du Sheng's appearance is really eye-catching. The left arm is holding the charming Fan Ou, and the right hand is holding the mature and charming Lu Tao. There were two stunning beauties around me, which made all the men present look envious and jealous. After the photo was taken, reporters flocked to Fan Ou, but the question was the first to fall on Fan Ou. The reporters asked directly. Huai's relationship with interstellar media seems to be quite tense recently. As one of the top actresses in Huai, are you worried about being criticized when you attended the celebration banquet tonight? Fan Ou said with a smile. Sheng and I are good friends, and we are also one of the female leads of the film Cell Phone. It is natural to come and support director Feng. So, is the scandal between you and Du Sheng true? Mr. Du, what is the relationship between you and Miss Fan and Miss Lu? Miss Lu Tao, your skin is smoother and more delicate. Is it true that Mr. Du's eucalyptus techniques are as rumored as Mr. Du's eucalyptus methods? Isn't director Feng's entertainment party today? How did it become Du Sheng's reality show? It has to be said that Du Sheng, Fan Ou, and Lu Tao became the most dazzling existence as soon as they appeared. Fortunately, Feng Xiaogong's joint banquet has not started yet, otherwise it would be somewhat embarrassing to be stolen from the limelight. Du Sheng didn't want to steal other people's mirrors, so he answered with his strengths and avoided his weaknesses and ended up and stepped into the hall. Hey, Jinhua didn't come, do you want to be the representative? Feng Xiaogang also saw Du Sheng and the other two, and smiled and greeted him. Welcome, welcome, can't greet you. Last time Du Sheng visited the set of Mobile Phone, so it was not the first time they met. Avoid the embarrassment of the introduction in the middle. Everyone around looked at this scene, with 3 points in their eyes watching the show and 3 points were surprised. Recently, Huai has been scrambling to compete with Star Media for theaters and the release of the Kung Fu movie. As the interstellar media person, Du Sheng actually appeared in such an occasion. In principle, Feng Xiaogang is still a member of Huai. At this moment, Du Sheng is so warmly welcomed, which inevitably makes some people think more. Even speculate whether his next scene is like Zhang Yizhong's Lie, and Du Sheng will be invited to star in it. Anyway, the reporter was already excited and kept taking pictures with his camera. Du Sheng and Feng Xiaogang shook hands with each other and laughed and joked. Director Feng, I hope my uninvited guest has not disturbed you. Where is it? Sheng, you are a representative of interstellar media. The audience tonight is considered to be a glory to the party. Feng Xiaogang led him into the banquet hall and, facing the guests in the hall, announced loudly. Some friends may not be familiar with each other, or they only know that they are the first world boxing champion of our Chinese. Now, let me introduce it to you officially. The global box office of the movie Infernal Affairs 2 starring Du Sheng some time ago has exceeded 100 million. Break out of billions? The banquet hall was surprised in an instant. Everyone knows a little about the box office status of this movie in China. Since the National Day holiday, it has been ranked first for 4 consecutive weeks, with revenue reaching 46 million. But who would have thought that the overseas market would be better? This box office appeal is considered a popular little king at the Asian level. It is almost foreseeable what kind of turmoil will be in Bay City and Southeast Asia soon. Director Feng, I've been too awarded. Du Sheng smiled humbly and then added in a low-key manner. In fact, Infernal Affairs 2 has already had a box office of 130 million yuan. As a human being, you still have to be realistic. Since it was released on Neon half a month ago, it has earned 400 million Neon coins so far. Results. These words made everyone present stunned. And these are the things Ding Qi is most reluctant to hear. But the banquet had just begun, and the reporter and the idle people were invited out, so he was inconvenient to leave immediately. So he stood with a wine glass in his hand, leaning against the wall, his eyes wandering in the banquet hall, looking for the target for tonight. Suddenly, a mature and elegant lady came into view. His eyes lit up instantly. Pretending, and if he doesn't rely on women to get to power, he will be nothing. Ding Qi was graceful and elegant in becoming a mature actress, and said with a look of self-confidence. After Lu Tao and Du Sheng separated, they were greeting friends they knew. Suddenly she noticed someone approaching, she instinctively took a step back, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Chapter 331 Xiao Qi Ren, you are looking for death. Ding Qi's lips raised, showing a charming smile, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Hello, Miss Lu, I am Ding Qi, Director Hui. I wonder if I can talk about it. Unfortunately, he entered the market early just now and didn't see the scene later, otherwise he would never have chosen Lu Tao. Who did you just talk about? Lu Tao is not a big star in the future, and I am not sure who Ding Qi was hinting at just now, so I asked a strange question. Ding Qi looked at Feng Xiaogang and talked about this side, and said lightly. Who else can it be? Of course, it's the one who loves to show off the limelight the most. Lu Tao frowned and said. You said Du Sheng relies on women to get the upper hand, who do he rely on? Just as Ding Qi only knew that Lu Tao was an artist of Qianjiao Company and had starred in Fantasy and Punishment 3. She is in the crew and doesn't know much about Hui and Star Media, but only knows that both sides are inconsistent. But unexpectedly, a senior executive of Hui was so inadequate. The main reason for this was that Ding Qi was neglected by Feng Xiaogang and was stimulated. After all, as Hui's representative, he did not have the treatment of Du Sheng when he came in. After drinking 2 drinks, I inevitably felt a little overwhelmed. If it's not him, who else can it be? Ding Qi drank the wine in the glass in one go and said coldly. If he hadn't betrayed himself, be with the daughter of the Ye family, and bent down and befriended Zhang Beizi, how could he have the present? Fan Ou, who came to the nearby area, was unhappy and was about to refute a few words. It's better to put your focus on your words. Lu Tao was a little excited and wanted to argue. I don't know if it's overreacting, but I'm wearing high heels, and I staggered while talking. The red wine in his hand flowed and fell on Ding Qi without any hesitation. Ding Qi thought the other party suddenly changed his face, and caught him off guard, and half of his body was sprayed through. He was stunned for a moment and looked around. I found myself becoming the focus of everyone, like an animal being watched. As Hui's representative, he has never been so humiliated. In an instant, his favor for Lu Tao disappeared, and he replaced it with deep shame. Ding Qi raised his hand angrily, slapped Lu Tao hard, and scolded him. Little Chiman, you're looking for death. Fan Ou didn't expect such an accident to happen, and even made Ding Qi look ugly in public. She saw some misunderstandings and was about to speak up for mediation, but Ding Qi ignored his image and beat the woman at the banquet. She wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Lu Tao instinctively opened his mouth, subconsciously trying to avoid it. But how can the other party's sudden attack be easily avoided? The shadow of the palm gradually approached, and she could even feel the palm wind blowing across her cheeks. At the critical moment, an arm suddenly emerged and steadily grabbed Ding Qi's wrist. The originally furious slap came to an abrupt end. It's only a slight difference from Lu Tao's cheek. Mr. Ding, there is no need to make a big fight with a small misunderstanding, right? Du Sheng let go of Ding Qi's wrist and handed the tissue with a smile. He also saw this scene just now. Although Lu Tao was wrong first, the other party obviously overreacted. Ding Qi felt that his wrist seemed to be broken by pinching. When he looked up, he saw several purple finger marks in his eyes. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he lost control of his emotions and pointed at Du Sheng suddenly and said angrily, "A little misunderstanding? Are you very particular? Try to be thrown into a glass of wine." His words were sharp and harsh, and the entire banquet hall fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on it. No one dared to step forward to mediate rashly. Everyone knows Ding Qi's background and personality. This person acts without any scruples, never considers the identity of others, and does not care about the consequences. Ding Qi, you'd better be polite. How could Fan Ou watch the man being scolded and directly expose the reason why he was embarrassed and angry? I can't catch up with him, and I'll still slander it. Sister Tao just couldn't stand firm in excitement, and the wine spilled out. All of this is caused by your rude words, I deserve it. Stir, you don't have the right to speak here. Ding Qi was full of alcohol and stared at Fan Ou in a frustration. You have no self-knowledge at all. If Huayi had not supported you, you wouldn't even be a sage now. Puff. Du Sheng's hand shook. Inspiring in the cup. Ding Qi's face was covered in alcohol and was stunned on the spot. Du Sheng spoke lightly. I think the one who doesn't know the most is you. I don't know what's wrong. Wash your face and calm down. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly dropped to freezing point. A glass of wine poured on his face. Ding Qi's drunkenness slightly decreased, but his anger became stronger and stronger. Before this, who dared to pour wine on him? Just about to have an attack regardless of everything. What happened? On the other side, I prayed to Zhang Yizi to the other side and rushed to hear the news. Du Sheng said calmly. Someone got drunk, it was just a small misunderstanding. He almost characterizes the incident. Anyway, the other party caused trouble first, and it was Huayi's face that would be lost if he continued to make trouble. Ding Qi watched a circle of people gathered around him, and none of them stood up for him, and finally tried hard to calm down. He turned around and stared at Du Sheng and said, "Very good, I deserve to be the king of Du boxing. I can protect my shortcomings, I remember it." Du Sheng did not answer, and his fingers shaking slightly in his sleeve. Feng Xiaogang is a landlord after all, and is still a Huai person, so he has to stand up and be a peacemaker. Since it's caused by a misunderstanding, I'll give me some face and say something. He has already learned about the incident. I really don't know how Ding Qi, who can't stop his mouth and is impulsive and lustful, gets into the position of director. Ding Qi gave Du Sheng and Lu Tao a fierce look, then turned around and left quickly. After suffering such an embarrassing scene, the Shenshui Cup ointment was inexplicably painful, so he had no face to continue to stay. If it were someone else, he might put pressure on him to get back the scene. But in front of Du Sheng, Ding Qi would never dare to act arrogantly. At most, you can just be polite. Not to mention Ding Qi, even some big shots in the circle dare not easily confront Du Sheng head-on. After all, this guy once shot the robbers unscrupulously in front of the Punisher and the reporter, and it was not once. He could still coordinate with the police without changing his face. Faced with such a cruel character who regards human life as a must, if he turns against him because of some trivial matters, he is simply asking for trouble. There is no way to do anything to the other party when they make small fuss, and they probably can't even play with the fool. Unless you find someone to shoot him, it will be endless revenge. Although Du Sheng will not kill people at will, who can guarantee that this guy will not be fooled one day? Of course, Ding Qi can also use his network resources to cause trouble for Du Sheng's endorsement or crew. Even requested the service and Grey personnel to visit interstellar media. But is this worth it? As soon as Ding Qi left, Feng Xiaogang shook his head in his heart. Although Huai and interstellar media are currently tense, Feng Xiaogang is worried that the two companies will join forces later, and his new company will face a catastrophe. Now, Ding Qi is a very proud person. Du Sheng makes him look disgraceful, and the possibility of the two working together is almost zero. This also made Feng Xiaogang breathe indirectly relieved. I was young and energetic and drank some wine again, and it was inevitable that I was impulsive, and it was all a small misunderstanding. Feng Xiaogang smiled at everyone and said, "Don't mind, the banquet will continue." Director Feng Da's face is naturally something that everyone wants to give. Talk and laugh and disperse, and continue drinking and talking. But as for the topic, this misunderstanding is indispensable, as well as Du Sheng and his confidants. Seeing Du Sheng politely walking over, Lu Tao whispered in a low voice, "Will this intensify the conflict between you and Huai?" Du Sheng said while wiping his hands with a tissue. "A small problem, we have no possibility of cooperation with Huai. Even if no similar incidents occur tonight, they will happen in the future." Speaking of this, he reminded him, "Next time this happens, don't stand stupidly. That kind of drunk dog will not be sympathetic to you." Lu Tao didn't expect that Du Sheng not only did not blame him, but was also so considerate and smiled relievedly. "That's good, I thought you would blame me for affecting you." Du Sheng looked at the increasingly mature and intellectual, fair and smooth woman, and smiled and pulled her aside. "It's not a question of blaming you, but I'm full of anger tonight, you have to make up for it." Lu Tao subconsciously looked at Fan Ou, the charming behind Du Sheng, and gave him a blank look and said, "How to remedy it?" Du Sheng whispered in her ear, which immediately made the latter fly on both cheeks and said, "I only have one evening dress here, and I still rent it for a lot of money. Don't do anything randomly." Having said that, she was eager to try it for no reason. After all, the two sides have not practiced together for a while and their skills are a little unfamiliar. What's more, it is likely that it will be a double row tonight, and it will take the initiative in many aspects. She doesn't believe that joining forces can make men more and more capable. Unexpectedly, after only 40 minutes of the game that night, they were sweating and their legs were trembling. The crystals that were guarding the tower were almost pushed by Du Sheng at a speed. Fan Ou knew very well how tough and terrifying this man was after he came back from winning the championship. Now he was already lying there half his shoulders, and he was too lazy to resist. As for Lu Tao's proposal to join forces to fight against men at the beginning, she rolled her eyes in her heart. "You have never been whipped. Not to mention it." Lu Tao leaned back at this moment, and he hugged his hands with his chest to make the same shape as Bulletin Jingyuan. "Woo, don't come here. Ah! Don't come here. Xiao Dao Tao, you are not like this when the banquet ends. You want to refuse and want to play with me, right?" Du Sheng laughed and grabbed her slender jade feet calmly. Seeing this, Lu Tao looked desperate. "I wouldn't have known it before. It's time to tease this fierce head. Tired, let's destroy it." In the days to come, Du Sheng took root on the set. As the new year approaches, it seems that everyone has a sense of enthusiasm in their hearts and wants to complete the work as soon as possible. Therefore, efficiency and status are unprecedentedly good. 4 days passed by. After the indoor scenes were filmed, Zhang Yi was stunned and shocked. Mi Zian was shocked. According to the original plan, this is a chase in the sea of dandelion flowers. To this end, Zhang Yi, a craftsman, Yu Jiying, hired dozens of flower farmers in Ukraine to sow dandelions for them. However, due to time calculation errors, the dandelion flowering period has passed, but the crew has not filmed due to trivial matters. As a last resort, Zhang Yi planted a slow-moving and cute coughing agent. The hillsides of wild flowers everywhere were used to shoot the scenes of the Sea of Flowers. In this scene, Zhang Yizhang conceived a plot of complaining. In his script, the little sister unfortunately got hit by a flying knife in order to rescue her. But in order to save Captain Du, who was in danger, she resolutely pulled out the flying knife in her chest, and blood suddenly surged like a fountain. What's even more outrageous is that the little sister could open her eyes and even reveal her love when she fell in Captain Du's arms. Du Sheng was speechless and threw a slut in the buckling mat with Zhang Yi, let the little girl get a knife in her abdomen, and add the blood made into the props to simulate the effect of vomiting blood. It aims to show the scene where the little girl's internal organs are ruptured, her blood fills the lungs and has difficulty breathing. The photogenic effect is indeed good. Moreover, with Du Sheng in the play, Zhang Baji's performance is particularly realistic. Once you pass it, Du Sheng has not many scenes in the follow-up and needs to be filmed in a concentrated manner. Next, the camera will focus on Lu Ying Wei. In this way, Du Sheng had 2 more days of leisure. He thought that after the rehearsal of Yangshi's New Year's Eve concert, he could take some time off his busy schedule. There is one important thing that you may need to go there. Yesi came to the set rarely, her tone was a bit solemn. Chapter 332 At a loss. After listening, Du Sheng was silent. He stepped forward to Zhang Yi and then told Zhang Baji that he would go straight to the airport. This time, their destination is Xiangcheng. After leaving the airport, Du Sheng and Yezi stopped a taxi and went to Union Hospital in Xiangcheng. The two went to visit a more special person, named Su Yao. She is from Xiangfu, and she is in her sophomore year this year. She was originally half a fan of Little Tornado. Later, she watched that episode of Happy Book and then wrote a fan of Du Sheng. Nowadays, she is not only a loyal fan of Du Sheng, but also an administrator of the blog. Moreover, her Idao is also a well-known blogger on the blog. Su Yao often leaves her literary essays and movie reviews on the internet. In addition to her female identity, she naturally attracted a large number of otaku fans. Du Sheng also read one of her film reviews, and that unique perspective impressed him. What he unexpectedly expected was that this fantasy girl suddenly encountered acute myocardial infarction. Last night, Yang Saiwei, who was in charge of the public opinion department, transferred a video file to Wang Jinhua. After reading it, Wang Jinhua sent it directly to Yezi. This is a video of help from classmate Su Yao. It revealed Su Yao's condition, and his condition was worrying and he urgently needed a large amount of funds for treatment. As a left-behind child who lacks the care of his parents, Su Yao's family's financial conditions are far from enough to afford the high medical expenses. Although Su Yao's classmates and the school have tried their best to raise funds, the total cost of coronary artery bypass surgery is still far from the same. At a time when there was no choice, Su Yao's friend could only seek help from Du Sheng in despair. And Su Yao, who was in a daze, was not aware of all this. In order to confirm the authenticity, the video also filmed Su Yao's coma and hospital information, indicating that she is definitely not a liar. After watching the video, Yesi immediately informed Du Sheng. Du Sheng has been doing charity. This time it is still related to management around you, and it is impossible to sit idly by. That night, I adjusted my itinerary and went to Xiangcheng to visit this fan who was suffering from a serious illness. He is willing to do his best to lend a helping hand. However, Du Sheng also understood that it is difficult to solve everyone's difficulties with his own strength. And once you set a precedent, you may face many complicated treats in the future. For example, fans who are difficult to distinguish between true and false may ask for money under the name of seeking help, and even cause all kinds of trouble. Of course, you must help, but you need to change the method. Xiangfu, Xiangcheng Union Hospital. In ward number 2223 of the Department of Cardiology. The two girls surrounded the hospital bed and talked to Su Yao. Su Yao, wearing a hospital gown, looked a little pale, but she was in good spirits and showed no signs of serious illness in 2 days of acute coma. However, the medical records hanging by the bedside were marked with the words acute myocardial infarction. According to the doctor's advice, Su Yao encountered sudden coronary artery and persistent ischemia and hypoxia, which caused myocardial damage and needed coronary artery bypass surgery. However, the cost of treatment is astonishing. Considering subsequent long-term drug treatment and rehabilitation, the overall expenses start at least hundreds of thousands. Su Yao's grandmother Tang Liying sat on a chair not far from the hospital bed. Although she maintained her smile, she could not hide her deep worries. That was a forced look. Because 10 years ago, after her son divorced, this granddaughter depends on her for life. What made Tang Liying frown was Su Yao's medical expenses. Even though she gave all of it, plus the loving donations from the school and classmates, it was still less than one in the sky-high treatment costs. But she always tried not to let her granddaughter notice her anxiety, so as not to increase her psychological burden. Dong dong. The door of the ward knocked a few times, and then someone pushed the door open and entered. The visitor is a man and a woman. The man is tall, wearing sunglasses and masks, and can't see clearly. The lady asked gently. Is Su Yao here? The man was holding a gift box in his hand and looked at the patient. Are you here to visit Xiao? Tang Liying was stunned and stood up with the back of the chair. I wonder who you are. This is a bit strange to her, and there is no intersection in her memory. The three girls also looked at the visitor curiously. Because both men and women were disguised, it was difficult to identify for a while. The lady smiled and explained. Hello, Auntie, we are indeed here to visit. The man came to Su Yao's hospital bed, put down the fruit basket first, and then took off his mask. Hello, Su Yao. The moment he saw the man's true face, Su Yao widened her eyes, and her round face was full of incredible expressions. She covered her mouth with her hands and was completely stunned. The two girls next to the hospital bed were also shocked. One of the girls in blue shouted excitedly. Du Sheng. Du Sheng responded with a smile. It's a bit unexpected, right? The ones who came to visit Su Yao were Du Sheng and Yezi. The two of them didn't even bother to eat and rushed to Union Hospital. Su Yao blinked her eyes, and crystal tears rolled down. This is not sadness, but full of joy and surprise. Du Sheng moved gently to the edge of the hospital bed and sat down, and said in a warm voice. I watched a video about you last night. When I learned that you were not feeling well, I happened to have an activity in Hunan, so I took the time to see you. How do you feel now? Are you getting better? Su Yao nodded a little shyly, then reached out and hugged Du Sheng tightly. Brother Sheng. Du Sheng let her hug her, and gently patted her back, giving her intentional intention. At this moment, Tang Liying suddenly realized that the visitor was actually the idol of her granddaughter. Du Sheng. This name is very familiar to Tang Liying. Her granddaughter often mentioned it and was discussing it with her classmates just now. This is a big star who is well known overseas. Tang Liying was at a loss for a moment and hurriedly brought a chair. Please sit, please sit. Yes, she grabbed her and said. Auntie, you have to be polite. I want to discuss some things with you. Can I come out for a while? Tang Liying nodded quickly. No problem, no problem. On the hospital bed, Su Yao hugged Du Sheng for more than 10 seconds, and her cheeks were loosened with redness. She asked curiously. Brother Sheng, who sent you a video? This question has always lingered in Su Yao's mind. Du Sheng thought for a moment and replied. She said she was your friend and roommate, named Tan Zioxia. Su Yao and the other girl looked at the girl in blue together. The latter lowered his head and raised his hand, and said shyly, I admit that I sent the video to Star Media. She looked up again, her eyes flashing with light, and she stared at Du Sheng. I didn't expect Brother Sheng to really receive it, and I'll be here today. This is what the girl in blue is most touched. Speaking of which, at the beginning, she was not a fan of Du Sheng at all. In order to chase Kunkans the Comprador house while watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes, she even argued with Su Yao. Su Yao subconsciously looked at Du Sheng, saw that he kept smiling, and said to Tan Zioxia. Zioxia, Brother Sheng is so busy, you shouldn't disturb him. The girl in blue muttered aggrievedly. Xiao Yao, I know I'm wrong. Du Sheng couldn't help but smile. These girls who are in their youth are simple and beautiful. Su Yao was so sick that she thought of her first thing she wanted was not to disturb him. This further strengthened the thoughts in his heart. Another girl said excitedly. I think Zioxia did a great thing, otherwise how could we have the chance to see Brother Sheng's true face? Come on, let's take a photo together. Su Yao smiled and said. Then you can take a photo for me and Brother Sheng first. Faced with this small request, Du Sheng naturally agreed happily and took many photos with the three girls. Even out of some ideas, he chose 2 of them himself. After taking a photo, Du Sheng was concerned about Su Yao's condition. At present, Su Yao's symptoms have been initially controlled, and drugs such as reducing myocardial oxygen consumption and antithrombosis are taken. If you are the first choice, it must be coronary artery bypass surgery. When talking about this, Su Yao's face added a little sadness. Du Sheng comforted. There is no need to worry. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I believe there will be kind-hearted people who are willing to lend a helping hand. Your current task is to follow the doctor's advice and concentrate on treating the disease. Do you understand? Su Yao replied softly. Well, Brother Sheng, I'm very happy that you can come to see me. Du Sheng's mouth raised, his smile warm. At this time, the ward door opened again. An old man with silver silk head pushed one to sit boy in wheelchair comes in. It seems that I went for an inspection. The boy looked at Du Sheng curiously, and then returned to the next bed with difficulty. Seeing that he was a little troubled, Du Sheng quickly got up and helped, and hung the drip bottle on the hook beside the bed. The old man was unable to move, so he said gratefully. Thank you, boy. The boy asked in confusion. Sister Yao, who is he? The boy's hair was shaved, revealing his smooth scalp, somewhat like an actor in Shaolin football. Su Yao smiled and said. He is my sister's idol, Brother Sheng. The boy immediately understood and said happily. Sister Yao is indeed a management. Du Sheng looked at his situation and asked. Are you a left-behind child? The boy nodded well. My parents are still working in Canton and can't take leave for the time being. Du Sheng glanced at his medical records and found that it was a type of leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. It can be seen that the boy's family situation is not optimistic, and the old man dresses simply. The reason why parents can't ask for leave is probably because of the money. The treatment cost of bone marrow transplantation is higher than that of Su Yao. Du Sheng felt a little moved. There are many people in the world who need help, and they are increasingly feeling the insignificance of personal power. He has personally experienced separation of flesh and blood, tasted despair, and worked hard for survival, so he can better understand the bitterness of the people in the market when facing difficulties. Although he has escaped from the disaster and even dreams are natural, he still has no ability to help others. But since I started before, it doesn't make sense to give up halfway. A moment later, Yezi and Su Yao's grandmother Tang Liying returned together. There were still tears flashing at the corners of Tang Liying's eyes. Du Sheng knew that Yezi had already said it, and said to Su Yao with a smile. Xiao Yao, I have to leave. you should take good care of your illness and contact me anytime you have something to do. He asked Yesi to give the contact information to Su Yao. Although Su Yao was reluctant to leave, she was very knowledgeable and tactful, and smiled. I know, Brother Sheng, goodbye. The two girls Tanzioxia also bid farewell to each other. Brother Sheng, see you again if you are destined to be together. Chapter 333 Inseparable from Life and Death. There is a chance. Du Sheng smiled and said goodbye, turning to Tang Liying. Auntie, I'll leave first. Tang Liying stretched out her thin hand and held Du Sheng, her eyes wet again, and thousands of words turned into one sentence. Thank you, thank you. Previously, Yesi asked Su Yao about the details of her treatment and secretly gave her some money as expenses. More importantly, Yesi made a promise on behalf of Miracle Studio and would do her best to help Su Yao raise the treatment costs. Tang Liying was full of gratitude. Du Sheng and her granddaughter are just having a fan of their relationship, and there is no need to help. But the other party not only attended in person, but also brought funds and hope. This is undoubtedly a timely help for Tang Liying. After visiting Su Yao, Du Sheng and Yezi walked around and came to the medical room to consult about the treatment costs. After learning that Su Yao had completed the procedures and subsequent rehabilitation treatment, the total treatment cost was close to 1 million. Moreover, this type of major disease is currently not covered by medical insurance. Su Yao was desperate because of her family reasons and did not purchase the corresponding commercial medical insurance. In Grade A hospitals, there are many patients who are in distress like Su Yao. After leaving, Du Sheng asked Yezi to go back to prepare for the matter first, and came to Huabang Charity himself to find Zheng Zidao. Before coming, he had decided to solve Su Yao's expense problem through fundraising. However, Huabang Charity is not the final say for individuals. Although Lu Yingting is a secret servant, he still needs to discuss it with Zheng Zidao. At present, Huabang Public Welfare's main energy is still focusing on improving schools, water, electricity, transportation, and other facilities in the southwest region, and not much funding is left. However, Du Sheng was not worried that Zheng Zidao would refuse this request. Just do it. The matter will be started today, and this time, Huabang Charity will not charge a slight fee for this charity fundraising. After mentioning Du Sheng's proposal, Zheng Zidao not only agreed happily, but was even overjoyed. Raising online. His eyes shone and asked Du Sheng. How did you come up with such a great idea? Du Sheng was speechless. This was used badly in the previous life. Many people also make profits from this. However, he did not consider this move to continue the branch of Huabang Charity in purely for helping Su Yao. Du Sheng smiled and did not refuse Zheng Zidao's ideas. Anyway, they only had 2 years in advance, and they didn't have to rely on such evil ways to get money, and they could reconcile every penny. Zheng Zidao aims to use this online fundraising project to expand publicity and enhance the popularity, reputation of Huabang Public Welfare. With his cleverness and the power of the Zheng family, it is imperative for the media to hype. It is no exaggeration to say that if the operation is done properly, Huabang Charity may make a splash. At that time, the Jinlilei Group, Kung Fu School and others associated with this will benefit. Even the Zheng family was able to take root in the mainland as steadily as Xiao Yufo. Du Sheng was devoted to saving people, while Zheng Zidao set out with the eyes of a businessman. However, Du Sheng was not disgusted with this. He is not a moral supreme person. If hype and publicity can save lives, why not do it? Without breaking the law, rescuing others is actually more worthy of advocacy than those foundations that seek fame. Zheng Zidao seemed to have insight into Du Sheng's thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't think I'm fame and fortune-telling. If this online fundraising fails to meet the standards, I will bear all the remaining money." Du Sheng stretched out his thumb and said with a smile, "Brother Tao really has the world in mind, and it is unreasonable not to give you a justice of peace." Zheng Zidao smiled. "There is no need for the justice of peace, let Xiaozi help me." Du Sheng waved his hand and interrupted his delusion. "She doesn't like middle-aged men with belly fat, give up. Regarding online fundraising projects, I will ask someone to connect with you and leave first." Zheng Zidao was hit hard, so he had to call the female secretary to press it for him. At noon that day, Du Sheng posted new articles on Taiba, blog, and Tianya. This is the plagiarism storm, and the article was posted again after a month. However, this time it has nothing to do with the public opinion incident, and the title of the blog is "Stretch Out Your Angel's Hand and Light Up the Lamp of Hope." In the article, Du Sheng detailed Su Yao's experience and called on the public to extend a charity hand. To this end, he initiated an online fundraising at Huabang Charity, with a target amount of 1.2 million yuan. At that time, we will cooperate with mobile and conduct SMS messages in the form of SMS. Each SMS reply is calculated to be pledged by 1 yuan, and the fundraising period is 3 days. Unlike regular fundraising, this charity activity is not rewarded. Huabang Charity and Mobile will not charge handling fees, and will send a dedicated person to supervise the purpose of the charity fund, and will also conduct public inquiries. In addition, Du Sheng also stated that if the raising is not enough, the final payment will be contracted by Huabang Charity. At the end of the article, Du Sheng attached a photo with Su Yao and a link to the SMS of Huabang Charity Project. Because Du Sheng won many games to donate, his personal cumulative amount has exceeded 10 million, and his reputation has always been very good. This blog post instantly opened high and ended high. Not long after, it was on the headlines of major platforms. All the comments were over 10,000, almost filled with praise and support. Du Sheng's number of fans on several platforms has surged, with the total number being only one step away from the 16 million mark. Even the reputation value instantly soared by more than 40,000. Many people in the entertainment industry quickly forwarded it, including Lu Yingying induced Rongqi to pay Song Xian. When Zhongzhen forwarded it, he attached a screenshot of the subscription and left a message, "Come on Su Yao. Her subsidy amount is 100,000 yuan, which cannot be used in text messages, and can only go to Huabang charity account. For rich women, this money is insignificant. With his financial resources, not to mention 100,000, a million is no problem. But unless deliberately hype, most people in the circle will not easily afford high donations. The reason is simple. Assisting one person may attract more help. Moreover, it is difficult to distinguish between authenticity and falsehood, which also brings endless troubles and even damages reputation. Although this situation is unbelievable, there are indeed precedents. Therefore, people in the circle must be cautious in doing good deeds. If you encounter natural disasters, donate more. When targeting individuals, it must be moderate. Unless donated by a named company, it is enough to symbolically express goodwill. This principle is known to anyone with a certain identity, and those who don't know it will soon be clear. Du Sheng adopts online fundraising method to follow this principle. Fan Ou's reservation for 50,000 yuan was also due to this consideration. Jia sanctioned 40,000 yuan, which was considered to be a supporter for men. Interestingly, Zhang Beizi, Gao Yuan, Linz Hilling, twins, Lu Tao, Lu Zili, Zheng Xian and others joined in one after learning about the situation. Even the girls from Girls' Generation who were running the itinerary not only donated in the name of the group, but also made appeals on their respective social platforms. In addition to other celebrities who are related to Du Sheng or have little relationship with Du Sheng, the total amount of pledge exceeds 800,000, and most of the goals have been achieved. In addition, with the support of many people in the circle, the attention of this matter continued to soar, resulting in a chain reaction. The number of netizens who follow Huabang Charity has also increased, with just 2 hours, exceeding the total of 2 months. And this is just the beginning. Since Du Sheng initiated the call at noon, by 3 p.m., the number of participants in Huabang Charity fundraising has exceeded 1.2 million. The original scheduled 3 days, but it was achieved in less than 3 hours. Du Sheng's blog, post bar, forum, fan group, and other hot discussions are constantly being discussed. People's hearts are like the sea, and kindness is like the tide. Su Yao is such a beautiful girl, of course I have to support her. Sister Yao Bao is seriously ill and needs surgery urgently. Those who are interested need help from Huabang Charity. Good people will be rewarded. I pledged 8 yuan to a Chinese meal. What Chinese food is so expensive? I donate a little card and just pretend that I won't play for a few days. I originally wanted to buy a Walkman. Since Yao Bao girl is in trouble, it makes no sense to pretend she didn't see it. Brother Sheng said it well, as long as everyone stretches out a hand of charity, even one piece can save a life. No wonder I haven't seen a girl from Yao Bao in the group for a few days. It turns out that I've been punished. I'll claim 50. Supporters are endless. If Huabang Charity hadn't convinced Mobile to cooperate, the platform would have been crowded. The unexpected scene surprised Du Sheng quite a bit. He underestimated his appeal and underestimated his charity and love. Du Sheng thought about it and simply contacted Zheng Zidao and asked Huabang Public Welfare to issue an announcement, allocate funds in advance to pay Su Yao's medical expenses, and perform surgery as soon as possible. In addition, the fundraising project remains unchanged, and the excess funds will be used to rescue other acute and serious diseases. Patient. That night, Du Sheng posted another article. In addition to thanking all the enthusiastic people who supported this charity fundraising, we also attached a song created with this background. The song is titled Inseparable from Life and Death, theme song of charity donation in 2008. For this song, he specially used the inspirational light skill. If you live or die, where will your dream fall? Thinking about the continued life, the sky lost its beauty. But you are waiting for the dream to stand up tomorrow. Your cry is engraved in my blood. This song was sung by Du Sheng, twins, and Fan Ou, recorded in a non-professional recording studio and was hastily synthesized. But it is so shoddy that it touches the hearts of countless people. At 9 o'clock in the evening, charity fundraising hit a new high, crossing the 2 million mark. Du Sheng paid attention to Huabang charity platform throughout the whole process. The number of registered users of Huabang charity has increased dramatically, which is gratifying. Zheng Zidao also knew that this time, the opportunity for Huabang charity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He called Du Sheng specifically to maintain the craze for 2 days first. Because once the surgery funds are in place, the enthusiasm for public support will plummet. But if the event is not closed, the popularity of Huabang charity will increase dramatically, becoming known to more people, and is more effective than spending millions of advertising. Zheng Zidao is business thinking, Du Sheng understands and agrees with it. Thinking from the perspective of others, he will do the same. Du Sheng himself also wants to expand the scope of aid. Not only is it limited to Su Yao, but it also benefits a number of acute and severe patients. Moreover, doing so will also help expand Huabang's righteous actions in the southwest region. If it ends in a hurry, it is a pity. Du Sheng remembered the left-behind children in the same ward as Su Yao, and there were many similar critically ill patients in the country who were in urgent need of assistance. But if you want to expand your influence and projects, you must create publicity hotspots and attract more attention. At the beginning, Du Sheng wanted a few girls from the girls' generation to sing together. But they haven't been able to make up the numbers these 2 days. One is reviewing for the senior year, while the other are either improving their acting skills or running announcements. This is why Fan Ou and twins jointly performed. Chapter 334 Big News. After the release of mobile cell phone, Fan's popularity soared, approaching the 4 major actresses. Don't think she has no sense in the music industry, but in fact she has released an album 2 years ago and sang the ending song in 3 dramas. As for twins, which focus on singing, there is no need to say more. But since they were not around, Du Sheng had to use QQ to illuminate the The piano recording accompaniment of instrumental performance LV2 is enough, and then the songs of twins and Fan OU are combined. This is like playing and singing in a few friends in their spare time, recording and patching together using a microphone. Although it saves a lot of steps, the finished product will inevitably have noise leakage. However, those three women enjoyed it. Twins was even more amazed at Du Sheng's ability. They thought that a superstar like Liu Yingyan was powerful enough. I didn't expect that my man would be even better. All around, and everything is sophisticated. Take this song that I tinkered with for a long time. The lyrics are simple and honest, the melodious and warm melody, and the theme is grand enough. Once you hear it, you can give people a sound of firm commitment to helplessness, sadness, loss of hope and others. Fully matched with this charity fundraising event. What made the twins women even more amazed was that this song was obviously an impromptu, but it was a classic. They even had an impulse to fly to the man, and they wanted to kill the men. What they don't know is that this song is not only the main song of the torch relay team activities of the 2008 Olympic Games, but also designated as the theme song for earthquake relief by the Red Cross. The quality is naturally extraordinary. Everyone worked together and the work was done in less than an hour. Du Sheng took the lead in releasing it on 3 major platforms, and then Twins and Fan OU followed up and forwarded it. The article describes the creative process and the details of the 4-person cooperation, and plans to use songs to arouse public attention and support for poor and critically ill patients. As soon as this song was released, and the 4 of them combined with more than 30 million fans, it immediately sparked a hot topic. Even though it was late at night, hundreds of thousands of reposts were still released, which maximized the impact of songs and charity fundraising. A crew that was scheduled to be released today was in tears. Because they spend a lot of money on speculation, they are not as small as others. In the early morning, the online fundraising project was launched for 12 hours, and the funds had reached 3.5 million. The next day, Huabang Public Welfare Special selected several rescue targets according to the online solicitation target. The left-behind child in the same ward as Su Yao was selected. Major news media moved and reporters were rushing. With such great popularity and public opinion, they would not follow up if they were stupid. At the same time, Du Sheng received an exclusive interview invitation from Renhua Daily. As an official media, it is also one of the 8 famous broken media. With its prominent position, Renhua Daily has always ranked among the top 10 in the country. In the past, those who were able to receive such interviews were generally big names or seniors in the circle. Du Sheng naturally won't be perfunctory. However, the interview process went smoothly, and the most asked special issue was closely related to Du Sheng's recent incidents. For example, the original intention and source of inspiration for the song Life and Death. And why did the 2 albums 10,000 Reasons and Marshmallows he created dominate the 3 major operators and are sung by the old and young? Besides, what kind of mentality was this online fundraising event initiated? Even the matters such as winning the King of Fighting and Golden Horse Awards, and the upcoming release of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat have been brought up. Du Sheng is familiar with this kind of interview and is calm. The humility and steady performance made the reporter of Renhua Daily look at him with some admiration. The next day, Du Sheng had just returned to the crew to finish filming, and the front page of Renhua Daily published this exclusive interview. Du Sheng, a model of idol in the new era. The article first introduces Du Sheng's 4th identity, focusing on his deeds to win glory for the country, praises him as an idol model and a benchmark in the entertainment industry. It is pointed out that scandals in the entertainment industry are frequent and poor in the image, and artists with both talent and virtue are urgently needed to emerge like Du Sheng. Renhua Daily highly praised Du Sheng, as if he had a layer of golden body. Even though a report talks about thousands of words, it cannot provide commercial benefits and cannot significantly enhance fans and status. But this contains official affirmation. This is something that can't be done no matter how much it costs. It also has a profound impact on Du Sheng's future development. This was not expected by Du Sheng at the beginning, and it was also an unexpected surprise. What surprised him even more was that he received heavy attention after the interview. The China Charity Federation actually sent someone to the crew in person. Online fundraising has raised a total of 6.3 million yuan in donations, which is expected to benefit 15 critically ill patients, including Su Yao. Huabang Public Welfare is fully responsible for the allocation, supervision, public disclosure of specific funds. Du Sheng no longer intervenes. The China Charity Federation sent someone here, so it naturally had little to do with this matter. What it aims at is the song Life and Death. China Charity Federation is the largest non-profit public welfare organization in China and enjoys a higher reputation among the people than the Red Cross. Because its supreme authority is composed of representatives of unit members and individual members. This time we came to meet Chen Xiaolan, the director of the liaison department. She requested Du Sheng to authorize the non-commercial use rights of inseparable from life and death for charity promotion and public welfare planning. Du Sheng agreed without hesitation. He never intended to make a profit with this song, and it can be used for free whether it is Huabang charity or other charity activities. In addition, the China Charity Federation also invited Du Sheng to participate in the shooting of public service advertisements. The advertisement is centered on inseparable from life and death, and plans to invite many celebrities to participate in the chorus, including Lu Ying, Gu Tianle, Zhang Beizi, twins, Fan Ou, Sun Yanzi, etc., with a total of 13 people. Chen Xiaolan also hopes to join forces with Huabang Charity to hold a charity performance in the future. The purpose is to further raise funds for patients with acute and serious diseases. As one of the initiators, Du Sheng naturally had no choice but to do so. Moreover, this is also an important way to accumulate popularity, reputation, and connections. However, these two things cannot be achieved overnight, and China Charity Federation and Huabang Charity also require time to prepare. It will take at least 1 month to be conservative. Du Sheng had no objection to this. After all, he is also busy at the moment, and it is difficult to make time at regular intervals. There are many scenes to be filmed today. The general idea is that in order to thank Captain Du for protecting his younger sister, he suddenly trapped him with the internet while he was unprepared. It turns out that she is a madam on the surface, but in fact she is the head of a big sister in the Fadeo sect. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she suddenly fainted. Before he fell into a coma, he looked at the glass of water he brought to his younger sister in disbelief. It was not until this point that it was revealed that the little girl played by Zhang Beizi was not blind at all, but the identity of the daughter of the gang leader in front of the Flying Knife Gate. Lu Dihua, who has no scenes for the time being, sat beside him and watched, but his thoughts floated to Du Sheng's recent fundraising incident to save his fans. It's really rare to be able to do this for fans. This is why Lu Yingluo and Haipan founded Huabang Charity together. As he thought about it, he thought for no reason about Du Sheng's previous mention of fans chasing stars have caused their family to be destroyed. Lu Dihua knew that Du Sheng could not tell him such a thing for no reason. If this happens to my fans, how should I deal with it? Can I do what Du Sheng do, and promptly detect and prevent such a tragedy from happening? Lu Dihua recalled his past interactions with his fans, and those enthusiastic faces appeared in his mind. He knew that fans' support was out of love for himself, but once this love lost its mind, it may bring irreparable consequences. It seems that ignoring or deceiving is indeed not a solution. It is also time to actively face and guide fans so that they can understand that there are many more important things in life than chasing stars. The next day, the first pages of major newspapers and magazines in Xiangjiang were reporting on the news that they were married. The sensation caused by this marriage was like a thunderclap, shocking the entire Xiangjiang entertainment industry. The reason for such a response is that his name is Lu Yingmao. As one of the biggest stars in the Chinese-speaking entertainment industry in Asia and even the world, his private life has always attracted much attention. especially the emotional state. Although his relationship with Julie Qian has been speculated by the outside world for a long time, the two have always kept a low profile and have not publicly admitted their relationship. Today, Lu Fei hired his official website Walker World to post a message on Sorry, officially admitting that his girlfriend is Julie Qian. And apologize for not informing fans in time and comforting fans Silk Rational Star Chasing, Rational Life, etc. This news was like a bomb, causing a stir among fans and the media. Although some fans such as Yang Lijuan were extremely disappointed. I think I have been deceived and put all my thoughts into vain. But there are also many fans who express their understanding and support. After all, the King of Heaven is also a human being. He is 43 years old this year and is nearly 50 years old. Zhang Suiyu, one of the four great kings with Lu Ying, got married 9 years ago. The other two also revealed their girlfriends early. This is the general trend, and it cannot be stopped by manpower. Although Du Sheng, who was told about this by Zhang Baji, was surprised, he was not surprised. Because when Lu Ying took an example to ask him if he wanted to make it public, he had a premonition. I just didn't expect it to be so many days ahead of schedule. If Du Sheng knew that Lu Yingtian was influenced by him in advance, I wonder what he would feel. But no matter how Huazai fans react, since they have made up their minds to get married, Du Sheng supports making it public in advance. Otherwise, it will be so distracted and public only when you get married like in your previous life, and the backlash of public opinion will be serious. However, as the end of the year approaches, Du Sheng doesn't have much attention to these things. At present, Zhang Yi's nephew is not very satisfied with the ending part of The End of the Immortality, and it is estimated that it will take several days to film. In addition, Sword of Fairy 1 has entered the middle of post-production. Although Luoting and Liang, referring to Yao Zhuangxian's suggestions, Du Sheng, as the script provider, had to occasionally go to the palm of his palm. Once the deviation is too outrageous, you can't make a joke if you invest tens of millions of dollars. Finally, The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat is scheduled to be released on New Year's Day, spanning the New Year's Day, and now we have to go public. Although Du Sheng's current popularity and the accumulation of fans on several online platforms, you can be on the hot search by posting a promotional press release. But in reality, there are still many people who don't know how to surf the internet. Chapter 335. After all, the internet has not been fully popular yet. In order to maximize the box office, television and newspaper promotion are still mainstream. As the female lead, Zhang Beizi and Fan Ou are also indispensable. However, because it is released simultaneously in Xiangjiang plus mainland China, Zhang Baji's focus is temporarily placed on Xiangjiang. Now, the recent filming of Lu Yingnan's Peddlers has taken a separate journey. Du Sheng took a bus to Beijing International Airport, and while waiting for the boarding time, his phone rang again. No surprise, it was Fan Ou who called him. This time the two cooperated to promote in the mainland. Sheng, have you arrived at the airport? On the other end of the phone, Fan Ou's voice sounded particularly cheerful. You are about to board the plane, have you arrived in Xiangcheng? Thinking of not seeing Fan Ou for a while, Du Sheng felt an indescribable little excitement in his heart. Hehe, I've already booked a room and waited for you. Let's stay together tonight. In a high-end community in Xiangcheng, Fan Ou is lying lazily on the big bed in a light white nightgown, as charming as a little fox. She also didn't see a man for a while and missed him very much. Do you dare to challenge yourself? I can only say that you are so brave. I'll be here tonight. Du Sheng was so excited by her words that Du Sheng felt excited. She smiled happily, and licked her dry lips. This December winter is really dry. Humph. I've been practicing hard for more than a month, do you think I'm afraid of you? Fan Ou turned over, her legs tangled gently under the tulle skirt, and her voice was sweet and charming. I won't fuck you down this time, I will write my name upside down. Du Sheng. What is the difference when the name Bingbing is written in reverse? This little girl is really a clever one. Completely invincible. Fan Ou on the other end of the phone pouted. Little bad guy, I don't even want to say anything, just know how to take advantage of it. I'm not that kind of person. Humph, you are. The two of them chatted for a while and it was soon time to boarding. Du Sheng hung up the phone and embarked on a road of upside-down day and night. 2 hours later, the plane landed steadily at Xiangcheng International Airport. Du Sheng walked around the airport parking area before finding Fan Ou's car. As soon as I got into the car, before I could even sit firmly, a soft and delicate body rushed into my arms. Fan Ou hugged Du Sheng tightly, as if a man and a woman had been chewing for a few minutes before she let go reluctantly. Du Sheng's body was covered with perfume and there were several strawberry marks on his cheeks. However, Fan Ou is still as soft as a snake on a man and doesn't want to get up. She looked at the lipstick marks on Du Sheng's face and smiled like a beautiful fox. The place I rented has no rice or vegetables, how about going shopping together to purchase? Du Sheng couldn't sit steadily, so he simply hugged her horizontally and said, "Shopping? Are you not afraid of being recognized?" Fan's charming attitude is fully displayed. You are now more popular than me, and I can't ask for anything. Du Sheng laughed. Finish, let's go now. He was sure that Fan Ou would not agree. How could a star who is in the period of rising professional gold and desperately wants to get ahead? Humph, you just touched it correctly. I won't do this, right? Wherever you are, I am worried that you will be weak and can't walk anymore. Saying that's it, feeling the changes of the man, Fan Ou smiled even more charmingly, and her body twisted gently in his arms. Humph, then when you drive, I'm so weak that I can't walk anymore. Du Sheng felt the changes in women and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Then how did you drive this car? This woman's legs are not only weak, but her whole body is weak. I drove pitifully few times. I drove for half an hour in the 20 minutes just now. Du Sheng. Although he is an old driver, it is not easy for women to lie on their bodies and drive. It started slowly and the vehicle was parked at the door of a supermarket. Fan Ou put on sunglasses and masks, went in to buy some ingredients, and then returned to the apartment she rented together. As soon as you step into the door, you are surrounded by a warm heater. In order to feel the warmth as soon as he got home with Du Sheng, Fan Ou turned on the air conditioner and humidifier since noon. Before the things were put down, Fan Ou couldn't wait to pounce on him. She practiced hard for more than a month, and she was at the age of a very beautiful woman. If she didn't believe it, she would not practice for 20 minutes. The soft fragrance swells. The body is graceful, with ice and snowy skin. The whole body is very charming. No matter who touches me, I am afraid I can't sit still. Du Sheng gently walked her into the bedroom. You actually went out wearing only thermal underwear, you had to warm up your lower body first. Fan Ou tied his hair charmingly, pulled down the zipper slightly, and jokingly said, "No, you see, there is a down jacket outside. Also, tonight I want you to call me sister. Let's start an internship now." Okay. Call me, that makes you feel more atmosphere. Hey! What did you eat? How did you change so much? Fan Ou smiled beautifully, a little satisfied. In addition to the outstanding eucalyptus friction techniques of many men, the biggest possibility is the body tempering pill. Not long after, the two of them completely opened their hearts. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, two figures began to overlap and entangle. Half an hour later, the wind blew and the clouds dispersed. Stop, take a break. I won't let you call me sister. Fan Ou was weak and exhausted, and exclaimed in surprise. She still overestimated her own Taoism. I thought that I could barely win a draw after studying hard for a month. Now it seems that this is simply a flirting with the enemy. Du Sheng wiped her sweat and returned to the couch, smiling and said, "I've given you a chance, but you won't be useful." Fan Ou rolled her eyes, and was too angry to refute. At this moment, everything the other party said was right. Du Sheng leaned into her ear and laughed softly. "Who told you to do this? Let's take a break first. I'll cook some midnight snacks and replenish your energy later." Fan Ou is the one who wants to be the leader. Although he is weak, he is still stubborn. "I'll just save your energy first. It's been a long time tonight, and it's still unknown who will win." Du Sheng really wanted to catch her and practice again, but he was a little reluctant. "Forget it, I like writing so much, let her turn it over and make the decision in a while." In this way, the two of them spent the night without shame. At noon on December 18, several starring actors such as Du Sheng, Fan Ou, Jin Kaoken, played by Bao Zheng, Wu Yu gathered together. Of course, the receptionist was He Jiang, the number 1 of Mango TV, as well as Li Wejia and Xie Na. That's right, the first stop for the promotion of Rat Falling in a Cat is Happy Book. There is no way, there are so many TV variety shows / entertainment that can be played in China. Sheng, you are here this time, but you are shouldering the heavy responsibility." He Jiang led everyone into the reception room and said to Du Sheng and the others with a smile. "Brother Jiang, you said, you must do your best if you can do it." Du Sheng responded with a smile. The two sides have long been familiar with each other, and he had proposed a revision of Quick Book before, which is mutually beneficial, so there is no need for too much greetings. He Jiang smiled and said, "Haha, you are so handsome, you should take on the heavy responsibility, and you can't retreat at the last minute." These words whet everyone's appetite and they looked at each other, curious about what new content has been added to Quick Book this time. Seeing that everyone was interested, He Jiang got to the point. In the afternoon program, Sheng, Ou, you guys, including Na, will join the team to participate in a new game. I believe it will increase the ratings. Brother Jiang, what kind of game is it? Before Du Sheng asked, Fan Ou couldn't wait to know what game to play next. Well, let's keep it aside. Wu Yu was eager to try and asked. Brother Jiang, are you teaming up with me and I? How to play it? He has won the National Martial Arts Competition Championship, what game can't be played? He Jiang looked at him and the Jin Kaoken with full tonnage and said. Yes, you two partner, the scene must be shocking. Li Wejia guessed that this game was mostly a spoof, so he made up for it. As for publicity, we need to create topics and increase popularity, so that the ratings can rise. You two must be mentally prepared and let go of it in the afternoon. When Wu Yu heard that he wanted to let go, he felt something was wrong. Isn't it a game? What can I let go? Thank you for your flip rolling your eyes, too lazy to remind you. Du Sheng and Fan Ou looked at each other and both realized that this relaxation was probably a female word. What's the result? He Jian coughed lightly and said. Don't worry, absolutely serious game. The more He Jian emphasized, the more Jin Kaoken smiled. His qualifications are there, and at worst, he can sit there and let Xiao Yu take the initiative. The group went to the studio to start the rehearsal. Although this is recording, it is necessary to rehearse in advance to ensure that each link is smooth. Du Sheng took the script handed over by the live director and was a little surprised. Hey! It's actually this kind of game. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. I love playing games very much. What exactly are you playing tonight? Li Wejia handed her the information in her hand. You can see it yourself. Wow, this game is good. Xie Na is a special character who makes trouble and said excitedly. It's fun at first glance, but it's hard for a few men. Especially Brother Yu, I wonder if I can hold Brother Yu. When Fan Ou heard this, he came over. Hey, you guys actually want us girls to do squats with you holding us girls? Jin Kaoken. A look of confusion. There are only 2 girls in the 3 teams. Where are there any extra girls? He couldn't help but glance at Wu Yu. Wu Yu? Full of doubts. Du Sheng smiled and said, Brother Kun, Brother Yu, it seems that you two have to suffer tonight. Jin Kaoken waved his hand quickly. You young people should do this kind of work. I don't want to steal your limelight. His weight exceeds the standard, and his body is more than 200 pounds, so it is difficult to stand firmly, let alone hold someone and squat in a deep squat. What's more, it's just a man's way of playing, which is simply a life-threatening thing. Wu Yu reacted, glanced at Jin Kaoken's tonnage, swallowed and retreated repeatedly. No, I feel bad. Not to mention holding it in a squat, I guess I can't even hug it. Everyone laughed. Chapter 336 Big and Round. Fortunately, Hejian was just a joke and pointed at Xie. You are a guest, you must appear on the screen. Why don't you cooperate with the other one? Wu Yu took a look at Xie, pretending to be shy and said. It seems I can't escape. What should Wajia do? Are you with you? Or, just compare who has stronger chest muscles and whoever wins. Fan Ou is overjoyed. She stood aside and looked at the three male guests, and finally her eyes remained on her own man. A Sheng will definitely not be able to escape, the chest muscle lines are really good. Du Sheng suspected that the girl had hallucinations. I was wearing a loose sweatshirt and thermal underwear inside. Can I see my chest muscles? Your memory is still stuck in last night. Just follow this plan. Xie quickly agreed, only Li Wajia looked unhappy. Because what was left for him was either the thin Hejian or the fat Bao Zhang. But he couldn't change it, so he simply inserted his knife into two wings. Brother Jiang specifically asked a Sheng to participate in the game, saying that he was young and strong. Haha, then you two can't run away. Fan's charming eyes fell on Du Sheng, and a gorgeous smile hanged on the corner of his mouth. Xie also got in, and the way he didn't bother with it. It's just that the squats are not fun enough. Why not compare how the team will last until the end? Let's confess if you lose. Haha, this is a good idea. The two of them went back and forth, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Hejian signaled Li Wajia to hug her, looked at Du Sheng and Wu Yu, and called them to go out. At the beginning, the two refused harshly. But Xie tried his best to make a fuss and took advantage of it, so they had to barely stand up. The two girls are wearing skirts, why don't you hug them? Jin Kaoken, who was standing aside and watching the fun, smiled happily and gave his teammates strength. Oh, I'm so embarrassed to be like this. Fan Ou covered her face shyly, but her fox eyes couldn't hide her eagerness to try. Seeing this, Du Sheng silently praised her in his heart. The acting skills are really good. I blushed in an instant. Next is the competition. Du Sheng, Wu Yu and Li Wajia warmed up for a while and did a squat. Fan Ou lifted the hem of the skirt lightly. After Hejian started, he felt that he was being picked up by Du Sheng in the waist and exclaimed in surprise. She also subconsciously put her hands on Du Sheng's neck and completely turned into an intimate lover. You can even smell the heat exhaled from both sides between you. Seeing this, the audience screamed in excitement. Because it's too natural. And these two people have had scandals. Many people started to possess paparazzi, trying to find out if these two people were really weird. On the other side, Xie was not like a girl at all. After being picked up, she deliberately vented at Wu Yu and even laughed loudly. Wu Yu was still a young man with a young man in his prime, and his face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, he has a martial arts skills and is quite good at squatting. However, the group Hejian and Li Wajia are really a bit of a spoof. Because Hejian also learned from Xie's words, not only cheered at Li Wajia, but also blinked shyly. As a result, Li Wajia felt chills and almost couldn't hold on to her, so she let the big brother hoe the ground. Despite this, he struggled to hold on to a few squats and became tired out of breath, both of them sat there slumped. For a moment, the camera focused on Du Sheng and Wu Yu. For Du Sheng, he usually can hold on to exercise with less than 100 kilograms of Fan OU for more than half an hour. The reason why we can't get more is mainly because women's progress cannot keep up. It doesn't mean it's his limit. Not long after, the assistant director had counted 20 squats. When Wu Yu reached the 30th squat, his hands began to tremble violently. He tried his best to maintain his body, but his hands were sore and weak, and his strength had been consumed. After barely persevering for a few seconds, Wu Yu was defeated. Xie sat on his lap, panting funny. Then kiss him, don't let him breathe. The audience burst into laughter and they loved watching such shows. If I were Wu Yu, I would just take Xie and pull up the willows. Haha, there's a good show, thank you, wearing a skirt. Brother Sheng is so awesome. He is worthy of being the world boxing champion. He does 40 squats without breathing after holding the 40 squats. When doing 42 squats, Du Sheng actually still has the strength to do it. But he knew that he couldn't go too far, otherwise he would be attacked by a group of people to make fun of. So he deliberately shook his hands and pretended to be an old man. Fan OU, who was enjoying happiness, exclaimed and threw herself into his arms. Her lips accidentally touched Du Sheng's earlobe. The breath-like posture and charming and colorful eyes made many people at the scene feel a rippling feeling. Du Sheng didn't want to come to the scene to self-destruct, so he pulled the woman up with a smile. Fan OU is rarely a little shy, but he holds Du Sheng's hand and doesn't let go. Dear viewers, if you see it, do you think the Royal Cat Shan hero is powerful? In order to cooperate with the publicity, Du Sheng also picked up the prop sword and took a sword flower with ease. This action made many female audience members lit up their eyes and were very shy. After recording, eating and drinking are indispensable. After the meal, both guests and hosts had a very happy meal. When he returned to his residence, Fan OU still hummed endlessly, and Du Sheng was so hot that he heard it. I was so angry when I recorded in the afternoon. Seeing that there was still time, he ignored the girl taking a happy shower and quietly opened the door. The next day, the two took the time to go to the China Charity Federation and recorded Inseparable from Life and Death with nearly 10 well-known singers in the music industry, including Han Ziyi and Wang Fei. In order to facilitate public welfare publicity, MV is definitely indispensable. Fortunately, everyone is a veteran and is familiar with these things. Before leaving, Chen Zilan, director of the liaison department, once again reminded Du Sheng and others that the charity performance jointly organized by the Charity Federation and Huagong will be set to be set aside half a month later, and time will be set aside at that time. Since Du Sheng agreed earlier, he naturally would not let the pigeons go. Back to the crew, I filmed for another 3 days. In fact, there are not many plots related to Du Sheng, so he sacrificed his life to save his younger sister. When he learned that she and Captain Lu were childhood sweethearts, he suddenly realized that he had been kept in the dark. After filming the scenes of the 3-person final battle, the ambush on 10 finally came to an end. Click, it's past. Congratulations, everyone will finish the filming. Zhang Yizhimi Nyakayo, standing on the monitor, announced loudly. As soon as this statement was made, everyone, including the staff, breathed a sigh of relief. I was busy for more than 2 months. If the filming was not smooth enough, I was afraid that this year would not be easy. Of course, this is also necessary to build the set, props, and all the needs a few months in advance, otherwise you can't get faster. Zhang Baji, who had been waiting aside, held a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Under the cheers of the crew members, she handed it to Du Sheng and smiled. You can breathe a sigh of relief. When will you go to Lighthouse Country? Du Sheng had a smile on his face, and there was no sign of anything unusual. He took the bouquet and said, Then we have to run the promotion of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cats and Yangshi's New Year's Eve concert. At the earliest, we have to wait a few days after New Year's Day. Although Don Jin called again, he had a lot of things to do. It can only be postponed until around January 6. Zhang Baji felt a little regretful and said, "It's a pity that I have accumulated several notices here, otherwise I really want to accompany you to the lighthouse country to have fun." Du Sheng understood what she meant and smiled. "Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance in the future." After the filming was completed, Zhang Yi arranged a celebration dinner. At the banquet, everyone almost didn't care about chatting and were enjoying the food. During this period, the crew has been running around outdoors almost all the time. Although they can eat enough for every meal, they are all simple and have not smelled the soup for a long time. Zhang Yi sang and exchanged for the little money, and directly served all the dishes on the menu. Pickled elbows, pickled fish, plum vegetable buckles, dried fried tenderloin. Although they are all common dishes, they make everyone eat with relish and they can hardly talk. After drinking, Du Sheng, who was slightly drunk, joked, Sheng, it's fine if you have great kung fu, but your acting skills are better than those of a group of veteran actors. How did you practice this?" He was indeed a little envious. Because his acting skills have been criticized by the outside world for more than 20 years. Brother Hua has been awarded the award. Isn't it all your support to act against you? Liu's bath smile. You guy, you are so wise. No matter what, keep working hard. I am optimistic about you and maybe I will become the best actor next year. Sheng's acting skills are indeed amazing, especially that kung fu, he will definitely become the best actor. Zhang Baji had beautiful eyes and tenderness, holding her blushing cheeks with one hand, staring at Du Sheng. Her words did not arouse everyone's illusion, but instead made many people laugh. Baiji, you won't have ever had a kung fu with Du Sheng, right? What kind of competition? We often fight on the set, okay? Zhang Baji smiled, pure and beautiful. Unfortunately, since Ha Fen Hungry watched the sunrise that time, Du Sheng has been unwilling to take her to play outside the wilderness. Zhang Baji's face was red when she remembered the mud-like situation. While watching the Japanese, I was relieved for a few hours. I can't sit there. Fortunately, there is still time tonight. And it coincides with the 16th lunar calendar, and the moon is big and round. Zhang Baji suddenly approached Du Sheng's ear and whispered. Continue to teach me new moves tonight, just that move to follow the waves. The others on the table were also slightly drunk, and no one noticed that Du Sheng and Zhang Baji were almost facing each other. Even if you hear it, you can't guess what's special about following the waves. After all, not everyone is a water general who is good at fighting. The finale banquet is also called a farewell banquet. After this meal, everyone has to go their separate ways. I don't know when I will meet next time. After the crew was disbanded, everyone has their own life trajectory, and meeting again may require fate. But tonight, everyone will enjoy this gathering and keep unforgettable memories. Before leaving, Zhang Yizhong and Keifu gathered Ye Pengxian to steal the turtle. It's nothing more than a happy cooperation. I'll invite these next time I have the chance. Chapter 337, Got the Best Again? Speaking of which, he had long lost his prejudice against Du Sheng. I was even quite satisfied. Especially the other party's superb skills and excellent action guidance all bring him a refreshing feeling of view. Not to mention the other party's high popularity and appeal can bring good news to the box office. Du Sheng naturally agreed, but it was just a blank sentence anyway. Moreover, the other party's next filming is good, whether it is the Golden Brothers in the City with a box office of 291 million yuan and a global box office of 78.56 million yuan, or the Riding Singles in the Thousand Miles with a box office and a good reputation. After the show ended, returned to the place to stay. Du Sheng couldn't wait to ask Zhang Baji to change into police uniform and put on black stockings inside. Since this girl is so proactive and studious, of course she cannot remain indifferent. Of course, the way of guiding Kung Fu is a bit special. However, judging by Zhang Baji's appearance, she shouldn't mind such trivial matters. After all, it is not anyone who is qualified to be taught by Du Sir in private. Sir, newcomer Zhang Baji reports to you. Zhang Baji stood in front of Du Sheng with a red face, stamping her feet and saluting him. The slim police uniform was stretched out, with her trouser legs close to her skin. Her legs were slender, and her whole body was both pure and cool. Du Sheng took out a pair of handcuffs and signaled her to turn around. Very good, there's this. Ah! Zhang Baji blushed and wanted to speak but stopped. It's too shameful to wear handcuffs. Du Sheng's face turned solemn and he said seriously. What, don't you want to learn to follow the waves? This move is very powerful. Once the waves are released, do you want to be pushed away by the flow of water? Wear it quickly, this can add motivation to you. After teaching in the water, Zhang Baji realized it well. It's just that you use too much force and sometimes you practice wrongly. He refers to handcuffs, don't think so. Zhang Baji was lying there in sweat, even her fingers were too lazy to move. She let the man clean himself and carried him back to the couch. Suddenly she remembered something and asked. By the way, Su Ke is going to film Liang Yusheng's 7 Swords under the Tian Shan Mountains. Have you ever asked you? When Du Sheng heard this, relevant pictures suddenly appeared in his mind. Excellent fighting scenes, boring literary scenes, extremely beautiful pictures, and extremely poor scripts, more than 2 hours long, and I was drowsy. The movie Su Laoqian can be said to be adapted beyond recognition. He wanted to imitate the 7 warriors, but he was a little bit like a tiger but was not a bad dog. After the release, there were many negative reviews, and Dubon only scored 6 points. The total investment reached an astonishing 140 million yuan, but the final box office was only 83 million yuan. In the following years, no one dared to invest in Su Laoqian's movies anymore, for fear of losing all his underwear. I asked about my intentions and I was a big disciple of the Tian Shan sect. Du Sheng suppressed his thoughts and smiled. But my schedule is too full next year and I just happened to run into it, so I could only decline. Is the eldest disciple of the Tian Shan sect the second male lead in 7 Swords or the orphan of Goryeo? Then do you think I should answer? Zhang Baji heard something and asked curiously. Logically speaking, many people are rushing to act in the movies of Su Ke, a big director. After all, I have made popular movies in the series of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer and Huang Fiheng, and I have to bear the responsibility of both the ability and the relationship network. Du Sheng was indifferent and refused to say anything, but also used the excuse of a sudden period to refuse. It's obvious here some unknown situations. Moreover, she knows that men have always been popular dramas, and sometimes you have to believe it. But the other way around means that he is not optimistic or does not attract him. Zhang Baji remembered again 3 years ago, she spent time and scheming in the movie The Legend of Shushan that she also invested nearly 100 million yuan. The result was only 30 million yuan in box office, so I couldn't even collect the book. It depends on your interest and schedule. Du Sheng did not directly deny it and gave some suggestions. This movie is not your Dongfangxing entertainment investment. Director Su will most likely consider his own people first when casting. For example, the heroine is most likely to be played by him, Yang Kani, so you can only choose from the second and third women. Zhang Baji nodded slightly, and she understood. She rarely matches people. Even if she is reduced to her status, the second female lead Lu Yufang may not give her any. Because there are rumors in the circle, this character is an investor of a 4-star actress, and it is almost settled. As for the third female Korean slave, it is not in her consideration at all. Therefore, the result is self-evident. However, Zhang Baji didn't care. She smiled and hugged the man's waist, buried her head in his arms, and murmured, "I will run together to promote tomorrow. Now I'm sore all over. Please press me." Du Sheng smiled and used yin and yang transfer, gently pressed and rubbed the acupoints at the soles of her feet with her fingertips. After this girl fell asleep, he dealt with the lottery interface that Shan Shan popped up. The filming of 10-sided ambush has been detected, will the lottery be settled? After experiencing so many times, Du Sheng no longer feels strange. There are naturally lottery draws for ancient costume martial arts, pure martial arts categories. Moreover, in a sense, this movie is a good match, with both role fit and role proportion, so of course I will not miss it. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was surprisingly good. In the statistics, the host character fit is 90.2%, the roles account for 38.6%, and the completion is 89.2%. The prize pool is re-updated. Seeing this, Du Sheng was quite satisfied. Follow settlement, the performance rating of 10-sided ambush is excellent. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, with 1/15 of the lottery draws available. Will the lottery be conducted? Captain Du has been practicing martial arts since childhood and is very skilled in martial arts. He is especially good at archery and swordsmanship. What are the better items and skills will be there this time? Although there is no relevant introduction in the entire film, as a headshot, it can actually be used to conjecture from the past and the future. Several things flashed through Du Sheng's mind instantly, all of which were of great use. With some hope, I silently recited in my heart, "Raffle lottery." As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush. As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and purple and blue intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 crossbow arrows. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Zudge crossbow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the TV script of the 12 Hours of Chang'an. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the camouflage, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 copies of the movie script of Direnja's trilogy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 boxes of golden leaves. Zudge crossbow. Looking at the sharp weapon that is smooth and often appears in film and television dramas, Du Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. Isn't this the one in the movie? According to legend, this is a thing invented and made by Zudge Liang. It can fire 10 arrows at a time. It has strong fire power, but its size and weight are too large, so it cannot be used by individual soldiers. It is mainly used to defend cities and camps. A weight of dozens of kilograms may be difficult for others to use. But this does not include Du Sheng. This thing is a big killer in China. It is much better than non-mechanical bows and arrows. Don't worry about whether you can see the light or not, or how many ordinary people have, etc., at least you can be brave with powerful weapons. It is also equipped with 10 archers, each with 10 arrows, each with 8 inches long, and is made of iron tools. 1 arrow hits the soul. More importantly, this time I also drew the characteristic skills related to Captain Du. Arrow Yugza fires LV1/purple, 100/10,000. The star flows and lightning strike, and the bow is not weak, and the middle will be thrust, and the chest reaches the armpit, which is completely invisible. Du Sheng thought about it carefully and felt that this skill was good. Because it has a locking feature, it can hit the target every time it aims it and shoots an arrow within 10 meters. All can hit it. This is not simple. After all, Gun Mastery L2/Blue currently has only a 4.5% chance of hitting the target in the 10-meter range. No wonder it is purple. And if you upgrade to the next level LV2, you can increase by 3 meters. The most important thing is that the sleeve arrow LV1/Blue I obtained before is also an arrow. This is equivalent to blessing a passive skill that must be won and improving infinite possibilities. In addition, sleeve arrows are a hidden and fatal hidden weapon technique, and their portability and convenience are greatly improved. If you encounter emergencies in the country in the future, this is definitely the foundation for your life. Even achieved unexpected results. Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value. Although I have not had any hot topics recently, I have accumulated nearly 80,000 with the three sources of emotions, shock, slander, and worship, as well as the promotion and broadcast of Kyoban and so on. Out of preparation or trouble, without saying a word, he directly spent 10,000 yuan to increase the TV script of the 12 Hours of Chang'an. Du Sheng thought about it, and it seemed that this was adapted from Ma Biang's novel of the same name. In his previous life, he starred by Lei Jian and a young man, and he had both good reputation and ratings and won 9 grand prizes. It's okay, you can try to shoot it if you have the chance in the future. Anyway, the novel Ma Biang will not be released until more than 10 years later, so now I don't worry about copyright issues at all. The movie script of Direnja's trilogy. Du Sheng's eyes moved down, and he was a little surprised. The earliest one seemed to have appeared a few years later in the previous life. 3 movies in a row, this is a big hit. The previous lottery for The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat was revised to The Song Dynasty Criminal Officer. I hope everyone knows what to do. But after thinking about it carefully, I didn't feel surprised. After all, the story of The Ambush on 10 takes place in the Tang Dynasty, and Direnja is also a figure in the Tang Dynasty, which is a tradition. Su Kei's trilogy is all titled action movies, and each movie has a total box office of no less than 600 million, and its reputation is not bad. There are also many practical skills suitable for lottery draws. It's really appropriate to give it to him. Even if you can't shoot now, you will always be able to use it in the future. Camouflage LV1/Blue, 100/1000. Ancient head catchers were proficient in their outstanding skills, able to disguise their faces and slightly adjust their voice lines and body shapes. Hi. Camouflage. The first application scenario that Du Sheng thought of was to join the entrepreneurial gang and get rich overnight. Of course, this is indeed an excellent method before you become successful. But now, there is no need to take such risks. But this does not mean that this skill is useless. On the contrary, it is of great use. The most practical thing is to prevent paparazzi and follow up, as well as go out for private meetings. All the benefits are understood. In addition, for situations where the eye is inconvenient to appear, it is also a great benefit to disguise opening a small trumpet. For example, if you are about to go to the lighthouse next, if you are preparing to launch a plan to bombard the lighthouse series, this will be useful. What's more, in the premise that there is no need to monitor the big scene in such a place full of mechanical and insecurity, it is not too much to pretend to be a big scene. With the idea of being prepared for any eventuality, Du Sheng also spent 1,000 yuan in reputation to increase it to LV2. After dealing with these, he felt at ease to fall asleep. Time passes without realizing it in the publicity state. On this day, Du Sheng came back after dealing with the new film conference of Xiangzhong and was pulled aside by Wang Yeyang as soon as he got in the car. Yangshi New Year's Eve celebration, who is your favorite star? At 7 p.m. on December 31st, mobile phone voting will be launched to cheer for your idol. Chapter 338. This cliff is cheating. Xiaoyizi, what happened to the blog post just now? Du Sheng called and inquired. His social media account is mainly managed by Yezi and is handed over to the public opinion department to ensure that major platforms publish updates at least once a week. The content includes endorsement, advertising short videos or sharing his daily photos and stills. Yezi knew this clearly and smiled gracefully. This is planned by Director Do of Yangshi Station 1. There is an audience voting session on New Year's Eve, aiming to compete for celebrity popularity. We don't have to worry about it, just forward it normally. This kind of activity is usually prepared for old artists or top singers, and is just a way to add icing on the cake. Although Du Sheng is very popular, his foundation in the music industry is still very shallow. Mainly because the popularity has been too high recently and it is easy to attract unnecessary attention, so it is best to keep a low profile. Because not long ago, in order to compete for a prize, P. Zhen and Na Young caused a lot of controversy and the situation was out of control for a while. Yesi obviously does not intend to get Du Sheng involved, and there may be some hope next year. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. Then it's important to participate, you don't have to buy hot searches or lists. For this reason, it is indeed not necessary to provoke old monsters who are backed by state institutions. Yezi, dressed in professional clothes, sat in the office and said with a smile. According to your current rising speed, we have been silent for a year, and by this time next year, we will have enough strength and foundation to compete for. On the night of New Year's Eve, there were 3 or 4 veteran artists, 7 or 8 first-line stars, and the competition was extremely fierce. Even if you win, it may lead to criticism. Then let it go. How many tickets do we have here? Du Sheng took these honors relatively indifferently, and sometimes excessive pursuits are counterproductive. 5. Yesi guessed that Du Sheng was going to give it to the endorsement party. I'll make arrangements for you. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Du Sheng had to attend the press conference in the mainland of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat. Tonight, the stars are shining brightly and the beautiful scenery is infinitely beautiful. At 7:30 that night, there was a crowd in the Beijing gymnasium. The colorful lights are flashing and each seat is occupied by enthusiastic audiences. Du Sheng was wearing a combo suit and stood in the backstage waiting to enter. The ones ahead of him were Lu Huan, Wang Fei and others, while Zhou Huajian and Chen Yuxun from Harbor were closely behind. When the host read their names, Wang Fei walked forward calmly. As soon as I stepped into the venue, the dense audience and cheers came towards me. Du Sheng took a deep breath and his face burst out letters smile. The opening song Unforgettable Tonight is a grand singing and dancing performance. The purpose is to create a festive atmosphere and kick off the entire evening party. Despite the rehearsal in advance, many singers are a little nervous in the face of such a large crowd. Unforgettable tonight, unforgettable tonight. No matter the ends of the world or the corner of the sea, China is embracing thousands of miles away. Wang Fei took the lead in singing. Unlike some second-tier artists who have never seen big scenes, he acted calmly and without any tension. She once appeared on the Spring Festival Gala several times larger than this scale, and such an occasion was simply insignificant to her. After the first 2 veteran artists finished singing, Du Sheng found the right rhythm and immediately followed the music. No matter whether new friends or old friends are, we will invite each other again next spring. Look at how the voting is going. After singing, he returned to the backstage. The bored Du Sheng chatted with Sun Yanzi and Chen Yuxun for a while and returned to the lounge. Hi! Wang Yeyang widened his eyes, unbelievable. You are ranked 4th. The party has been going on for more than 20 minutes, and at least a few programs have passed, and there are already 7 or 8 stars appearing. A popular young actor like Huang Xiaoming was unable to even make it into the top 10. However, Du Sheng's votes have reached 300,000. It is only tens of thousands of votes away from Lu Huan, who is 3rd place, which is simply incredible. Du Sheng was also a little surprised by this number. After all, the party was only half an hour old, and he only made a brief appearance and did not perform his solo. Moreover, this New Year's Eve party will last until midnight, it is only 8 o'clock now, and the voting time is still early. Wang Yeyang muttered in a low voice. Mr. Ye didn't spend money to buy tickets, right? It shouldn't be that way. Even if you invest a lot, you can't buy many tickets. Each mobile phone number can only vote for 1 vote. To accumulate hundreds of thousands of votes, hundreds of thousands of people need to participate. At present, Yang Saiwei's public opinion department obviously does not have such capabilities. Du Sheng smiled slightly. Can't it be that the fans are so powerful that their popularity suddenly soars? Is that so? Wang Yeyang looked confused. Backstage, a group of artists who are about to appear on stage are adjusting their status. Some murmured to themselves, while others closed their eyes and relaxed their thoughts. Chen Yuxun was opening his voice, and it was his turn to play. If you make a fool of yourself on such an occasion, it will be lively. Du Sheng naturally would not disturb others and took the phone from Wang Yeyang. Looking at the current voting situation, the number of votes has increased by tens of thousands, close to 400,000. The first place is Wang Fei, with 980,000 votes. Because in addition to the opening chorus, she also sang a solo song. Now she is smiling and whispering to Xie Tingfeng in the lounge. The second place is Mao Ao, with 870,000 votes, and is a veteran singer. I just sang a solo song, which was actually the ending song of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Du Sheng heard that she won numerous awards and was the first Oriental singer to win in the International Pop Song Competition. At the invitation of Yang Shi's New Year's Eve party, she will sing 2 songs tonight. The appearance fee is as high as 300,000. In contrast, Huang Xiaoming, among the 4 students, only 60,000 yuan, sang a song. As we all know, although artists will give appearance fees for evening parties or parties, they generally have most symbolic meanings. After all, Yang Shi has no worries about not being able to find anyone with this opportunity to increase popularity and image. Many artists may not be able to use it if they want to come to their homes. Wu. Chen Yuxun. Chen Yuxun. After Zhou Huajian's performance, Chen Yuxun slowly rose from the lifting platform. Just showing his back, a large number of female fans in the audience began to scream. Du Sheng noticed that Chen Yuxun's votes were rising sharply. From the original 200,000 votes to now it has risen at a rate of thousands per second. In just 3 minutes, before a song was finished, the number of votes had reached 500,000. By the time he finished singing, it soared to nearly 800,000. The influence of the future music giants has begun to emerge. In this year's era, don't think that 800,000 people voting online is a small number. There are indeed more than 1.3 billion people in the East, but excluding the elderly and children, the number of young people active in front of the TV screen is up to 300 million. Due to network conditions, many of these 300 million people do not watch TV. The rest may be due to work or other reasons, and I have not paid attention to it. How many people can watch TV at this moment? At night, the capital. Zhao Ying, who rarely watches TV, rarely sits in front of the TV after completing her homework. Xiao Ying, why did you change the channel? Get me back quickly. The emperor sent troops to surround the 18 arhats. The situation is critical. Zhao Zonglin was watching the drama 18 arhats when the channel was suddenly switched, and he felt itchy and uncomfortable. Don't worry, Dad, the princely Ruby, who was in trouble, finally defeated the separatist forces of the vassal states and recovered the imperial power with the help of the 18 arhats. Moreover, this battle does not exist in history, and it is likely to be fiction. Stop. I don't want to know, don't tell me. Zhao Zonglin felt like a cat's claw. I know you have a good history, but you don't have to sing the opposite tune with me as soon as you get home. Seeing that his daughter was indifferent, he had to sacrifice his magic weapon. Have you finished your homework? Didn't you say you had to memorize words before? I've finished memorizing it long ago. I'll go to bed after watching TV for a while. Zhao Ying grimaced at him and cut the TV to Yangtze TV. Dad, you go and catch chess first. I'll let you get the TV after playing 2 games. Zhao Zonglin was speechless, but he didn't want to leave. After watching for a while, he pointed at Sun Yanzi and asked, "Who is this? An unpopular singer? How could Yang Shi invite such a young man to sing on stage? It's so inappropriate." Ha ha ha. Zhao Ying seemed to hear some big joke, and she couldn't stand up straight. She is an unpopular singer? Dad, you are such a living treasure. I haven't seen it anyway, so I'll exchange my 18 arhats back. Wait, it'll be fine soon. After the next singer finishes singing, I'll return the remote control to you. Okay, call me after reading it. I know. You guys, have you seen it? Brother Sheng is about to appear, it's cool and handsome. In the game hall, Cao Diu gestured to the screen, looking inexplicably excited. Ayu, didn't we agree to play games together? Su Yang, the best friend sitting next to him, looked speechless. Why are you pulling me to watch TV? The mage on the opposite side is cheating, come and help. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang's screen went dark and was killed by an axe by the opponent's warrior. Damn! This cliff is hanging. After throwing away the mouse angrily, Su Yang drank half a bottle of iced black tea in one breath. As we all know, the most common thing about legend is plugins. In his opinion, as long as you lose, the reason must be it. Be quiet, Du Sheng is going to sing. What? Let me take a look. Xiao Yang, who was standing behind, pushed Su Yang away and almost pressed his face to the screen. When I came here just now, his glasses were squeezed out to squeeze into the bus. But after finally waiting for his classmates to treat him, he couldn't bear to leave. Is this myopia of up to 700 degrees, and I can only barely see clearly in this way? I'll go. Yang, why are we looking at this? Do you think of the pillow behind your head? Can you climb a little away and let me take a look? Hey, I actually sang Xiao Ao Sai. The theme song of Legend of Sword and Fairy 1 released for free not long ago has debuted on the big stage for the first time. Time is rare to be silent. The autumn wind is tired of wandering. The sunset is lying on. You kid, don't keep talking, okay? I can't even hear it clearly. The elder brother next door poked his head out and cut Cao Diu with dissatisfaction. The voice is louder, I want to hear what he is singing. It seems to be quite brainwashing. What is he talking about? Cao Diu turned his head and looked at Su Yang blankly. He said he asked you to speak louder, and even called you ugly and blocked your vision. Chapter 339 Record-breaking. My dowry. Cao Diu was so angry that he jumped up and looked around for a handy guy. Seeing that there was only a keyboard mouse in front of me, I picked it up without hesitation. Click to pull and pull the volume to maximize. There is no way, my brother's tattoo is a bit scary. The green dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right, and the old cow is on the waist and the dragon's head is on the chest. He was afraid that if the eldest brother was unreasonable, he rushed over and beat him up. But when he suddenly increased his volume, dozens of hostile gazes shot around him. Cao Diu swallowed and moved the keyboard carefully. That monkey! A young man with blonde hair stood up and came to Cao Diu and the other two with murderous aura. Su Yang was facing a great enemy and quickly pulled Xiao Yang away with his face arched to the screen. What? Who sang this song? Cao Diu almost didn't react, and said. Du Sheng. The theme song he adapted and sang for the game Legend of Sword and Fairy, Xiao Ao Sai. Cao Nima. It turns out that it is really the Sword of Immortality, which made me search for it for a long time. Su Yang. Immediately afterwards, he found that many people lowered their heads and typing on the keyboard, as if searching for songs. The dazzling stage, the deafening cheers, Du Sheng ignited the scene. Similarly, his support votes soared. 490,000, 600,000, 780,000, 950,000. At the end of the song, Wang Yang, who was in charge of recording the video in the audience, immediately sent the video to Yang Saiwei. Dozens of well-known self-media across the network took action quickly. In less than 3 minutes, this video began to go viral on the internet. Yezi arranged in advance the blog topics, hot posts, etc. were also launched simultaneously. Although she did not have great expectations for Du Sheng to win the highest popularity, this was also an excellent publicity opportunity. Just 2 minutes later, Du Sheng's votes exceeded 1.2 million. It has long surpassed the second place. And the numbers are still jumping wildly, looking at the trend that is up to the top. Master, the ratings have exceeded 6. Yangtze 1, monitoring room. A group of people stared at the screen, and that was the live broadcast screen. On the other side, there is a fluctuating data curve. Just now, when Du Sheng appeared on the stage to sing, the data line jumped to the 6th scale in one fell swoop. The ratings exceeded 6%. Meaning 6% of the people watching TV nationwide are watching their channels. What is this concept? Even Mango TV's ace program Quick Book, the highest national ratings have not yet exceeded 1. The average viewership rate of their Yangtze programs is about 4%, and it can be more than doubled when encountering popular dramas. Not long ago, the K1 finals broadcast by Yangtze 5 live broadcast reached 4.19%, which was already a record. The ratings of Yangtze New Year's Eve Gala exceeded 6, which is also the highest record in the past 3 years. If you add audiences from other channels such as Yangtze Channel 3, Yangtze Channel 15, and Music Voice, this number will at least double. Behind the audience, Yazie's mobile phone seemed to have become a hot potato, and it kept shaking. It was all a bunch of calls asking about commercial performances and brand endorsements. In just a few minutes, she missed at least 7 calls. In desperation, she had to turn her phone into silent mode and planned to call back one by one the next day. In the dressing room, Xie Tingfeng was slid the screen of his mobile phone boredly. Suddenly I found that the screen was full of information about Du Sheng. He looked strange and searched, and only the 3 major platforms of Taiba, Blog, and Tianya, there were 6 hot searched news. There is only one in front of Du Sheng in the post bar, that is, the news that Zhang Suiyu attended the first New Year's Eve Gala of Mango TV. This is probably the manuscript bought by Mango TV. Let's look back at the numbers of online voting. Wang Fei, 1.92 million. Du Sheng, 1.86 million. Mao Ao, 1.31 million. Xie Tingfeng glanced at his votes, 930,000. Chop halfway. His face was a little complicated. How long has the other party just debuted? The main business is still filming, but it can surpass many first-line stars. If you give him another 1 or 2 years, you may be able to be equal to the Emperor of Heaven. No wonder Zhang Baji's arrogant female post was convinced. This is not something that ordinary abilities can do. After Du Sheng stepped down and learned about this situation, he just smiled. To be honest, there should be so many naval companies that can play in this year. He took advantage of this. Of course, what satisfies him the most was the surge to a reputation value of 130,000. According to this popularity and fermentation trend, adding tens of thousands is not a problem at all. This is also the reason why he took the time to attend the Yangtze Gala. At this time, the local station is really not enough to fight. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! As the countdown passed, the midnight bell rang. Bright fireworks bloomed above the sports center. The colorful ones, like stars in the sky, lit up the entire night. Saying goodbye to Sun Yanzi, Chen Yuxun, and others, Du Sheng quietly left from the special passage. The 2003 chapter came to an end. After a night's sleep, what awaits him will be a wonderful beginning of a new day. The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat is about to be released. Although it was a big movie with Hollywood, the start should be pretty good. If I hadn't remembered the case, the most anticipated release of New Year's Day in my previous life should be the Hollywood blockbuster The Sea of Anger. Du Sheng secretly speculated. Now that rat falling in love with cat is hidden, who will win in this box office battle? The Battle of the Sea invested nearly $150 million, and the Lighthouse opened for screening not long ago. The global estimated revenue is no less than $250 million. It can be regarded as one of the representative works of Hollywood action war blockbusters. Although Dongfang has postponed its release for 10 days, it is not without the intention of targeting the New Year holiday. Du Sheng naturally hopes that the mouse falls in love with a cat can stand out in the collision. After all, his interests are closely linked to the mouse falls in love with the cat and also helps to increase popularity and reputation. As for the result, I only know after having to PK. The next morning, The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat ushered in its first premiere. Du Sheng and Wang Jing came to a novel and fashionable cinema in Chaoyang District, Beijing. This is one of the theaters of Star Media. Shenlong Pictures, the mainland issuer, came to the door and several parties joined forces. The other party reciprocates his favor and chooses to preview it here. A group of creators gathered on the stage and bowed to the media and film critics present. Thank you all for attending the premiere of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cats. Although directors Chen Jiusheng, Zhang Baji, and others are still promoting in Xiangjiang, Wang Jing has good connections in the mainland, and Du Sheng's popularity has made the preview ceremony very low. Moreover, in order to cater to preview, Star Media fully replaced the theme decoration of rat falling in a cat 5 days ago. On the huge billboard on the exterior wall of the mall, a promotional poster of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat which is more than 10 meters long is hung. On the poster, Zhang Baji, dressed in ancient costume, and Fan Ou, who was flowing in red dress, stood left and right, sandwiching Du Sheng in the center, forming a funny love triangle picture. Many shopping citizens and tourists couldn't help but stop when they saw this giant poster. Especially for female audiences, their eyes were instantly attracted by Du Sheng. After several seconds, most girls were willing to look away from him and instead pay attention to the content of the poster. When I learned that this was a movie starring Du Sheng, I couldn't help but have the idea of watching the movie. There is no miscellaneous reason, just to see him handsome style. Most girls have no resistance to handsome guys with both temperament and appearance. If you look back on the future costume dramas and idol dramas, you will find that their main audience is almost all girls. Even if the costumes in these dramas are messy, the martial arts scenes are stiff, and the special effects production is quite rough. As long as the male protagonist has outstanding appearance, he can always attract the audience. Because this type of drama is mainly aimed at female audiences, the feelings of male audiences are ignored to a certain extent. This also caused some male netizens to complain. What kind of bad dramas are these? If you catch any martial arts movies more than 10 years ago, you will kill them in seconds. It may be difficult for men to understand how fatal handsomeness is to women, but people who like to surf the internet know this well. Men's appreciation of beauties is mostly just a short-term visual enjoyment and will not create too much reverie. But not for women. They met a super handsome guy on the street and had a lot of thoughts, even thinking about the child's name in the future. What's more, they will excitedly take out their phones and show off to share with their best friends. Wang Jing has been working hard in the film and television industry for many years and is well aware of this. This is also why he regards Du Sheng as the biggest highlight of the film. In addition, for Du Sheng fans, this is the idol's first comedy, so I have to support it no matter how much. Therefore, today's preview was very lively. In addition, dozens of industry colleagues gathered on the scene. In addition to major media reporters and film critics, there are also many friends invited by Wang Jing, Du Sheng, and Fan Ou to support them. For example, Zhang Yujian and director Dou, who happened to be busy with nothing during the holiday. Before entering the venue, Du Sheng welcomed Jia Swen to the second row and asked her to stay with Star Media and others. As the first artist of Miracle Studio, David Tong, Zhou Xiaoqing, and others will naturally not be neglected. There is also a Fan Ou that once had a double row together, which is very lively. Du Sheng smiled and didn't pay much attention to it, turned around and greeted director Dou for a moment, and welcomed him to the first row. Then we went on stage to greet a group of creative teams and briefly introduced the situation of the video, and then everyone took their seats. While the movie has not yet begun, director Dou waved to Du Sheng. I got the news that you are also invited to the Spring Festival Gala this year. We will take the time to have another drink. Uncle Do opened his mouth, "That's a matter of no need." Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "This time I will bring a box of Jian Nanchun to save you from saying that 3 cups are not enough to warm your belly." Director Do laughed and scolded, "You guys are so embarrassed to say that last time, I almost broke our entire department by myself." As the two talked, the movie officially began to play. The lights in the screening room are getting dimming. Everyone calmed down tacitly and put their focus on the big screen. "Hey, I started the show and looked very similar to Wang Jing's humorous style." Chapter 340, The Coming of Force. There is a Bao Qingtian in Kaifeng. Selflessly distinguish loyalty and traitor. The heroes from the world come to help. As the familiar song Bao Qingtian sounded. The beginning is the scene where Zhang Zhao, played by Du Sheng, was watched by the gossip of the melon-eating crowd. Because the emperor valued the selfless Bao Zheng, who was in charge of Kaifeng Prefecture, no one dared to commit crimes in the capital again. Zhang Zhao, the military leader of Bao Zheng Tiantuan, did nothing every day, and even the juk sword with him was rusted. Despite this, Lord Bao still led everyone to pick up customers on time year after day. At the entrance of Kaifeng Mansion, every morning, there are fans of Bao Zhengtian Group standing. They were not here to report the case. They came to see Bao Zhengtianchuan go to the hall to play tricks. In their words, "I especially like to watch Zhang Zhao sing while showing off his martial arts." After watching the Kaifeng stage dispersed, Zhang Zhao looked at the useless scene and sighed. 3 years later, 3 years, a full 10 years, Lord Bao. The audience and film critics smiled knowingly when they heard Du Sheng's complaint. They all knew that this drama was almost created by the Infernal Affairs team, and this line that fermented online was actually used. And it's surprisingly appropriate. Especially when the girls saw Du Sheng's handsome skills, they couldn't take their eyes off. Yushu is in the wind. Majestic. Whether it is the flowing martial arts or the extraordinary temperament of artifacts, they are so close. And his vivid acting skills instantly make people addicted to it. Hey, look at Du Sheng's subtle expression, it's really amazing. A simple action and look vividly presented the character Zhang Zhao, which is so funny. A male film critic whispered to a female colleague in her 30s beside her, who nodded and agreed. "That's right, I just chatted with Du Sheng. He is indeed very handsome in reality, but it is very different from the majestic temperament in the movie." The senior male film critic continued. "This is real acting. Among the young actors nowadays, I dare say no one can compare to him. Indeed, otherwise he wouldn't have become popular so quickly. I remember that he played Genghis Khan's second son Chagatai in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. His acting skills were a little immature at that time, but now he is really perfect." Such discussions run through the entire movie viewing process. Even if the screen ends, it will be within the circle. People and the media are still hotly discussed about Du Sheng's acting skills. As the plot progresses, the movie enters the 10th minute. When Bai Yutang, who is played by Zhang Beizi with 2 beards, appeared. Many people at the scene laughed. This is such a spoof. But I have to admit that Zhang Beizi's version of Bai Yutang is indeed surprisingly beautiful. The movements of jumping down from a high place are free and easy. After changing into women's clothing, the original beauty made people even more touching. No wonder Zhang Zhao fell in love with her at first sight. Du Sheng's version of Zhang Zhao looks like a very stupid cat, and his stupid appearance and smirk after being named a royal cat make people feel both silly and cute. When he met Bai Yutang again, he became a little fan of the martial arts world, smiling silly there. This image of silly cat is completely confirmed. In addition, Princess Yue Hua played by Fan Ou is also eye-catching. In the film, she is an incarnation of intellectuality, reserved, shy, smart, and knowledgeable. In front of Du Sheng, there was a sense of charm in his coquettishness, and a hint of charming as he looked around. Many men looked straight. Idioms such as clear and elegant, beautiful, and colorful constantly appearing in my heart. Some fans even blurted out, Damn it! When did my family have such acting skills? Is this a manifestation of my nature, or is it rumored that Du Sheng can really bring her into the show? Her eyes with bright eyes and white teeth are obviously very polite, but I can see a bit of charm. Are you poisoned? The enthusiasm of female fans is really amazing. This is still in the era without Weibo. If there were Weibo, the scene would be unimaginable. During the movie screening for an entire hour and a half, only a few people left the seat and went to the bathroom. Everyone else was immersed in the world of movies with concentration. I have to say that this comedy has indeed caught many people's itchy points. Although Du Sheng's first comedy filming, his acting skills are as smooth as it is, which is surprising. In addition, Zhang Baji and Fan Oyu's beautiful appearances with different styles are also a plus. At 10 o'clock in the morning, The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat finally came to an end. As the end credits rolled, the audience stood up in unison. They applauded vigorously and extended warm congratulations to Wang Jing, Du Sheng, and others. Many film critics nodded frequently and wrote like flying. The creative team of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat walked on the stage together and greeted the audience again. Thank you to every friend who attended for watching this movie. I would like to say thank you to you. This movie was not a hit in his previous life. Wang Jing, who was the producer agent at that time, was questioned about interfering in the crew too much. There are also many investors who doubt that he will not know anything other than shit, pee, and fart. This time, although the success or failure is unknown, the box office is expected to be much higher than in previous lives. After all, almost all the starring actors in this version are from the mainland. Moreover, this time The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat has been optimized in both the plot and the scene. In addition to Du Sheng's high popularity and box office guarantee, the prospects look quite optimistic. Wang Jing, Du Sheng, and Fan Oyu delivered speeches one after another, followed by representatives from investors such as China International Film and Television and Oriental Star Entertainment on the stage to speak. Next is the media interview session that everyone is looking forward to. Du Sheng naturally became the focus of media pursuit. Especially the rumors about his scandal with Fan Oyu and Zhang Baji have been brought up many times. However, both of them are old fry, so they can easily expose it in a specious way. When asked about box office expectations, he responded humorously according to what he had agreed with Wang Jing. Of course, the higher the better. After all, everyone can see the investment amount of Rat Fall in Love with Cats. In addition, many people also regard it as an ancient funny version of Infernal Affairs, and the box office cannot be held back. After the preview, everyone took a bus to a nearby hotel for a banquet. For many people, this banquet is what needs to be taken seriously today. Because the box office prospects are good, the atmosphere of the banquet is quite lively. Everyone talked freely during the banquet. This type of gathering is often regarded as a social stage, where everyone brings each other closer and shares resources. At the banquet, Du Sheng took the initiative to clink glasses with people he knew, and was invited by many unfamiliar colleagues in the industry. In the course of a meal, more than 10 business cards were collected. Some hope that he will invest, some invite him to participate in the show, and some ask him to shoot advertisements. At noon that day, the preview report of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat was released, and it occupied the headlines of many popular websites. Blogs, Tianya, Taiba and other websites can be found everywhere in movie reviews about The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat. Among them, the most comments from netizens were, "I really want to watch it, but unfortunately the cinema is not nearby." This is normal, after all, there are several films released on New Year's Day. The one with the largest number of screens is The Battle of the Sea of Anger. And in the post bar, Tan Zioxia is preparing to post a new post. She thought the review written by her roommate was quite good and planned to forward it. Before forwarding, she sent the film review to the management team of Du Sheng Bar to let them appreciate it first. Among Du Sheng's more than a dozen QQ fans, the topics that have been discussed the most in the past few days are mostly centered on the mouse falls in love with the cat. As soon as Tanzioxia finished eating an apple, she saw her friend Su Yao sending a notice in the group. Dear friends, I wrote a review about the mouse falls in love with a cat. I will post it on my personal homepage later. If you are interested, please come and watch it. Although she has recovered well after the operation, she is temporarily unable to be discharged from the hospital. It does not affect her doing something she likes to do. Tanzioxia immediately responded. Hehe, received it. Although I didn't buy a ticket today, it doesn't prevent me from receiving a wave of benefits first. Immediately released a few responses. Here I'm here. I just finished eating and picking dowdu. Let's go and see it now. Wow, it's awesome. 20 minutes later, the article posted by Su Yao on her personal homepage has received hundreds of comments. In the forum related to Du Sheng and Fan Ou, there are no fewer than hundreds of discussions about the mouse falls in love with a cat, and the number of replies is generally tens of thousands. Su Yao shared these data with Du Sheng through QQ with a full sense of accomplishment. She received Du Sheng's praise that night and excitedly posted the screenshot to the QQ group. It immediately attracted the envy of everyone in the group. Tanzioxia even replied excitedly in the group. Yao Yao moves so fast. I really want to have a private chat with Brother Sheng, with you. Didn't you drink too much this time? There are most greetings, and I didn't drink much. Yezi saw Du Sheng calm and relieved her heart. Some social engagements are inevitable when you are in the circle. She picked up a Beijing Morning Post and came to her side to sit down gracefully. The first batch of reputations have been released, and the evaluation is pretty good. This is what Universal Asia Film has spent money, and it has some advocacy. Du Sheng looked at the shareholder with a white skin and an outstanding temperament, and smiled and shook his head. In fact, it depends on the feedback from the audience. Yesi patted the man's claws and continued. This is your first New Year's comedy. How much do you think the box office can reach? This is really hard to say, but if you have to have an expectation, it will be at least 30 to 40 million. This involves the issue of status and subsequent investment, and the minimum requirement is the minimum requirement. Do we want to do a wave of publicity? Yesi is still very concerned about men's career and wants to use her connections to make a difference. The most important thing is that the Hollywood blockbuster The Sea of Rage was favored by theaters and is coming in full force. No need for the time being. If the movie is of good quality, naturally someone is willing to watch it. Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile, and was quite confident in this film. On the contrary, no amount of publicity can help. Well, it makes sense. Yesi paused for a moment. I originally wanted to borrow online public opinion to promote it, but the effect should be good. Too much soft and wide public opinion can be annoying and even counterproductive. This is Du Sheng's current roots, so he naturally doesn't want it to deteriorate so quickly. After chatting for a while, the two of them went to work hard. Chapter 341 Seize the Initiative. In just less than 1 hour, he received more than a dozen calls, all congratulating him on the box office success of the movie. Among them are the 4 girls of Qingzi, Lu Tao, Gao Yuan, Lin Zhiling, Jia Saiwen, and Lu Yinghuai. After finally finishing today's promotion, Du Sheng, who took a break from his busy schedule, picked up Yang Mi. When the girl learned that he was running for publicity here, she came here quietly while it was holidaying today. As a last resort, he had to take him around the mall and then to a cinema. Brother Jing, I happen to be in the cinema. On the 6th row seat, Du Sheng, who was disguised, sat in the middle and looked up. There are endless people queuing up to buy tickets, and the box office today should not be bad. Wang Jing is still in Beijing, so he called to explain something, and the most mentioned is naturally the box office issue. That's fine, I'm really worried that it can't withstand the impact of Hollywood blockbusters. Although Hollywood blockbusters have been introduced to the mainland for 9 years, they still have a great impact on local movies. For example, in the top 10 total box offices in the mainland 2 years ago, 7 of them were Hollywood films. Among them, the second to 8th place are all. If Hero had not been given policy preferences and theater protection, I would have been suppressed by others. So even if Wang Jing is calm, he is a little nervous when he is hit by a Hollywood blockbuster. After all, the film he filmed 2 years ago failed, and the market is not good now, so he dare not take part in the battle himself, relying on the titles of screenwriter and producer. This time I finally got on Lin Jianyu's line as the producer representative, but I didn't want to make it a mess as soon as I came. Brother Sheng, the attendance rate is quite good. Yang Mi glanced at the attendance rate of the Shadow Hall and whispered softly in Du Sheng's ear. A rough calculation shows that the attendance rate is about 50%. She took advantage of Du Sheng's inattention and quietly learned to fall in love with men and women around her, and leaned half of her body ambiguously on Du Sheng's shoulder. Seeing that Du Sheng was chatting with the phone without responding, his pretty little face was a little joyful. How could Du Sheng not notice this girl's little movements? He was amused but did not stop him. It's the first day after all, and the real situation remains to be seen. After seeing Du Sheng hung up the phone, Yang Mi also held her slanted body straight, leaning on his shoulder with peace of mind, and said happily, "I just noticed the screening next door. The Sea of Anger has also received a bad attendance rate. It seems that the two movies will have a fierce competition, and the New Year holiday will be lively. Today is New Year's Day, but most people's first choice is not to watch movies. Such results are already very good. It is expected that by tonight, the attendance rate should rise to 62%, and the weekend will be the weekend again tomorrow and the next 2 days, and may usher in a small peak." When night fell and the movie ended, Du Sheng sent Yang Mi, who was reluctant to hold her arm, home. He was about to contact Yezi, but Jia Swen called again. "It seems that I can't do it if I want to have a vacation today." That night, in order to punish this girl for interfering with her elegant cycling, Du Sheng personally taught her how to stance. "A Sheng, I'm almost killed me just now." After completing a fitness stretching process, Jia Siwen's face was still left with a lingering charm. She leaned into Du Sheng's arms with charming eyes, her tone soft. "But judging from her appearance, there is more joy than anger. Didn't you just say thank you for your helping you introduce it to TVB drama?" Du Sheng touched her tender and red lips and said with a smile. "Thank you, not by your mouth, but by your mouth." Jia slapped him, and was powerless and could only lift his long hair and tie it behind his head. Just as he was about to bend down, Du Sheng pulled her down and pressed her on the sofa, and then repeated the stretching work. The sofa couldn't bear the weight of warm-up. This is life, it can be stressful. It's very heavy, but it can't be said. Jia Swen felt that the pressure of Shujin was very strong this time, but she couldn't say it. This time the tension strength is too high. At the same time, the two films are still confronting each other head-on. Everyone in the circle understands that the first day box office is crucial. Who can win this first round of competition? Whoever can seize the opportunity. Therefore, except for Du Sheng, many people cannot calm down. In fact, it is not only Chen Jiasheng and the relevant parties of Hollywood blockbusters who have suffered from insomnia tonight. Interstellar Media, the lights are still bright. Senior managers of various departments chose to work overtime. These include Yesi and Zhong Zhen. Even Wang Jinhua, who has always been busy, stayed. Du Sheng had just finished teaching Jia Siwen a lesson and was about to fall asleep when a phone call rang out. I took a look at the time and it was past 12 a.m. The caller was actually Wang Jing. He speculated that it was mostly related to box office news. Jia Swen, who was woken up by the phone, twisted her graceful body and rubbed Du Sheng's body. It made his blood boil. This girl is really good at twisting and can drive on the highway while she is unable to see her fingers. Du Sheng stood still and let Jia Siwen drive the steering wheel freely. Brother Jing, it won't be a good thing to call so late. Du Sheng gently patted Jia Siwen's twisting waist and cheered up. Haha, you guessed it right, the box office on the first day was released. Wang Jing paused for a moment and said with a smile. I can't sleep after listening to the report, and I have no relevant acquaintances in the mainland, so I have to talk to you about it. This is the fact that he cannot let himself sleep alone. The first hour of the release yesterday was about 680,000 yuan. In the evening, the attendance rate in Beijing, Hangzhou, Modu, Shenzhen, and other places exceeded 65%. The total box office on the first day was initially counted at 5.2 million, which has not been included in the data in Xiangjiang and other places. The screening rate will increase tomorrow. Wang Jing's tone was a little joyful. Du Sheng was also happy, and double the joy. Because Jia Siwen is doing her best. Brother Jing, congratulations! It seems that it is expected to surpass the results of Infernal Affairs and it is not impossible to exceed 40 million. If it can still be stable at 5 million in the past 2 days, the number of screens will probably increase. Even if next Monday to Friday is a low period, you can ensure that you do not cut halfway every day. As long as this momentum can last until the Spring Festival holiday, it is almost certain to exceed 40 million. In contrast, the box office of The Sea of Anger released on the previous New Year's Day should not exceed 3 million on the first day, and the final box office is less than 30 million. But despite this, it also ranks among the top 10 annual box offices in the mainland. As long as The Mouse Falls in Love with Cats can maintain this momentum, the box office will definitely overwhelm this Hollywood blockbuster. In fact, Wang Jing's initial goal was to have a box office of 30 million in mainland China and 20 million in Xiangjiang, plus the revenue from overseas markets such as Southeast Asia and Neon. Even if you lose a small amount in the end, you can still recover it by discs. At least he is worthy of his face. But at this moment, Wang Jing's longing has exceeded 30 million. He laughed and said, based on my past experience, it will definitely reach 30 million, or even more. Sheng, you are such a lucky star. Isn't it? There are less than 10 mainland movies that have been able to have box office revenue of 30 million last year. 3 movies starring Du Sheng. Brother Jing is over reward, and everyone works together. Du Sheng stood sideways, Jia Siwen frowned and almost made a sound. Don't be humble, you kid. Can you bear the box office? Everyone has a good idea. After the two talked for about a quarter of an hour, Wang Jing was satisfied and let Du Sheng go. But he really couldn't sleep, so he simply continued to call Chen Jiashang, Lu Jinwei and others to share the joy. After hanging up the phone, Du Sheng sighed. Jiaswen seemed to have found the right way to release the pressure and began to open her mouth slightly to breathe. At the same time, a rapid and charming nasal sound was made. Because of the tensile exercises before, Jia Siwen's slim waist was a little tired. At this moment, she simply sat up. Du Sheng reached out and turned on the light. Under the light, Jia Siwen was like a beautiful fox demon, with a look of satisfaction on her face. The light perfectly shows her graceful figure, which is extremely attractive. Another half an hour passed. Finally no one disturbed them. The two hugged each other tightly and fell asleep. The next morning, Du Sheng arrived at Star Media and found more than a dozen newspapers piled on his desk. These were all freshly released that day. After reading it casually, all I can see is the news reports about The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat and The Sea of Angry. The reporters seem to be deliberately creating an atmosphere of life and death duel. This is also a common method used by the media. The attendance rate of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat is amazing. The Hollywood blockbuster The Sea of Rage premiered with praise. In the first round of the peak showdown in the film and television industry at the end of the year, The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat beats The Sea of Angry. Chen Jiashang, it is worthy of being a Hollywood blockbuster, and I look forward to the long journey of both sides. Rat falling in love with cats is strong, and Du Sheng becomes the key winner. How can we win when the two heroes compete for hegemony? In-depth analysis of the pros and cons of the two blockbusters on New Year's Day and the audience. World West movies collided, and the Eastern market ushered in a boom again after the hit Hero. Judging from the public feedback, the two movies have a similar reputation and have received good reviews. This means that neither of the two films has significant shortcomings in production standards. The subsequent stage of PK will surely become more and more intense. After all, in the case of similar reputations, in addition to the local gaps such as screening and type, publicity efforts have undoubtedly become the key to determining the box office level. As one of the starring actors of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat, Du Sheng naturally doesn't want to be suppressed. But he also understood that there are too many factors that can really determine the outcome. After looking at it in one circle, the overall evaluation is quite positive. Film critics not only analyzed the plot of the movie in depth, but also commented on the role in The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat. When Du Sheng saw the other party use changing acting skills to describe him, he couldn't help but smile. Wang Jinhua walked into the office and was in a happy mood. Sheng, are you going to Lighthouse Country on the 7th? That's the plan. Du Sheng thought for a while and asked. In the next few days, I will continue to cooperate with the publicity. There should be no other work arrangements in the near future, right? No. Wang Jinhua smiled and said. You just need to come back on time to participate in the recording of the Yangshi Spring Festival Gala. In addition, your market value has risen again, but it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of the brands. In order not to delay your shooting after the new year, we plan to carefully select. Chapter 342 What if he really succeeds? No problem. Du Sheng nodded in agreement. To put it bluntly, the value of artists in the entertainment industry is like the stock market, and they inevitably rise and fall. And I have undoubtedly been an appreciation stock recently, so I am favored by the public. Even under the craze of The Mouse Falls in the Cat, his bold words in the K1 finals are often mentioned. What Du Sheng didn't notice was that in addition to newspaper reports, some people in the circle who had interacted with him have also made their voices in the past 2 days. It is a process of being accepted by the mainstream. When you become bigger, you are part of the rules. In the next few days, Du Sheng continued to carry out publicity with Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, and received frequent media interviews. In terms of box office, the trend is pretty good. On January 2, 4.8 million yuan. On January 3, 4.1 million yuan. In just 3 days of release, the total box office in mainland China reached 14 million yuan, and major entertainment media reported on this. Especially for the urban entertainment news, Zheng Xian wrote a 2,000-word article with enthusiasm. Major media followed up on the reports, which had a significant impact. People who had no intention of watching the movie had the idea of exploring the truth because they read the relevant reports. So much so that after New Year's Day, it can still be maintained at 2 or 3 million every day. It is completely in line with Du Sheng and Wang Jing's expectations. Until January 6, when the market closed, the cumulative box office of The Mouse Falls in the Cat in the mainland had exceeded 20 million. In order to get rid of Du Sheng's popularity, the poster of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat was displayed for free in Taiba and Tianya Entertainment. In such a powerful publicity offensive, the popularity of this movie is far beyond the level of previous lives. In addition, the plot is more exciting than the original work, and the box office is naturally rising steadily. This situation was unexpected by Wang Jing, who now almost regarded Du Sheng as a savior of the movie. As soon as the box office was announced in the first week, it shocked the media and industry. 22.1 million. This is definitely a dazzling number. Unless the film market suffers a catastrophic blow, it is a foregone conclusion that the total box office of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat in the mainland exceeded 40 million. What's more, some people began to predict whether the film's box office in the mainland could reach the 50 million mark. There was a lot of heated discussion in the circle. Among them, the three stars are naturally attracting much attention. It is worth mentioning that FANFIC became popular after mobile phone, and his popularity once approached the four major actresses. Now with the popularity of Rat falling in a cat, she is definitely one of the most mentioned female artists in the circle recently. Fan Yeojin, who is full of career aspirations, knows very well who he can have more today. In order to repay the man these 2 nights, my slim waist was almost broken. What's the luck of this FANFIC? It is rumored that she can star in mobile phone was stolen by Du Sheng from another person. No. Du Sheng had a scandal with Zhang Baji yesterday. Why did he get involved in my Bing Bang again? Du Sheng is worthy of being the box office leader. He has starred in a New Year film for the first time, which directly attracts the trend. Even Hollywood blockbusters can't resist it, it's too fierce. The box office was 20 million in the first week. It is already a big fire. While busy, Du Sheng also paid attention to the box office status of The Battle of the Angry Sea. I found that the box office trend of the film was also good. If it weren't for the excellent performance of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat, this Hollywood blockbuster would probably be the one that was being reported by Eastern media at this moment. A strong film duel. Du Sheng sighed. As long as you can stand firm, this is also the benefit of the collision. The sea of anger is much higher than its previous life in terms of its communication and box office. Correspondingly, the box office ceiling of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat has also been quietly increased, winning the weekly box office championship with an absolute advantage. Even in Xiangzhong, there was a good start of 12 million in the first week. Maybe this has something to do with reputation? Wang Jing rushed back to Xiangzhong without stopping and reported to the boss of Huanya Film that night the box office of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat. Based on an average of 1 month of release, the total box office of The Mouse Falls in the Cat in the mainland is about 43 million. If you include the retaliatory consumption during the Spring Festival, 50 million will also have a chance to look forward to it. Du Sheng, who had been busy, didn't care about these for the time being. After connecting with Yezi and Wang Jinhua, we began to prepare for travel. Beijing, Huai headquarters. Wang Zhong and Ding Qi did not have the joy of approaching the new year at all, and were a little silent at this moment. Although mobile phone is impacted by 2 blockbusters, it also achieved 46 million yuan. Next, just grind it again and it is highly likely to pass the 50 million mark. Despite this, the entire company's annual revenue is still in a loss state. In order to save expenses, the company's annual meeting that was held before was cut off this year. This movie is so popular again, I'm really lucky. Listening to Ding Qi's scolding, Wang Zhong knew why he was annoyed and frowned. Although I don't like Du Sheng either, you did overreact that night. In other words, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to save Ding Qi with the eyes of others in the circle. What's more, Du Sheng is now a famous person and will not be easily controlled by others. Ding Qi leaned on the sofa, took a sip of the cigar, and was full of irritability. These days, he was feeling weak all over, his kidneys were vaguely painful, and he couldn't lift his energy without doing anything. To the point of a friend, this is excessive alcohol and sex, which hurts the root cause. But these are not the things that are most annoying now. He frowned. Do you really want to put Feng's pants away and not let those above persuade him? Wang Zhong looked at the night view outside the window and sighed. If you can't persuade him, just let him go out and make a fuss, otherwise he won't give up. What if he really succeeds? Ding Qi was mainly worried about this. After all, Feng Xiaogong's achievements are obvious to all. At that time, even if the two sides can still cooperate, Huai will inevitably give up more benefits. Wang Zhong said meaningfully. He may be good at making movies, but it determines the success or failure of a movie. This proportion is only a small part. Unlike Ding Qi's frowning, Wang Jing and Lin Jianyu, who are far away in Xiangzhong, are full of energy. Lin Jianyu held the box office report card and looked at it repeatedly, laughing. Old Wang, you are worthy of being a genius in Xiangzhong movies. You will be at your peak when you take action. Wang Jing waved his hand modestly and said with a smile. There are more than Du Sheng, otherwise the box office would not be so high. This kid has a bright future. Lin Jianyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling night view of Xiangzhong outside the window. In the future, try to bring him with him whenever he makes movies in China and Asia, at least he won't lose money. Also in Xiangzhong, Xinggui Film and Television Company. Zhou Xingqi is having a conversation with General Manager and Agent Tian Qiwen. A Sheng has a strong box office appeal, and our Kung Fu may be able to make a fuss about it. Although he has box office appeal, he has not sold the finished product in 4 years. He is not afraid of 10,000, but he is afraid of if he is not afraid of it. What's more, Du Sheng is also considered an extra guarantee. It's true. Tian Kaiman sighed a little and said. It's a pity that I couldn't sign him at that time. This is simply a cross-border dragon. In several large film studios such as China Film and Western Film, a related scene is occasionally mentioned at dinners between management. Many people even joked that they would have to bring Du Sheng to film in the future. After all, this person's box office appeal no longer needs much introduction. That night, Guangming Daily even used a whole page of entertainment headlines to report on Du Sheng. The title of the article is particularly eye-catching. Du Sheng's film era is coming soon. In addition to mentioning Big Boy, Infernal Affairs 2, and The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat, it also focuses on several upcoming movies such as Kung Fu, The Ambush on 10 and The Wolf. This report by the official media was naturally unwilling to fall behind and reprinted it one after another. For a moment, the entire entertainment industry focused on Du Sheng. Nowadays, he is a hot commodity. The endorsement fee has soared at least 10%, and the appearance fee for commercial performances has doubled, which has long exceeded the ranks of first-tier stars in all aspects. A performance company also invited him to hold a solo concert with a price of up to 5 million per show. These phenomena most directly reflect the recent surge in popularity. And behind this, the strong support of fans is inseparable. Therefore, on the 6th day after the movie was released, he personally shot a short video thanking his fans and posted it on Taiba, blog, and Tianya's personal homepage. The increase in popularity in the offline is also the attention on the internet. In order to gain popularity, Baidu browser immediately announced its recent user search index. As expected, Du Sheng ranked first. The leader is far ahead of Daolang, who is ranked second, and the release of the God's Peking specialty, and Zhouja Lun, who is ranked third. Among them, the 3 major social platforms contributed huge traffic. The fans were excited about the movies and the box office increased to a certain extent. In just a short time, the total number of fans on several platforms has exceeded 18 million. The reputation value has also accumulated to 200,000. Following this, some negative voices also appeared. Many jealous people maliciously spread rumors and tried to slander them. Of course, Du Sheng's fans will not sit idly by. Spontaneously fight back. Before Yang Saiwei's public opinion department could react, those black fans were defeated, which made her feel deeply moved. After New Year's Day, people entered a busy state and the growth rate of box office gradually slowed down. The box office hovers between 2 million every day, and occasionally there will be a small climax on weekends. Du Sheng no longer pays too much attention to these because his expected goals have been achieved. Moreover, the Spring Festival holiday has not arrived yet, and that is the blowout. Next, just wait for the final box office to be announced, and the media will naturally report it. Chapter 343 Lifetime Ban. What are the product lines of the Kung Fu School now? Has the membership system begun to be developed? After saying goodbye to Wang Jinhua and others, Du Sheng looked at Ye Sizi, who was coming to see him off. This time the destination is Las Vegas, the lighthouse country. In doing it, in addition to core products such as sports underwear, sports pants, and sports tops, sports events such as running, yoga, boxing are also in the research and development stage. Since Wang Jinhua helped share the affairs of the entertainment industry, Ye focused on coordinating business matters. For example, endorsement negotiations, Kung Fu program, Kung Fu brand, country garden real estate, and theater layout. At present, she does not need to be the leader of the Kung Fu program. Country garden real estate has a professional team, so part of the focus is on the Kung Fu brand. Thanks to Du Sheng's popularity and influence, he occasionally wears and promotes Kung Fu clothing through social media, attending events, etc. Fan Ou, Jia Swen, Girls' Generation, and others were also invited to participate in brand promotion to expand the brand's exposure in the entertainment industry. It can be said that with the support of sufficient funds, the development momentum is very rapid. Now, not only have core products successfully gained a foothold in the mid to high-end market, but they have also gradually expanded to diversified products such as sports jackets, sports skirts, and sports swimsuits. In addition, Kung Fu Pai has also opened more than a dozen brand flagship stores and experience stores in first and second tier cities. We have long established deep cooperative relationships with sports goods retailers and department stores such as Jinlilat, and the offline sales network has expanded to hundreds. According to Du Sheng's proposal, we will conduct brand sponsorship and cooperation with sports events, fitness clubs, sports bloggers, etc. to deepen the promotion line. And establish a membership system to provide members with points, discounts, priority purchases, and other privileges to improve customer loyalty. This set of combination punches belongs to advanced concepts in the eyes of the top student Ye, so he is naturally full of confidence. It's good that you have confidence, and I can save some fun. Du Sheng tidied up the hair that was blown by the night wind for the woman and was about to wave to leave. Wait. Yes, she had long since not cared about this intimate action, and suddenly remembered something and said. The crew from the Kimchi country sent a consultation and said that the schedule of KBS TV and Songhai Kyo were issues. Full House originally scheduled to be filmed in February may have to be delayed a little, so please ask us for your opinion. Considering your current busy schedule and their characteristics of filming and broadcasting, should we change it here? Du Sheng thought for a while and said. Then let's delay, just shoot TVB drama first. He doesn't care about this, after all, Full House has less than 20 episodes, and it will take less than a month to finish filming if it is fast. Okay, I'll reply to them. Ye stepped forward and hugged the man and said softly. I have followed your advice to buy all the money I got at Neon before and bought all the shares of Apple and Amazon. Speaking of this, her tone was a little surprised. Yesterday, Amazon's valuation soared. Did you predict that the internet bubble is about to end? Amazon's highest stock price once reached $361, but after several years of internet turmoil, it was last year it fell below $10 in half a year and almost became a junk stock. Yes, she really didn't expect Du Sheng to be so optimistic, so she strongly suggested that she find connections to buy it. Considering that the man has always had a good vision, he changed the money he won plus Toshiba's endorsement fee to $4.82 million after all. In addition to the signing fee given by Don Jin, a total of $8.86 million. Invest in half of the stocks in Apple and Amazon. At the end of October last year, the two companies were still in the late stage of the internet bubble and their stock prices were not high. Apple's stock price fell from $36 per share at the beginning of the year to $12, and then the stock price plummeted to $7 because of Jobs' selling of 55 million shares. When Ye bought Apple, her stock price was $7.63, with a net income of 580,000 shares. The stock price is now 8.12. Although the increase is not particularly obvious, it is also a profit. Amazon is the one that surprised Yesizi the most. The same investment of more than $4 million, but it has rebounded from the bottom of $9.82 at the beginning. Yesterday, it was favorable for the first profit of last year's financial report, and instantly rebounded to $52. Almost 5 times surge. Although you only play 2 times the leverage, the profit is even more terrifying than grabbing money. It's not a prediction, after all, the internet industry is the general trend, just long-term investment. Du Sheng hasn't told her that Amazon's stock will soar back to $361 per stock in the future, otherwise it would probably not be able to leave tonight. Of course, the reason why he knew this was naturally because he had the skill, the light of inspiration. At that time, I was in a state of cooling CD and just bought a lot of money, so I simply went back. Only then did I know the general situation. Even though the world has changed, it is quite different, so I changed my investment advice. After all, if you invest all your money in Country Garden, you may not be able to pay back within 2 or 3 years. And there is no rush to invest in one go, you can save money slowly by replacing the substitute. Now it seems that this investment is quite reliable, at least the general trend has not changed much. However, such good things are rarely encountered. If he didn't know or hadn't known about the relevant events in his previous life, he would be confused no matter how he traced it back. For example, although Netflix's valuation is also a giant company in Lighthouse Country, it does not pay much attention to it, so it doesn't even know when it will go public. Yesi suppressed her joy and asked. Amazon's stock began to fall slightly today. Should I sell some? She already had a little blind admiration for men, so she listened quite seriously. In fact, Du Sheng was not very sure. Seeing that the skill CD was in the cooling period, he then went back to compare. You can sell half of it first and invest it in Apple. In the past life, this stock fell for a few years, but it cannot be generalized here. For the sake of conservatism, just throw some of them first. If your family has a business team at Lighthouse, you might as well pay attention to the information of emerging social networking websites. Although he went back twice, Du Sheng still didn't remember the establishment and launch time of platforms such as Facebook and YouTube, so he could only try fishing in the sea. Next year, MGM, one of Hollywood's 8 largest film companies, and DreamWorks will be acquired, which is an opportunity for anyone who wants to get involved in global films. Although he was not able to pry the corner, he could still try drinking a sip of soup. In addition, Du Sheng cannot stay in the mainland for development. In the future, Hollywood can't avoid it if it wants global audiences. But there are many rules and checks and balances over there, and a single union and producer-centered system makes people feel restricted. If you want to kick these things away or form a separate game, the primary premise is inseparable from capital. The money I earn now is far from enough. Therefore, if the wool comes from the sheep, you can only try it from the outside. Okay, I'll say hello. Yeshiruo thought about something. Du Sheng is most likely betting that the internet winter has passed, and the related industries will gradually become popular. Although she didn't know what men used as reference, Amazon's examples were right in front of her. Du Sheng smiled slightly and let go of her shoulders. It's cold, go back. Bon voyage. Yesi originally planned to go there, but Du Sheng said that she didn't need to sign anything and there was no need to run back and forth for the time being. She kept watching the vehicle disappear before she calmed down and returned to the company. There is a saying that it is better to be early than late. Some opportunities are fleeting, and she doesn't want to miss it in vain. Brother Sheng, you're going to fly for 13 hours this time. When he arrived at the airport, Wang Yeyang, who was pulling his suitcase, couldn't help but say, "Will you just arrive tomorrow morning?" Du Sheng, wearing a hat, mask, and sunglasses, looked at the pedestrians around him and said casually, "You didn't calculate the jet lag, it should be at night when you arrive in Nevada. UFC is headquartered in Las Vegas, Nevada." In addition to being the world's largest city, it is also a paradise for tourism, shopping, and vacation industries. It is backed by the second largest city in the lighthouse country, Los Angeles, and it can be said that it has full advantages. Yes, he booked the first class of China Southern Airlines. After completing the security check through the VIP channel, the two of them stayed in the VIP waiting room and boarded the plane smoothly. Although China Southern Airlines aircraft is not as luxurious as private tycoons, the facilities for the class cabin are still quite complete. Each seat is spacious and comfortable, with adjustable tilt angle, and is equipped with an advanced audio and video entertainment system. In addition, we also provide thoughtful products such as pajamas, toiletries, etc. After pulling on the partition, each seat becomes a private small space, like a miniature hotel room. Without the entertainment activities during the journey, Du Sheng flipped through the magazine on the plane and adjusted himself to sleep. Time flies, and this flight does not meet any public figures. At 8:20 p.m. local time, Du Sheng arrived at Makaran International Airport. "Mr. Du, please." Don Jin had already arranged a special person to pick him up, and it was his assistant Anika. It's just that unlike the previous two meetings, she was quite enthusiastic at this moment, and she opened the trunk herself. Du Sheng guessed why she had such a big change and was too lazy to expose it. He asked while putting his luggage in. "You just said that Mr. Don King is not here, is there something important to deal with?" "Yes, there was a boxer fighting with someone outside the court, and he had to go there temporarily." Anika was a little embarrassed and said. "But don't worry, he will come back as soon as possible tomorrow." Although this situation is rare, once a boxer gets in the head, he will not be able to control the rules of the boxing world. For example, boxing champion Tyson clashed with boxer Chris after an AEW match a few years ago, and the two sides fought together. Finally, 6 people were dispatched to hold Tyson. For example, the boxing exhibition match between Mayweather and Gotti, after the end of the 6th round, the two teams had a fierce conflict and the scene was in chaos. There are many reasons for these people to conflict outside the ring. Some are dissatisfied with the results of the game, some are provoking face-to-face, and some are out of control of their personal emotions. The boxer from their Tanja company was resentful of the host's sidelines, rushed to the stage to grab the microphone and provoked it to trigger a fight. After listening to the translation with him, Wang Yeyang asked curiously, "What will happen to that boxer?" "There is a fine at a minor level, and the worst is a lifelong ban." Anika is clear about this kind of thing and said, "Of course, for our company, such conflicts may lead to a decrease in sponsors and a decline in commercial value. Therefore, the president must rush to deal with it to reduce unnecessary impact." She also used the example of a Persian boxer kicking a girl's buttocks in the first half of the year, and was suspended for life and confiscated for bonuses. Originally, such a small matter was banned for a few games at most because of no connections or company guarantees, and they were beaten to the end. Du Sheng knew that Anika was telling him, but just smiled. If others don't provoke him, he will naturally not have random conflicts with others. But sometimes it is not to avoid it. After all, what is most lacking here is racial discrimination. Of course, since Don Jin paid such a big price to sign him, even if an accident happened, the other party would find a way to protect him. Chapter 344 The Highlight. There is a Chinatown here. Should Mr. Du go for a walk after he finishes his meal? Anika drove in person, and it can be seen that Tanja company is not far away from here. Du Sheng looked at her car and said, "Let's go to the hotel first. It's better to get us a car for easy travel." He has never been to the Lighthouse Kingdom. This time he has the opportunity to come to the casino, so he will naturally gain insight. "I heard that in addition to the yellow people who do business in Chinatown here, there are many Asian dealers in the casino." In fact, on this stretch of the road, he saw many yellow people driving. Common cars are actually Neon's Toyota and Honda. Anika drove the Toyota Accord this time. However, according to her, it has nothing to do with race, it is purely a matter of price. Most lighthouse Chinese, including the middle and high-end classes, also tend to buy cost-effective vehicles. Luxury cars like BMW and Mercedes-Benz are rare. For them, cars are just tools for daily travel. A family may own several cars, so there is no need to pursue expensive brands too much. The $30,000 Accord they were riding in was already considered a mid-range model in the casino. No problem, I will act as a tour guide for you. Du Sheng nodded slightly. Thank you. If Don King hasn't come back tomorrow, he plans to take a look at Hollywood hundreds of kilometers away. As an artist, it would be too fake to say that he had no interest in this dream factory called the World Film Center. At least, the world's most advanced film special effects technology is there. Anika took Du Sheng and his group to the Orient Hotel in North Las Vegas. Brother Sheng, I heard that god of basketball Jordan is betting on the ball here. Do you want to go and have a walk? After dinner, Wang Yeyang was eager to try. Since following Du Sheng to fight in the East and West, he has become a little persistent about things that can win money. And I feel inexplicably that as long as I bet with Du Sheng, I will definitely win in 10. I'm not very interested in things that I'm not sure about. How could Du Sheng not see Wang Yeyang's condition and directly break this guy's fantasy? As the saying goes, there are top picks in every industry. In addition to having many ghosts, they are also indispensable for making games and cheating. He has no special talent, skill, in this regard, and he has not done so. I don't want to touch it either. After all, this kind of thing is easy to get rid of. But since you are here, it's better to open your eyes and see. I heard that there are beauties from all over the world here, and you can meet all fashion celebrities, wealthy ladies, and entertainment stars. As a young man in the new era, he feels that national boundaries and skin color should not be too stuck. But before Du Sheng and the others could go out, a phone call came in. Hollywood, Disney Studios. In an elegant room, an Italian man was sitting there flipping the script. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open. Seeing his assistant walking in, he asked without raising his head. Well, did you agree there? Sorry, Mr. Quinton, Donnie said he couldn't take time. Will shrugged and said helplessly. What? Donnie thinks the pay is too low? It shouldn't be true. He was willing to star in King of Raiders 2 for $300,000 last year. The Italian man was a little surprised when he put down the script. His facial contour is relatively tough, with his signature curly hair, thick and a little messy. Although the eyes are not big, the eyes reveal a sharp and unique temperament. It was Quentin Tarantino, the director who won the Saturn Award for Best Action Thriller Movie for Kill Bill last year. He had won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes International Film Festival for the film Pulp Novel, and was considered a well-known director. The Apprentice recommended by UN is indeed quite suitable. It has both popularity and ability, but it is not a matter of pay. Will spread his hands and said. He is a martial arts commander in Storm Commando. He will go back to Xiangzhang to star in 1000 Machine Changes to and 7 Swords. He really has no time. Okay, that's a shame. Quentin felt a little sorry. I have seen Donnie's Kung Fu, it's really great, and it's all in line. I really hope he can take on this role. In the 1960s and 1970s, a hot Kung Fu gust caused by Li Xiaolong swept across the American continent. And Quentin is a Kung Fu fan. He is also particularly obsessed with Oriental martial arts. But the Oriental Kung Fu movie he first came into contact with was not Li Xiaolong's work, but another eye-catching film. The #1 Fist in the World. This Chinese-language film released in the 1970s not only became one of the top 10 most popular movies of the year in North America that year, but also exceeded $20 million in one fell swoop. Even surpassed the same period films of Kung Fu superstar Li Xiaolong at that time. Its violent and stimulating style brings unprecedented sensory impact to the audience. It was this film that had a profound impact on Quentin Tarantino in his childhood and led him into the world of action movies. In his filming of Kill Bill, he filmed last year, whenever the heroine is in high spirits, a classic report sounds, which is derived from the first fist in the world. Some experts commented on this film. It has made an indelible contribution to the promotion of martial arts movies overseas. Quentin Tarantino is deeply influenced by the Hong Kong kung fu films and is currently busy with the filming of Kill Bill 2. He withstood the pressure from the guild and still used Yuan Heping's team from Xiangzhong as the martial arts commander. And the Donnie they mentioned before was Yuan Heping's disciple, Zhen Zidane. In the film, there is a highlight of the heroine who goes to Guangzhou to become a disciple of the Beimei Taoist. Initially, Quentin Tarantino considered letting Yuan Heping play the role himself. But later I found that his action style did not match the character setting, so I had to find another candidate. Yuan Heping then recommended his favorite student, Zhen Zidane, who is developing in Hollywood. Unfortunately, it is difficult for both parties to coordinate the schedule. If it were earlier, it might have been possible to adjust before Zhen Zidane signed the contract with Seven Swords under the Tian Shan Mountain. The most important thing is that he felt that the role of Beimei Taoist was not outstanding enough, and he was very ungrateful when speaking Cantonese and even scolding words, which made him feel resistant. In addition, the $30 million budget has a small prospect in the face of Hollywood's large productions that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Quentin walked back and forth anxiously in the room, still a little unwilling to accept. This is a sequel. In order to maintain consistency, it is necessary to present the image of an authentic Oriental Kung Fu master. And Uma Thurman's skills are really... She doesn't even have the most basic foundation of Kung Fu. If there is no real master to support the scene, this highlight will not be outstanding at all. According to the script, in order to avenge Bill, the heroine must go up the mountain to worship Beimei Taoist as her teacher and learn martial arts. This white-browed Taoist is very good at Kung Fu, and the heroine learns a unique skill from him. These skills are crucial in the subsequent stories, helping her survive in danger and eventually achieve revenge. This is also an indispensable part of the plot development. Will interjected. Unless you can convince producer Lawrence, see if you can invite Jack Lee. The most outstanding Chinese Kung Fu male actors who are well known in Hollywood are Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, and Zhou Runfa. There is no need to ask about the former, the pay is terrifyingly high. The film 80 Days Traveling the World filmed last year was $16.5 million. Moreover, after The King of Ransom 2 failed last year, few producers dared to invite him. As for Li Lianjia, he is currently filming Danny Wolf Dog. It is unlikely unless the price is affordable. Come and make a guest appearance. The same applies to Zhou Runfa. Quentin Tarantino, as the screenwriter and director of Kill Bill 2, holds considerable power in the entire production team, but does not include the fund cashier. Because Disney cannot let him play freely. Producers will also be assigned to strictly monitor expenses. Otherwise, once these directors are uncontrollable, their budget of $30 million will double in a blink of an eye. Quentin couldn't help but curse. That's an iron rooster, it's impossible to afford a high price. But no matter what, this matter still has to be passed by producer Lawrence, so he can only ask his assistant to dial out the phone. After a moment, 3 middle-aged men walked into the room one after another. They are producer Lawrence, producer representative Judd, and action director Yuan Heping. Lawrence looked serious, without a smile. Kenton, I have promised you to take out $500,000 to invite Donnie, and you won't be able to get a penny. Quentin was silent for a moment and said, Donnie has no schedule, I think it's more appropriate to invite Jack Lee. It will be linked with Danny Wolf Dog when it is released. Please Jack Lee? No, no, no. Before he could finish speaking, Lawrence shook his head exaggeratedly and refuted. Do you know how much this person pays? $15 million. And he can't reduce his value to make a guest appearance, give up. Judd, the producer's representative, pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, there is no need to make such a struggle. Let Yuan go into battle. Anyway, they are all Oriental yellows, so it's no different for him to take over, and they can save a lot of money." Quentin was a little unhappy and said, "Do you know what the style of a? If you don't know, go and watch Oriental Kung Fu movies more. Yuan is too thin and doesn't match his image." The producer refused to give in and said, "We only have that much budget. The 500,000 is still for the purpose of hiring Donnie, otherwise the headquarters would not be able to make the calculations." Although he understood Quentin's intention, he also agreed to choose Chinese action stars. Because it involves the core settings of the film, it can also drive the yellow votes. But this is the problem. $30 million is just a preliminary budget. According to the urinary nature of Quentin's filming, it will definitely be overspent in the later stage. If the promotion and distribution costs are added, 60 million may not be implemented. If you want to recover your costs, the global box office will be at least $150 million. Although there is a popularity foundation for the previous work, there are many sequels that fail. Who can guarantee that it will succeed? After all, Quentin's film 4 Rooms and Dangerous Relationship that he filmed in the past few years have not been able to make a comeback. Okay, then we'll take a compromise." Judd saw Quentin refuting, so he had to try to ease the atmosphere. "If you don't ask Yuan anymore, maybe he has a better recommended candidate." While speaking, he turned his gaze to the only yellow man who had been silent and had been dry and thin. Chapter 345 Hollywood Invitation. Before coming, Yuan Heping had actually learned about the incident. However, he traveled for work and usually did not interfere in other people's disputes. In view of cultural differences, role restrictions, development planning, and other reasons, Chinese celebrities such as Zhou Runfa and Cheng Long have left Hollywood one after another. There are indeed not many who can show off at the moment. Since the apprentice he recommended before was unable to participate in the performance, he simply watched silently. Unexpectedly, after a walk around, the topic turned back to myself. Yuan Heping pondered for a moment and said, "I do have another recommended person, Chu Man. He came from a martial arts family and had won the Oriental Martial Arts Championship and Fitness Dance Championship. His kung fu and basic skills are beyond words. Moreover, language communication is accessible and the requirements for pay are not high. If recommended by Yuan Heping, his first choice is naturally his apprentice Zhen Zidong. And the alternative characters." He publicly praised Zhao Wenzuo as heavy movements, solid boxing foundation, fast movements, and excellent movements. As for the Yuan family, he once recommended the team in The Matrix, but none of them stood out. Now I have given up. Zhao Wenzuo, who once missed the opportunity to rush hour due to language problems, is now able to speak fluent English. In addition, the relationship with his apprentice has not yet broken down, and the two sides still have the possibility of cooperation. "Who is the person you are talking about?" Lawrence asked, frowned. Producer Judd was also confused. Even Quentin, who has watched hundreds of Hong Kong films, has a confused expression at this moment. Yuan Heping had to explain. He has starred in 6 series of Huang Fiheng and also participated in Zhang Cheng 2 years ago. Lawrence and Judd were still confused. But Quentin Tarantino is a Hong Kong movie kung fu fan after all, and he has some impression in his mind. However, Huang Fiheng, played by Zhao Wenzuo, is not as good as Li Lianjia in all aspects, let alone box office guarantee and image. If he remembers correctly, the other party's recent participation in Zhang Chenggong would be almost plunged into the center of the earth. Quentin didn't want to hit his old partner, so he changed his words. "Yuan, the witty Taoist in my mind is like a fairy-like Taoist, and it sounds very good at seeing it. Chu Man has a good foundation in Kung Fu, and it should not be a problem when it comes to camera." Yuan Heping, after thinking about it, he said. He has a schedule at the moment, so why don't he come here? Quentin seemed a little moved after hearing this, but Lawrence, the producer beside him, immediately rejected. No. Who knows him? The reason why the above agreed to invite Donnie was because he had some small box office appeal. And the unknown new face you mentioned will definitely not accept it. Damn it, Lawrence, this is the project I pulled up. But the money invested is made by Disney. As expected, Quentin had another argument with producer Lawrence. This scene is not uncommon in Hollywood. Yuen Hepping felt as if he was stabbed when he heard the unknown comment. Zhao Wenzhuo's reputation in Xiangzhong is meaningless to these white-skinned guys. Besides, he is still in a low position in his career and can only take on TV series. Even if Yuen Hepping wants to recommend it, he can't do anything. In recent years, Xiangzhong filmmakers have flocked to Hollywood, thinking that the money here is easy to make. But the truth is, these white people are very smart. If you have no value in use, you can't make a penny. Since the argument is endless, let David play together. Yuen Hepping frowned when he heard that the producer wanted to integrate the white-browed Taoist into another role. After participating in the first production, he was very clear about the importance of this teaching and teaching. If the sequel fails, then he, the #1 martial arts commander in the world, will also suffer. In the future, even if there are still Hollywood crews to invite him, I am afraid that the price will be greatly reduced. At this time, a figure suddenly flashed through Yuen Hepping's mind. The person that junior brother Yuen Bin often talks about seems to be quite suitable. Outsiders may not know anything, but in fact he is one of the 7 little blessings. The stage name is Yuen Qing. He, Yuen Bin and Yuen Biao are both senior brothers. What I think of at this moment is naturally Du Sheng. However, this person has been very busy recently, and it is still unknown whether he is willing to come to Hollywood to develop. But Yuen Hepping's thoughts changed. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he was only responsible for making suggestions. If Du Sheng had an idea, there would be one more Chinese actor in Hollywood, and he could still support this guy after he became a leader, which would be considered an explanation for Yuen Bin. Quentin and Lawrence were still arguing, and even the old story of the first part was revealed. Yuen Hepping and others were a little quiet before speaking. There is another one that should conform to the image setting of the witty Taoist. Don't recommend anyone who is not famous, we don't have the time to get started. Lawrence was angry and said with some displeasure. Yuen Hepping's expression did not change much, and he said slowly. His kung fu and image are first class, and his box office appeal in the eastern region is second only to Jack Lee and the others. What? Box office appeal is second only to Jack Lee? Why didn't I know that there is such a person in Dongfang? White-skinned guys who have high self-esteem usually don't pay attention to the box office updates of the East. After all, the market there is still relatively small at present, and the highest is only a scale of tens of millions of dollars. Yuen Hepping said indifferently. The film he starred in recently reached RMB 150 million in Asia. Lawrence was stunned and a little surprised. This data is pretty good. Is it a newly rising star? Some time ago, the box office of The Dragon Rebirth starring Cheng Long and Li Lianjie's The Cosmic Hunt in the Asian market was only in this range. At this time, Judd, the producer's representative, suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise. Yuen, did he participate in the K1 fighting competition and won the World Boxing King's Golden Belt? That's right. Yuen Hepping only cares about the circle and almost forgot this. He clapped and said. He defeated the giant god soldier you are optimistic about and was officially crowned the king of fighting. The K1 fighting event has millions of paid audiences in North America. If the base of ordinary audiences is included, this number will only be even larger. Quentin and Judd both looked at each other and became a little interested. The gold belt that has won one of the 3 major fighting events in the world is worth a lot of value. If we count the other party's box office appeal. Seeing this, Yuen Hepping sneered in his heart and made up for another knife. He is also the first Chinese to climb Times Square. Lawrence changed his previous unhappiness and said with a little joy, "Then it's decided it's him." In this era, not all cats and dogs can be put on the Times Square. At least in the lighthouse country, you can't play without a net worth of more than a few million US. Du Sheng took Wang Yeyang away from Las Vegas Casino. He was about to stroll around the local night view again, but unexpectedly received a call. The identity of the caller surprised him quite a bit. It was Yuan Bin's senior brother, Yuan Heping, who was respected as 8th master in the circle. "Mr. Du, I'm sorry to bother you." "Master 8, you are so polite." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "Uncle Bin and I have had martial arts exchanges. According to the martial arts generation, I have to respectfully call you master." Yuan Heping has been in the circle for many years and naturally understands the meaning of such polite words. Although he has achieved great success in the field of martial arts guidance, he is not yet considered a management team in various crews. Du Sheng is a media person who can control resources independently. Even if Du Sheng said this sincerely, Yuan Heping would not really regard himself as he did, otherwise he would seem to be unreasonable. "Mr. Du, we discuss our own opinions. I am disturbing you today because I am entrusted by someone to have an invitation from Hollywood movies." Hearing this, Du Sheng was quite curious. "I don't understand which foreign film would invite him, and I also specially conveyed it through Yuan Heping." "Master 8th Master, can you tell me which crew it is? And what kind of role it is? Have you seen Kill Bill released last year? This is a sequel. I have read the script, but I dare not make a conclusion on the specific situation. However, the first one earned about $180 million in the world. Yuan Jiaban and I are in charge of the martial arts finger part of the film. Now the crew needs a mentor who teaches the heroine Dongfang Kung Fu. This character has quite a few scenes, between the second and third men. I heard Aubin mention you often, so I took the liberty to recommend you to the crew. If Mr. Du is interested, you might as well." When Du Sheng heard the title of the drama Kill Bill, he immediately became a little interested. This series of movies can be said to be an action movie of quite high standards. It continues Quentin Tarantino's usual non-linear narrative style. Through flashbacks, and other techniques, the fun and suspense of watching the movie are increased. The film not only shows the legendary martial arts master Bai Mei Taoist master, who is in martial arts color, but also has related Oriental Kung Fu elements. Du Sheng knew very well that the success of this movie was not only due to its innovative imagination and unique violent aesthetics. Its wonderful action scenes also combine diverse cultures such as Oriental martial arts and Neon Bushido spirit. He quickly searched in his mind and remembered that 1 or 2 works of Kill Bill in his previous life should have been filmed at about the same time. Now it is split into 2 times. In addition, the white-browed Taoist who taught the martial arts of the heroine Black Snake in the second part should be played by Lu Jiawei. Why do you find yourself now? According to rough recollections, this character has at least 10 minutes of scenes. In movies with a general film of 100 minutes, such a proportion is already quite considerable. The global box office of this sequel also reached $160 million, and there is no problem with making money and reputation. Many people are looking forward to the arrival of the third part, but unfortunately there has been no news. Du Sheng thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Master 8th Master, when will this second film be filmed? Why did you suddenly come to me?" Yuan Heping smiled and did not hide it. "Tell us about the previous experience of trying to invite Zhen Ziden and Zhao Wenzuo but failed." The original plan was to shoot 2 movies at one time, but during this period, I encountered a plague incident and my budget was exhausted. Disney was unwilling to take too high risks and decided to shoot a movie to try the waters first. As for the Bai Mei Taoist you played, your age and image are not a problem. They choose you mainly because they value your super cost-effectiveness. Chapter 346 You call this black? Du Sheng thought about the plague situation last year. And the itinerary filmed by Kill Bill 2 in various countries is relieved. But I didn't expect that there were such twists and turns behind this character. In my previous life, I should have not invited Li Lianjia, Zhen Zidan, and others to make a guest appearance, and then I chose the next best choice. But because of his existence here, his net worth is also an entry level for Hollywood. It has to be said that fate is hard to describe. Mr. Du, if you have any ideas, I can notify the crew to contact you. Haha, thank you 8th Master first. Du Sheng knew about human relationships and did not refuse. If it was a general European and American movie, he might only consider it. But this is Quentin's Kill Bill 2. An excellent opportunity to enter Hollywood and show yourself to audiences from all over the world. Although he was just a guest appearance, as the heroine's teacher, he eventually died of the heroine's old enemy and became part of the heroine's clues to the heroine's revenge. It will definitely leave a deep impression. Moreover, this scene is filmed in Beijing without a long journey and can be completed in a few days at most, and there is still time to squeeze in. Even if the filming of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty has started by then, it will be fine to adjust the shooting order. Mr. Du, then I'll wait for your arrival in Hollywood. Yuan Heping laughed readily. Haha, it's a coincidence that I happen to be near Hollywood and I'll be able to pass tomorrow. That's great, I'll handle the actor's certificate at that time. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Yuan Heping suddenly remembered something and reminded him again. By the way, those foreigners will give a maximum salary of $500,000, don't let them fool them. In Yuan Heping's mind, he came to Hollywood to make quick money, and his foundation is still in the mainland of Xiangjiang. Du Sheng has Yuan Bin's relationship and is a media boss, so there is no need to say more about who he prefers. Du Sheng heard the kindness and smiled. Thank you, Master Ba, for your advice, I'll have some fun together tomorrow. In fact, even if the other party wants to lower the price, he won't care too much. After all, there are not many opportunities like this. And even if you only give $300,000, it will be more than 2 million after conversion. But since Yuan Heping made a good point, he naturally would not recommend his good intentions. After Du Sheng hung up the phone, he thought about it and pulled Wang Jinhua a long distance, and gave it a special explanation. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, Wang Jinhua called back with a little excitement. She never expected that Du Sheng received a special invitation just after going to the lighthouse country. This is a slightest way to reduce the number of slightest ways 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 to reduce the number of slightest. Moreover, the foreigner quoted RMB 2 million as soon as he opened his mouth. However, Wang Jinhua was reminded by Du Sheng to insist on Du Sheng's extremely high popularity in Asia and the identity of the first Chinese boxing champion in the world. In the end, as Yuan Heping guessed, the salary was set at $500,000. This movie can be his springboard for entering Hollywood. From now on, whether it is taking films or investing in production, you will have a bargaining chip to show off. Otherwise, you can stop countless people by entering the threshold level. Of course, investment in production is still a luxury at present. Not to mention promotion and connection resources, even if it is just a small produced thriller, it will cost at least tens of millions of dollars. Unless there is a sudden fortune from heaven, speed up the process of dreams. At the same time, an underground warehouse in the old town of Las Vegas. Ammunition and various guns were scattered everywhere, and boxes of black explosives and fuses were piled up. Not far away, a group of fierce and powerful men gathered together in groups of 3 or 3, playing cards boredly. If you observe carefully, most of them have the characteristics of Slavs and use Rakshasa language when talking. Brothers, be quiet. As the leader, Oliver, smoking a cigar, clapped his hands at everyone present. After recovering for so long, everyone's health has almost recovered. Karm, who was naked and exposed his strong chest muscles, vomited off the bones in his mouth and cursed. We left our hometown and came here to make a fortune. Now that we stay here all day, we have been so tired of holding on. Other gangsters who were playing cards also became irritable. Boss, that little injury is nothing. In my opinion, it's time to do another vote. The last incident has calmed down, and those federal inspectors can't do anything to us at all. If you hide, you will have to eat the northwest wind. Although Las Vegas is now famous for its gambling. But in fact, at the beginning, this place was a bare naughty, growing up, fighting. Even after experiencing a large-scale sweeping of federal investigations, there is still a breath of fear and killing hidden under the superficial prosperity. Oliver nodded slightly, and his sharp eyes swept across everyone one by one. A friend in the town told me that a group of people from Mexico worth tens of millions of dollars were traded. The most important thing is that the local Black Panther wants to give money, and they will probably pretend to trade and snatch it from the Mexicans. We are going to be a gangster, and they will never dare to say anything. It depends on whether you are brave enough. Before he finished speaking, everyone's breathing became heavy. $10 million plus worth 10 million goods? This is more than the 5 million I got from the last time I robbed. Com's eyes were red, and he was the first to stand up excitedly. Such a good opportunity, no matter how hard it is, it's not a good time. It's just a bunch of shit, it's just a trash when you take a gun, you're afraid of being fucked. Average split, each person has at least 2 or 3 million. Is it long before he should do this? The men were in high spirits and their expectations were beyond words. But Oliver's eyes swept across the audience, and his tone suddenly became cold. I got an important message that some state inspectors have recently been involved. After this sentence fell, the scene was silent. Some new members looked around uneasy. Oliver ignored these things and continued to say with a blank expression. From now on, no one is allowed to leave alone and supervise each other's activities. I don't know how many undercover agents were involved, so I can only see one to clear one. While speaking, he suddenly pointed a hole in a white young man. You said, is it right to do this? The white young man trembled in fear and said in panic. Boss, I'm not an undercover agent. I know you're not. Oliver showed a ruthless smile and suddenly turned his gun to the scar man next to the white young man. It's you. Bang bang bang. The scar man's face changed and he died before he could resist. Come, drag him out and chop it up and feed it to the dog. Oliver gave a cold command and took a map to start assigning tasks. They will trade in this abandoned warehouse on Stewart Street tonight. Callum, you lead the team to ambush nearby first and prepare for attacks inside and outside. As for Carlo, you have been wanted, and the criminal files have appeared in Major Bashingzi long ago, so just pretend to be. Clear. Carlo and Callum chuckled and nodded in agreement. Others were ready to take action. That night, several off-road vehicles whizzed past the left edge of the desert and headed straight to the northern end of Stewart Street. Soon, the convoy parked next to an abandoned warehouse where cement, ore, and other debris were piled up. Not far away, there were several cars parked there, and 7 or 8 black men could be seen vaguely. Their waists were bulging, obviously they had weapons hidden. Although the two sides have cooperated twice, members of the Mexican gang got off the car carefully. They are burly and dressed in green camouflage uniform, strong temperament. The bald strong man in the lead waved his hand back, and a white-haired young man immediately threw a box of goods. Robinson, the goods are here, where is the money? Black hair, go and try the color. The young man randomly selected 3 small packets and signaled a thin skin behind him to test. After a moment, Hamau reluctantly put down the goods and nodded to confirm that there was no problem. 1,002 million, it's clear. Robinson, the leader of the Black Panther gang, smiled and pushed the 2 suitcases over. The bald strong man also asked his subordinates to hand over the goods to the other party, while he took the suitcase himself. Once you open the check, it's all brand new dollars. The inspection confirmed that it was correct, and the bald strong man signaled his subordinates to return to the convoy with their suitcases. His younger brothers remained vigilant and were ready to escort them into the car. However, at this moment, gunfire suddenly rang. Bang! Bang! As the gunshots sounded, 2 Mexican gang members were shot in the head and fell to the ground and died. The bald strong man reacted quickly and barely avoided, but he was shot in the thigh and was frightened. Shit! Robinson, what are you doing? Fake! Are you selling us the price 20% higher? Is it true that we are water fish for the cripple? The leader of the Black Panther gang spit out a mouthful of phlegm and fired it with an AR-15 automatic rifle. After firing a shuttle, he didn't care about the fire there, put away his luggage and goods and wanted to get in the car to evacuate. But he seemed to be too happy too early. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, several gunshots came from the darkness. The 2 subordinates beside him fell to the ground in an instant screaming. I saw a group of Slavic gangsters led by Oliver suddenly coming in a wild manner with semi-automatic guns. Faced with several large boxes of huge wealth worth more than $20 million, their eyes were already red and they were so excited that they were almost out of control. The surge in adrenaline has increased their combat effectiveness by several levels. A blood hole suddenly exploded on Robinson's shoulder, and his body stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. He decisively threw the cash box in his hand into the car, rolled to the back of the car to hide, raised his gun with the shelter, and shot angrily in the direction of Oliver. Fake! You dare to come and eat black! Robinson was so angry that he cursed. No matter who they are, kill them all. All along, they have been the Black Panther who has blackened others, and have they ever been eaten by others? And he had already greeted the state police, and nothing happened tonight. Now that this is happening, how should I explain it? The more Robinson thought about it, the more furious he became. While shooting, FARC kept keeping on fire. Bang bang bang! Da da da! For a moment, gunfire sounded loudly at the scene and screams came from time to time. Chapter 347 Free America, Gunfight Every Day. Stewart Street, Country Music Festival. Wang Yeyang looked at the crowds of people in front of him and muttered. Brother Sheng, don't you go to the casino to watch it? There's nothing to see here. Although the atmosphere was lively, there were many beautiful white girls. But for people like him who are still learning English and only have 2 or 3 levels, they cannot communicate at all. In addition, he also did not understand this country music culture that belonged to the lighthouse country. After listening to the 7 orifices, I opened the 6 orifices, but I couldn't understand any of them. Du Sheng smiled slightly and pointed to the white girl who was about to appear on stage. What do you think of this person? Although the distance was a bit far away, Wang Yeyang could still see the other party under the spotlight. It was a girl who was nearly 180 centimeters tall, with delicate facial features, pure pastoral style, and her fluffy curly hair and bangs made her face look sweet. From their perspective, the other person is as charming as a Barbie doll. Wang Yeyang said in a striking manner. Beautiful is beautiful. But are all lighthouse girls so tall? It looks very childish. How old is he? He heard that the atmosphere at the lighthouse was very open, and he also fantasized about whether there would be a romantic encounter this time. The person on the stage looks quite pleasing to the eye, but the height difference between the 2 sides is a problem. He can't wear height-enhancing shoes every time he goes out. But it is quite compatible with Du Sheng, no wonder this girl came here to appreciate the music. Could it be that I like this white girl? Du Sheng directly interrupted his fantasy and said lightly. I'm not yet 15 years old, what do you think? Wang Yeyang. This height ratio, this mature temperament, and this slightly rich man can still sing calmly in the face of thousands of audiences. You told me that this is less than a year. It's indeed 14 years old. Although Du Sheng did not pay much attention to the foreign music scene in his previous life, he still knew about the award-winning Tay Swift. Yes, this person on the stage is Taylor Swift. He was exposed to music at the age of 8, won the National Poetry Competition Award at the age of 10, and sang on stage before the NBA team Philadelphia 76ers at the age of 11. Although she is young, she has signed a record company and has several years of experience in performing on stage. Of course I can be calm and composed. Of course, Taylor Swift has not yet become famous. At least 2 years later, I only accumulated a little fans. After that, the song broke 3 Guinness World Records and won 14 Grammys Awards, 32 American Music Awards, and their value soared to $1.3 billion. Du Sheng didn't know if Wang Yeyang had any ideas, but he must have some ideas. After all, it is rare to meet tonight. If you are indifferent, I am afraid you will regret it in the future. Of course, Du Sheng just wanted to cut off a fool, don't think so. He once read a report about the wealthiest female celebrities from the world starting from scratch. The above mentioned the deeds of Taylor Swift. After Taylor Swift signed into Lighthouse Radio Records at the age of 13, he would go to the company with his new songs he created every week, but it did not impress the company's executives. The other party insisted that she releases records after she was 18 years old. In disappointment, Taylor Swift resolutely left the company and then met the Bull Big Machine record company in his life. If history is correct, she signed a contract with this company probably this year. However, Du Sheng had no interaction with the other party and was considering how to find a reason to meet him. At this time, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from outside the music square outside, and many people began to flee. What's the situation? Wang Yeyang was already looking around and said in shock. Leave first. Despite the noisy live music, Du Sheng was very clear-eyed and vaguely heard the gunshot. As the saying goes, freedom and America are happy every day. This is indeed nothing surprising. On the verge of caution, he asked Wang Yeyang to evacuate while paying attention to the surrounding situation. I saw several cars performing a chase drama on the streets of the old city not far away. Street stalls were knocked over, and countless fruits, cooked foods, snacks, etc. were scattered all over the floor. The stray bullet shot several unlucky guys, and the blood flowed continuously. But everyone dared not speak out. Because the other party was holding an automatic rifle and constantly exchanging fire. While they were in panic, they lay down to avoid stray bullets, and secretly cursed the sheriff. Damn it! This is the second time I have fought for the first year. Didn't it mean that the evil has been eliminated? These amines are stolen from the crowd. The state police are just a bunch of waste, they can only maintain public orders with the rich, so don't think about the old city. As the world's largest aborted country, more than 60% of the world's production is transported here. Among them, the adjacent Moses contributed more than half. The gray bond connected between Phoenix and Verre, Moses, is the main transportation channel. Unfortunately, Las Vegas is within the radiation range. Moreover, in the storm community, even the sheriff dared not enter rashly. It will probably take a few years to be completely purified. Wang Yeyang hid at the entrance of the parking lot and said nervously. Isn't this an international metropolis? Why is it so chaotic? 2 stray bullets just now passed by them, and an unlucky white man next to him was bleeding from his thighs, which scared him. Is it messy? I don't think so. Du Sheng smiled happily and said meaningfully. Compared with Chicago, this is just a pediatric department. Wang Yeyang was confused when he heard this and asked. The Lighthouse Kingdom is not a paradise on earth. Is even the air sweet? How could this happen? In this era, the Lighthouse Kingdom has reached the top and become a world policeman, which is a awe-inspiring world. Public opinion from all countries has exaggerated it into a place of freedom, equality, and prosperity. With the addition of Gongji's publicity and hype, Wang Yeyang's words were almost the consensus of most people in China when its hooligan appearance was not revealed. The beacon of freedom and democracy, this is a gorgeous drop, otherwise how can it be desirable? Du Sheng looked at the scene of the firefighting over there, with a playful look in his eyes. What are they fighting for? Wang Yeyang was stunned when he heard this and said, "Aren't you afraid of local sheriffs killing?" Absolutely, you are afraid, but when the benefits outweigh everything, you can ignore all risks. Du Sheng's eyes were fixed on the off-road vehicle that almost hit them just now, and his eyes were even more interesting. From the gap, he saw several suitcases. "Brother Sheng, where are you going?" Wang Yeyang saw Du Sheng walking towards the side showroom and hurriedly asked. "The local security team should block the road and cannot get out for the time being," Du Sheng said without looking back. "You go back to the car and wait first, I'll take care of that white girl." Wang Yeyang was confused when he heard this, but he had to do it. Du Sheng took advantage of the panic and the crowd went against the trend, but did not go to the backstage, but quickly moved into the clothing room. "I won't talk about the stray bullet just now, and the other party almost hit him, which is unreasonable. Besides, it is possible to get a bargain." The next moment, an Asian man wearing a blue security suit and having a look of classification came out. "Wear gloves without any speed." Seeing that there was no one on the left and right, he assisted and jumped and rushed out of the back alley in an instant and came to a temporarily parked vehicle. While no one noticed the night, the Singapore police rewarded stick appeared in his hand. Cack! He directly smashed the driver's window in a quick and rough manner and rushed in quickly. Not long after, the black Mercedes-Benz started and headed straight to the Huanxi Road 1 kilometer away. If Du Sheng guessed correctly, the local security and the messengers would definitely be there. But for some reason, I did not rashly break into the old city. This is the most fierce firefight between the two sides, and the dead fellow Taoist will not die. The Tao is reasonable. The local mistress is likely to set up an interception at the entrance and exit, and catch a turtle in a jar. Then, slowly enter. When the two parties in the war saw the police intercepting each other, they would definitely not dare to break in. Then, when there were pursuers, there was only one off-road vehicle that was chased by relentlessly. Du Sheng will not intervene in the battle, but everyone can see that the off-road vehicle is at a loss. As the saying goes, a man cannot be rich without wealth, and a horse cannot be fat without grass at night. What if you can find benefits on the roadside? Anyone who has watched Hong Kong movies knows that it is unlikely that two Australian gangs will be at this level. Then the biggest possibility is that something goes wrong with the big deal. When he saw the suitcase on the off-road vehicle before, it was most likely that it was the source of disaster. The local messenger can wait for him. With his ability, it is not impossible to be cautious as long as he is a little cautious. Damn it! The police blocked the roads and went back to the old community first. Sure enough, not long after, the off-road vehicle with holes in the car returned in panic. Seeing that two pursuers from behind were approaching, the driver had to hurry toward Huanxi Road. Fake! Why haven't the support arrived yet? Robinson, the leader of the Black Panther gang, was shot in a calf, and his eyes were blown to the frame with blood red. He's going to eat it on my head. I'm going to kill those Slavic sluts. The deputy sitting next to him skillfully changed the magazine and said in a deep voice. I was careless this time. I suspect the FBI had known about our actions for a long time. This is to let the dog bite the dog and then close the net. The black Mercedes-Benz driver parked on the roadside in the city glanced at the off-road vehicle that was approaching quickly. He was calculating for a moment and shook his head slightly. Temporarily put down the black star, then stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel violently. He originally planned to attack the drivers so that the risk could be minimized. But Lighthouse Country is also a left rudder car, and the other side was blocked by the strong man on the right. And the other party only had one chance to go out with the mobile phone. Brush. The next moment, the off-road vehicle was covered with a high-beam front mask and instantly fell into a vast white area. Almost lost his vision and hit the roadbed. The driver's face suddenly changed and he blurted out, "Fake! Bang! Bang!" Gun mastery LV3/Blue hits more than 50% within 10 meters, and you can imagine the outcome of the driver. As a round of bullets ejected, his entire chest instantly flew with flesh and blood. Even the strong man sitting in the passenger seat also penetrated his head with a quilt, and blood sprayed like a sieve. Boom! The off-road vehicle was shaking and was hit by a black Mercedes-Benz on the spot. It instantly lost control and rushed to the mountain on the side of the road. The whole car rolled over and the debris exploded all over the ground. "I'm sure Brother Bao, there's no..." Bang bang! Before Robinson could finish calling, he was about to pick up the M16 that fell to his feet when he was shot. His deputy was no exception. Brush! A middle-aged Chinese man with a magic mask on his face jumped off the Mercedes-Benz and quickly observed his surroundings. Then he quickly came to the overturned off-road vehicle, carefully identified it, and pulled out the 2 suitcases. As for the 2 black boxes left with bags of white things scattered, he didn't even look at them. Less than a moment after the evacuation site, a Jeep Wrangler quickly stopped beside the overturned off-road vehicle. From the rearview mirror, several tall and strong white men with hoods jumped out of the car. In addition, there was a spiral sound of helicopters above his head. A beam of detector light hit the scene accident. Chapter 348 Oriental Kung Fu is so magical. Du Sheng dealt with Mercedes-Benz halfway and redisguised it. I changed into another Buick and drove quickly to a hidden corner. Then he opened the suitcase and flipped through it. No trackers or anything else was found. He was also a little happy while breathing a sigh of relief. More than $10 million, this adventure is worth it. After conversion, it is worth more than 80 million RMB. Success is effortless. Even if the business is open to you to grab it, I am afraid there will be no such good thing. On the way back, Du Sheng thought about how to deal with the follow-up. Don't worry about exposing the problem. After all, there are very few surveillance monitors in Lighthouse Country, and there is no evidence of death, and no one has witnessed it. There are also Slavic gangs who can't catch up with them. But to be on the safe side, this money is still not suitable for sight. If necessary, you have to pass through water. However, there is no need to invest much for the time being, so it doesn't matter if you let it go. Thinking that the road was still sealed, it was not safe to rent a place here. Du Sheng simply drove to a secluded place and took out the dragon-slaying sword to work. If it weren't for the lottery warehouse that could only store items from the lottery, he wouldn't have to spend this effort at all. After processing, he made a simple mark and Du Sheng drove back. With such a serious shooting, the music festival can no longer continue. I came back and searched for a while, but unfortunately I didn't find Taylor Swift. Although Du Sheng was a little regretful, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was still time. 430 kilometers northeast of Las Vegas, Hollywood. This place is located in the northwest suburb of Los Angeles, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and has beautiful scenery. Because famous film companies of all sizes in Lighthouse Country gather here, it has become a world-renowned production center. When it comes to Hollywood, people often think of the film industry in the Lighthouse Country. The influence brought by movies and stars not only makes them the global focus, but also the birthplace of global fashion, and also has world-class tourism industry and luxury brands. However, Du Sheng came here today not for sightseeing, but for serious business. "Mr. Du, please come here." Du Sheng changed into practice clothes and followed a member of the Yuan family class with a slightly burly body to a boxing gym. There were already many people gathered inside. Several foreigners were practicing attacking movements, shouting constantly. Next to them, 2 Asian men were also standing. The thin and dark Yuan Heping was standing next to Uma Thurman in a white training suit, frowned and observed her boxing routines and practicing tiger boxing. To outsiders, her movements were quite good, but Yuan Heping didn't seem to be very satisfied. Uma Thurman is slender, with insufficient waist strength and lower plate stability. He is not very fast enough when using moves such as tiger going down the mountain and tiger washing claws. If she tries to increase her strength, it will lead to a decrease in balance and will not be able to show the characteristics of being strong and fierce, and using hard to control hardness. Because Tiger Fist is a short-term routine, it emphasizes conciseness, compactness, and explodes, and mainly takes 3 to 7 steps. Uma Thurman didn't even understand the horse stance, and his movements were continuous, and the overall viewing was greatly reduced. However, I can only use it. The foundation of these people is really poor, and their current state is the result of Yuan Heping's guidance for more than a month. Next, we have to move to the east to start shooting, and there is no time to polish. Master, Mr. Du is here. Hearing the notice, Yuan Heping turned around and saw a tall and bright young man walking in. He felt a stern in his heart and walked towards the door with a smile on his face to greet him. I am worthy of being Du Boxing King, with a majestic and energetic spirit. The 8th master is too honored, just call me a Sheng. Du Sheng smiled and clasped his fists to greet him. I didn't expect that the first time I met was in the Lighthouse Kingdom, and the 8th master was so prosperous. Both of them knew each other's abilities and exchanged some greetings to each other. The other members of the crew also looked at the door. Director Quentin Tarantino, female lead Uma Thurman and others also walked over curiously. When Uma Thurman saw Du Sheng's handsome appearance, a surprise flashed in his eyes. Dear Du, welcome to Hollywood. Although she has an unclear relationship with Quentin Tarantino, she always shows appreciation when she sees good things. What's more, she has to take the other party as her teacher next, and this cooperation takes at least 10 or 8 days. Judd, the producer's representative, also said with a smile. Du, welcome to join the crew. I really like your domineering style of KO in the ring in one round. As he said that, he also imitated Du Sheng's antics in K1 fighting. Du Sheng shook hands with Quentin Tarantino and others, and said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Judd and Mr. Quentin, I have long been honored to be part of this movie. Under the leadership of Quentin Tarantino, other members of the crew also greeted Du Sheng friendly. At this time, producer Lawrence walked over with a warm smile. Du, I heard that your kung fu is very good and you have won the title of King of Fighting. Can we see your skills? This was not Lawrence deliberately made things difficult for Du Sheng. Instead, considering that he spent $500,000 to invite him to act in this scene, I wanted to confirm whether it was worth it. As for the audition, they had already watched Du Sheng's Infernal Affairs series and had a clear idea in their hearts. If it weren't for the process, he wouldn't bother to ask about it. Hearing this, the other members of the crew also showed curious eyes. Even Quentin Tarantino looked at Du Sheng expectantly. Du Sheng smiled. No problem. Warm up before starting, but he didn't let everyone wait too much. I just stole a horse, spread my legs parallel to each other, and buckled my toes inwardly, stretching my muscles and bones a little. After warming up, I looked at Yuan Heping. Master 8th Master, can you ask a brother to cooperate with me? Yuan Heping asked in confusion. Mr. Du, you want to? Du Sheng smiled faintly and said 4 words. Flying kick in the air. Yuan Heping opened his mouth in surprise and instantly understood Du Sheng's intention. But he was worried that the other party would not be able to complete it, so he lost face in front of outsiders, and he persuaded him a little. Mr. Du, just show a set of Bajiquan structures to show these foreigners a lot of fun, there is no need to get involved. Master 8th Master, don't get me wrong. I just don't want Dongfang Kung Fu to be underestimated. Du Sheng smiled slightly. Yuan Heping sighed in his heart, and had to pick the tallest white man from his apprentice and wink at him. Carney, please cooperate with Mr. Du, Be smart and protect yourself. Connie, who was 2.1 meters tall, understood the meaning and went to get a large protective gear next to him. Du Sheng walked forward slowly and looked at the tall and strong white man. Get a target and protect your head later. Carney has watched the K1 GP finals and is very clear that the person in front of him has extraordinary explosive power, so he will do it one by one. The two walked to a spacious place and surrounded the crew. They had curiosity in their eyes, and they all wanted to see if Dongfang Kung Fu was really so magical. Du Sheng saw that Carney was holding a large protective gear in front of his chest, so he tried it. The strength was thrust into the protective gear with one punch. Carney felt a powerful force coming from the protective gear, and took a step back to stabilize the lower plate. He was shocked and could see that the other party had not used all his strength yet. It is indeed real Kung Fu. Carney immediately calmed down his center of gravity and responded with all his attention. Du Sheng used his waist to drive his whole body, imitating the tiger's pounce on his food, his 5 fingers spread out, his palms curled like claws, and he grabbed the tiger down the mountain with one move. Thorny. There are claw marks on the wooden protective gear, and the quality is okay. Uma Thurman, who had just practiced the same movement, couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The other party's form gave her a sense of fierceness. Of an angry tiger emerges from the forest and 2 claws pulling out the mountains. This is a momentum that she could not understand at all. And compared with Du Sheng's violent outbreak, she felt that her previous drill was like playing house. Everyone was also secretly shocked. If you grasp this on yourself, your skin will not be cracked? Yuan Heping, who was observing on the side, felt a little relieved. My confidence in Du Sheng has increased a little, and I hope Carney can cooperate well. Then, Du Sheng took a few steps back and stood 10 feet away. Everyone was curious about what he was going to do next. I saw Du Sheng start moving his pace quickly in place. As a Kung Fu enthusiast, Quentin Tarantino immediately shouted, "Bruce Lee!" He wants to recreate the classic moves of Bruce Lee in Jingguo Men. This is one of Li Zilong's 6 major signatures, kicking in the air. Almost all foreigners who participated in martial arts training were familiar with Li Xiaolong and the movie Jingguo Men. In the movie, his opponent happened to climb a 2-meter wall, but Li Xiaolong jumped and kicked the opponent's head 2 meters away from the air. This difficult action is both classic and difficult to replicate. Sure enough, Du Sheng moved under the expectation of everyone. He bent his knees to accumulate strength and took a big step forward. The strength in his body seemed to surge straight from the soles of his feet and gathered on his waist and legs. Finally, he jumped into the air, crossed 10 feet above the ground, and kicked his right foot hard on the protective gear in front of Connie. Carney instantly felt a huge impact hit the protective gear. Before he could react, his whole person had been thrown into the air. At that moment, Carney was shocked. "Master, are you pushing me into the fire pit?" With Du Sheng's strength, how can he need mercy? Before the audience could take a closer look at Du Sheng's moves, they saw that Carney had already drawn an arc in the air and rolled a few times when he fell off the cushion before stopping. Fortunately, there is shock absorption, otherwise it will be blood. Oh my god, kick it away! Carney weighs 200 kilograms. Wow, this is Bruce Lee's invincible move. Oriental Kung Fu is so amazing. There were screams of exclamations around, and many people couldn't believe their eyes. The most surprising thing is actually not those foreign friends, but Yuan Heping and his team. Because in their perception, it is okay to kick someone down, but it is absolutely impossible to kick someone a few meters away. What's more, Carney's tonnage is there. Yuan Heping, who had a glimpse of the way, looked at Du Sheng deeply. Forget it, if you have a rapid explosive power, you can still use the skill of fighting a cow across the mountain at the last moment. He could see clearly that Carney was knocked away and was not injured. Sure enough, after Carney, who was confused, was helped up, there was no big problem, but his arms were trembling. Chapter 349, filming Broken-Back Mountain? It's incredible. Quentin kept admiring. Is the camera turned on? Have you recorded this precious picture? Judd hurriedly asked the photographer who was responsible for shooting the dynamics, for fear of missing this wonderful moment. Fortunately, the photographer was also surprised, but his hands were not shaking. Man, he is too strong. I want to readjust his role. He should be a secluded Oriental martial arts master. Quentin shouted excitedly to the producer representative. Even producer Lawrence was amazed. I thought these 500,000 things were worth it. Just using the scene just now for publicity can attract countless attention. Everyone came over and Uma Thurman asked with admiration. Du, your tiger fist was so cool just now. Are you learning from Li Xiaolong? Du Sheng waved his hand slightly and said with a smile. I am the main person to learn Bajikwan, and I just used pictographic fist. However, Li Xiaolong is a senior I admire and he also studies his Jeet Kune Do. Daryl Hannah, who plays Al in the film, was also amazed. Don't everyone in the East understands Kung Fu, right? No, but there are indeed many Kung Fu schools, but they are not famous because of the rules of the arena. Madsen, who plays the role of Rattlesnake, asked excitedly. If we train with you, can we also have such an explosion as you? Du Sheng didn't hit him, just smiled. There is an old saying in the East that we can persevere, rotten wood will not be broken, persevere, and metal and stone can be carved. As long as you persevere, you may be able to do it in just a few years. How many years? After hearing this, Madsen shook his head repeatedly. They entered the entertainment industry to make money by making fame, not to suffer this. Do come here, let's talk about salary and shooting arrangements. Du Sheng finished talking with everyone and followed the producer Lawrence to the other side. It can be seen that this producer is quite satisfied with him. It also saves a lot of steps and trouble. In fact, this is the result Du Sheng wanted. Today he can indeed perform a set of boxing or sword dancing, but this at most makes people feel good. But it is difficult to shock people. The classic shots of Li Xiaolong can instantly establish the image of a master. After all, boxing and UFC are booming in North America, and everyone has seen a lot of fighting. No matter how good the routine is, there is no real picture that is shocking. Besides, Du Sheng's biggest advantage is his extraordinary ability. Wouldn't it be a pity if he doesn't use it to show off his skills? After this display, the entire crew was impressed by Du Sheng's kung fu. It is said that the crew has invited a real Oriental martial arts master. Seeing Du Sheng coming out with his lawyer, Yuan Heping couldn't help but feel convinced and praised. Sheng, you are worthy of being the boxing champion who brings glory to the country. You have earned us a lot of face in front of foreigners. Haha, 8th Master is overreputable. No one can compare with you in terms of real martial arts guidance. Du Sheng smiled. The relevant tricks of Bei Mei Taoist will be supported by the 8th Master next step. Sheng, you are also a martial arts commander, and with your skills, you can't just squeeze all kinds of tricks. The two of them smiled and were polite. Yuan Heping was also quite happy about Du Sheng's real kung fu. With such a great man joining, this movie is even more secure. Before Du Sheng arrived, he had led the team to design several action plans. In the normal process, you have to test the other party's strength to determine which set to choose. After all, if you copy a difficult set of actors, wouldn't it be useless if you mess it up? Judging from the current situation, Du Sheng's attainments in martial arts are beyond doubt. Despite this, some movie tricks have to be practiced. You can master it as soon as possible to ensure that every move can be used freely. Secondly, this movie pursues the kind of violent beauty that flows through the flowing clouds. There is still some difference between realism and interpretation. However, as Yuan Heping said, Du Sheng only needs to be familiar with the routine and don't have to stay here to practice hard. Mr. Du, you should have read the script, and the scenes are mainly focused on teaching and teaching. Before leaving, Quinton also reminded Du Sheng. Next week, the crew will go to the Kiwang Tomb in Yangtai Mountain, Haidian, the eastern exterior site, for filming. Are you okay? No problem. Du Sheng knew that the main shooting locations of this drama were in the east and Moses. The scenes about the Beimei Taoist were all filmed in Beijing, and the itinerary was not in conflict. Seeing that they had finished discussing, Yuan Heping smiled and pulled Du Sheng aside, pointing at a chubby person. Sheng, I don't need to introduce this person. Du Sheng saw the person clearly and said in surprise. Brother Bao, why are you here too? If it weren't for Hong Bao, who else could it be? As the saying goes, meeting an old friend in a foreign land is the 3 happy events in life. Hong Bao was in a good mood, and laughed. Have you forgotten? I told you last time that I collaborated with Cheng Long on a comedy film 80 Days Traveling the World. This is not going to be released, so I have to come and run the itinerary. Du Sheng immediately understood. But this film in his previous life was too thorough and almost ruined Cheng Long's Hollywood journey. But this kind of thing is hard to say, so I smiled and said. Then I wish Brother Bao a great success in his new film, and he will be prosperous all the way. The 3 of them were polite, and Hong Bao suddenly asked. Have you received a banquet invitation from Director Li? Yuan Heping knew that he was talking about the invitation from the best Chinese directors today, and smiled. Director Li should have sent an invitation if he is a little famous in Hollywood. But I am old, so I won't join in the fun. Hong Bao turned his head and looked at Du Sheng. Sheng, where are you? Du Sheng remembered that Don Jin was still in England and was likely to not be able to come back tonight, so she smiled. Since Director Li has spoken, we are here, so it's okay to have a better experience. Haha, then let's go together and join in the fun. Yuan Heping greeted an apprentice and said with a smile. Mr. Du, while there is still time, why don't you go through the shooting-related procedures for you first? Okay. That night, a villa in Hollywood was particularly lively. There were many celebrities present, and there were also many important figures in the circle. As for those Chinese artists who want to take this opportunity to rise, there is a constant stream of people. Du Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little moved. Lian is worthy of being one of the leading figures of Chinese directors today. 10 years ago, the other party's wedding banquet won the Golden Bear Award at the 43rd Berlin International Film Festival. 3 years ago, the martial arts action film Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon won 4 awards including the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. Since The Fall of the Whisperer directed by John Woo 2 years ago, Li An's popularity has been unstoppable. Tonight's party is not only to celebrate the Saturn Award nominations for his Hulk and also to create momentum for the new movie to be prepared. With Li Yan with his status in Hollywood, countless people want to meet him. It would be even better if you could play a role in the movie that the other party was about to shoot. Du Sheng knew that this great director was in the rising period of his career, and even knew what the movie he was about to prepare for was. At that time, at a production cost of $15 million, Li Yan reached the peak of his life. But Du Sheng didn't have many ideas. Because this film is called Brokeback Mountain. Li Yan was busy having social engagements at this moment, and the two sides did not meet. The two were led by the waiter to a group of Asian faces. Du Sheng looked at him for a few times and saw an acquaintance. It is Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh and Li Yan had a pretty good relationship. The filming of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon allowed them to establish a deep friendship. It is worth mentioning that her agent in the mainland, like Karina Lau, Tony Leung, and others, are affiliated with Wang Jinhua. Du Sheng carefully identified it and knew that the place in front of him was probably involved in the Chinese circle in Hollywood. As one of the leading Chinese directors in Hollywood, it is normal for Li Yan to attract a group of people to join in. At this time, the tall and thin middle-aged man surrounded him saw Du Sheng and Hong Bao walking towards him, and waved with a smile on his face. Mr. Du, please welcome. Seeing Du Sheng's face a little confused, Hong Bao hurriedly whispered to the side. "This is Su Ligong." Du Sheng knew who it was as soon as he heard it. A famous producer in the harbor film and television industry, the behind-the-scenes producer of Bay City movies, has also successfully opened up the film resources of Bay City and the mainland. It is worth mentioning that Lian was promoted by him. Later, the two also collaborated on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, with Su Ligong as the producer. Although his work has been focused on Hollywood in recent years, he has always been paying attention to the dynamics of the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions. How could he have no idea about a famous person like Du Sheng? As a practitioner in the entertainment industry, it is essential to establish a good relationship with Du Sheng. When he was inviting Hong Bao, he learned that Du Sheng had also come to the Lighthouse Kingdom, so Su Ligong decided to invite Du Sheng to the party. Du Sheng smiled slightly and reached out. "Mr. Su, I have long admired my reputation. I am new to you, please take care of me." "Mr. Du is polite, I dare not take care of you." Su Ligong responded with a smile. "But everyone is Chinese, so it's time to help each other." He smiled at Hong Bao again. "I heard that Disney is optimistic about your new film. It seems that this is going to soar to the sky." "Haha," Su Sheng will joke, "it would be great to be able to protect the foundation." Seeing this, someone couldn't help asking, "Sister Kyung, who is this person? Su Sheng is so polite." Michelle Yeoh looked at Du Sheng, who was chatting and laughing with Su Ligong, and introduced. "Have you heard of the hottest artist in the mainland, the first Chinese boxing champion in the world?" Someone suddenly realized that it was him. Du Sheng's achievements in the harbor circle cannot be underestimated, and anyone who has survived there cannot be no idea. Is he going to come to Hollywood to develop? Michelle Yeoh spread her hands. "I don't know very well, but he is the person who is the star media, so it may be possible to invest." Some actors from the mainland have naturally heard of the deeds of interstellar media. But for Asians who have been in the lighthouse country for many years, they are confused. On the contrary, I think the title of Chinese Boxing King is more famous. However, the mainland artists who have risen in boxing have little interaction with them, so they are not very interested. Only the next moment, they had to speak out in surprise. Chapter 350 Hulk. Suddenly, someone interrupted. "You don't know yet, right? Last year, in the movie market in Xiangzhong, all three of his films squeezed into the top 10 box office. Really or not?" A sound of surprise sounded around. Speaking of box office, this is closely related to them. Even in Hollywood, Hong Kong's updates can always attract their attention. However, Chinese language films have not been released on a large scale in Lighthouse country, so most of them have no chance to enjoy them. If the identity of the boxing champion has little to do with them, then this box office result has undoubtedly been recognized by many people. Some actresses with ideas frequently turned their attention to Du Sheng. Even if their aesthetic standards are very high, the person in front of them is definitely a handsome guy. Some male actors were beating the drums in their hearts. Because Hollywood does not have many opportunities for Asian actors. If such a fierce person is added, the competition will undoubtedly be even more intense. After a while, Su Ligong led Du Sheng and Hong Bao to approach, and said with a smile, "I believe you have heard of the name of Bao, so I won't introduce it. This is a popular young actor from the mainland and a super idol in the Asian boxing world, Mr. Du Sheng." Yang Ziqiang smiled and applauded. "Mr. Du, I really didn't expect you to set foot in Hollywood so soon. Don't look at you with admiration for 3 days. Welcome." Du Sheng also smiled. "Sister Kyung, we're meeting again, just call me as Sheng. This time I came to discuss boxing events, so I can't be considered as stepping down, and I have to go back to the mainland to film." The last time Yang Ziqiang returned to China to attend the awards ceremony, the two met from a distance. Hearing this, the Chinese male actors around him felt much more relaxed. The smile on his face is more realistic. Welcome to Hollywood. You have performed great in the boxing world and have gained a face for us Chinese. Everyone greeted him warmly, and Du Sheng responded humbly. After finishing his politeness, he came to Yang Ziqiang. Sister Qiang, I'm your fan. When will I release a new work? A helpless smile appeared on Yang Ziqiang's face and shook her head and said. It shouldn't be possible in the past 2 years. Last year, The Legend of the Sky starring her for the first time was released, and it was very popular. The production cost of more than $20 million is only recycled $30 million worldwide, and the cost cannot be recovered. Hollywood's profit-seeking nature is very cruel. As long as you fail a movie, you will immediately turn your back on others. So, no one is looking for her to film. Du Sheng knew very well how serious the situation in Hollywood was to promote highs and step on lows, and said with a smile. Sister Qiang, did you go to Xiangjiang alone to work hard? Didn't you also become the #1 female star since you were a child? Relax, maybe someone will come to you for filming later. Although The Legend of Tian Mei failed in North America, it had a good box office in Asia and the feedback from the CD market was not bad. After 2 months, major producers will get the overall sales data, and there will naturally be subsequent opportunities. In fact, in the second half of the year, the director of Lighthouse Country asked her to film Memoirs of Geisha. Although the starring Zhang Ziyi, Yang Ziqiang also made a comeback. Yang Ziqiang remembered the situation 20 years ago. At that time, she couldn't even understand Cantonese or Mandarin, and she had indeed been through hardships. But the xenophobia in Hollywood is even more serious, and she still couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to make a fortune here. Yes, Hollywood is far more difficult than imagined, especially for yellow people. No connection or background, I'll be sent to my doorstep. Even if I finally joined the crew, there was suppression everywhere on the set. Those directors will also deliberately pick on the tricks, saying that the behavior you perform is not in line with the customs of the Lighthouse Country. I grew up in Singapore, how can I understand the cultural customs of the Lighthouse Country? Even the expressions of happiness and surprise have to be learned again. The people around them also agreed and expressed their dissatisfaction. Yang Ziqiang nodded silently and said seriously to Du Sheng. Sheng, if you really want to make a living in Hollywood, you must have a full understanding. Here we say that we don't engage in racial discrimination, but there are many obstacles in secret, and every step is a test. When I first came here, people said that my pronunciation was not good, and I still had to learn from scratch at the age of 4 like a primary school student. It was really painful. Hollywood has always been not very friendly to Asian actors. Unless your character setting is the kind of comic-like humorous image. Du Sheng just smiled when he heard this. The language gift package he won in the lottery was American English, and this is not the case. Moreover, Hollywood will also give special voiceovers to artists like Li Lianjia who have a huge fan base. But they said nothing wrong, there are ants at the bottom. This is a long-standing crux of the Lighthouse Country racial prejudice. Under Hollywood lenses, characters of different skin colors are labeled. White people in Europe and the United States are usually portrayed as positive and optimistic images. The Slavs were often portrayed as rough and cunning. Black characters are often impulsive and humorous, and outspoken. As for the yellow people, they are portrayed as thin and timid. The roles tailor-made for Asians in Hollywood are largely to cater to the tastes of audiences in Lighthouse Country. In addition to deepening their prejudiced impression of the Asian group, these characters are likely to cater to the brainwashing of the Genfo. Yang Ziqiang sighed. After all, it is the Chinese's influence and voice in Hollywood that are too humble. In the Lighthouse Country, the channels for Chinese people to speak out have always been narrow. Not to mention Hollywood, the center of the film and television industry. Although Chinese people are good at making money, they are mostly bananas and moist people, and rarely take the initiative to create momentum, which makes the overall sound weak. The ethnic group lacks the right to speak, and the number of Chinese people who devote themselves to Hollywood is limited and they are rejected everywhere. As Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, and others gradually became marginalized, this situation has intensified. So, this is also why so many Asians admire Lian so much. Although Du Sheng had already experienced it, he had a deeper understanding of it after personally communicating and contacting it. While talking, Yang Ziqiang suddenly talked to Du Sheng. "Brother An is here." Lian had already entertained them just now, and it is likely that this time it was for Du Sheng. Du Sheng turned his head and saw a man wearing a black suit, neat hair, and a happy face coming. "It is the focus of this party, Lian." After seeing Du Sheng, he smiled and said hello. "A Sheng, welcome to the global movie Holy Land, Hollywood." To be honest, if you were in the mainland, no one would talk to Du Sheng in the posture of an above-mentioned position. But Lian has been used to the stars and the moon during this period, and it was revealed unconsciously. And he has climbed to the front line of Hollywood and is indeed qualified. Du Sheng was open-minded and ignored this little thing and smiled. "Director Li, I have long admired Daki, and I am deeply honored to see you today." "Haha, A Sheng, you're Wujian. I've watched Tao too. The part of the murder of the heroine may be a bit immature, but the overall completion is quite good," Lian said, patting Du Sheng on the shoulder. "Even if you are in Hollywood, your acting skills are the best among the younger generation. It looks like a senior director entering the coaching state, which is probably a habit." Du Sheng saw that Lian's eyes were sincere and his smile remained. "Director Li has been awarded too much, and compared with your achievements, it is not worth mentioning." "Haha, Ashen, you are a newcomer. If you have any questions, you will definitely help me." Lian was in a happy mood as he spoke the scene. "But no one will take it seriously," Du Sheng also smiled. "A Sheng, come and I will take you to meet a few Hollywood bosses, which will definitely be beneficial to your future development." When people around them looked at this scene, they couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. They have been with Lian for a long time. When have they received such special care? Isn't the reason why everyone came to support him is to gain more connections and resources through him? Unexpectedly, this young boy who had just set foot in Hollywood got it easily. He was also personally recommended by Lian. How can this not make people jealous? Only Yang Ziqiang and Su Ligong, who were familiar with Lian, shook their heads and smiled. They understand Li Yan's past and temperament. Before becoming a director, Lian had been supporting his wife and experienced all kinds of hardships and difficulties. "Even though I have achieved success and fame, I have more or less a bit of a show-off mentality." As for why he brought Du Sheng alone instead of others? Of course, that is because of Du Sheng's dual identity as a Chinese boxing champion plus media boss. In Lian's eyes, no matter how outstanding the actor is, he is only mid and low end, and he is in a position of being overlooked. What's the fun of showing off? But Du Sheng is different, his status and ability are there. The other party himself is also valued by the mainland. This point alone is different from the public. Lian has worked hard in the film industry for many years, and both in Hong Kong and Hollywood have been restricted by capital. Now that I have gained a foothold, I naturally want to shake my style in front of such people. Moreover, Du Sheng is naturally more famous and more enjoyable to shake. Du Sheng was amused. It seems that no matter who you are, the two things like returning home in glory and showing saints before others are the same everywhere. Since Lian wants to yao, he can't suppress it, he won't suffer any loss anyway. On the contrary, it is good to get to know the Hollywood characters with the recommendation of this great director. After a round, I really met many people and got a few cards. Hi brat, Timo, introduce it to you. Lian led Du Sheng to meet two white middle-aged men, and the two sides exchanged names. At this time, a noble lady on the left waved to Lian. He looked at Du Sheng with a little regret and said, "There is something happening there. You can talk to your friends here first, and I'll go over and deal with it." After Lian left, Du Sheng took a glass of red wine and sat down leisurely next to him. He didn't rush to interrupt, but just recalled the identities of the two people around him. The one on the left is Universal Pictures screenwriter who has worked with Leon on The Hulk, Michael Bratt, who has an entertainment company under his name. The other is the director who has just come from the Rakshasa Kingdom to the Lighthouse Kingdom to develop, Timo Bekmambetov. He has directed Female Gladiator and Escape from the Mountain Man. Recently, I am busy promoting his new film Night Watcher. The two nodded slightly to Du Sheng, who was sitting down, and continued the previous conversation, as if they did not regard the person beside him as an outsider. Chapter 351 This is a nouveau riche. Mr. Bratt, is there really no way? Timo sighed and asked again. Bratt shook his head, with a hint of helplessness. Universal's box office performance last year was not good, and the only movies that could be shown were Hulk, Agent Bean and Army of the Rage. The senior management is very dissatisfied with our performance in the past 2 years. The head of the film department was replaced, and the project wanted order was also shelved. A project involving $60 million is not aware of the new production supervisor. Timo didn't give up and tried to suggest. Mr. Bratt, in fact, the script has nothing to do with the original comic Wanted Order, so you don't have to talk to Global about investment. Timo, you don't understand this. Bratt shook his head again. Among the 8 major films, Universal is most in love with shooting involving superpowered subjects. Such as the adventure-action series Twilight series, the fantasy Jurassic World series, the horror thriller Invisible Man, etc. Our Wanted Order is in the super field, so we have the qualification to approve it. If it were other companies, I guess I wouldn't even be able to pass the script for review. But we have invested enough in this project. Timo, I want to take it out as soon as possible, but it's useless to be anxious. Bratt interrupted him and said. I started planning this project 2 years ago and have experienced countless twists and turns. How can there be so many things in Hollywood that will have smooth sailing? After saying that, he gently patted Timo on the shoulder and stood up. Timo sighed, and wanted to speak but stopped. This comic adaptation is similar to the Female Gladiator he successfully filmed before, and has always been very optimistic. But if a penny stumps the hero, and if the 8 major Hollywood films have no idea, there is basically no solution at present. At this time, the handsome Asian young man who had been beside him smiled and said, Hello, did you mention the Wanted Order just now? I am quite interested in this comic. If I don't mind, can I talk about it? It's okay, Mr. Bratt has been preparing for this project for a long time, and many people in the circle have heard of it. Perhaps because he wanted to find someone to talk to, Timo Bekmambetov told Du Sheng about another setback in the Wanted Order project. Michael Bratt had the idea of adapting the Wanted manuscript comic into a movie very early on. After a tug-of-war, Universal Pictures agreed to invest, but required the cost to be controlled at $40 million. Because it just wants to shoot a low-cost thriller. Although many producers and directors later expressed their interest and the script was revised many times to discuss various shooting styles, the project was never officially launched. It was not until Timo Bekmambetov came to an investor who proposed to shoot in Wu Yusen's violent aesthetic style, and submitted a 13-page outline to the Global, and it was finally recognized by production director Joyce and the project was approved. However, good times don't last long. The production director Joyce was fired for corruption, and the project was ruined. Du Sheng is naturally familiar with the movie Wanted Order. It is a masterpiece that has made a lot of money. The premiere week earned $51.12 million, with a global box office of $340 million. The male and female protagonists made famous. It also creates a super cool visual wonder of bullet time, which is still talked about in later generations. In addition, this movie ranks second in the non-Campion premiere box office in film history, and is firmly ranked in the top 3 in the killer movie category, and is very popular. As for the production cost, even if you invite Morgan Freeman and Angelina Jolie like you did in your previous life, it will be only $70 million. But Du Sheng was still a little confused when he listened to Timo's story. Logically speaking, this movie should have entered the shooting stage several years later. Unexpectedly, preparations began now. And it took 3 years to prepare. However, when we think about the recent years, Universal Pictures has been deeply affected by the financial crisis and has to tighten its belt and live a life. It is understandable that the new production manager dare not start the Wanted Order project easily. Du Sheng roughly sorted out the whole story of the matter. To be honest, the prospect of Wanted Order made him moved. If it is too much, this is undoubtedly a gold mine. It can also enhance his global popularity in one fell swoop. But there are still some details that need to be clarified. Mr. Bratt, since this project is adapted from a comic, have you obtained the copyright of the original book? Bratt and Timo, who sat down again, looked at each other and said, "Of course I got it, but after 2 years of repeated polishing, the script is completely different from the original appearance. It is not an exaggeration to only retain the concept of Destiny Loom and Assassin Alliance." Du Sheng nodded. Many popular movies like gunfighting have been filmed not only in Hollywood, but also around the world. As for the original comic, because it is a niche, its popularity is limited to readers who like subjects such as action, crime, and anti-heroes, so the copyright price is not high. I understand, then who owns the copyright of the latest script now? Bratt became increasingly confused about the questions asked by Du Sheng, but given that this was a secret that was open in the circle, he did not hide it. Of course the adaptation rights of this script are in our hands. This was jointly revised by them on the basis of previous versions, so the copyright belongs to the two. Du Sheng felt a little happy after hearing this. As long as the copyright is not in the hands of the 8 major Hollywood films, things will have room for maneuver. To be honest, I have watched the comic Wanted Order several times and have always wanted to adapt it. Du Sheng smiled and said, "I wonder if I can read your script. If it is appropriate, I am willing to offer a price that satisfies you." His words were a bit bragging. However, I have indeed watched the movie Wanted Order and I still have a rough impression of it. But out of that thought, it is necessary to read the script, otherwise it would be too abrupt to directly say that buying is. When Timo Samos heard this, he immediately shook his head. No, we don't plan to sell the script. As you said, the comic Wanted Order has also attracted me deeply, and I have always wanted to bring it to the screen. Especially I wanted to present that super powerful gun battle scene, but I was delayed by various problems and failed to get what I wanted. Du Sheng didn't expect the other party to refuse, and it seemed that he really attached great importance to it. I think Bratt, a person who has been preparing for the project for 2 years, will not let go easily. This is a trouble. Originally, Du Sheng planned to take the copyright of the script first, so that no matter how you operate in the future, the initiative is in his own hands. But now it seems that neither Timo nor Bratt are fuel-efficient lamps. However, the reason why human nature is not moved is most likely because it is not tempting enough. Du Sheng didn't care and smiled and said, "The two may not know that in addition to being an actor and a boxer, I am also the head of a media company." Oh! Timo was a little confused and didn't understand the other party's intentions. "I mean, I might bring you some financial support, but the premise is that your project can satisfy me." "What? Are you planning to invest? Do you know what the budget is, a total of $60 million? Timo and Bratt were surprised and turned their heads together. In theory, Du Sheng can indeed transfer this amount of funds at the limit, but he doesn't need money when he brags. Of course, even if you really want to enter the script acquisition stage, you have to ask professional lawyers to review it to confirm whether it is legally authorized and whether there are risks such as plagiarism. He doesn't want to make wedding dresses for others. Man, are you sure you can take out $60 million? Du Sheng smiled and nodded. But after hearing this, the two of them were not very happy, but instead looked at Du Sheng with suspicious expressions. Anyone who has been in Hollywood knows that this is a breeding ground for liars. Many bosses and investors have been cheated. Du Sheng shook his head in his heart. It seemed that his fame was not loud enough. If you are at the same level as Leonardo, Stallone, and Bruce Willis, you are afraid that these two people will come to ask for cooperation. Lian was chatting with senior executives of Focus Pictures. Yang Ziqiang came to him and whispered, "Brethren, it seems that a Sheng is in trouble." Lian raised his eyebrows. "Is there anyone causing trouble in such an occasion? Is this not giving myself face?" He said sorry and stood up, then followed Yang Ziqiang back, preparing to learn about the situation. If you should say it or not, this can be regarded as an indirect demonstration of his ability and majesty, and he is quite happy. But as soon as he came to Du Sheng, he had no time to ask, and Timo took the lead in asking. "Ang Li, does this Du really own a media company in Dongfang?" Lian was stunned for a moment and nodded a little confusedly. He is from Wancheng and has always been paying attention to the situation between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions. Most people at the scene know much more about Du Sheng's story. So can he spend $60 million to invest? Lian was shocked all over and stared at Du Sheng, who was calm and calm. "A Sheng, don't you really plan to invest $60 million in their videos, right?" Yang Ziqiang couldn't help blurting out in Chinese. Du Sheng smiled indifferently and explained, "I'm just interested in the projects he mentioned." Both sides are not very familiar with each other, so he will not say that he is just digging a hole. But with such a large investment of $60 million, it is not a joke if something goes wrong. Yang Ziqiang was still a little surprised. She has been filming for so many years, but she has never seen a Chinese person willing to spend money so much. And these people have just come into contact with each other. What kind of movie is so attractive? Lian next to him also wanted to speak but stopped. It's a bit ironic to say that as a first-line director in Hollywood, he has never filmed more than $60 million in production. And the person in front of him can easily spend $60 million to invest in a movie? This is a nouveau riche. In comparison, his previous superior mentality collapsed instantly. The old face is even a little hot. This show-off was so stunning to the horse's legs. To be honest, he even felt a little moved. "I really want to shout at Du Sheng, if you have this money, just invest in my next film. Why do you want to vote for that foreigner?" But considering his status and so many people watching him, he couldn't speak for a while. Chapter 352 Bullet Turns. Under Timo's eager attention, Lian had to endure that little thought. Nodding again to confirm. As long as Du Sheng really has ideas and has the rising value of Kung Fu School and Star Media, there is always a way to mortgage the loan. Not to mention that I picked the money again last night. Joy suddenly burst out on Timo's face, and he happily held Du Sheng's hand. "Du, please come with me and let's talk about this project in detail." There are too many people around him who are eyeing him, so he doesn't want to make wedding dresses for others. "Brethren, Sister Kyung, thank you." Du Sheng smiled and nodded to the two of them, and came to an elegant room with Timo and Brat. Yang Ziqiang and Lian looked at each other, still a little unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Yang Ziqiang sighed sadly. "I thought that in Hollywood, everyone was competing for the opportunity to act. Unexpectedly, they just used money to open up the road and played high-end games." She has seen ups and downs over the years. Although the scene in front of her is a bit bizarre, she is still open-minded. Seeing that Lian was silent, she guessed what this person was thinking and said with a smile, "Brethren, you are the top in terms of Chinese directing ability." Lian could not show off his mentality and waved his hand with a wry smile. "The next wave of the Yangtze River pushes the previous wave, I don't want to say this. After all, Wu Yusan's box office achievements in the past were much better than his, but after losing the first film, he can only return to China in shame. With Du Sheng's development momentum, who dares to say that he cannot surpass him in the future? Yang Ziqiang laughed and changed the topic. Mr. Su has always wanted to promote a project before. If he knew that a $60 million funder was right in front of him, he would definitely have ideas. Lian watched her leave and his mentality gradually calmed down. His next film, Brokeback Mountain, has attracted investment. Although there is no shortage of financial supporters, it is still necessary to make friends with people like Du Sheng. In the elegant room, Du Sheng and his friends sat on one side, chatting and laughing. The concept of bullet turn is amazing. Du Sheng exclaimed after reading the script. Mr. Du, some scenes must be built with real scenes, such as the huge Fate textile machine, textile factories, assassin training grounds, and car chase scenes, which require a lot of money. Timo is right, there is also the slow motion in bullet time. Traditional shooting techniques cannot be completed, so a three-dimensional digital scanning technology is required, that is, a 3D photocopier generates a three-dimensional model of the actor. The two took turns explaining to Du Sheng how the 60 million investment would be allocated and used. Du Sheng did not express any objection after hearing this. In fact, he thinks it is reasonable whether it is to build a real scene or the special effects of bullet time. Because it is precisely the investment in these aspects that can truly improve the quality of the film. Actors must at least join Hollywood stars, so as to ensure box office revenue. Du Sheng smiled and said nothing, not interrupting. In Hollywood, the pay of actors is closely linked to their status. At which level you are at, you will get the corresponding pay. Therefore, when planning the film budget, the actor's salary can be roughly included in the budget. Du Sheng asked the previous question again. I still have a question, how long will the wanted order be authorized for the comic change? Is there any priority lease regulations after the expiration? I don't want to get into trouble because of this kind of thing. Mr. Du, you don't need to worry about this. The comic adaptation is authorized separately, and there are about 2 years left, which is enough to complete the shooting. Brad patted his chest and promised. In addition, if it fails to complete within the agreed period, we also have the right to renew the contract first. Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Du, there is no problem in general. When will the funds be available? Brad also asked the key point. You know, if you want the project to start as soon as possible, such as asking actors, sets, etc., you need financial support. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. There is an old saying in the East that is first a villain, then a gentleman. Some things must be clarified. If I invest in capital, what are the subsequent benefits? Brad's eyes were slightly closed, and he kept a smile and said. Mr. Du, in addition to box office sharing, what you can get is brand sponsorship and advertising revenue, international market expansion, etc. His tone was calm. At first glance, it seems very reasonable, and Du Sheng makes money from movies. But those who are a little familiar with the industry know that the source of profit for a movie is not only box office, but also diversified revenues such as copyright sales, derivatives, international distribution, and disc sales. But Brad didn't mention this. After hearing this, Du Sheng's smile faded and said lightly. Mr. Bratt, I know that Hollywood likes to cheat big dogs and also likes to set up pig-killing slaughtering. But I have a media company and my own production team, and I know the whole process of the movie very well. If you treat me as a piglet, then it's okay if this project is not cooperative. 20 years ago, a large amount of hot money from Neon flooded into Hollywood, including Germanic funds in recent years, has almost half of its investments. Even if a big-selling movie, the 8 major films and theaters can join forces to make it into the ranks of losses by means of profit distribution, contract terms, cost overruns. Even if you have connections, you can bypass these pits. But one thing is impossible to avoid. That is xenophobia. Once this movie becomes popular, Hollywood will try every means to squeeze out foreign investors and monopolize subsequent IP development. For example, the Twilight series. Dingfeng Entertainment was not optimistic at first, and England investors were interested in investing, so the two sides hit it off. Unexpectedly, the box office exploded, and Dingfeng Entertainment quickly left the other side and invested and developed the sequel alone. In order to avoid these hidden pits, Du Sheng must have copyright. We also have to take derivatives, international distribution, disc sales, etc. into our hands. How can it only meet the box office share? However, Timo and Brad did not intend to give in. Mr. Du, no matter how many media and companies you have in Oriental, you have no connections or channels in Hollywood. You have to abide by Hollywood's rules when you get here. It is obvious that the other party is likely to regard Du Sheng as an outsider and still regard him as a big dog who can be merciless. These days, many rich people who are passionate about movies have invested in Hollywood, but regardless of whether the movies are selling well or not, most of the profits will flow into the pockets of production and distribution companies, and they are basically in vain. Du Sheng's face turned cold and he said, "Hollywood rules? It is worthless in my eyes. To put it bluntly, if I don't invest, you won't be able to attract funds for this project." Brad also raised his voice and said, "This is Hollywood, countless funds are pouring in, and there is never a shortage of funds to raise." There was a sarcasm hanging on the corner of Du Sheng's mouth. "You have been busy for 2 years. What are you planning for? In Hollywood, no film company will pay for a high-cost, unpopular comic adaptation theme. Asia has not yet escaped from the financial crisis, and no one can easily spend $60 million. European tax incentives do attract many people to invest in Hollywood movies, but this is limited to the 8 major films. To in the country of Lighthouse, it is now the key to buying the internet. Which one do you think is a risky investment project that is high risk and low return?" Speaking of this, Du Sheng stood up calmly. "How many weird people like me who are interested in the comic revision of Wanted Order do you think there are still many in the world? If these interests are not guaranteed, then you can wait. In fact, it is not entirely impossible for hot money to flow to Hollywood, but no one will invest in the comic revision Wanted Order. The reason is that since the release of The Matrix, there have been too many such superpowered gunfighting themes. And there are only a few successful ones. What's more, it's a large production that costs $60 million. There is another thing Du Sheng said right, that the movie will not be released in a few years in his previous life. So, he was not in a hurry at all. Moreover, even with this money, he would not invest so early. The main thing now is to take a trap." Brad's cheeks twitched, regretting that he had a big mouth when he first talked to Tima. "Otherwise, you can also use the intentions of other film companies as bargaining chips." He also knew that Du Sheng was right. Our side really has no channel to raise such a large amount of money. To put it bluntly, even he himself cannot be sure whether the script can be successfully modified. In Hollywood, people in the industry have a silent rule, that is, they never use their own funds to make movies. In this way, there is really no solution. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a while. If the other party was one of any 8 major films in Hollywood, Du Sheng would not have liked this project at all. Because there is not much epiphyseal prey. Although those Hollywood giants have high self-esteem, they have the strength and will not rush it, and the process is rigorous and standardized. Even if the script is put there, it doesn't matter, and outsiders will never be allowed to get a bargain. But at this moment, all the people in front of me are a foreign director plus global screenwriter. What Du Sheng bet on was their anxious and unwaitable mentality. After a moment of silence, Timo spoke to break the deadlock. "Brat, Du Sheng is an outstanding person in the circle and is also awarded the title of Chinese boxing champion. I don't think we should be too demanding on him, and there is no need to hold on to some rules. Unlike Brat who has a global background, Timo is just a director, but he is from the Rakshasa kingdom, which is rejected by the lighthouse. Therefore, his wish is to successfully revise the wanted order as soon as possible and then change his status. As for copyright, CD, and other income, he is not greedy. I also know that Du Sheng is not a nouveau riche from Neon, so it is impossible for him to give in at will. Instead of being petty, it is better to continue talking. After all, after passing this village, there is really no such store. Brad followed the steps and his tone softened. Timo is right. Since everyone is insiders, some Hollywood rules cannot be copied. Du Sheng sneered in his heart, can't he copy it? It's nothing more than just looking at his only investment. However, since you have become a financial backer, your right to speak naturally has to be taken back. Then let's talk about cooperation plans based on our respective needs. Everyone hopes that the comic revision of Wanted Order will be successful, and there should be no doubt about this. Mr. Timo hopes to be the director, and this can be clarified. As long as you do not modify the script randomly or increase your expenses inadvertently, I guarantee your creative rights. Timo nodded after hearing this, which was his most core interest. Chapter 353, Being Attracted by the Daughter of a Famous Lady? Du Sheng looked at Brad and continued. The copyright and script of the comic revision are both in your Bra Entertainment Company. If you want to participate in the production of Wanted Warrant, I can also agree to this. But one thing is that as a producer plus producer, I have the right to let finance and legal affairs join the team. When Brad heard that the other party wanted to be a producer, he was about to speak. Producer. It also cost him money to purchase copyright. Moreover, the comic revision has been tossed for so long, and it is also inevitable to spend. Du Sheng directly raised his hand and interrupted him. This is impossible to give in, this is a fair deal in Hollywood. The conditions I provide are much more relaxed than those of the 8 big pictures. If you don't accept them, then there is no need to talk about them. In fact, if Global proposed the same conditions, Brad would probably agree. Because large companies usually come with many restrictions, and even benefits are only given to them. But if it were Du Sheng, who was regarded as a big dog, was quite depressed by the feeling that he could not take full advantage. Du Sheng sat calmly without urging him. Anyway, it's not him that's anxious. Brad and Timo whispered a few words, looked at Du Sheng and asked. Can you handle the issuance channel well? I have an international issuer, so there is no need to worry about this. When he endorsed Sony's mobile phone, Sony's Columbia Pictures promised to release 2 films for Du Sheng, as well as foreign records, all of which were written into the contract. Upon hearing this, Brad's final reliance disappeared and his willingness to continue negotiations weakened. He repeatedly weighed the pros and cons, and his initial goal was nothing more than 3. 1. Modify the wanted order and recover the investment money. 2. Let Bra Entertainment earn profits by participating in production. 3. Expand your own and company visibility. If Du Sheng really has the capital and issuance ability, he will cooperate with him in all aspects. It's really better. It's just that I haven't achieved my best interest and I'm a little unwilling to accept it. Damn it, everyone says you Chinese are cowardly and humble, this is simply a rumor. Brad muttered. Du Sheng is completely different from those timid and fearful Chinese people he has come into contact with in the past. Not only will you retreat if you are not threatened, but you will also argue with reason and will not suffer any loss. Du Sheng smiled and knew that the preliminary discussion was basically reached. Sure enough, Brad stood up and stretched out his hand to Du Sheng. Looking forward to the next contract agreement, I hope the cooperation is pleasant. Timo was a little happy. As long as we work together, this movie will definitely be able to successfully adapt the comic. Du Sheng's mouth showed a playful thought, and he reached out to hold it. Congratulations to both of you for making the right choice, this will be a wonderful start. After reaching a preliminary agreement, the specific details must be implemented tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After walking out of the room, Du Sheng noticed Su Ligong on the left side of the hall and was looking at him with anticipation. Lian spoke out because of inconvenience in his face, but Su Ligong, a businessman, didn't care about face. Compared to money, what is the face? Seeing this, Timo and Brad understood that Du Sheng would not leave yet. Mr. Du, let's arrange the contract and lawyer tomorrow, see you then. As soon as they left the door, Su Ligong came over with a wine glass. Mr. Du, you are a newcomer, but you don't know how hard you invest here, so you can't hurry. Du Sheng smiled, and naturally knew what Su Ligong was planning. Who doesn't jealous if you invest $60 million? Seeing that he smiled and said nothing, Su Ligong added. Mr. Du, these ghosts have always regarded themselves very well. Even if you are rich and powerful, they will despise you in their hearts and even try their best to seize your funds and rights. Especially when it comes to large investments, it is best to think carefully, otherwise you will hit the trap in minutes. Du Sheng smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your advice. I am just interested in their project and have a good chat. Su Ligong was not convenient to say more, so he vaguely mentioned. I don't think it's better to put all eggs in one basket. If something happens, you may lose all your money. It's best to choose carefully. Du Sheng listened to it and kept smiling. Mr. Su thinks how should we do it well if we invest in Hollywood movies. After hearing this, Su Ligong was delighted. If it is to reduce risks, you can actually invest in multiple parties and do not have monoclonal antibody liability. There are also some acquaintances that can be voted for example, AN plans to make a novel adaptation movie in the next year. It is indeed possible to consider joint investment, but whether you can find someone is a question. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Director Lee is now very popular, and I'm afraid it's not my turn to invest. If you really have ideas, you should have a chance to cooperate the next year. The movie adapted from the novel that the other party mentioned is probably The Band Lust and Caution. Although I won a lot of awards for this film, I lost money on investment. He didn't have much thought. Su Ligong's heart moved. If Du Sheng is willing to invest, they will definitely get a share of the pie. But what I'm interested in is action movies. After all, I can't put my own advantages and not want them. Du Sheng added a patch. If Brother Yan is interested in this film, Mr. Su remember to notify me as soon as possible. I welcome win-win cooperation together. Su Ligong opened his mouth. Why did he go back? Lian seems to have no plans to make an action movie in recent years. But since Du Sheng had already expressed his opinion, Su Ligong also followed the topic and said with a smile. No problem, I will contact you as soon as possible if I have any ideas. Du Sheng passed by, and obviously felt that many Chinese people looked at him with a subtle look. After a little thought, he understood the reason. Mostly I envy Li An's special care for him just now. Du Sheng just smiled and had no intention of talking to these narrow-minded people. Look at the white group and the big names on the other side, and compare these Chinese who are eager to enter the circle but are obviously rejected and can only suspicion and secretly fight with each other. Du Sheng couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion, both sympathy and mournful. If you can't reach the peak and reach the height of Lian, you will be denied if someone else takes care of you. Hollywood, which looks bright and beautiful, is actually full of intrigues everywhere. Du Sheng remembered Brad who had tried to trick him into the game just now and sneered in his heart. The two of them were fond of his money, and he also fondled with the value of each other's existence. Do you really think he would be so stupid that he would take out $60 million and let them squander it? It will be clear soon, and it will be clear who can't afford to play. Seeing that it was getting late, Du Sheng remembered that there was something to do tomorrow and planned to say goodbye. He caught a glimpse of Lian and several white actors, as if discussing recent investment trends in the circle. There are 3 men and 2 ladies in total. The man's suit is straight and well kept, looking like an elite. Among the 2 ladies, he didn't pay much attention to the 30 on the right. The woman on the left is quite young, as if she has just walked out of the university campus, is about 170 centimeters tall and has a graceful figure. She was wearing an elegant evening dress, with a very delicate face and outstanding temperament. Especially with her slender waist, it is rare to see Western beauties with such a slim figure. A head of blonde hair was scattered softly on the half-snow back, and just sitting there gave people endless reverie. Du Sheng felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. It seems that the other party appeared on some entertainment headlines in his previous life. I couldn't help but observe two more eyes. As if he noticed Du Sheng's gaze, the lady turned her head to look at him, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She asked Li in a few words quietly, then walked straight towards Du Sheng, stretched out her jade hand and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Du, I am Nikki Hilton, an actor, model, and fashion designer." Nikki's body exuded a light fragrance, which made Du Sheng quite fond of her. Due to regional, diet and other reasons, white people have some body odor. Therefore, the perfumes used are generally relatively thick. But the person in front of me is different, the smell is light and fragrant. Du Sheng looked at her face and said with a little curiosity, "This is our first time meeting, right? You seem to know me when you say your tone." Du Sheng is not well known in Lighthouse Country and did not appear in the White Circle tonight, so he is not very concerned. Several white men next to them also looked at each other, and they were quite surprised when Nikki met Du Sheng. Nikki smiled slightly. "You may not know that I am particularly interested in fighting events and have been paying attention to the dynamics of K1GP. When you reached the K1GP final across the 11th magnitude, I followed it. The scene of defeating the giant god weapon in the end and blowing up the ring is shocking. You are definitely the well-deserved king of fighting." Du Sheng could feel that this beauty named Nikki not only looks outstanding, and he exudes strong confidence all over his body, probably from the white elite class. After recognizing Du Sheng, she immediately recalled the huge investment of $60 million that was circulated at the banquet. "I heard you are going to invest in that comic adaptation of Brat? In fact, he has contacted me before. Unfortunately, something happened to Global World Midway, otherwise I might have played a role." Nikki is a bit familiar, cleverly mentioning topics that both parties may cooperate, quickly narrowing the distance between them. Her friend Todd Mester saw that Du Sheng was dressed in a simple manner and was a little confused. "Nikki, you must be wrong, he doesn't look like he can take out 60 million. Besides, aren't you busy filming VH1 Big and 04? How can you run to other crews?" Mester is a rich second generation. Although his family is rich, he has to consider it if he wants to spend $60 million to invest in movies. "Even if it is placed at the whole banquet, I am afraid that few of them can be taken out." Therefore, he expressed doubts about Du Sheng's strength. Nikki was a little happy and said, "It's not wrong. I've seen several K1 finals of Mr. Du. His handsomeness and temperament are so recognizable that he will never forget it at first sight." Todd Mester was speechless. He could question Du Sheng's financial resources, but he could not question Du Sheng's appearance. Du Sheng listened to Nikki's praise, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, recalling a report in his previous life. Calculate the most dazzling wealthy and beauty series in the world. The report lists the daughters of famous socialites who are famous all over the world, including Ivanka, the daughter of the Big Brother, and sisters of the media tycoon Hearst family. It focuses on the sisters Paris Hilton and Nikki Hilton. They come from the most influential Hilton group in the West. The group has more than 6,400 hotels in 119 countries and regions around the world, with an annual turnover of over $10 billion. Looking at Nichi in front of her, Du Sheng nodded in her heart. He is worthy of being a third generation of a wealthy family, with fair skin and beautiful appearance. The report also specifically pointed out that in addition to his heir, Nikki is also an exclusive model of Le Soleil magazine and has also filmed several works. She seemed to look at herself a little differently. Chapter 354 Romantic Encounter. Du Sheng didn't care about the eyes of others and smiled at Nikki. I like the comic Wanted Order very much, but I have some ideas. As for whether or not I can reach a cooperation, it depends on the situation. If Miss Hilton is interested in participating in the show, you can leave a contact information and talk to you later if you have the chance. After learning about the other party's true identity, Du Sheng naturally understood that this celebrity would not devote himself to his acting career for a long time. As for why he did not disclose the details of the cooperation, it was naturally to avoid unnecessary interference from outsiders. Todd Mester seemed to have found the reason for his intervention and reminded Nikki, some people invest just gimmicks, and they are likely to be pretending to be a big shot to pick up girls, so they need to be carefully identified. Nikki frowned slightly when she saw Todd Mestre constantly pouring cold water on Du Sheng. The other party's intentions were also obvious, but she was not very interested in this kind of rich second generation who just wanted to play. Nikki took out her cell phone simply and smiled and exchanged phone numbers with Du Sheng, saying, "Mr. Du is not only a four-element artist, but also endorses a few products, and there are several profit-making industries. He definitely has this strength to invest." She explained a few words to everyone on the scene, then blinked at Du Sheng and said with a smile, "Even if I don't work as an actor, you can find me at any time. Maybe our Hilton Hotel will also find a spokesperson in Asia." Todd Mester was speechless for a moment, because no one responded, and the scene was a bit awkward. Du Sheng chuckled and said, "Since Miss Hilton has spoken, I am naturally happy." Nikki stared at Du Sheng's handsome face, erect, and exuded a mysterious oriental charm all over her body. "The more I look at her, the more I feel her thoughts to understand the impulse in depth. I didn't expect that I would go to a party on a whim, just looking for some opportunities to meet such an outstanding handsome guy." Nikki is not an indecisive person. She follows her inner wishes and smiles. "Mr. Du, will you be free later? How about having dinner together?" Du Sheng was a little surprised and didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. Lighthouse Country is worthy of being an international open place. The beauty is not shy and takes the initiative to propose a date invitation. In fact, he has always been very interested in the circle of famous socialites in the upper class of Lighthouse Country, and wants to fight against evil spirits. At the same time, it happened to use this to eliminate the prejudice of the white people around him, and nodded happily. "If you have a beauty, I will be with you. See you later. I'll go and put some makeup on first, and the location will be sent to you later." Thinking of the upcoming date, Nikki showed the arbitrary nature of a Western celebrity daughter. She said a brief farewell to Lian and left, ignoring the opportunity to have a film appointment. She plans to have a full-body spa to welcome tonight's romantic encounter in the best posture. Todd Mester was completely frustrated. He was originally unhappy because Du Sheng stole the limelight, so he simply retreated. Du Sheng smiled calmly, ignored the jealous gazes around him, greeted Lian and prepared to leave. Hong Bao looked envious and joked, Sheng, if there is a big investment in production, remember to leave a corner for me, otherwise I can't guarantee to keep my mouth shut about tonight." Du Sheng laughed. "There are many opportunities for cooperation. Brother Bao, please enjoy it slowly and talk about it another day." About 30 minutes later, Du Sheng and Ni met again. The two sat down in a spiral restaurant in the air and enjoyed dinner comfortably, with a very harmonious atmosphere. "I encountered an interesting thing in the casino yesterday, which was quite funny." Nikki maintained a Western-style elegant sitting position and said curiously, "Would you like that sect to go to Gangxi Wujun? It's a bit related." A drunk man fell from the building by the gunshots, attracting the attention of passers-by. The police rushed to ask carefully, "Is the robber hiding here?" Drunk man, "I don't know, I just arrived." "Haha." Nikki covered her mouth and chuckled, full of charm. Du Sheng occasionally tells her some satirical humorous stories, which always makes her laugh and lean back. Nikki pursues a unique trendy personality. Although she is not as indulgent as she did in her previous life, signs have already appeared. Because her sister has gained a foothold in the celebrity circle by sharing her luxurious life on social media, creating controversial topics, and frequently exposing her relationships. This is the fastest way to become famous, and she also wants to imitate it. Tonight, I came to attend a Chinese banquet, including dating a Chinese man in public, etc., which are all exposure gimmicks that create controversial topics. Du Sheng knew the behavior of these Western daughters. However, since the other party is delivered to you for free, he looks and has a good figure, and he has special physical constitution. He refused this kind of thing that brought glory to the country without reason and said with a smile, "Do you, who are born with a golden key, have the experience of not getting what you want? My father taught us to be independent since childhood. His pocket money is only $100 a week, which is no different from ordinary people. Okay, your father should be for your own good. But you probably didn't understand what he meant to let you learn independence. If you don't have money to buy and want, you should first take what you like for yourself, and then confess your sins to the Lord in your heart, so that God can pay for you." Nikki smiled so hard that her branches trembled. Your black humor, it's very sharp irony. It directly exposes the behavior of some capitalists in our country, and they are like robbers. People in Lighthouse Country are merciless when they make fun of themselves, not to mention that Nikki has never been a person who follows the rules. The restaurant selected by Nikki is a private meeting place mainly for love. There are many special programs in the restaurant. For example, the stage, rap, affectionate confession, piano talent, etc. for couples to express their love, are mainly romance. As the atmosphere heated up, Nikki blinked at Du Sheng and said, "Dear Du, you are a star in the world. The last time you sang Only Feelings to You with Zhang Beizi on the ring was very romantic. Although I don't understand it very much, it is quite pleasant. Can you sing for me once?" Du Sheng looked at Nikki's snow-white and delicate face. This daughter was very thoughtful tonight. Whether it is made up or elegant, it is impeccable. Against the backdrop of the soft light, she looks more beautiful and charming. Du Sheng heard that the water in Hollywood was very deep, so he had long wanted to get a glimpse of it, and said with a smile, "No problem, but the song Only Feelings to You is sang in a chorus and is not very suitable. It just so happened that the date tonight gave me some idea. How about singing a new song for you?" Nikki was worried that Du Sheng would collapse her arrangements when she was improvised, and said with a little concern, "Is the new song an English version? Is it too difficult? In fact, the song Only Feelings to You is very good. There are many Asian guests at the scene to cheer up. Why don't you sing this song? It's an English song, but don't worry, there will be no accidents." Du Sheng glanced at the hidden camera in the corner from the corner, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He walked towards the empty piano stage and picked up Mike Feng said, "Good evening, everyone. I plan to present a song here to the charming Miss Hilton. There is a proverb in the East that says, 'I wish to be a person with one mind, and I will never be separated from each other after my whole life.' It is a great honor to spend a wonderful night with Miss Hilton during this trip to Hollywood. American sweet words don't cost money, so there is no need to worry about being recognized here. He is the only one who can improve his acting skills and on-the-spot reaction. To commemorate the wonderful encounter tonight, I took the liberty to write a song, Just the Way You Are, dedicated to the beautiful Miss Nikki." Before Du Sheng started singing, everyone around him seemed spontaneously quiet and curious. The main reason is that the Asian man in front of him is extraordinary and looks particularly professional when he is trying to play the piano. Instrumental performance has been improved to LV3. He also showed confidence and leisurely. The beautiful melody flows slowly, causing many people to stop eating and drinking and listen attentively. Nikki was even more surprised. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng's improvised songs were of such high quality. Just listening to the prelude to a few bars makes people feel like they want to fall in love. Moreover, this song has the main theme of R&B and the moving and smooth beat, which is very consistent with Nicky's preferences. Looking at Du Sheng, who was full of aura on the stage, she was really attracted this time, with ripples in her eyes. Just the way you are. Just like you. And when you smile. When you smile. The whole world stops and stars for a while. The whole world will stop and stare at you. 'Cause girl you're amazing. Because girl, you are so charming. Just the way you are. Just like you. Her lips, her lips. Her lips, her lips. I could kiss them all day if she'd let me. If she wants, I will kiss you and never be separated. The lyrics are simple and sincere, praising the beauty of women and revealing pure emotions. This is the sweetness of love. At this moment, even the busy waiter stopped his work and listened quietly. The general meaning of this song is that a man feels a little longing after meeting his beloved girl, conveying unconditional acceptance and appreciation. Once released in his previous life, this song topped the Billboard Top 100 singles and won the championship for 4 consecutive weeks. In addition, it has also ranked in the music charts in more than a dozen countries including Australia, Maple Leaf Country, New Zealand, and England. Du Sheng made some changes to the lyrics to make it more in line with the scene of his encounter with Ni. After a beautiful encounter, we had to make changes in order to cater to each other, but the love left deep regrets, making it impossible to walk side by side. Nicky thought Du Sheng's lyrics were about telling the gap in their identities. A wealthy Western family daughter, and an Eastern person who was prejudiced by the world. Although he had romantic fate, he was not accepted or praised in the end. Hearing this, Ni, who was originally a little different, was already crying with joy. She covered her mouth in surprise, and her face showed incredible excitement. When Du Sheng finished singing the last note, tears slid down the corner of Nicky's eyes. However, she seemed to be unaware of anything, and ran to the edge of the piano with her skirt, hugged Du Sheng tightly, and gave a passionate kiss. Seeing this, everyone around them started to cheer and clap their hands. Some people without prejudice even picked up their cameras to take photos and became noisy. After a warm kiss, Nicky couldn't wait to pull Du Sheng to the hotel she had booked nearby. Chapter 355 Keep Your Mouth Shut. This song seems to have unique magic, making Nicky become enthusiastic. Even the heat is filled with wine that makes people drunk without getting drunk. It was just that Nicky, who was wearing high heels of more than 10 centimeters away, was not walking fast. Du Sheng simply hugged her with a princess and picked her up. Nicky lay in Du Sheng's arms, her arms wrapped around his neck without any hesitation, and all kinds of friction were inevitable. Friction, friction, like a devil's steps, one step or two, one step or two. The divine song My Skateboard Shoes flashed in my mind, but Du Sheng had no time to care about anything else. It is no joke to get out of fire when the gun is wiped. Both of them were quite angry. And the anger accumulated by being provoked in the restaurant is almost impossible to suppress. What's too much is that the daughter of a daughter was indeed relaxed and even chuckled and kissed his cheek in public. How could Du Sheng be the one who suffered a loss? After entering the door, he threw her on the bed. Nicky seemed to be completely immersed in the sweetness of the moment, without showing any politeness. Instead, he showed a bold attitude, which was more active than Du Sheng. I have to say that the young white girl is indeed different. As a daughter who has both a model and an actor, her charm and skills are well deserved. She completely discarded that elegant appearance and turned into a Hollywood singer and dancer. In this spacious bedroom, it has become her private show. Du Sheng became the only connoisseur and began to perform amazing improvisations. It is worth mentioning that although this female model is not formal in terms of close fit, splits, and walking on the platform, it is much more prominent than Linz Hilling in terms of high difficulty movements such as being straight, and high. Especially her unique cat step, even in 90 degrees, she can perfectly control the essence of not sagging shoulders, not holding chest, and not curling back. This kind of experience is really intoxicating. Nicky, Wake up. Go take a shower first and then go to bed, your hair will be soaked. This unique private performance lasted almost an hour. Du Sheng didn't sweat much, but Nikki was already sweating profusely, so she gently patted her arm. Du, you are so awesome. Nikki didn't even open her eyes, but just muttered in confusion. I can't practice anymore, let me lie down for a while. Her lazy appearance revealed a bit of tenderness, which made Du Sheng feel hot. Yudao is that after passing this village, there is no such store. Du Sheng gently lifted the bedding and carried the sleeping white girl into the bathroom to clean her body. When warm water infiltrates the skin, Nikki's consciousness gradually returns to awake. Du Sheng hugged her body and asked softly with her ear. Do you feel more comfortable? Although Bai Niu has a short shelf life, it is still very good to be less than 20 years old. Nikki looked a little embarrassed so rarely. She glanced at her and gestured, and said shyly. Du, what did you eat to increase your size? It's too exaggerated. She was really shocked tonight. The legendary Chinese are always short and flat. But tonight she was convinced. Keep your mouth shut. Such a big man, let alone white people, I'm afraid that even big and thick people will have to be compared to. Du Sheng was also a little surprised to see that she was weak and could speak. Because of the guidance just now, he did not care about the fragrance and jade at all. After all, he is a daughter of a famous lady, so don't waste this buff superposition. It's just as good as you feel. Let's enjoy it first. If it were the two little birds Yesi or Zheng Xian, they would be afraid they would surrender in just 10 minutes. From this we can see that the fight against the attack must be Bai Niu. However, facing such a direct question, Du Sheng was difficult to answer for a moment. He was planning to turn Nikki over to wash her hair and ask about the restaurant shooting. But the daughter of the daughter seemed to have misunderstood his intentions and was a little scared. No, really, I'm too tired. I have to admit that this white girl does have the capital and can play with her privately, so it is quite appropriate to be a squad during her shelf life. However, when I think of these famous socialites being famous for being crazy, I will give up that little thought. You have recovered a little bit of strength, right? Then don't pretend to be asleep anymore. Your body is much more honest than your little mouth. Du Sheng was too lazy to ask about the restaurant, anyway, he would never lose money. Wipe her cleanly and then do a slept with eucalyptus that relieves muscles and promotes blood circulation. Unexpectedly, such a move made Nikki's cheeks turn red again. Haha, are you too sensitive? Du Sheng was so happy that she turned her over. Oh! I can't press it anymore after I said it. Nikki originally wanted to enjoy a bath, but she was fouled again while washing. In anger, she simply took the lead and turned over to occupy the favorable terrain. Even put aside the reserve and face of the celebrity and choose to compete in all aspects. But she really ordered something, and half an hour later, Du Sheng had to end the training regretfully. It's really someone who doesn't even have the strength to move. Du, I can't practice anymore, I'm convinced. At this moment, there was nothing else in her heart except admiration. He is indeed the king of fighting who can defeat the giant gods, and his physical strength is indeed extraordinary. In addition, she had to admire her vision. Even a little lucky. This time I chose to cooperate with Chinese boxing stars, which is really a big profit. When she thought of tomorrow's fermentation, she was even a little excited. On the other hand, Brat and Timo, who returned to Brad Company, were also excitedly applauding and celebrating. I'm so lucky today. I thought the movie comics were completely cold. Timo shouted excitedly. Haha, Timo. There is never a shortage of strange things in Hollywood, calm down. They have heard of some neon or mid-sized dogs who wield money in Hollywood. But when the financial owner really appears in front of them, they still make them feel surprised. Although this yellow man from the east is much smarter than those big dogs. But as long as the funds arrive, they will not have the final say in the filming and dispatching of the movie afterwards. Speaking of which, they actually don't want to cooperate with the 8 major Hollywood films. Just reviewing this level will stump countless people. Taking Universal Pictures as an example, there are nearly 10 people in the heads of various departments of the company. From budget to payment for a movie, it must be approved by their stamps. The cumbersome review can only be described as the cumbersome and the money that can be damaged. From the role distribution of each character to the box office and attendance trends of this type of film in the past few years, we have to pass one by one. After the script is passed, the producer and director need to be evaluated, mainly based on their box office profits, shooting types, reputation, and other data in recent years. After that, the company decided on the investment amount and had to be guaranteed insurance company negotiation. Not to mention, during the shooting, you have to deal with various rules and regulations sent by the other party to supervise. But now, they skip the above cumbersome process and pull out a complete investment alone, and their freedom will greatly increase. I wonder if Du is going to learn Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and go back to the east to shoot. Should we remind him to communicate with the trade union and association? Timo asked hesitantly. The actors, photographers, directors, and other famous actors in Hollywood basically join their respective unions and associations to protect their own rights. As the producer, Du Sheng wants to shoot smoothly, not to be disturbed by someone with background, and not to be threatened by some backgrounds. This communication is very necessary. Commonly known as Beishantu. Brad didn't care. We need to worry about this? Didn't he have to designate a producer? We just need to do our own part. It can be seen that he still has some ideas about the producer. Timo didn't say much, but thought about it and said, "What about insurance? For example, mistake insurance and film guarantee. Filming in Hollywood usually requires insurance to reduce various risks during the production process. However, there are many types of insurance, and if the mainstream ones are roughly invested in the following categories: crew member insurance, general production insurance, error insurance, film completion guarantee, etc. Any movie production cost of more than $5 million will basically be guaranteed to invest in the film. Finishing guarantee is particularly important for independent films or private equity investors. Because the insurance company will send people to evaluate and provide prevention and control mechanisms, from the initial preparation to the completion of the film, it will intervene throughout the process to ensure the smooth progress of the shooting. It aims to protect the interests of investors to the greatest extent and minimize unexpected losses such as project overspending or interruption. Brad looked at him in disbelief. "Man, are you drunk? Why do you think about this, yellow man? Do you always be supervised or even supervised by insurance companies when you want to shoot?" Timo spread his hands and said, "I like Wanted Warrant very much and just want to shoot it smoothly. This is related to whether he can gain a foothold in Hollywood, so he doesn't want to drag him down." Brad raised his volume and said, "Do you think I don't want to shoot it smoothly, but the first priority is to get the funds. Even if you encounter an accident during this period, it has nothing to do with us. At worst, let the yellow people increase their investment." Timo hesitated for a moment and nodded. This kind of thing is indeed unpredictable, and the budget cannot be accurate. Now it is the most important thing to get the money to form a team. The next morning, Du Sheng got up in high spirits after he abused the spring again. This daughter-in-law will not recover if she doesn't lie down for a few days. After whispering a few gentle words, he punched and went out. During breakfast, he received a call from Anika. "Du, that's amazing. How is the experience of a celebrity daughter directly breaking Hollywood's K-rules? But you didn't take much advantage, Nikki is a woman with great means. By the way, the song you improvised last night is really good." Chapter 356 What to Do? That's called love and friendship. Du Sheng looked at the hotel lobby and reported his scandal with Nikki, and said calmly, "What is this? I am a public figure myself. Nikki wants to use my popularity, so she doesn't have to use resources and connections. On the contrary, I don't have to pay anything, at least I have gained popularity in Lighthouse Country. Du Sheng guessed it last night. Since the other party wants to hype, why don't he want to increase his popularity overseas? That's why there is improvised cooperation. It is indeed a combination of both benefits. At this moment, the anchor on TV is introducing his identity background. Not to mention how much popularity can gain, at least the reputation value is rising. In less than one morning, I received more than 40,000 yuan. Speaking of which, the reason why Nikki chose Du Sheng as the target of hype was that she had a sudden idea after meeting him last night. As her identity, if you want to make a name for yourself, the best way is to first hype the title of a celebrity. After becoming famous, you can transform into fashion or other industries, so that you can have a smooth flow. In addition, Du Sheng is indeed extremely famous in Asia. Making scandals with him can enhance her popularity in the Asian market. Moreover, Du Sheng is the first Chinese boxing champion in the world. The relationship between Western celebrities and Eastern boxing stars is quite topical. As a celebrity, you can be independent and behave erratic, but you must never lack popularity. Creating controversial topics, frequent exposure of relationships, and participating in popular reality shows are all routine operations of celebrities. The most important thing is that Du Sheng is outstanding in all aspects, and Nikki is really attracted to her. There is no conflict between hype and dating. Nikki deliberately chose a place with romantic performances, and then made a gimmick, and then secretly took photos, making them into rumored materials to spread them out. When Du Sheng said she wanted to improvise songs last night, the reason why she expressed hidden worries was obviously because she was worried that Du Sheng's performance would not be good, which would affect her preset hype effect. But I never expected that the other party's singing Just the Way You Are was very effective. Not only did she talk about it in a serious manner, but she was too devoted last night and took the initiative to waver her tail and beg for forgiveness. In the end, the daughter of the daughter automatically chose 3 directions to develop and endured the pain of abuse. Du Sheng did forgive her. What's more, he has already countless scandals, and he will not be itchy if there are too many lies. And this hype did help him open up channels in Hollywood. The Hilton family has a lot of influence in the Lighthouse Country. If Nikki wants to become popular in one fell swoop and mobilize related media resources, various public opinion hype is naturally essential. In addition to Du Sheng's improvisational creation gimmick, the daughter of the daughter was moved and she hugged and kissed her, and fell in love with her in the hotel. It can be said to be extremely gossipy and popular. Therefore, their scandal instantly made headlines on the major meloneating networks in the Lighthouse Country. Discussions on Google, Campus, and other websites are extremely popular. FANFIC. Miss Hilton's daughter actually fell in love with a poor Oriental man? Is God blind? To be honest, this Oriental man is really handsome. I would have an idea. If someone sang the song Just the Way You Are for me in public, I think I will definitely be crazy. Didn't you notice that Nikki looked at the infatuated look at the Oriental man? This is because she really fell in love with Du. It's right. In the past, celebrities broke up with love to attract attention, but this time, I believe Nikki is true. Who is this Du? He won the daughter of Hilton as soon as he came. I want to learn 2 tricks when he became a disciple. Have the song Just the Way You Are not released yet? The damaged sound quality becomes more and more impressive. As the scandal continues to ferment, more and more people are beginning to pay attention to Du Sheng. In addition to some boxing fans, many women are attracted by his burly and handsome appearance. Others have become his loyal listeners because of the charm of the song Just the Way You Are. This group of people formed Du Sheng's first supporters in the European and American circles. Sony keenly captured Du Sheng's popularity, and the 2 sides had key cooperation plans. Including the overseas release of 2 albums, including Sony Ericsson's mobile phone endorsement, 10,000 Reasons and Girls' Generation. This time Du Sheng's relationship with the socialite in the lighthouse country attracted widespread attention, and this craze made Sony Records overjoyed. They quickly contacted Du Sheng and jointly brought the single to the market as soon as possible. Out of love for Du Sheng, Nicki spared no effort to promote him. In an interview, she mentioned many times that Du Sheng is not only an Asian star, but also the king of fighting. This aroused the public's curiosity about Du Sheng. People all want to see what kind of person they are and capture the hearts of the heirs of the Hilton family. Thanks to this wave of publicity, when Du Sheng released the single Just the Way You Are, 600,000 copies sold within the following month, ranking among the top 100 billboards. For an Oriental and a new face in the music scene of the Lighthouse National, such achievements are a miracle. Gradually, in addition to gossip and scandals, more people began to pay attention to Du Sheng's works. So many Chinese began to search Du Sheng's Chinese album and several dramas starring him. He even took the initiative to explore his achievements in the boxing world. Once this happens, the result will be amazing. As time goes by, Du Sheng's fan base in Europe and the United States has gradually grown. Although the number is not huge, it has also accumulated a certain degree of international recognition. Although the above are still a story, Du Sheng is temporarily unable to tell whether Nicki's admiration was influenced by the heart-to-heart after its comprehensive development that night. It was Nicki who continued to hype for the sake of fame. But no matter what, this rumor collision and cooperation are a win-win situation. Du Sheng not only won a high-end service of a daughter, but also gained fame, which was comfortable both physically and mentally. Nicki also made her celebrity image more deeply rooted in people's hearts due to this successful hype. Du Sheng watched the TV show The Video of Nicki Kissing last night, and an impulse surged in her heart. He really wanted to return to the hotel suite and give Nicki strength again. But when he recalled Nicki's appearance when she left, she was almost breathless. She suppressed her thoughts. The only thing that was that I was a little bit over the top last night. However, looking at Nicki's obsession with all-round development, there should be still a chance next time. Although he has not planned to be in Hollywood yet, he still has the determination to bombard Hollywood. Brother Sheng, you asked the girl named Taylor who you asked for, and left after the shooting that night. Wang Yeyang, who came back with the translator yesterday, sat down and said, it should be back to the country music holy land of Nashville, where she was studying. Du Sheng ordered a breakfast for them, thought for a while and said, have Taylor signed a contract with a new company? It should be signed, it's called Big Machine Records. She is the first singer, so she pre-signed in advance. It is not difficult to inquire about these things. Wang Yeyang took a walk around the music festival and asked about it after giving some money to the receptionist. Du Sheng was not surprised by this. Although Taylor signed the contract, he is still singing in the composer's gathering place, Blue Bird Cafe, and obviously has not achieved his goal. Before she officially released her single, Du Sheng still had the opportunity to join forces. However, this kind of thing is not urgent, and he can't take time to go there for the time being. Because in the afternoon, I had to negotiate the follow-up of the wanted order with Timo and the others, and then I had to rush back to Las Vegas to meet Don King. Just now Anika already said that Don Jin would come back in the evening and would take him to meet UFC President Bai Dana. So even if you have an idea, you can only push it back. Sheng, I heard that you got together with Hilton's daughter last night. Isn't it true? After chatting for a few moments, Wang Yeyang suddenly couldn't help but ask curiously. What a bond, is that a love affair? Du Sheng was righteous and strict, and had to correct it. After all, Nicki was exhausted last night to please her, so she had to maintain her some protection. I also want to have a daughter who is here to meet her. No, she is in love. Is Brother Sheng's care? Wang Yeyang scratched his head, eager to try it out. Practice your English first, and then clean up your outfit. Du Sheng glanced at him and said. Maybe those girls with aesthetic deformities in North American fashion will meet you. Wang Yeyang curled his lips and knew that this guy didn't say anything about his own good. He was too lazy to care about this, and asked curiously. Did there be many Chinese actors supporting director Li's banquet last night? The report said that there were many big Hollywood stars supporting him. Du Sheng took a sip of tea first and mentioned it casually. There are a lot of Hollywood people, but I can't recognize them. I heard what you said, Director Lian is indeed quite glorious. Celebrities, directors, producers, and senior executives from all walks of life came to support him. However, other Chinese actors are in such a miserable situation. I used to hear that Hollywood is not easy to mess with, but I didn't expect that even Zhou Runfa and Michelle Yeoh are so difficult. Wang Yeyang sighed. Since Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon became popular, these two have become top actors in the Asian film industry. But when you get here, you still have to face all kinds of pickiness. After Zhou Runfa's bulletproof monk failed, no one cared about it. This is the territory of foreigners, and it is not that easy to make a living in a foreign country. Du Sheng also shook his head. Chinese actors who can achieve success in Hollywood can count them even with their fingers. Li Xiaolong, Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, Zhou Runfa, Michelle Yeoh, Zhang Ziyi, etc. Not to mention how these people are doing now. The reason why they can open their country is that they rely on kung fu films and their derived martial arts films and gun battle films. As long as you carefully identify, you will find that except Zhou Runfa, everyone else is from martial arts. Including Michelle Yeoh and Zhang Ziyi, they also stand out as a hit girl. There is no doubt that if he scores into Hollywood in the future, the most suitable type is still action movies. Unfortunately, Cheng Long and Li Lianjia lost their box office year by year, and the impact was getting lower and lower, and there was no successor after the break. This is also a heavy blow to Chinese artists. Not to mention losing confidence and support, the path forward has also been blocked. Now that the West has experienced the new experience of Chinese performances, it is significantly more difficult for them to break through the siege. If Du Sheng wants to take the action movie path, in addition to being more concise, realistic, rough, and fist-to-heart style, he also has to find another way. He already had a preliminary idea in his mind, but it is still impossible to implement it. Of course, the film Wanted Order gave him another possibility of success. Although the risks are quite high, you will never expect to emerge in places like Hollywood without making a breakthrough. It depends on how we talked about it in the afternoon. I hope those two will step in. Chapter 357 Exciting Scene. Brother Sheng, who else should I find besides the lawyer team? Wang Yeyang hurriedly finished breakfast and was about to go to work. Although he didn't know what Du Sheng was going to do, he just followed the arrangements. I have contacted the Ye family's business team. You can contact them first and draft a few documents. In order to show down in the afternoon, Du Sheng naturally would not be unprepared. It is guaranteed to make Brat and Timo escape. After giving the order, Du Sheng thought about it and said, I'm going to go to Sony recording branch to record songs later and meet at Liji restaurant next to you at 2 p.m. In response to the scandal craze caused by Du Sheng, Sony Music responded quickly and directly stated that it would release the single Just the Way You Are. And planned to strike while the iron is hot, record it as soon as possible, and release it quickly. Du Sheng had no objection to this. After all, the two parties already have a cooperation agreement, so it is not much different for him which company will be issued on behalf of the agency. At this time, it is indeed a good opportunity to release a single. Seeing that the time was almost the same, Du Sheng did not exchange too much greetings and took a taxi to the Avenue of Stars. After entering Sony Music headquarters, a middle-aged white man with a bearded face received him. Du Sheng did not make too many courtesy words. After a brief greeting with the person in charge, he entered the recording studio. Compared with Chen Tao's studio, the recording studio here is obviously much more luxurious. The area is nearly 100 square meters. Considering the land price here, the recording studio of such a large scale fully demonstrates the heritage of Sony Music. The equipment in the recording studio is all top-notch configurations in the world. Given that the song Just the Way You Are still has to be arranged, the recording work cannot be completed overnight. Fortunately, when Du Sheng looked back on the stock trend last time, he deliberately passed the popular songs from Europe and the United States. Although the songs that can make him remember many, but as long as it is passed down to the East, it is basically classic. With the original song as a reference, the arrangement work progressed rapidly. The arrangement part was completed successfully at less than 1 p.m. For the remaining MV, Du Sheng directly chose the live version shot by the other party last night with Nicky's consent. This daughter-in-law has always been very enthusiastic about things that can bring her popularity, and even overjoyed that she doesn't need money. After all, Du Sheng also has a share in portraits and copyrights, and she cannot be exclusive. But Du Sheng took into account the possible differences in the future and decided to make up for it. I have to say that the photographer hired by the other party is quite professional, and whether it is his singing part or the scene where Nicky is moved and crying, they are all very touching. Sony Music only needs to be briefly edited, and then add a part of Du Sheng's recording and a single song is completed. The next distribution and promotion can be left to Sony for processing, and he doesn't need to cooperate. In the afternoon of the same day, Du Sheng met with Wang Yeyang, the Ye family business and lawyer team, and came to a hotel room. Brad and Timo had long been waiting there with the evaluation report issued by professional institutions. After a brief greeting, the two sides sat around and discussed. You see, there is no problem with the script adaptation, and the subsequent priority is included. Brad presented several documents. Du Sheng picked it up and glanced a few times. The wanted order has been authorized for about 2 years, and there is no big problem in other aspects. Apart from the regular shooting in Hollywood, where are you going to put the shooting location? He turned his hand to the team behind him for them to tell them carefully. Because the movie involves scenes such as city streets, skyscrapers, abandoned factories, etc., it is best to shoot in an ancient city with a long history. The most important textile factory, I plan to take a look at the Czech Republic. Timo obviously had a plan and said it casually. Many Western textile factories are retained in the Czech Republic, and some fighting scenes can be used. Du Sheng refused to comment. According to his money-saving and promotional ideas, there is actually no need to go to the Czech Republic to shoot these, and there are too many things to replace them in the East. Even some less important actors can try to use their own. But these are not the key points at the moment, and we can do it step by step in the future. Seeing the lawyer nodding and confirming, he signaled the representative of the Ye family to hand over a contract. Brad and Timo looked at each other and saw a little joy. Timo smiled and said, "Du, I didn't expect you to be so thoroughly prepared, and even the contract was printed." Brad took the contract and looked through it carefully, but didn't say anything. Du Sheng smiled faintly. "I still have to rush back to Las Vegas to handle something, so I hope to implement this matter as soon as possible." "Du, why can't you pay the money in one lump sum?" Brad discussed with the young lawyer he invited and suddenly said. "An adequate budget will help us prepare for crews, build or rent shooting venues, etc." Du Sheng pointed to the team around him and said, "I asked someone to calculate, and there is no need for so much preparation in the early stage. Moreover, I also follow the Hollywood model and pay 20 million in the first issue. 15 million was paid after half of the auction, and 15 million was paid after the end. These installment payments are clearly marked on the contract." "Hey, something is wrong." Timo looked at the contract a few times and said in confusion, "It's only 50 million. Didn't you agree to have 60 million before?" Du Sheng underestimated. "There is 10 million left, and it will be reserved for publicity and issuance costs." No, this is completely inconsistent with your previous statement." Brad was a little angry and put the contract aside. What we said about 60 million should be purely the production cost. Brat, don't you think the 60 million that Universal gave you was completely useless, right? Du Sheng looked at him calmly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. You are very clear about the tricks in the global service, he said. Brat was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute it. In fact, among the 8 major Hollywood films, a large production of RMB 100 million includes at least 20 to 30 million in promotional and distribution costs. Moreover, this part of the expenses will be deducted from the box office revenue first. Foreign investors want to take advantage of them? Obviously thinking too much. Du Sheng's tens of millions may not be enough to cover all promotional and distribution costs, but reservations are unwritten rules in Hollywood. Wanted Order is a grand shooting action movie. Seeing his partner blushing, Timo couldn't help but retort. There are also many special effects involved, as well as blasting car chase wars. 50 million is not enough. Du Sheng has always been a reasoning person, so he asked Wang Yeyang to bring a document. According to the preliminary budget, the special effects are not worth 10 million, and the salary of the entire crew is only about 25 million. The remaining 15 million is more than enough to build the outdoor scene and crew expenses. Let me tell you what other large expenses are there. If he was to put the outdoor locations of Destiny Loom and Textile Factory in the east, he would save a lot of expenses. But now there is no sign of the 8 characters, so there is no need to say it. Brat naturally understood this, but he was still unhappy. Because of this, it is left to Bra Company to make money. There is not much space left. Therefore, he has to strive for both public and private affairs. As the director, Timo naturally doesn't want to be reluctant to play with her budget. In addition, he also has a copyright signature, and his relationship with Brat is even more deeply tied to him and is also helping him. But Du Sheng's face was calm and unshakable. For a moment, both sides flew everywhere, and they just rolled up their sleeves and went into battle. In the quiet room next to it, their teams are carefully reviewing the contract. This contract is more than 10 pages, and Du Sheng asked Wang Jinhua to prepare and fax it. Although it seems cumbersome, it mainly includes several aspects. First of all, Du Sheng spent 400,000 yuan as an investor to purchase script production from the two. The agreement stipulates that the investment should be invested in filming before the end of the authorization. If anyone is not reached, Du Sheng will lose ownership of the production. Secondly, Du Sheng needs to invest 50 million to Bra Production Company, and the ownership belongs to Star Media after the production is completed. Then, photographers, art directors, editors, fashion designers, makeup artists, etc. are formed by 3 parties, and the producers have a veto on important matters and casting. The last part is a series of detailed terms and supplementary provisions. By the time the teams of both sides came back, the 3 had almost reached an agreement. The pure production cost is set to 55 million, and the promotional and distribution cost is arranged by Du Sheng himself. When Brat and Timo saw the lawyer nodding to them, they signed and stamped the contract. Du Sheng finally smiled after they signed the sign. I believe this is a good start to success. In order to get the 2 of them into the game, he has made good efforts. It's really hard to work with you. Brat felt a little loss. After all, it shrank by $5 million. Even if you cut 1 point by 100, it will be 50,000. Du Sheng didn't care. If I were a producer of the 8 great pictures, let alone 50 million, you would be giggling if you could get 10 million yuan in half a year. This is also the reason why Brat agreed to sign. A large company has to report every expense, and there is no room for him to report false accounts. So I was too lazy to be petty. Seeing Du Sheng finishing his signature, I was delighted to gain the upper hand. Mr. Du, when will the first fund be received? Timo asked anxiously. There are only 2 years left for the authorization of the comic reform, so it's best to form a crew as soon as possible. Although the contract is received in installments and stipulates that the other party needs to complete the investment before the end of the authorization, it is natural that such matters should be sooner rather than later. Du Sheng curled a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Of course, but before I get the money, I want to consult a few more points." Brat was stunned, and his joy dissipated, but he didn't doubt anything. Amid the two of them's doubts, Du Sheng asked the first point. "What do you think is the selling point of our show?" Timo was a little puzzled. These were mentioned in the script outline, but he still said, "This movie has various exciting scenes, such as speed chases, gunfights, etc. There are also surreal action scenes such as bullet-turning characteristics, leaping 100 meters, and jumping from a train, which can bring strong visual impact and shocking effects to the audience. In addition, the mysterious killer organization, the ancient fate textile machine and other settings also add to the fantasy color and mystery of the plot." Du Sheng continued without comment. "So what about the selling points in the plot?" Timo thought Du Sheng hadn't read the script much, and added, "The story revolves around the fate textile machine of the killer organization, abandoning personal heroes and warmth, and violent blood and adrenaline surges throughout the entire film." Du Sheng asked quietly. "That is, this is not a movie that focuses on individual heroes. It can even be said that compared to the protagonist's cliched revenge plot, the surreal and exciting scenes that occur during the wanted situation are more attractive to the audience." Brat was confused when he heard this, and he didn't understand why Du Sheng said this. Timo smiled when he heard this. From the idea of the whole film, this is how it is. After all, this is a surreal revenge movie with a sense of fantasy and mystery. According to my shooting method, I try to immerse the audience in this wanted and betrayal adventure. Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction, as if he had got what he wanted, and asked calmly, "Then what are the protagonists you have in your mind?" Although the crew will eventually hold an audition, whether it is the producer, director, or screenwriter, they have their own little ones in their hearts. What about him? Chapter 358 Are you pretending to be here? Timo said without hesitation. The male protagonist Wesley has shown a variety of personalities from being cowardly and swallowing his anger to revenge after being rich. It requires sufficient acting support. In addition, considering that the male protagonist grows up as a big killer, and jumps 100 meters and jumps on a train, he should have a burly and strong body, handsome appearance, and agile skills. The heroine is the instructor of the hero, and her expressions are relatively cold from beginning to end. The greatest charm it brings to the audience should be coldness. Brad took over the conversation. We imagine that Nicolas Cage or Tom Cruise are suitable candidates. Of course, if you can invest additionally and invite Angelina Jolie to play the heroine, the box office will definitely explode. The two male stars he gave were both frontline, white, and had a large box office guarantee. As for Angelina Jolie, now it is a hot topic due to marriage issues, and it is sexy enough to bring the expected audience. Du Sheng smiled slightly, but shook his head slightly. Timo, I agree with your casting criteria, but I reserve my opinion when recommending the candidate. The two of them looked at Du Sheng in unison. Then who do you think fits the role of the male lead? Du Sheng smiled confidently. People with strong body, handsome and charming, agile skills and outstanding acting skills will sit in front of you. Brad and Timo looked at each other, then looked at Du Sheng, and then laughed. Du, your cold joke is not funny. Du Sheng whistled and said leisurely. Look, I don't even lack a variety of personalities. Brad saw that Du Sheng was not a joke, and his skin was shaking. Du, it's better to have less of this kind of cold joke, otherwise it wouldn't be very interesting. Du Sheng had a good time to put away his smile and officially showed up. This is not a joke. Brad's expression changed, and he wanted to refute something. Timo signaled him not to speak for now, and turned to Du Sheng and said in a deep voice. Du, I know you are the first Chinese boxing champion in the world, and I also know that you are an outstanding actor. But considering the global box office guarantee, it is better to invite well-known white male stars in Hollywood. He didn't want to make a fuss, so his words were quite tactful. But the meaning is very obvious: yellow people are not suitable. Timo, you said just now that this movie abandons personal heroes and warmth, mainly focusing on surreal action scenes. This means that the male protagonist is just an introduction throughout the film, and it doesn't matter who he is. Du Sheng said calmly. In addition, the hero is led by the death of his father, and directly setting his father as a mixed-race Asian can avoid the problem. Brad sneered and said, "You haven't been in Hollywood, and you don't know how picky the audience and casting are here. No one would believe that a yellow-skinned face can make the box office so that it can sell all over the world." Du Sheng's eyes suddenly became cold. "Can I understand that you are racially biased?" Timo Li knew he was going to suffer, so he waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, we are not racists. But you must admit that the global box office is mainly in the West, so in Hollywood, white people are usually invited to star in the star, so that the audience will buy it and the box office will be very popular. Now the Lighthouse country is erecting the banner of freedom and democracy, and it cannot be labeled as racial discrimination, otherwise there will be no need to mess around in the future. Du Sheng did not care about this, but corrected Timo's words. "No, Timo, you've confused a concept that the choice of the character is not determined by the skin color. Do you think none of the movies starring Li Xiaolong, Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, and others are popular? In fact, as long as the audience recognizes that the actor who plays the protagonist is charming enough, they don't care about some details at all." Seeing that Du Sheng was unmoved, Timo couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Maybe you are very outstanding in the East, and you even have box office guarantees in Asia, but it is undeniable that you can't compare with Cheng Long and the others, right? To put it bluntly, Western audiences are now gradually getting tired of the martial arts routines of yellow people. In the past 2 years, even Cheng Long and Li Lianjia have not had a movie with a box office of over 100 million yuan. Speaking of this, he emphasized. And this is a $55 million investment. I don't want to waste it. To be safe, it's better to find a white actor who can hold the box office. Although the loss was Du Sheng's funds, Timo did not want to be labeled as a failed director. When he was a newcomer, he was afraid that he would directly ruin his career in Hollywood. Du Sheng's expression was as calm as before, and he laughed. "Since that's the case, why don't we fight?" "What to fight?" Brat, who was originally going to increase the firepower, was stunned and subconsciously said. "In a few months, a movie starring me and Lu Huanhua, Zhang Yi, will be released, with an investment of only $30 million. Du Sheng was neither salty nor light, and said, "I can have a global box office of over $100 million US. They all know that Zhang Yi had a box office of $180 million worldwide 2 years ago. But the main box office of that movie comes from Oriental, starring international superstar Li Lianjia. It is said that today is different from the past, and the market is changing too quickly. In addition to the general trend of this year, although Li Lianjia's popularity and pay has increased sharply, the market expects that the film Danny Wolf Dog will be giggle even if it exceeds 100 million. Moreover, how can the yellow people in front of you compare with him? What's more, just a movie with an investment of only $30 million US dares to challenge the global box office of over 100 million. They will never agree." Brad immediately shouted. "Don't be foolish, this is impossible." Du Sheng ignored Brad and looked at Timo. "Do you dare to take this bet?" "What? If your movie has a box office of over 100 million yuan, will you recognize you as the leading actor?" Du Sheng smiled slightly. "That's right." Brad reacted, blushed and shouted. "Damn it, you didn't have this idea from the beginning, did you?" Du Sheng's face was indifferent and said. "What about that? I really think it's up to you if we say a few words. Is there any fool willing to invest 55 million yuan? Timo sighed annoyedly, feeling a little on the pirate ship. Although Du Sheng was full of words with them in terms of investment amount before, this was normal in any negotiation. They were also mentally prepared for this. After all, investment cooperation is a tug-of-war. The more Du Sheng is, the more he feels that the other party is sincere. But they never expected that Du Sheng actually dug a hole in advance and waited there. Timo organized the language and said helplessly, "Du, if you stick to your own opinions, this project may be difficult to advance, and I cannot take such a big risk." Although it is quite tempting to shoot movies in Hollywood, compared with his future, he would rather go back to Raxhasa to shoot movies first and continue to wait. Du Sheng was a little surprised and gave a little kindness. "Timo, I specially set up $1 million salary guarantee for you in the contract. It would be a bit regrettable if you just give up like this. This guarantee is designed to ensure that the director and actors are in place. Even if the film is not completed in the end or the actors are replaced, the other party can get $1 million in pay." Many Hollywood movies will also issue this short check in order to win the big brand schedule. The reason why Du Sheng provided compensation for Timo was because the movie wanted order was this masterpiece. Although he has a rough memory, he has no ability to reproduce it yet. If you change others rashly, the risk of losing money will also increase greatly, so there is no need to change it randomly. It is precisely because Du Sheng gave this guarantee that Timo's attitude has always been relatively gentle, which is in sharp contrast to the furious brat. Timo tried to make his final effort. "Du, even if we don't talk about race, we need a well-known actor with box office appeal, and you can't do it at the moment." Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "It's true, but people will not remain unchanged. This is back to a problem I believe you are not missing for the past few months." Brat widened his eyes and pointed directly at Du Sheng. "What do you mean?" Timo frowned, waiting for a few months to rise with his fame. "Since you think I'm not very popular now, let's wait for the Tenside ambush to be released." Du Sheng was very happy and finally revealed his purpose. "I believe that by then, I will meet all the conditions for the protagonist, and it will not be too late to start the project. In fact, due to the investment quota issue in this movie in his previous life, the actor who played the male lead was a little star outside the third tier. There is nothing more popularity and appeal. The main promotional stunt is also the sexy actress Angelina Jolie. But this kind of thing is hard to say at the moment. Moreover, he has no spare money to invest for the time being, so he has made up his mind to take the trap first." Brat was a little furious. "Damn it! Have you forgotten the contract provisions? You must transfer funds into your account within the agreed time." Du Sheng's face did not change and signaled the team behind him to step forward. "Mr. Su, please explain to Brat the additional agreement on page 8. The lawyer arranged by the Ye family was prepared and said slowly, "The project is shelved due to internal disputes among the crew, and the producer has the right to withdraw the investment and does not have to bear the liability for breach of contract. The controversy here includes the candidates for the male and female protagonists. According to the agreement, Du Sheng is an investor and has the right to appoint a producer to join the crew, and interests are the first priority. Therefore, the effectiveness of this additional agreement is significantly higher than that of other treaties. If both parties cannot reach a consensus on the protagonist's candidate, Du Sheng does not need to pay the money, or just needs a short stay to withdraw the investment." Brat didn't understand yet, and suddenly he looked like stars and slapped the table and stood up. "Fake! You are cheating, I want to sue you." The jokes by the Orientals whom he underestimated made Brat feel like a joke, and his anger was like a volcano erupting. "Shut up, don't think I don't know what you're planning," Du Sheng said coldly. "Aren't you just making money from beginning to end? Are you pretending to be here? As a crew coordinator and producer, you don't mention insurance, union protection, and other matters. Isn't the purpose of circumventing supervision and making money?" Chapter 359. This is a bare insult. Timo was still rational and held down the angry Brat. "Du, do you want to mess up the entire project if you do this? Speaking of which, they are indeed a bit of a loss in terms of crew support. As the saying goes, when you are on the first day of the lunar calendar, don't blame others for being the 15th day of the lunar calendar. No one can blame you. Timo, I have never set a trap or told lies to you. Du Sheng can ignore Brat, but the director has to comfort him. The 400,000 yuan purchased from the script has been received, right? I haven't said before that I won't invest, right? I even agreed to the strict conditions for the script to be returned to you unconditionally if the authorization is not cast before the end of the authorization. And my request is to be the starring myself. Isn't this normal in Hollywood? It's just that you never ask me about my opinion on this film, and you don't even care about the proposal of my investor, you only care about my money. Seeing Brat blushing and about to speak, he waved his hand to interrupt. I can say for sure that I will not breach the contract. I will make 3 transactions before the authorization is over. Money is transferred to the crew account to make the crew run normally. By then I will also have the box office appeal you want. If you don't cooperate at that time, the responsibility will not lie with me. Timo nodded silently and finally understood the current situation. Obviously, he and Brat were both confused by the 55 million. Du Sheng, who was mistakenly thought to be a Hollywood rookie, was playing around. Speaking of which, they did not expect that investors would adopt this roundabout strategy, not to take projects, but to play roles. From all aspects, Du Sheng did not breach the contract. From an economic perspective, they did not suffer any losses even if they received $400,000. If they agree with Du Sheng's request, the crew will be able to operate normally. But even if he could agree, I was afraid that Brat would not agree. I will never cooperate with you, a despicable liar. Sure enough, Brat was furious. Just because you want to gain a foothold in Hollywood, a so-called movie that you don't know how to have a box office of over $100 million US? It's simply a fool. He has been preparing for this project for so long and was taken away by Du Sheng. How could he agree? After saying that, he cut Du Sheng hard and turned around and left. Timo stood up and sighed. Du, you taught me a vivid lesson. Timo, remember to pay attention to Kill Bill 2 and the 10-sided ambush. I believe you will be refreshed by then. Du Sheng smiled and watched them leave without any guilt. Hollywood is a place where liars are horizontal and full of intrigues. If he doesn't have any layout and just ignores his money, then he is really stupid and has a lot of money. Since Hollywood is picky about Chinese actors, he will take selfies and take the initiative to create a stage. Of course, from the perspective of the movie, the safest way is to invite well-known actors to take charge. But he planned all this not just for investment and making money. 55 million US dollars, more than RMB 400 million is converted at the current exchange rate. If he has this money, he might as well buy stocks such as Apple and Amazon directly. The stable returns are far better than making movies. Why bother with this? The reason why Du Sheng was spared no expense in the project was because the main focus of the movie Wanted Order was not on the male lead, but on him, an opportunity. If it were replaced by Western-style films such as Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings, even if Brat knelt down and begged him to star in it, he might not be interested. This opportunity is rare, and he wants to use this to try to break the limitations of Chinese people in Hollywood and expand his popularity. Even if the box office of Wanted Order does not meet the level of his previous life, as long as he has a guaranteed capital, he is not afraid of investment. As long as you keep it, it is an excellent promotion opportunity for both the Chinese community and personal brand. At the moment of opportunity, Du Sheng will certainly not miss it, otherwise he will never know what the result will be. And a few months later, the movie Kill Bill 2 was released, which left an impression on European and American audiences. There is also 10 ambushes that will win a box office of over 100 million yuan in the Eastern market, with a global increase of over 100 million US dollars, which is almost enough. By then he will be sure to convince Timo to return to directing. A director like this who is passionate about superpowered action themes and proves that he can control a series of movies in his previous life will not change it casually until the end. As for Brat, as long as he is willing to cooperate or not make trouble, Du Sheng can bear it for the time being after years of running around and screenwriter. But if the other party insists on committing suicide, he can only regret to send him a trip. Dang, long time no see, has the matters in England been handled? In the evening of that day, Du Sheng returned to Las Vegas and finally met Don Jin as he wished. Du, I'm so sorry that I've been delayed for so much time. Tang Jin stood up and shook hands with Du Sheng, and said apologetically. It doesn't matter, I'm idle anyway, so it's good to go up and see. After 2 polite words on both sides, Du Sheng got to the point and asked a little surprised. Tang, haven't you found an opponent during this period? After the last time he played the K1 finals, he decided to set the first game of UFC to challenge the top 10 middleweight boxers. As for whether the other party accepts it or not, it depends on the ability of the agent Don Jin. As for the question of no one challenging the world's top 10 boxers in the first professional games, and whether this approach is compliant, Du Sheng just wants to say that in the face of the huge cake of the Eastern market, any rules may be re-examined. This is like Zhou Shiman skipped 2 games in his previous life and directly challenged the entire network championship and became the focus. However, UFC is still an emerging fighting system, which is slightly different from boxing in all aspects. For example, the most attractive thing at the moment is the digital competition. The latest episode is UFC 42 10 days ago. The most valuable digital competitions are the Championship Challenge, the Defending Battle, and the Super Battles across the scale. The first-hand bluff that Du Sheng won in The Legend of Wulin before is the qualification for the Championship Challenge. His weight is now 81 kilograms, middleweight 78 kg 84 kg. If he wants to prove the value of the king of fighting in the world, then conquering the 2 peaks of UFC and boxing is a must. It is just that the opponent's choice and the schedule of the game time require coordination from UFC. Moreover, players have the right to refuse, such as feeling that the chances of winning are not high, or the high-ranking players are unwilling to fight with low-ranking players. Of course, UFC will not pair at will, and players cannot refuse for no reason. Absolute match. But with Tang Jin's reputation in the boxing world, it shouldn't have been silent for so long. Speaking of this, Don Jin smiled bitterly. I've been doing this, but it's a long story. He has a very close relationship with UFC events, otherwise he would not have become the godfather of boxing. It is no problem to let Du Sheng challenge the UFC Intercontinental Boxing Championship, and the UFC also welcomes the Oriental boxers' participation in the event. After all, the other party's fame in K1 and the huge market with more than 1.3 billion people is definitely a win-win situation. However, when Don King proposed to challenge the championship rankings directly, all members of the UFC Boxing Organization Council were shocked. This is simply unprecedented. A newcomer who participated in UFC for the first time actually challenged the top 10 world boxers in the middleweight division? This obviously violates the rules. Normally, we will play the secondary match of the championship challenge first, that is, the game. After you become famous, you will participate in the main competition of the championship challenge, that is, the ranking competition. They think this Oriental boxer didn't understand the situation. Or should we measure the professional boxing world based on the amateur record of Wu Lin? But if you think about it carefully, with the opponent's record in K1 GP, it should be fine to play against players ranked around 50 in the middleweight world. But challenging the top 10 boxers in the world is simply a fantasy. Because almost all of those people have taken the gold belt, including the lost ones. Du Sheng has never had any UFC professional competition experience, and he might be KO'd in the first round. Then retreat due to fear. What should we do? UFC directors are planning to develop the Eastern market, and the UFC organization is unwilling to lose him easily. In order to express their sincerity, the UFC took the initiative to negotiate with Don Jin at the beginning to find a professional boxer ranked around 50 in the world for Du Sheng. And he is a player who has no ability to punch. If everything goes as planned and Oriental Boy KOs his opponent in the first professional match, it will be explosive news and greatly promote the popularity of the Oriental boxing market. As a commercial competition, professional boxing is different from the Olympics spirit of simple pursuit of contract. It is a business game, focusing on popularity and commercial value. As long as the benefits are sufficient, it is not a problem to open the door of convenience all the way, allowing Du Sheng to directly reach the boxing champion. Of course, the premise of all this is that Du Sheng is very strong. Du Sheng felt it was difficult for him to accept the proposal of the UFC organization. Isn't this obvious despise of others? After all, it was a K1 GP that was fighting, and they actually needed special care? To put it bluntly, this is already an insult to the K1 fighting king. After discussing with Tang Jin, Du Sheng directly rejected the proposal. Faced with Du Sheng's firm stance, the UFC council believed that this was also an excellent publicity opportunity and could greatly increase the influence of UFC, and finally agreed to the request. As for the opponent's choice, it is not within the control of the UFC council. Don King needs to communicate with other boxing promotion companies to discuss which world's top 10 boxers are challenging. However, the results were disappointing. After all, boxers who are qualified to get the gold belt feel that the contest with pure newcomers is an insult. Moreover, the boxing promotion company they belong to also believes that doing so will seriously damage the reputation of the company and the boxer, and may not be worth the loss. In addition to Don Jin's bad reputation, his company does not have enough famous boxing champions to exchange chips for future challenges. Therefore, after a round of negotiations, there was no boxing promotion company willing to accept this championship challenge. After hearing this, Du Sheng was a little amused and crying. There is no way, so I can only put it aside for the time being. Let's talk about seeing Dana Bai first. Because he felt that the issue of sharing was not reasonable and needed to discuss it again. Tang Jin observed Du Sheng's reaction and said, UFC President Dana Bai officially invites you to meet you. In addition to the championship challenge issue, I guess I want to officially sign you in UFC. Chapter 360 A good opportunity to make money. When did he make an appointment? Du Sheng was not surprised. He is not a UFC boxer yet, but he has obtained the entry-level arc with a special method. UFC is about to surpass kickboxing in all respects and become the second largest event in the world after boxing. And boxing also declined, and UFC even had the opportunity to win the #1 event. Officially signing a contract with it will make it more beneficial than disadvantages, whether it is to increase fame or gain reputation. It's evening. UFC is currently in the stage of rapid expansion. He wants to meet you as soon as possible. Don Jin said. The report you joked about UFC and boxing in the last K1 championship has brought a lot of heat to the fighting circle of Lighthouse Country. At that time, there were a lot of news in North America that Du Sheng was about to participate in the UFC and also faced off with Tyson's successor Dra Joya. After the finals, Du Sheng was interviewed and said that as long as the top 10 boxers in the world in the same magnitude dared to respond, they would ensure that they would 1 punch and 2 punches meet their ancestors, which also attracted a lot of public opinion in North America. Unfortunately, De La Joya is in the boxing circle and said that he has no idea to cross-border UFC, and this hot spot is gone. Speaking of this, Tang Jin looked at Du Sheng ambiguously. You in Hilton are all these 2 days. Jin was a hot scandal, and he was a celebrity here. Dana Bai had been unable to sit still for a long time, so he contacted me twice. The principle of struck while the iron is hot is well known at home and abroad. It's even worse in the fighting circle, otherwise UFC wouldn't have climbed so quickly. No problem, then meet as soon as possible. You can reserve the location and we will treat you. Du Sheng agreed readily. If Dana Bai can show sincerity, he will not be completely unacceptable. But the premise is to ensure freedom of the event, some strict terms must be added to the contract. At present, whether for ideals or interests, boxing has a far greater influence than UFC. Tang Jin also always hoped that Du Sheng would participate in boxing, so this must be fought for. That night, the Hilton Hotel on the north side of Las Vegas. Du Sheng met with UFC President Dana Bai. At this time, Dana White had not yet shown the entrepreneurial style of the UFC heyday. More importantly, it retains the capable qualities of professional boxers. Dana Bai is undoubtedly a representative of professional boxers with a strong sense of business thinking, second only to middleweight superstar Oscar de la Hoya. De La Hoya founded the Golden Boxing Agency, which will become one of the 3 major promotion companies in a few years, and will gather many top boxers under his command. Not only that, De La Hoya also got involved in music, released records, and cooperated with copyrights with several commercial companies. It can be said that like Du Sheng, even if they are not professional boxers, they can achieve brilliant achievements in other fields. Of course, Dana Bai is not an ordinary person. After retiring, when he learned that UFC's parent company was interested in selling UFC, he had a keen insight into the future potential of MMA. So he persuaded his friend Lorenzo Fdita to acquire UFC, and he owned 10% of the shares and became president. Although some people say that Dana Bai is not the real boss of UFC, his contribution to the rise of UFC has accounted for the vast majority. You should know that the UFC was a small fighting event that was almost bankrupt the year before yesterday. This type of boxing competition will completely disappear once it goes bankrupt, which is not uncommon in history. What's even more serious is that most cable TV companies have stopped cooperating with UFC. While paid online viewing is not yet popular, television broadcasts are almost the main source of income for fighting events. After White Dana took office, he not only gradually reversed the decadent situation and promoted the legalization of UFC, but also made it one of the mainstream fighting events that attracted worldwide attention. I have long admired my reputation. You are the boxer who I think is capable of changing the boxing world after Li Xiaolong. Dana White was full of enthusiasm and had a high evaluation. From his sincere tone, it can be seen that he really admires Du Sheng very much. As a supporter of Li Xiaolong's boxing, Bai Dana once publicly claimed that Li Xiaolong was a pioneer of mixed martial arts. To a certain extent, he did not have the prejudice and pride of the traditional Chinese people when dealing with yellow boxers. This is also one of the reasons why Du Sheng was willing to fly over thousands of miles away. Haha, Mr. Bai Dana is overreputable, and it is also my honor to meet you. Du Sheng shook hands with Bai Dana politely and said with a smile, "In my mind, your contribution to UFC and MMA should be recorded in history." Perhaps it was Du Sheng's humility and politeness that surprised Dana Bai. He smiled in a teasing tone. "I have read reports about you on the internet before, and I thought you were a difficult person to get along with. I didn't expect you to be so humble and polite, and even take the initiative to invite guests to meet. It seems that many things must be seen as real. The media has a tendency to hype, and their reports are not real about me, but about images that are shaped according to demand." Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "To describe it as a popular word in our Oriental entertainment circle, it is stereotype." Preface. Hearing this word, Dana Bai was a little confused and then laughed happily. This description is appropriate, yes, a face tag created for the needs. It seems that deep down you are still the restrained and conservative image of Oriental people. No, Mr. Bai Dana, you have a wrong view. I have always believed that those who are kings are respected and awed. Therefore, the image on the ring also reflects my demands to some extent. Du Sheng is unwilling to be regarded as a low-key and conservative traditional image by Dana Bai. In interest negotiation, this image will be despised. I also recognize strength as king. Dana Bai saw resonance from the other party's eyes, which was the cornerstone of reaching a consensus. Unlike the Oriental people who are used to talking about business at the dining table, the Chinese people in the lighthouse generally do not like to eat and talk about business while eating. Therefore, Du Sheng did not discuss cooperation with Dana Bai at the dining table. The two just happily exchanged some interesting stories in the fighting field. During this period, Dana Bai asked Du Sheng more about his insights on mixed martial arts. After a meal, Bai Dana's eyes shone with excitement. Because Du Sheng is extremely optimistic about the prospects of UFC. It even predicted that it might surpass boxing and become the world's largest fighting event. This coincides with Dana Bai's plan for combat development. He never expected that an Oriental boxer would be so optimistic about UFC. You should know that there are currently no formal MMA events in the entire Oriental. This is a blank area for Asian boxers as a whole. After dinner, both sides sat at the conference table and began to discuss the main topic. You just said that the reason why you don't mind having an affair with Hilton's daughter is to expand your popularity in North America. Now I have a good opportunity to improve my fame and make money. I wonder if you are interested? Are you joining your UFC? Du Sheng asked with a smile. This was the core of today's talks. He prefers directness, so he simply reveals the topic directly. Yes, I've studied your previous games to understand your interest in MMA. It is no exaggeration to say that you have the strength to become a middleweight champion, so I really hope to sign you. Bai Dana's words were not polite. He carefully watched videos of several key events of Du Sheng, including the semifinals of Wu Lin. Compared with ordinary people in the lighthouse underestimating Du Sheng based on their stereotypes of Orientals alone, Bai Dana knows very well how terrible Du Sheng is in the field of fighting. If Du Sheng was not an Oriental, but a member of the lighthouse, his record and identity would be regarded as the next boxing superstar comparable to Tyson. The record of winning all KO is not rare, but Bai Dana analyzed that Du Sheng's opponents and record were not fake, but were all real in the ring. Moreover, the opponents were almost the strongest those Du Sheng could challenge at that time. In other words, this is not Du Sheng's limit. Sign me, what kind of quotation can UFC provide? Du Sheng asked directly about the price and was no longer polite. He is currently facing the problem of funding shortage. Although there is a possibility of playing against Chuck Liddell next time, a huge sum of money will be received at that time, the expenses will also increase day by day. Regardless of the major domestic projects, the wanted order will be put on the agenda sooner or later, and this money will be expensive for everyone. What's more, Du Sheng also has a grand vision to acquire K1. All of this requires huge amounts of funds to support it. This is also the prerequisite for Du Sheng to agree to discuss cooperation with Dana Bai. As long as the conditions are appropriate, everything can be negotiated. This is the contract we gave, look. Bai Dana took out a contract and pushed it over. It includes fixed income, winning prizes per game, and best game rewards, starting at least $60,000 per victory, as well as additional rewards such as the night tournament special award and best player. Of course, I understand that these may just be your starting point. What makes UFC unique is that we are willing to share PPV, pay-per-view, benefits with celebrity boxers. This means that at UFC, you can get paid on demand share like a boxer. Du Sheng took the contract and glanced a few times, not saying anything. The treaties listed above are quite attractive. If you are a novice in the boxing world, you may be immediately moved. After all, the appearance fee for an ordinary boxer is only tens of thousands of dollars, and there are no other surcharges, let alone a stable basic salary contract. But for Du Sheng, these are far from enough. He shook his head secretly. Bai Dana seemed to regard him as a newbie who came to North America and tried to attract him with a blank check. It sounds good, but I pay more attention to being pragmatic. Du Sheng's tone was calm and said, "What is the specific appearance fee, and what about the PPV share ratio?" Since Mr. Bai Dana has spoken, he should have made a conclusion on these details. He is not opposed to going to North America to participate in the competition, the key is whether the reward is good. Moreover, he believes that he has a huge advantage. Able to accept high-density game rhythm. Compared to the top boxing champions who only have 1 or 2 games a year, it is even more rare for boxers who frequently participate. It is not impossible for him to do 2 battles a month, as long as he can find a suitable opponent. In the final analysis, there are always risks in fighting. Boxers bet on health and life just to make more money. Top boxers are already famous, and they all want to get more gold belts or champions when they are there, and they will no longer show their sharpness like newcomers. And these injuries and diseases do not exist in Du Sheng. He doesn't mind playing a few more games to make money, because he is afraid that the masters will be lonely and no one dares to fight. Chapter 361 You can obviously rob, why should you give it away? Furthermore, UFC's influence will gradually increase in the future. It is wise to build reputation in UFC in advance. The advantages of pioneers are difficult to shake unless the latecomers crush their strength. Just like boxing legends like Tyson, Lewis, and Ali. There are many equally outstanding boxers in later generations, but even if they replicate their achievements, they cannot reach the same height. This is the effect of taking preemptive action. In addition, cross-border fighting itself is an activity with a lot of topics. Take the future cross-border showdown between Mayweather, boxing, and Conor, UFC, as an example. This contest, thanks to the appeal of both sides, made Conor score nearly $60 million in a single game, an astonishing amount. However, Mayweather took away 80% of the total revenue, or nearly $500 million. But subsequent data analysis showed that a large amount of paid viewing came because of Conor, proving that his popularity is comparable to Mayweather. What's more, these audiences were not boxing enthusiasts before, but were purely curious about cross-border events. If Du Sheng can span the 3 major areas of K1, UFC and boxing, it will undoubtedly attract more paid audiences. When Bai Dana heard Du Sheng mention the share, he was not unhappy, but was happy. Du Sheng's willingness to talk means being open to joining UFC, which is far better than directly refusing to talk. Obviously, the reports on Du Sheng's interest in mixed martial arts are not a sensation. You can talk about the sharing of the content in detail, and I can also give a rough idea. Bai Dana raised his fingers. As long as you win the title of World Boxing King, we can pay $300,000 in terms of appearance fees. In addition to various bonuses, with your strength, you will get more than $400,000 per game. And this does not include PPV share. In this regard, we can provide the highest share ratio, that is, 50% open. Bai Dana looked at Du Sheng sincerely. This is the result of consultation with the board of directors, without moisture, and represents the greatest sincerity of UFC. In total, Du Sheng's net income per game exceeded $500,000, which was nearly 4 million yuan if it was exchanged for RMB. This is the first time I signed a contract, and the quotation will probably double or even several times after the results are made. You know, they recruited Brock Lesnar, which is about the same price. Brock Lesnar has confirmed his dominance, defending the WWE Championship many times, and defeating UFC heavyweight champion Randy Couture in actual combat. Du Sheng still needs to be studied in the UFC field. K1 belongs to the category of kickboxing and cannot be compared. The reason why UFC is willing to pay a big price is more based on Du Sheng's Oriental background and his identity as a former boxing star. The purpose is to use its influence to enhance the UFC's status in the East. Faced with this offer from Dana Bai, Du Sheng pondered silently. If the memory is correct, UFC's main revenue will come from PPV in a few years. At that time, the share ratio between Spider Anderson Silva and UFC was exactly 55, and both sides were evenly divided. Silva ruled the middleweight division for a long time at that time and was considered the undisputed trump card of the UFC, so the UFC was willing to give this share. If it were other boxers, they would probably not even have the qualifications to bargain, and it would be preferential to obtain live broadcast payment income. Of course, the foundation of UFC was about to be solid at that time. The former rival Pride FC began to collapse, and UFC was the only one in the mixed martial arts world. And as an emerging force, it is not like the boxing world that has 4 traditional organizations that compete and restrict each other. Under a monopoly situation, the players have limited bargaining space. However, Pride FC has not yet declined. Although the UFC is in a strong momentum, it will take several years to reach its heyday. Du Sheng has not reached the point where he has to sign. PPV's income potential in the future is huge, and he is unwilling to give up this income easily. Mr. Bai Dana, to be honest, this proportion is indeed rich if it were an ordinary fighting boxing champion. Du Sheng's tone was plain. But you can't confuse me with them, and your value is not at the level of an ordinary boxing champion. I won't talk about the appearance fee for the time being. After all, this number is uncertain, but he can't accept the PPV share ratio at all. Bai Dana also understood the value of the first Chinese boxing champion in the world and nodded undeniably. Since you have checked my record, you should be clear about my profits in K1, which is completely beyond my expectations. The appearance fee is still good. After all, UFC is different from boxing, and there are many additional rewards. If you get all of them, it is not difficult to earn $500,000 to $600,000 in a single game. Du Sheng's current appearance fee is not included in sponsorship, and the ticket revenue alone is estimated to be about $300,000. After all, this is the North American market, and he has not shown his strength and dominance yet. But even so, it is much better than most UFC's top 10 professional boxers in the world. In his previous life, when Conor became the first UFC player, the appearance fee was only $3.5 million. But on the other hand, this does not mean that Du Sheng is only worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. To be honest, Du Sheng believes that he has reached the level of more than $1 million. This confidence comes from the showdown with the giant God Soldier, and the income is more than $1 million. In the future, if he wins the UFC World Boxing Champion, the game specifications will be greatly improved, the prices of tickets and PPVs will increase accordingly, and the income will also increase sharply. Therefore, the UFC price of $500,000 is a sky-high price for ordinary boxers, and for Du Sheng, it is normal. If it weren't for knowing that UFC could only afford this price now, Du Sheng wouldn't even have a conversation. We know your demands, but as an emerging fighting organization, this price is our limit and we have done our best to be sincere. Dana Bai responded slightly frustrated. With UFC's current treatment, it is indeed difficult to attract top boxers to join. So in the past, most UFC recruited well-known boxers from other MMA organizations or K1 backgrounds. Especially last year, after Du Sheng's K1 incident, the famous boxer collapsed and the loss of talents accelerated. If K1GP cannot restore its foundation this year, it may repeat the mistakes of history and will not escape the fate of decline in a few years. Du Sheng is the first well-known Eastern boxer to be targeted by the UFC. They speculated that there was limited understanding of the North American fighting market and attempted to miss the signing of this potential stock. It just underestimated Du Sheng's asking price. However, Dana White's ambitions are far beyond her peers, and she is determined to create a global top fighting organization rather than an ordinary MMA event. The Oriental market is his primary goal, so Du Sheng's background has become a major consideration for signing the contract. I will not give up until the last moment. No, this is not your greatest sincerity. Du Sheng responded with a smile. What do you think? Bai Dana was a little confused when he heard this. Today, although it was only a private meeting between Dana Bai and Du Sheng, the salary had already been the UFC board of directors discusses and confirms. Even the shareholders behind them nodded. This is the highest quotation that UFC can provide. However, Du Sheng said that this was not their greatest sincerity, which made Bai Dana a little confused. Mr. Dana Bai, the cooperative thinking should not be too rigid. For example, since the appearance fee can be changed, the PPV share is also feasible. Du Sheng smiled and said, I can even give up all event rewards and fixed appearance fees, and talk entirely based on the share ratio. For example, I don't have to pay for the appearance fee income of an event, but I ask to get 80% of the profits of the entire game. No, Du, you may not be very clear about the operation of the event organization. We cannot accept this ratio at all, and we will lose money in every game. Dana Bai excitedly rejected Du Sheng's proposal directly. 80% of the profit, this number is really outrageous. A boxing match is not only Du Sheng, but also more than 10 other players including opponents and boxers at the mattress. In addition, the fees for venue rental, security, live TV broadcasts, etc. If UFC's profit is less than 30%, it is likely to lose money. UFC really wants to sign Du Sheng to open up the Eastern market, but it is impossible to choose such a serious loss plan. Moreover, UFC is currently short of funds and cannot afford such losses at all. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I will bear all the expenses I participate in. Du Sheng understood the other party's concerns and simply borrowed from the K1 share model. If the cost of the event exceeds the profit, I don't want a penny of the appearance fee and play for the UFC for free. What I mean by 80% of the profit is 80% of all expenses. Du Sheng understood that if the total profit was 80% of the total profit, UFC would definitely not agree. So he referred to the contract he signed with K1 before he made a profit and did not take a penny. At the time, he didn't have much fame when playing K1, and the negotiation share ratio was low, and he did not intend to stay in K1 for a long time, so he didn't care much about the share. But UFC is different. This may be the end of Du Sheng's career and will never give up too much benefits. Du Sheng has clear expectations for his future value, and will at least reach the level of a boxing champion of tens of millions of dollars. Du Sheng thinks he is already very generous when he brings millions of dollars in profits to UFC. Of course, no one will believe this now. So, it is indeed a bit bumpy when talking about it. After hearing Du Sheng's suggestion, Dana Bai began to think carefully. To a certain extent, this is indeed a business that is stable and profitable. If the event loses money, they don't have to pay the appearance fee. If you make money, UFC can get 20%, which is already a very good condition in the boxing organization. If it were other MMA fighting organizations, they would most likely accept it directly. You can sign a well-known boxer without a price, and you don't have to worry about subsequent costs. This is definitely worth it. But Dana White is unique, and his vision will not be limited to the level of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't mind giving Du Sheng a performance fee of hundreds of thousands of dollars. What he values more is Du Sheng's future potential. If Du Sheng can earn $1 million per boxing game and share it according to the regular share, UFC can earn $200,000. But this method can only earn up to $200,000. The current question is, can Du Sheng reach a net worth of more than $1 million? Regarding this, Dana Bai has a positive attitude towards Du Sheng. He believed that this Eastern boxing champion had endless potential and that the way of sharing seemed profitable. But in the long run, UFC may lose money. Du, your share ratio is indeed very attractive, and you are also very confident about your future value. Bai Dana said tentatively. Coincidentally, I also have great confidence in your future development, so I think this share ratio is a bit high. Are you willing to reduce it slightly, such as to 70%? Hearing this, Du Sheng almost burst into laughter. It turns out that shopping malls are like battlefields, and dark-hearted merchants are everywhere. He got 20% of the profit for free and didn't even have to pay the appearance fee. He actually asked to reduce it. Chapter 362 Signature Fist Star. Since the other party is unreasonable, Du Sheng is no longer polite. Sorry, this is just a share of the game. Regarding the share of paid on-demand broadcasts, I ask for a net profit of 90%. The income from tickets and advertising sponsorship is ultimately limited, and in a few years, the share of paid on-demand broadcasts will become the big one. Because boxing is different from concerts, listening to music and singing with the crowd can feel the atmosphere on the spot. But in boxing, you must see every punch of the boxer and feel the scene of blood splattering in the boxing ring in order to enjoy visual and psychological enjoyment. Especially fanatical boxing fans, they hope to observe the boxer's punching skills up close. This has extreme requirements for viewing location. Of course, a large boxing match with more than 100,000 people also exists, but the experience will be greatly reduced, and you can only stare at the big screen. As for commercial profits, the benefits of sponsoring boxers are usually unique. Just like a basketball player, sports brand sponsorship directly signs a contract with their personal company without paying fees to the NBA. The binding force in the boxing world is far less than that of the NBA. It only provides a platform and charges titles and sponsorship fees, rather than signing a boxer directly. Boxers can freely choose the event, or they can give up the title of boxing champion to save title fees and belt storage fees. Even if you sign a contract with UFC, Du Sheng's personal brand sponsorship revenue will not be shared with UFC. Du Sheng is even more reluctant to be bound by UFC. Therefore, the final focus is on PPV online on-demand revenue. The peak revenue in the future will exceed $500 million, which can be regarded as an astronomical figure. An hourly event with an hourly salary of $500 million, which is why boxers' income ranks at the top of sports. Mayweather even disdains to accept advertising endorsements because of his rich background. As long as he wants to make money, he can easily make hundreds of millions of dollars if he finds an opponent with hype value. Du Sheng also longed to be Mayweather like that, earning billions of dollars in one game. By doing this, the profit to UFC is as high as tens of millions of dollars. $5 million is the sky-high price of $50 million. Du Sheng was not sure if he could reach this number, but it was absolutely right to prepare in advance. If it can be achieved, the UFC will definitely not accept such a treaty. But this is the future. At present, 10% is his sincerity and is willing to bear all the event expenses as a reward for providing stage and organizing events to UFC. Frankly, the board of directors will never accept 10% of the proposal, which is too much. Sure enough, White Dana shook her head and opposed. Unless the event revenue exceeds 100 million, how much can a certain amount of money be obtained? Although the UFC is still in the ranks of emerging games, we cannot care about the competition of more than tens of thousands of dollars. Since you insist on your own opinion, cooperation may be difficult to maintain, and I just hope that you will have the fate to continue in the future. Dana was already dissatisfied. He is optimistic about Du Sheng's potential, but he does not believe that Du Sheng can become a top boxing champion with billions of dollars. Even Pacquiao, the best Asian boxer, has a brilliant experience comparable to any boxer, but his maximum value is only tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, reaching tens of millions of dollars is not easy, and it requires confronting well-known opponents. Asian boxers are ultimately limited by their skin color, and yellow people are unlikely to become great in the boxing world dominated by white and black people in Europe and the United States. Dana White is not racial prejudice, this is a reality. No matter how superb Du Sheng's skills are and how good he plays in the game, his value cannot be as limitless as a white boxer. Dana Bai's view is not without reason. In the future, Mayweather and Pacquiao's income ratio will be roughly 80-2. The specific distribution details are unknown to the outside world. As an invincible myth, Mayweather has won the hearts of European and American audiences. Pacquiao is the world champion who swept 8 magnitudes and is also a legendary figure. In Du Sheng's opinion, the two should be evenly matched by the interests. Even if Mayweather finally won, at most it opened at 6-4, but the result was an amazing 82 opening. This is not a matter of strength and recognition. The biggest possibility is Mayweather's identity as a lighthouse country, with a wider range of Western supporters. Reality is often so cruel. Mr. Dana, I understand your concerns, but I have said a long time ago that if the event is not profitable, you don't need to pay any fees. Du Sheng shrugged and said, to be honest, what you want is my current popularity and future prospects. You don't lose money by treating me as a free traffic diversion sign. Are such conditions really unacceptable? Speaking of which, Du Sheng was also a little dissatisfied. UFC may lead the way in the future, but this is not the case now. He can completely choose not to choose UFC and switch to other MMA leagues, and history may be rewritten. Furthermore, Du Sheng believes that his conditions are very sincere. UFC will not face losses, but if it becomes famous in the future, UFC may make less money. But what if I fail to make a big hit? UFC will save a lot of money. After all, UFC pursues control of the players. Du Sheng pursues freedom of events and a stage for showing himself. There are significant differences in the concepts of both sides. As for the acquisition of UFC, Jin Tong had tried it before, but it ended in vain. It is even more impossible for him to be an Asian, and he has to make that little platform money. After Du Sheng finished speaking, Dana was silent for a while and said, everyone has their own needs, I think it's better to think calmly. I support UFC to consider carefully, and I have something to add. Seeing that they had a similar conversation, Don Jin interrupted at the right time. My boxer will not give up his boxing career. At the same time, joining UFC, we must ensure Du Sheng's autonomy in boxing events. Don Jin's insistence is based on economic considerations. Boxing is the highest income in the global sports world. The income of UFC boxers and boxers is very different. Even if UFC has given another 10 years of development, its earnings of fighting boxers will be difficult to match those of boxers. Du Sheng also agreed with this. In his memory of his previous life, the boxing match between UFC's iconic character Mucho and boxing champion Mayweather, Mucho can only get 20% of the total income. Although everyone has almost the same reputation, he has almost no room for bargaining. The reason why Mayweather agreed to the showdown was due to respect. No problem, I agree with this. Dana simply agreed directly. He knew the difference between mixed martial arts and traditional boxing. The signing of Du Sheng was to take advantage of his halo as the king of the three boxing systems. Du Sheng's participation in boxing events is a good thing for UFC that has more benefits than disadvantages. The higher Du Sheng's position in the boxing world, the greater the help to UFC, there is no doubt about this. The conversation has almost ended. Dana needs time to digest Du Sheng's proposal, and the UFC board of directors will also review it. After the two sides said goodbye, Du Sheng and Tang Jin returned in a car. Tang, how likely do you think the UFC is to accept the conditions? Compared with the ring fighting, Tang Jin is obviously more authoritative than Du Sheng in terms of the business strategy of the event organization. I don't know the exact probability, but if I think from the perspective of others, I should agree. After all, this is a risk-free contract, at most it only has relatively low returns. Don Jin thought for a moment and smiled. Of course, it depends on my financial situation. If I had been rich in the world, I would have chosen to fight. Because my goal is to make high profits, not making big money seems to be a loss in my opinion. Moreover, if the time and energy I invested are not rewarded accordingly, I can use these resources to cultivate a boxer who is completely controlled by me. After hearing Tang Jin's words, Du Sheng nodded in agreement. Sure enough, this guy has extraordinary achievements in the business field. Then do you think the UFC is entering a well-off society or is rich in the world? It is better than a well-off society, but it is far from reaching the level of being richest in the world. Don Jin thought for a moment. Dana White has the rare business wisdom among fighting players, and it is this wisdom that has brought the almost bankrupt UFC back on track. At present, he urgently needs to create a signature boxing star to expand his influence. But boxers who are not as strong as you cannot match you. For boxers who are more famous than you, their appearance fee is astronomical, and they are not necessarily interested in UFC. Seeing Du Sheng listening seriously, Tang Jin continued. When these well-known boxers want to cross border and step into the MMA arena, who can guarantee that they will win? In comparison, the imbalance between risks and returns is too great. How can a boxer with high value and influence take risks easily? You may be one of the few people who dare to try it. And, I guess the highest offer that UFC can give will not exceed $1 million. For such emerging events, even if they are able to pay higher, it will cause a series of salary increases and bring huge economic pressure. But millions of dollars are comparable to sky-high prices for MMA players, but for boxers, it may be just an ordinary level. Therefore, I think Dana White will not miss you, and there will definitely be further negotiations in the future. Tang Jin's insights on UFC and Dana White were accurate, which was roughly consistent with Du Sheng's memory. Moreover, superstars like Conor and Jones of the Bone have not joined yet, and the UFC really urgently needs a boxer who can carry the banner. Therefore, there is still a great chance of passing Du Sheng's proposal. It's just that the time has not been decided, and it is likely to take 10 or 8 days. However, this showdown can only be regarded as a small episode. The real focus is Chuck Liddell, the player who may be PK next time. This nicknamed Iceman is famous for its unique streamlined punches. In his career, he defeated many good players with a calm mind, flexible pace, and precise timing. He won the UFC Mid-Heavyweight Championship the year before yesterday and defended the title twice. It was only defeated by Anderson Silva, nicknamed Spider, in November. Currently ranks 3rd in the UFC middleweight global ranking. Will you return to China tomorrow? Tang Jin knew that because of his own problems, Du Sheng had been here for 3 days. According to the other party's busy itinerary, it is unlikely that it will stay longer. Sure enough, Du Sheng nodded and said. It was originally planned to be tomorrow. Do you have any important things? People from the big machine company contacted me and planned to communicate before leaving. He has no resources here, and even if he can sign Taylor Swift, he has no guarantee that he can get up like he did in his previous life. So the best way is to invest. As long as you can buy, any stock will do. Chapter 363 Coward, Come Out to Fight. Don Jin was not surprised and said. I plan to make the fire worse and ask a reporter for an interview later. Du Sheng limited the game against the top 10 boxers in the middleweight world. The record of KO in the first round of K1 is also a bit scary. In addition, he has not played a UFC event, which has been unable to make an appointment with his opponent for a long time. But more than a month has passed, and he actually has some problems. The biggest reason is that the boxers under its slap are in exchange for competitions, otherwise they can be organized no matter how they are. Not long ago, Chuck Liddell, who ranked 3rd in the middleweight world, jumped out to mock him, and naturally he didn't want to miss it again. Prepare to increase firepower and boost the fire. Du Sheng thought about his shortage of money recently and said. That's fine, you can arrange it. To be honest, with his current strength, few people can be his opponent. Even the current famous UFC middleweight champion Anderson Silva is still boxing champions De La Hoya, Mayweather, etc. don't take them seriously. The reason why I still come to North America to play games is very clear. That's to make money from the Westerners. If you can earn tens of millions of dollars in a fight, who doesn't want such an easy job? At 9 o'clock that night, Chester appeared with the Los Angeles Times interview team. After the greetings, Chester found a corner with plenty of light, placed the microphone, put the fill-in board on it, and spoke curiously. Mr. Du, please allow me to ask the public a distraction that they want to know. Du Sheng looked at the smart man and smiled. You say? Yesterday, Nikki Hilton said you were a man she recognized and admired, and said that you were super awesome in that aspect, is that true? Don Jin and others wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Anika looked at Du Sheng's strong figure strangely. Du Sheng knew that the concept here was relatively open, so he ignored these things and said, "Thank you for me, but I have nothing to say. The other party is not a beauty, so what's there to talk about?" Chester shrugged and said, "Global screenwriter Michael Bratt launched a crackdown online saying that you invaded his script wanted warrant. Is this true?" Du Sheng had long anticipated this, and sentenced Bratt to death in his heart, and said lightly, "Of course not, I spent $400,000 to buy it. The preparations for the crew have not been fully agreed upon, and there may be some misunderstandings in it, but I believe he will understand it sooner or later. If his fame and money are all in place by then, if the other party doesn't understand, he can only try his best to let him understand." Chester asked about several entertainment-related issues, such as Du Sheng's popularity in Asia and his new English songs entered the Billboard 88. "Then I changed my mind and returned to the topic. Did you say before when you were an interview in K1 that if Tyson's successor De La Joya accepts the challenge, you will let him have a round?" Although the other party did not mention that he was playing K1, Du Sheng was too lazy to correct it and said casually, "It's still valid now, and he is welcome to cross border and invite the battle at any time." Chester smiled. Du Sheng was not famous in boxing/UFC, and knew that De La Hoya would not accept such invitations, so he changed his words. "Iceman Chuck Liddell once implicitly mocked you for being famous and wanting to be crazy, and you are simply overestimating your ability. Many North American boxing fans even accused you of your K1 record being recommended by the Bureau of Affairs and do not agree with this data. What do you have to say about this?" As we all know, K1 GP was founded by Neon. Not to mention Neon people reaching the finals in 10 years, there is not even an Asian person. Who doesn't get angry if you put this on? It has been reported before that the K1 Affairs Bureau has repeatedly favored and supported Neon people such as Masato and Masato Matsuda, but unfortunately the mud cannot support the wall. Last year marks the special 10th anniversary of K1. Seeing that Du Sheng, an Asian, entered the quarterfinals and was greedy for the huge market in the East, it is not impossible for the Bureau of Affairs to allow him to win the championship. This is also the mainstream voice of North American boxing fans, and it feels too fake. Many people also mocked the K1 Affairs Bureau for not even making fraud. Is this fooling around? Even though Chester himself did not see or feel it with his own eyes, he remained somewhat suspicious of the value of Du Sheng's victory. When his height, weight, and boxing power were crushed, he continued to KO many heavyweight favorites. This is really a bit contrary to science. Facing everyone's curiosity, Du Sheng knew that the lottery skills were not clear at all, but said lightly, "If anyone thinks my record is fake, he can try it out in person." Speaking of this, he suddenly smiled and said nothing. "Speaking of this, I have also sent an invitation to the Chuck Liddell you mentioned. Unfortunately, he is just a coward and dares not accept the challenge at all. He is really angry." Chester's eyes lit up slightly and he asked, "The Iceman was still the UFC middleweight champion last year. Are you sure you want to fight him?" Du Sheng stretched out his 2 fingers and said, "As long as he dares to face the challenge, I guarantee he can't last 2 rounds. "What?" Chester was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Oriental man would suddenly make such a loud voice. Chuck Liddell is a well-known figure in the UFC middleweight, second only to the Spider. Can't stand for 2 rounds in your hands? Didn't North American boxing fans say that I'm a good record? Didn't Chuck say that I'm overestimating my abilities? I'll just put it here now." Du Sheng knew very well the intention of Tang Jin calling the reporter and said coldly, "I think his record is only achieved. It is simply a shame for the lighthouse national boxing world. Of course, if he is really timid, he can give up the UFC event and go to the boxing circle, so he won't worry about meeting me. His words were not only full of confidence, but also mocked the boxing world of Lighthouse Country. Even stomped Chuck Little into a jumping clown. This is not afraid of offending others at all. Will your words completely anger Chuck Little? Have you considered it clearly? Chester has been a reporter for many years and is not stupid. No matter what Du Sheng's purpose is, no one can tolerate such ridicule and insult. Next, it will most likely become a mortal enemy. Chuck Little is a real world champion and the top 3 in the UFC middleweight category, which is recognized by the Lighthouse Country. After offending him, I really encountered a bad situation in the future. Death is injured. You should ask Chuck this, either go on stage to fight or shut up his dog's mouth. Du Sheng's words are not just arrogant, but he does not take the Iceman seriously at all. Chester smiled and said that there was content tomorrow. Okay, I will definitely find a way to pass it on to Chuck Little. As for news, what you want is popularity. Once Du Sheng's stigmatizing interview was released, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Regardless of whether these two people will play in one game, the one who loses will definitely become a joke. Fame and appearance fees plummet, and even their image will be damaged. But these have nothing to do with Chester. This interview went surprisingly smoothly. Don Jin sighed silently as he watched them leave. To be honest, if it weren't for the top 11 of the UFC middleweight worlds, he wouldn't have wanted to use such a high-profile way. After all, Du Sheng is a half-known figure in the Lighthouse Country. But now we can only break the conventional way. But there are pros and cons. Although the consequences of losing are serious, they are full of gimmicks and are guaranteed to attract a large number of boxing fans to watch. And even if the Iceman is timid and refuses to accept it, it will be much easier for Du Sheng to challenge other top-ranked boxers in the future. After all, in the eyes of North American boxing fans and boxers, Du Sheng is a boxing champion who can be famous by any means. This kind of thing is both simple and can improve exposure, so why not do it? Sure enough, Chester's interview content became the headlines of the Los Angeles newspaper the next day. The title is so big that Oriental Fist star Du Sheng bluntly said that Iceman dared not respond, he is just a coward. The content is even more exaggerated. Not only what Du Sheng said, Chester also added fuel to the fire as usual, making these words sound more gunpowder-like. This newspaper's reporter interviewed Du Sheng, the first Chinese world boxing champion, yesterday. He learned that his boxing agents had contacted Anderson Silva, Chuck Little, and others one after another, but were both rejected. Du Sheng responded to the rumors of winning the record and spoke to the top 10 boxers in the UFC middleweight rankings in the world. If you have the will, you will invite a fight or shut up. He also threatened to KO such soft-legged shrimp as Chuck Little in less than 2 rounds. We don't know where Du Sheng got the courage, but we can see that he is not afraid of challenges. Chester used a lot of space to report Du Sheng's bold words, and also pointed out his contempt for the entire Lighthouse boxing world. As expected, as soon as this report was released, it immediately caused a huge wave in the Lighthouse fighting circle. These days, the people who are fond of watching the fun the most is watching. The first Eastern boxer to dare to spoke crazy words in the Lighthouse Country. Still look down on the people with a contempt attitude. Are you really not afraid of being beaten to death? Soon, there was a lot of discussion on major fighting forums and websites. In addition to some people who questioned Du Sheng's data brushing began to shake, they were more angry. Because Du Sheng's map cannon is so hateful. In addition to smelling fragrance, some fanatical boxing fans also carry unconcealed racial discrimination. Faced with such a provocation, even if the Iceman doesn't want to fight, he has to give a response. Otherwise, the reputation of coward will be confirmed. In the interview that day, he bluntly stated that Du Sheng was a clown who made a record and could only use all kinds of sensationalism to attract attention and had no right to fight him. Although his words were quite angry and sharp, he did not reveal that he would take the fight. because in his heart, he looked down on Du Sheng as casual as he could. Is it not to mention the data being swiped? Du Sheng has never played a UFC game, so he wants to skip the rules and challenge himself? Damn, do you really think you are a soft persimmon? Do you want to respond again? Du Sheng is currently in the country music holy land of Nashville, preparing to meet with the head of the big machine company. I received a call from Don Jin, and I briefly learned about it and said, "You can reveal to the outside world that as long as the Iceman dares to stand on the ring, if I can't KO him within one round, I will lose." Tang Jin was shocked, and just thought of Du Sheng's past cruel achievements, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll respond now. If you want to talk about the whole of North America now, except for Wang Yeyang maintaining confidence in Du Sheng, he is probably the only one left. Whether Du Sheng has achieved a record, he is definitely the one with the most say. But now he and Du Sheng are on the same line. In order to make Du Sheng famous and make money as much as possible, hiding and fooling North American boxing fans are what he wants to do. As for doing this, will your conscience hurt? Yes. So he also ended up in person, not hesitating to pay for the last bit of aftertaste of the godfather of the boxing world, and ridiculed and provoked the 10 UFC boxers. Just pointing at their noses and saying, "I'm so embarrassed that I continue to shame the North American boxing world." The Hilton family's daughter was not willing to be lonely and posted a message to add fuel to the fire. The general idea is to accuse the lighthouse country boxers of fear of death. Didn't they question Du Sheng's record of making achievements? Why didn't they even dare to fight? After this series of operations, Du Sheng completely ignited the anger of the North American boxing world. Not only Los Angeles, but anyone who cares about the boxing world knows that Du Sheng is a rebellious boxer in Asia. Moreover, this incident completely subverted the low-key and restrained image of Orientals, especially Chinese. Chapter 364 Keep Being a Clown. Now you have offended the entire North American boxing world. Anika, who accompanied Du Sheng to Nashville, pointed to the online news headlines and said happily, "In the future, other boxers may be asked about things related to you whenever they are interviewed." She observed Du Sheng's expression and said carefully, "But most people are slamming or mocking you. You are so kind to say, you are already in the North American boxing world where everyone is shouting and beating. Welcome to challenge them, but don't come here." Du Sheng replied indifferently. This scene has been predicted since the map cannon was released during the interview. The purpose of his doing all this is to attract attention. As long as there is popularity and gimmicks, you can make money. As for boxing fans in North America, it's better not to be there. Maybe they can become both love and hate. Anika was choked and speechless. She couldn't refute it, so she simply turned the words back to the boss. On the other hand, although Don Jin also held Du Sheng's idea, he knew very well that North American boxers cherished their feathers very much. Although Chuck Liddell is angry, he has not ended yet. There are only two ways to choose from, either give a reward to lure battle, or choose the top 50 boxers in the world to slowly fight. Don Jin didn't say too much. In fact, to put it bluntly, those top 10 boxers in the world do not look down on Du Sheng and do not want to take risks. Although it is rumored that Du Sheng's record is achieved, it is quite scary to KO heavyweight boxer in one round. If you are not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of something. The undefeated boxing champion is one game, which may be just the difference between winning and losing, but the loss in terms of value may exceed 60%. If you lose to an unknown boxer like Du Sheng, then you will become a stepping stone for the opponent and your net worth will drop directly. Moreover, it is difficult for Asians to gain a foothold in the European and American boxing world. Currently, Pacquiao may be the only one who has truly entered the mainstream boxing world in North America. Other people like Bo Chiu and Masato are completely incompetent. Du Sheng is taking advantage of his future and is trying his best. It will take at least 1 week to go back and forth, and I don't have so much time to play slowly. Du Sheng held the phone and said indifferently. What do you mean in terms of remuneration? Rewards lore battle means that one boxer pays a play fee in advance in order to get his opponent to get out of the field, and all the losses are to the opponent. Chuck Liddell took the gold belt and defended his title once, which cost at least $2 million. Tang Jin was very familiar with these and asked for a price casually. Then let him continue to be a clown, I don't rush to fight. Du Sheng smiled and didn't care. He naturally knew that it was much more difficult for an Oriental man to make a fortune in North American boxing world than he thought. For example, after the 2008 Olympics in the previous life, many domestic boxing masters also went to North American boxing. Zhang Ilai, the runner-up of the Olympic heavyweight champion Joshua, was one of them. However, when he got here, his career path was stumble, and in the end he even had a problem with basic living expenses. As a cross-border boxer, Du Sheng can only take a detour if he wants to overthrow this group of racist discriminators. If he continues to waste this, his popularity will increase in addition to the loss of the little popularity. On the contrary, under the pressure of public opinion, the 10 UFC boxers may not be able to sit still. Nashville, Tennessee. A few days ago, Scott was sitting in the office, humming an untuned little song in his mouth, and his fingers were flying on the screen of his phone, contacting his lover Christina. Although he had already started a family and had a wife and 2 children, outside, he always pretended to be a bachelor. Especially since he met Christina, the top second-tier singer, he has been planning to poach him to the company, and he has hidden the real situation tightly. In the eyes of the other person, Scott is a mature man who is both gentle and funny. Just as he was immersed in the sweet text message interaction, the office door suddenly rang. Taylor, what's the matter? The one who came in was Taylor Swift, the first artist he signed. Taylor, holding a thick notepad in his hand, jogged excitedly to Scott. Uncle Scott, I've been writing songs these days, 30 songs, all here. When Scott heard this, he was a little surprised. He took the notepad and turned it over and looked it out. Taylor explained. I have marked every song, Uncle Scott, please read it. In fact, these 30 songs were not created in 1 week, but were the number of pieces that were pieced together as well. Most of them only have melody, and the lyrics have not been filled in. But no matter what, she fulfilled her promise to Scott and is now looking forward to Scott helping her produce an album. Scott muttered in his heart while looking through. This girl actually wrote 30 songs? 30 songs a week? How is this possible? Could she be fooling me casually? He didn't really believe that someone could write so many songs in a week, and doubted whether Taylor made up the numbers casually. In order to sign Taylor, Scott did have such an agreement with her. But his original intention was to be optimistic about her potential and plan to cultivate it slowly, rather than publishing an album for her immediately. Now that Taylor has produced his work, he is a little embarrassed and feels a little irritated. Scott's original intention of opening a record company was actually to find some convenience-eyes country singer wrote songs for him and he released his own album. Of course, if you meet an artist with potential, he is willing to invest and make money. But she won't be a little girl with no experience. At this time, the phone vibrated and Christina replied to the text message. Scott closed the notepad and showed a kind smile. Taylor, there are 30 songs, I have to take a good look. You go back first, and we will talk after I finish watching it. Uncle Scott, that album? Taylor asked. Taylor, I have to wait until I finish watching your songs and pick out the right ones. Scott said. You are going to perform in Las Vegas in a few days, so go back and practice first. Taylor Swift bowed to Scott with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Scott. Then I jumped out of the office and felt the air filled with sweetness and a bright future. Looking at Taylor's departure back, Scott sighed a little. If she really wrote 30 songs a week, no matter the quality, her enthusiasm is still quite touching. But no matter how moved you are, why should you need other people's dreams to be sponsored? It takes money to release an album. His money does not fall from the sky and cannot be wasted. He turned to look at the text message from Christina, and first he was overjoyed, then frowned. No surprises, it is still a contract dispute. Scott not only saw the opportunity to take advantage of the company and win over to be a pillar of the company, but also had a headache about this. Christina didn't know anything at the beginning and signed a 9-year contract with Warner Corporation, but ended up in a long-term dispute, and it has not been resolved yet. Although he has become independent from Global, it is really unknown whether Global is willing to give him face to help. After all, he is independent, and Global has made great efforts and holds nearly half of his company's shares. Scott sighed, his mind full of trying to win over Christina. As for Taylor Swift's songbook, he threw it into the cabinet. As soon as Taylor Swift got home, he couldn't wait to tell her father Kingsley Swift about her good news. "Dad, Uncle Scott promised to help me release the album." Kingsley Swift looked at his daughter half-doubtedly and asked, "Really and false? When did you say it?" "Yes. This is our original agreement. If I write 30 songs, he will help me make an album," Taylor said with a smug look on his face. Kingsley frowned. He knew Scott much better than his baby daughter. But he didn't want to extinguish his daughter's passion. He thought about it and said gently, "Taylor, what exactly did Scott say?" Taylor answered briskly. "Uncle Scott said that he would choose the right songs from them to produce an album after he finished watching my songs." Kingsley shook his head, thinking that he didn't know when he would wait for this waiting for him. "Taylor, I think you have to be more careful." Taylor looked at his father in confusion. "What's wrong? If Scott hasn't mentioned this again after you come back from Las Vegas, you just pretend it hasn't happened." Kingsley hesitated for a moment, and said it out. This sentence slowly dissipated Taylor's happy mood. She was just fantasizing about the hot scenes of the album, but now she is getting a blow. Isn't she joining Big Machine Records just to realize her music dream as soon as possible? Could it be that this time it was a waste of money? Her father had already paid a high price to terminate the contract with the broadcaster. "This time, I signed a 7-year contract with Damage Records, and the penalty for liquidated damages are astronomical." On the day he went to Las Vegas, Taylor couldn't help but say to Scott again, "Uncle Scott, can you read my songs when you have time?" Scott looked at Taylor getting in the car and sighed, knowing that he had to give the little girl an answer. So he opened the cabinet and took out the notepad full of songs. Although he was shot on stage the day before yesterday and his singing was interrupted, it did not affect Taylor Swift's mood. Because she just came back, Scott told her to go to the office. This made Taylor feel that there might be a chance to release an album. Scott sat behind his desk, holding the notepad in his hand. "Uncle Scott, are you looking for me?" "Taylor, come and sit here." Scott smiled and asked Taylor to sit down. Taylor sat obediently on the chair, his eyes flashing with anticipation, looking at Scott. "Taylor, I have watched these songs you wrote together with the director. Some of them are quite simple and catchy. You can see that you work hard." After hearing this, Taylor smiled a little on his white little face. "But, unfortunately, your songs still fail to meet the requirements of making an album." Scott's words were like a bolt from the blue, making Taylor's smile frozen instantly. "But, Uncle Scott, haven't you said before that as long as I write 30 songs, I'll release an album for me?" Chapter 365 Bastard. "Is this fooling us?" Scott patiently explained. "Taylor, you have been a musician for 3 years, and you should understand some things. Any company is not about giving albums to singers to make a profit by losing money. At this time, spend a lot of money to help you publish an album. What are the chances of you getting the money back?" Taylor still didn't give up and bit his lip and said, "Uncle Scott, do you think I'm too young, too? But I don't think this is a problem. I believe someone will like my music. Seeing that Taylor could not convince him, Scott finally lost his patience and raised his voice a little bit, and said coldly, "I think you have good potential, so I signed you to train you. But do you know how the director commented after listening to a few of your songs? He said your style is unique, difficult to understand, and your voice is hoarse and weird. Your vocal cords have not fully developed yet, and your song level is not enough. Do you know what the consequences will be if the album is released? That is to throw it in the corner and eat dust, waste money and reputation, and not even have feedback, because no one will buy it at all." Seeing Taylor bow his head and silently, Scott's tone eased. "Taylor, it's not that I want to make excuses, but that your current abilities really don't meet the standards." Scott comforted. "You are less than 15 years old and need more time to grow. Study hard and improve your level. When you get the recognition of industry insiders, I will definitely help you release an album. Okay?" Taylor's joy was like a gust of cold wind, and he felt a little disappointed. "When will you have to wait?" Scott did not respond immediately because the message prompted the phone was sounding. He picked up his phone, his attention instantly shifted to the screen, and said casually, "You have to wait at least 2 or 3 years, and wait until your vocal cords mature and write a song that can truly touch people's hearts." In the final analysis, what he was worried about was that the invested funds could not be collected. At the moment, his mind is all on Christina, and he uses this company as a pillar, and he can't afford any other funds at the moment. Taylor Swift felt like he was thrown into a basin of cold water. How can the promise Scott made before change at will? She thought about it all day and night to complete so many songs in a week, all for that promise. And now, 2 or 3 years. What after that? Will there be new delays? In my previous life, this situation really happened. If her father hadn't had her generous donated money and personally funded the big machine company, she might have had to wait a few more years before she could release her first single. That's right, it's just a single, not a complete album. Taylor held the notepad in his hand tightly and walked out of the office in a daze. She did not return to her residence, but wandered aimlessly on the streets. In Nashville in January, the weather is a bit deserted and there are few pedestrians on the streets. The street scenes with flowers seem particularly cold in Taylor's eyes. Not only did she not get the promise of the coveted album, the work she had worked hard to write was also criticized, which made her despair about her future singer journey. She knew she was a bit unique and the songs she wrote were still those trivial stories. But music is the part she is most proud of, and it is her dream. Now, her final persistence and arrogance have been demoted to be worthless. Where is the future? At this moment, a voice echoed in my heart. When you are disappointed with the future, please contact me. This is a call from a young Oriental man who called himself Du Sheng yesterday. Taylor has heard of the other party, the big star that is highly anticipated, the dream lover of countless Asian girls, and the idol of Hilton's daughter. The songs she improvised for even top 100 Billboard. Have you heard my songs at the Gambling Country Music Festival? Taylor was a little surprised at the time, and was also a little delighted to be recognized by others. Yes, I appreciate your talent very much. Are you willing to make music with me? Du Sheng asked with a smile on the other end of the phone. Taylor Swift showed a surprised expression and said hesitantly, "But I have signed the contract, if I change my boss. The opportunity is within reach. If you miss it, you will miss it." Du Sheng said calmly. The reason why he contacted him in advance was to plant a seed in his heart. Taylor Swift didn't dare to speak casually. Although he couldn't see the other person, it brought her a lot of pressure. Sorry. She apologized in a low voice. "No need to say sorry, because this is your choice." Du Sheng was not surprised, and he would not agree casually. Taylor fell into silence. Du Sheng recalled every bit of the other party's past, and this is the stubborn girl who swept the European and American music scene in the future. If she had not experienced failures and setbacks, could she still achieve the glory of her previous life? Some songs need unforgettable emotions to create. He doesn't mind being a source of inspiration. Taylor, you give me a special feeling. Du Sheng smiled and informed him of his contact information. When you are extremely disappointed with the future, come to me. I will do my best to help you once, but only once. After saying that, Du Sheng hung up the phone. At that time, Taylor Swift was quite confused after hearing this, and didn't understand what Du Sheng meant by "I was extremely disappointed." But now, she finally understood the other person's words. 3 years ago, Universal Music set up a branch in Nashville to specialize in the country music market. But to this day, it's still a mess. In the office, the general manager was so angry that he threw the documents in his hand on the table and cursed. "That bastard Scott, is this fooling us? I thought I could be unscrupulous if I won the Country Music Award last year? A small company that has just been established for less than 2 years has never released a decent album, so she dared to break the appointment again. I'm done. I want to sell this garbage." The director of the issuance department was a little helpless. This is true. No one in the circle dares to take over his bad deception. It seems that this investment is going to be ruined. What they are discussing is a startup record company invested by Universal Music branch. In order to fill the gap in the country music field, the branch invested in Big Machine Records, founded by a former global employee a year ago. In this era, the internet has not been fully popular yet, and online albums also require distribution agents, so the Big Machine accepted the olive branch of the world. The condition is that within 1 year, the singers under Damage Records will need to release their first profitable album and successfully sign Christina. However, a year has passed and no conditions have been met. Scott also said that Warner Records refused to release People, so Christina was unlikely to come. If you want to terminate the contract early, you have to pay an $8 million penalty. This almost collapsed Universal Music's Nashville branch, and obviously Scott wanted them to pay for it. The general manager almost fought with Scott for this. He regrets it very much now, and the most wrong investment related to this small company. But now no one takes over if he wants to get out. At this time, the blonde secretary hurried in. "General Manager, Lawyer Zal's called." "What's up?" Seeing Fenjiu's secretary, the general manager's anger was slightly reduced. "He said that an Oriental man found you through relationships and wanted to buy shares in the Big Machine Records we have." The general manager and the director of the issuance department looked at each other and couldn't believe it. The location of the company of Big Machine Records is not far from the global branch. Its founder was originally managed by Universal Music, and last year it founded the company with hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. Today, the Big Machine has not yet become the darling of music fans, but has been disliked by major record releases. Du Sheng looked around the surrounding environment curiously and saw a fat middle-aged white man with an English ancestry walking towards him. However, his attitude was not very good, and he was looking at the white lawyer beside Du Sheng angrily. "Secretary Zals, what's going on?" "Scott, as mentioned on the phone, Universal Music Nashville branch lost patience with you." The lawyer calmly answered. "The shares of Big Machine Records were sold." Scott was furious. "But we both have an agreement, and Universal Music Nashville branch will be responsible for the distribution for me. If you insist on getting into an agreement, it's boring." Lawyer Zars spread his hands. "Your side has not achieved a treaty, and Universal Music Nashville branch has no intention of continuing to wait. Damn it! I didn't fail to do it, I just wanted to do it better, aiming to improve the quality of the songs and give music fans a better experience." Scott defended loudly. In fact, he doesn't care about the sale of his equity. What he cares about is who will release an album for his singers after the withdrawal of Universal Music's Nashville branch. Big Machine Records are indeed not well known now, and the funds are only enough to maintain operations, and there is no extra money to pay for additional distribution. Before lawyer Zars continued to speak, Du Sheng walked forward and said to Scott with a smile, "I fully agree with this in doing better. An album is only successful if it makes music fans feel satisfied and rewarded." "Man, you're so right, who are you?" Scott asked with his head turned. Lawyer Zars introduced. "This is Mr. Du, who acquired your shares from Universal Music's Nashville branch." Scott reached out and shook Du Sheng. "Du, you have a lot of vision and will definitely be worth the money in the future. Can you tell me how much you spent this time?" $1.20 million. Du Sheng answered frankly. "Wow, Universal Music branch is doing a great business, and the price has tripled." Scott sarcastically. Lawyer Zals didn't care at all, he just worked. Du Sheng smiled and said, "I also feel that I have made a good deal by buying 40% of your shares for $1.2 million. It's indeed great value for money." Although Scott has a bad character, he has a very good vision. The company's 3 artists have developed well, and their valuations have soared by more than 10 times. And he has no foundation here, so it is best to make a roundabout choice. Even if he can't pee at any time, he will take advantage of the situation and will also gain a female powder. Scott pulled Du Sheng aside and sighed. "Du, although I don't like the practice of Universal Music branch, it was the company's original release. Now that you replace it as a member of the company, can you help us solve this problem? If there is no distribution channel, no matter how good the album is, it will be useless." In addition to investing, investors in the music industry often help companies solve problems, which is also the reason why Lighthouse Small Corporation has the opportunity to rise. Have you heard the song Just the Way You Are, which ranks 48 in the Billboard Top 100? Du Sheng asked without answering a question. Scott was stunned, then realized something, and asked in surprise, "Is this song your work?" "No, I did it as I did the Fun a few days ago." In order to have a good cooperation and release records in the future, Du Sheng revealed, "I have some collaboration with Sony, and this song has been on Billboard 50 so quickly, which is also due to it. If you have an idea, I can introduce you to you." "That's great." Scott was surprised and finally felt a little relieved. He didn't expect that this rich man from the East was still an insider and received such great help from Sony. Just with the upward momentum of the song Just the Way You Are, it is 100% true to enter the top 10. The top 5 can also be expected. From a glance, you can see that Du Sheng and Sony's cooperative relationship is extraordinary. With this helper to build a line, the future is promising. Du Sheng changed his mind and smiled at the girl who was nervously entering the door. "But the condition is to release her an album as soon as possible. Don't be afraid of losses, just treat it as accumulating experience." Chapter 366 Damn! When did you get involved? Scott turned his head in shock. Seeing the person clearly, I was even more shocked. The one who came in was Taylor Swift. At this moment, he finally understood why Du Sheng had a crush on his small company for no reason. Damn it! When did this girl get involved? Taylor covered his mouth and looked at Du Sheng in surprise, both unexpected and moved. She was extremely disappointed before, and a tragic call to Du Sheng. "I never expected it to be just a call like a confidant." The other party not only did what he said, but also flew thousands of miles away to help, and even spent a lot of money to acquire nearly half of the company's shares. Both sides have never met once. And even fools can see the reason. How could this be possible if you say you are not moved? Under the surprise and excitement, Taylor ignored the eyes of outsiders and directly gave Du Sheng a sincere hug of thanks. Du Sheng smiled and patted her on the shoulder, whispered a few words, and turned around and asked, "Mr. Scott, can it be done?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." What else can Scott say, nodding repeatedly. "I'll make arrangements now and try to post her single in 2 months as soon as possible. If there is no problem, the first album will be officially launched in the second half of the year. Since the boss says it doesn't matter if he loses money, he just wants to be happy, of course he agrees with both hands. Anyway, he will not lose if he fails. If he becomes a person, he will have credit and money, why not do it? Just saying this, Scott looked at the girl who was excited to talk to Du Sheng awkwardly. Well, Taylor, can you show me the 30 songs you created? I didn't watch them too carefully last time. Last night, in order to make Taylor give up temporarily, he not only scolded the girl, but also threw back the notebook full of songs. This face made me feel so painful. But for the sake of money, let alone this embarrassment, even the Oli who was pulled out could be considered eating it. No problem. Taylor was not as petty as him. Seeing Du Sheng looking at him with encouragement, his little face was filled with excitement. I'll bring it here, you guys wait. After saying that, he happily went out again. A simple chat has passed half an hour. I have to say that the girls here are indeed precocious in their minds. On the way out for lunch, although Taylor was a little shy, he took the initiative to walk side by side with Du Sheng and happily discussed. Brother Sheng, do you really think I sing well at the Gambling Village Music Festival? Although Du Sheng felt that the scene was noisy at that time, he never hit people and smiled. Yes, the song is called Tim McGraw, right? This song combines traditional country music with modern country music well. The instrument you used at that time was a 12-string guitar? Yes, you actually heard it. Taylor looked at Du Sheng in surprise, feeling an unprecedented feeling of being close friend, and shared happily. This song was written by me in my first year of high school. When I learned that a female classmate's boyfriend was leaving her hometown to go to college, and her relationship was about to end, so I put it. I heard that the girls around me were having a happy chat, and Du Sheng was in a rare mood. Before he knew it, Taylor put down his little shyness and quietly took his arm. Seeing that Du Sheng did not object, she felt a little happy and raised her head and asked, "Do you really think this song is okay as the first single?" But Uncle Scott doesn't seem to agree with it. After a brief discussion just now, Scott felt that the song had been exposed and was a bit non-mainstream, so he suggested that she choose the country rock song Picture to Burn. Speaking of which, although Taylor really wants to release a single, he is still a little nervous about whether he can succeed. At this moment, we need recognition and care in particular. Invisibly, she obviously regarded Du Sheng as someone who could negotiate his thoughts. This is actually a kind of recognition. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Du Sheng patted her shoulders, gave her affirmation, and smiled and joked. Maybe, your single ranks higher than my song. Taylor was indeed happy, but he knew his strength. Uncle Scott said that your single can be among the top 5 on the Billboard. How can I compare to this? I can laugh at you if I can enter the top 100. At this time, she obviously did not have the confidence of the future queen of the music scene. The two of them talked and laughed and came to a Western restaurant. When he sat down in the private room, Taylor suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but say curiously, "Brother Sheng, is it true that the rumors about you and Hilton's daughter reported on the report?" Du Sheng didn't admit it or not, but just smiled and said, "Hi Fawn, understand." Taylor's beautiful eyes lit up, and he happily held Du Sheng's arm. Clear. She has long been used to being famous for the famous socialite. For example, Nikki Hilton's cousin is the representative. After posting photos of famous watches, cars and big stars, he squirted about gossip. It is even more common to rumor. Speaking of which, she also envied Nikki Hilton at that time. Because the other party is too generous in terms of background conditions and debut. Moreover, the rumored person he chose was an Asian with a lot of popularity and public opinion. At that time, she was fantasizing that it would be great if this was her own partner. I don't know if Jesus actually sent this person to her side after hearing her voice. Therefore, not only did she no longer envy others, but instead made up her mind to seize this rare opportunity. As a living with an open-minded sexual concept, she doesn't think it's anything. For example, her high school classmate is already a mother at this age. Some of the classmates in their class, their parents put not lunch boxes or pocket money in their school bags, but AQ condoms. Last year, a global survey report was released. The average age for the first time in the English relationship is sheezy. Although the concept of lighthouse country is quite open, it is a bit conservative in this regard, adding 2 years to the increase. The meal was filled with joy and a harmonious atmosphere. Du Sheng saw that Taylor was tired and had dark circles, and smiled and waved. "Have you had a good rest recently? Why don't you give me a lot of fatigue?" "May I?" Taylor had heard of the magical skills of the East, and sat next to Du Sheng with a little excitement. She was depressed recently because of her album being rejected. This is Baihui Point and Fengqi Point, which can relieve fatigue. If you are usually sleepy, you can press it yourself. Du Sheng first explained the term Chinese medicine to her, and then moved his fingers down to his shoulders. This is Jianjing Point, which can help the manager's qi. Press and press, move your fingers all the way down. Taylor was so comfortable that he almost shouted out, and finally he was left with his whole body on his side, allowing the other party to move around. Although it was a little itchy, it had to be said to be very comfortable. "I feel relaxed." Du Sheng naturally would not tell her that she had used yin and yang transfer just now. For the purpose, in addition to eliminating her fatigue, it is also a blessing. But Du Sheng still underestimated the open concept of European and American white girls. At some point, Taylor moved over. Of course, Du Sheng was not the one who suffered a loss, and he turned his back on the guest. "I have to say that the singer has a strong atmosphere." Although Taylor was a little angry, he still didn't let go. If it weren't for the many people here and the impact of the spread was not good, Du Sheng really wanted to give her a shocking blow. Despite this girl was still a little lost. The eyes of his eyes were shy and joyful. "Brother Sheng, I will release a single next month. Will you come?" Taylor sent Du Sheng into the car with some reluctance and asked with a little expectation. The UFC resulted, and Du Sheng had to rush back to sign the contract, so he had to take a plane tonight, so he had to leave. Facing the girl's hopeful eyes, he naturally would not let him down and smiled. "I will come to play next month and I will cheer you on a single." "Very good." Taylor stepped forward happily and reluctantly gave her a hug. "I have to say that once this girl is moved, she is really crazy. As for whether he will become a female sea queen in the future, or even be joked to gain creative inspiration in the name of love." Du Sheng glanced at several special skills of LV3, and had no worries at all. "If you really don't create it in the future, you can go back and forth. Anyway, I will transform into pop music sooner or later, so I can still write a few classics. I wish us a happy cooperation." After returning to Las Vegas, Du Sheng took the lead in meeting UFC President Dana Bai. "Mr. Dana Bai, I wish us a good start." Du Sheng shook hands with him with a smile. "You have seen the current warm-up match, and you will definitely feel how wise your decision is in the future." "Haha, I hope that's the case." Bai Dana felt a little emotional. To be honest, he was not willing to make such a big concession. Although the UFC management is not optimistic about Du Sheng's future growth, it doesn't matter to this contract, and it's better to make the most of Du Sheng's Asian influence, so there is almost no objection. But he was really optimistic about Du Sheng's potential and was unwilling to let the big fish go. But now the battle between Du Sheng and Chuck Little is getting more and more popular. They will not make a decision anymore, but they are afraid that Du Sheng will turn around and throw himself to his mortal opponent. As a last resort, you can only sign "Let the Tiger Go Back to the Mountain." In addition, one of the biggest reasons forcing White Dana to nod was that Chuck Little agreed to the game. This made him see great value. Profits can reach the level of millions of dollars at any time. If there is a platform and boxing promotion company behind both sides, it is possible to break the tens of millions. This is already a mid to high-end competition in UFC, which is currently in its development stage. Although Du Sheng had speculations about Dana Bai's changes, he was still not very clear about them. After leaving, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Don Jingkai and said, "Didn't it be said before that it would take at least 1 week to make a decision? What's going on? Haha, there are so many of your previous words that have caused a lot of public opinion, and he has to end." Don Jin smiled heartily and explained with a kind of exhalation. This incident was reported by an Asian so extreme as a coward, including traditional paper newspapers and TV news. How could Chuck Liddell still sit? Even if he didn't want to hit the fly, he had to slap the fly to death. Otherwise, this will be comparable to chronic self-reliance. So at noon today, Iceman Chuck Liddell held a press conference and threatened to teach this Oriental pig a painful lesson. Chapter 367 The Target of Public Criticism. Du Sheng ignored the other party's squirting and smiled. Chuck Liddell is the third in the UFC middleweight world ranking, and this showdown will be broadcast live. Don Jin sighed. I didn't expect that your cross-border debut was actually a challenge to the top 3 experts in the UFC world. I didn't dare to think about this before. He was indeed optimistic about Du Sheng's strength and potential, but he did not expect that the other party would have reached this point in a short period of time. This means that as long as Du Sheng wins this game, he is qualified to challenge the championship. According to the rules of the UFC challenge, as long as you enter the top 10 in the world of all magnitude, you are eligible to challenge the champion. As for whether the platform and the champion will accept it, this depends on popularity and interests. But it can be pushed out once, but it can't be pushed twice. It is precisely because of this that Du Sheng is persistent in challenging the top 10 players. However, his approach was indeed radical, which aroused the anger of boxing fans in the entire lighthouse country and was about to become the target of public criticism. Fortunately, the opponent couldn't resist the provocation. Tyson was the king of the teenagers, and Lomachenko became the boxing champion in just 2 games. There is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. Why can't UFC do it? Du Sheng did not comment and carried out the provocation to the end, responding with a domineering response. If a miracle really happens, it won't happen to a coward. His fierce confidence shocked Don Jin, Anika, and others. To be honest, everyone knows that this Oriental man is unwilling to achieve his past achievements. But he never expected that he not only wanted to create miracles, but also became Tyson of the UFC system. Okay, I understand. Don Jin suppressed his surging mood and said, "Next, I will help you hype this cross-border war. As for whether you can achieve your goals, it depends on your own. I hope you don't let our scheming go to waste. You can just arrange it, just tell me the game date 1 day in advance. Because important UFC events take 20 days to 1 month to prepare and promote in order to maximize profits. I can't even hurry up." Don Jin nodded and said, "Sponsor those, do you want to meet?" Du Sheng took a look at the time and stood up first. "Then let's go. While there is still time, go to the Chinese Chamber of Commerce first." Don King made a phone call while walking. UFC only provides platforms and boxers, and other boxing promotion companies need to connect with them. Next, a series of things such as event publicity, arrangements, sponsorship negotiations, etc. entered the process, making him busy. If everything goes well, the net profit of this game should not be less than $2 million according to the share agreement signed by Du Sheng. As soon as the news of Chuck Liddell's challenge came out, a craze in Los Angeles was launched. Many boxing fans expressed their enthusiasm to buy tickets to watch the game, and they wanted to witness the arrogant Oriental boy being tyrannical. In addition to Du Sheng's map cannon provocation, there is also the rumors that he had a scandal with Hilton's daughter, and his musical works entered the Billboard, which were also remembered by many people. It gave them the feeling that their daughter was urinated by a wild boar, and she was very resentful. I was eager to vent, which invisibly brought huge popularity to the game. In order to enhance influence and obtain sponsorship, Du Sheng took the lead in turning his attention to the Oriental Consulate General in Lighthouse and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles. With official support, it can be more conveniently promoted. The Chinese Chamber of Commerce is a potential source of sponsorship. Du Sheng's popularity are there, and he successfully obtained the endorsement of the Consulate General on the grounds of Sino-US sports and cultural exchanges. Then, he used this to reach a sponsorship agreement with the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. As the first Oriental to play the Championship Challenge in North America, even if UFC is not as famous as boxing, if Du Sheng can win, his influence at home and abroad cannot be underestimated. Most members of the Los Angeles Chinese Chamber of Commerce are engaged in international trade with the East. Considering Du Sheng's future commercial value and political endorsement, they believe that sponsoring the money is definitely worth the money. In the end, Du Sheng received a sponsorship of up to $1.5 million, plus tickets and other income. Even if the current PPV, pay-per-view, income is not much, it can achieve the goal of a minimum of $1 million. After conversion, the profits of this game are no less than those of the K1 finals. If we count the legal off-market lottery returns. Even if the investment in wanted order is not enough, as long as you kill a few more, the future will definitely be promising. Let's go, call me if you have something to do. Seeing that it was getting late, Du Sheng stopped talking and went on a journey of return with Wang Yeyang. Don Jin took them into the car and then retracted his gaze. After taking a plane for more than 10 hours, I successfully returned to the capital. Due to the time difference between the two places, when the plane across the ocean slowly landed on the runway of the international airport, it was already evening here in the capital. Du Sheng stepped out of the cabin, and what came towards him was not only the familiar air, but also the warmth of home. Back at the villa, I found that several girls from Girls' Generation were sitting on the sofa in the living room, with expectations in their eyes. Obviously, they had learned about Du Sheng's return date. It happened to be the recording of the Spring Festival Gala in Beijing again. So I came to this common home in advance and prepared a small welcome party. Du Sheng stretched out his arms, wanting to give the four beautiful girls a big hug. Yang Mi moved slightly, as if she wanted to respond, but was stopped by Lu Yifei with a look, as if she was saying, "Don't move, we're in the trial." Lu Shishi blinked at him, and Tang Yan got up and sat down again, with a hint of fun mixed in the embarrassing atmosphere. Obviously, the rumors about Du Sheng's foreign affairs made these four beauties feel a little unhappy. Especially Lu Yifei, her eyes smelled of interrogation. Du Sheng looked at Lu Yifei's solemn face and couldn't help but smile and turned to Lu Xili. "Sisterly, it seems that I'm coming this time. Fortunately, I specially brought back a batch of gifts from abroad, but it seems that I can't give it out. It just so happened that the company's annual meeting was just a little later, so I just used it as a lottery for the employees." Lu Xili smiled and shook her head, and cooperated. "That won't work. At least you have to get the LCD TV that Toshiba gave back. Otherwise, your new Game Boy Palm Treasure will not have a big screen and it will be more boring to play." "TV? Isn't there any at home?" Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and said with a pretentious interest. "That's fine. I heard that this freshly released LCD TV is a high-definition screen. I can't wait to experience Far Cry on the big screen." Lu Xili looked at Lu Yifei, who was eager to try and couldn't help laughing. "I still love Legend of Sword and Fairy and Age of Empires more, and I can enjoy playing online." Lu Yifei finally couldn't help but ask, "Where is Game Boy? Cousin, you won't forget to bring it to me, right?" Since last time I experienced the street hall with Du Sheng in the store, Lu Yifei has been fascinated by these little fun. This can be considered indirectly influenced by Du Sheng. However, what she loves most are those competitive casual elements, and she must decide the winner to be satisfied. In addition to the two models mentioned by her mother, Need for Speed is also her favorite. Du Sheng went to the United States this time and brought back the latest Game Boy. Compared with the first generation more than 10 years ago, the latest Game Boy has more powerful functions and has become an excellent home-based treasure and can play many classic games. Seeing that Lu Yifei's attitude eased, Yang Mi couldn't contain her inner joy and rushed towards Du Sheng. She didn't care about Lu Yifei rolling her eyes. Lu Shishi and Tang Yan looked at her shyly, hung it tightly on Du Sheng, and kissed him. Du Sheng shook his head, put down the increasingly unrestrained girl, and hugged Lu Shishi and Tang Yan with a smile. After rebuilding his friendship with several girls, he opened his suitcase and took out a few gifts. Lu Yifei immediately took over the treasure in her palm and became a game fan. She couldn't wait to open the seal. For the sake of your memory of buying me a gift, I will forgive you this time. Du Sheng smiled and joked. I'm just like my cousin. If I were unaware of it just now, I would have thought that some jealous girl was in court. Lu Yifei snorted and buried herself in the new things. As she was the first to surrender, the other three girls were even more happy, and the living room was filled with laughter and joy. The little unhappiness before seemed to have never existed, leaving only the warmth and happiness of a room. Du Sheng took out a bunch of gadgets from his luggage. Each one was carefully selected and given to Yang Mi, Tang Yan, and Lu Shishi respectively. Most of these gifts are little helpers in life or study. From stationery to cosmetics, to bracelets, etc., each piece reveals Du Sheng's thoughts. The promotion of Girls' Generation's album ended on December 22. After a short rest, the four sisters are going to return to campus life. Although Lu Yifei, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan are already frequent visitors to the university campus, Du Sheng's little surprises still make them smile. Lu Xili has now officially become a Girls' Generation agent, and she has no time to sit down now. She explained some recent events to Du Sheng, then changed into formal clothes and went out. It seems to be an endorsement issue. Du Sheng Xiao ignored it and focused on having fun with a few girls. The main thing to play is Immortal Sword Legend of the Gods, this is the game he endorsed. Although she didn't play much, Du Sheng was still more relaxed than the four girls, making them look sideways frequently. Lu Yifei has the spirit of not admitting defeat and having to play, and she has to win the previous game under Yang Mi. If Du Sheng hadn't deliberately disrupted the battle, he would have been afraid that two more people would have tonight. Du Sheng sent a few girls back to school. After returning, he heard Wang Yeyang's reminder and simply turned on the computer and browsed domestic news websites. Only then did I realize that the reason why several girls came here specifically was related to his scandal in the lighthouse country. After a period of fermentation, the scandal between him and Nikki finally caused a stir in the country. Major media are competing to report, which has become a hot topic recently. Although his signing with the UFC and his verbal entanglement with Chuck Liddell have not yet become a topic of conversation on the streets, it is too soon to see this trend. Du Sheng slowly browsed the news online. Various reports are emerging one after another, and netizens' discussions are even more lively. The song Just the Way You Are is really a masterpiece. My puppy was moved to tears when he heard this, as if he remembered the beautiful little female dog she met by chance at her doorstep that year. It is so charming, but both sides passed by, and it is a permanent regret. Chapter 368, Beautiful Woman Chases Her? It's awesome. I heard that Sony Records intends to make it into a single, and it will be released simultaneously in dozens of countries and regions around the world. You're out of date. This song has been released in Lighthouse Country, with a gratifying performance and has entered the top 50 Billboard singles chart. I just returned from Lighthouse Country, and it can be confirmed that Du Sheng's English songs are indeed very popular locally. I heard that Du Sheng also received a Hollywood film contract. Will he become the first Chinese star in the mainland to enter Hollywood? With Brother Sheng's talent, there is absolutely no problem. I guess Joja Alun has something to say again. Don't mess up the game upstairs, you're not comparable at all. Compared with the enthusiastic support of fans and enthusiastic fans, more neutral netizens' discussions focus on gossip and scandals. Many people talked about Du Sheng and Nichi's romantic date. A large number of exciting posts emerged overnight in online forums and post bars. Its depth and breadth even surpass the reports of professional media. One of the posts, entitled "Revealing the Secret of Nikki Hilton, What is Her Charm?" is like a clear stream, quickly attracting the attention of countless netizens. This post not only explores Nikki's family background and personal experience in detail, but also mentions the life of her famous cousin Paris Hilton. The post is often interspersed with charming photos of Nikki, which is dazzling. It soon spread across the internet. It has become a popular topic that major websites, such as Baidu, Tianyot, etc. For a time, the daughter of the Hilton family not only became famous in the lighthouse country, but also received unprecedented attention in the online space of the East. If Nikki knew this, she would probably be even more loved for Du Sheng. Du Sheng carefully read every word of this post and became interested in the author, whose online name is Rebirth and Bliss. In his opinion, this person is obviously not an ordinary person, but is likely a Chinese living in New York. I have a unique deep understanding of the fashion circle there. Netizens even commented on this post, which was very lively. Damn it, letting such a daughter chase her, brother Sheng is so awesome. I really knew nothing before. I thought she was just a young actress from the lighthouse country, but I didn't expect that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Brother, you'll know that the Hilton family has an extraordinary status in Europe and the United States. Du Sheng's operation is bringing glory to the country. If he could have a few more foreign beauties, I would be his diehard fan. I'm so envious. If someone goes to the lighthouse country, he will get to know such a top girl. When will I have the money to buy an inflatable doll? These gossip comments are so colorful, and they also indirectly reflect that Du Sheng is now throwing away the slap in the slap. Du Sheng browsed these comments and couldn't help but tilt the corners of his mouth. Netizens are all masters of jokes and have a lot of humor. The early internet community was indeed an era where 100 flowers bloomed and 100 schools of thought contend. Just as he looked, Du Sheng suddenly raised his eyebrows. He is a highly anticipated star. This time he was involved in Hollywood invitations, banquets by Li Quan, scandals of the daughter of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and improvised excellent songs on the spot. These factors are like snowballing, causing the popularity to continue soaring. The news of his date with Nikki is no longer limited to the entertainment industry, but has become the focus of attention from all walks of life. Just an introduction post about Nikki, the number of clicks easily exceeded 800,000, and tens of thousands of replies. The popularity is so high that it is shocking. Reputation value, 366392. This trip has increased by at least tens of thousands of reputations. Fans of the three major platforms even exceeded the 20 million mark in one fell swoop. Even the chapter that goes international is left behind in this regard. It is indeed worth celebrating whether you should say it or not. But when you change the angle, your exposure seems a bit abnormal. It seems that a black hand is deliberately adding fuel to the fire. 2. For the purpose, it is not known yet. In the country, you still have to keep a low profile for such things. Du Sheng secretly thought in his mind, and he guessed that such a high-profile reason should have attracted the attention of those who are interested. From the moment, the other party has not yet emerged. However, he was not worried, or even ignored it. If the other party really wants to use such a thing to discredit himself, it would be too naive. This kind of rat with hidden heads and tails is best to hide it for the rest of her life. As long as the other party dares to emerge, he doesn't need to take action, he will be fucked immediately. The next morning, Du Sheng hugged the octopus with his octopus and gently put it down. When she got out of bed, she covered the slipped quilt back on her snow-white ketone body. This girl came last night at 10 o'clock and contacted and informed about business or cooperation. For example, in the next Spring Festival Gala recording, in addition to the opening chorus, he also had to sing 2 songs, Only Feelings of You and I Want to Love Him, with Zhang Beizi and twins respectively. Then there is the charity performance jointly organized by China Charity plus Hubang Charity, Kill Bill 2 filming, and the company's annual meeting at the end of the year. In short, it's right to be very busy. If Wang Jinhua hadn't helped him push most of the business notices, I would have been afraid that I would not have had any time to spare. After returning from a punch, he saw Ye Ji still in the lazy bed. Du Sheng smiled and picked her up. Didn't it mean that Cartier will launch new products and will hold a formal signing conference later? Your attitude is not good. You are not, you bastard, you are just messing around. Although Ye Ji was yawning, she still remained elegant and gave him an angry look. Let go, stop messing around. Otherwise, I really can't get up today. Last night, she learned that Du Sheng was back and was standing on the platform for the newly opened Kung Fu flagship store in Beijing, so she simply put down the matter and came here. I didn't expect it. There was no negotiation at all because my mouth was blocked. At 2 o'clock in the morning, she was already lying flat and there was no movement. This bastard refused to let her go. More and more exaggerated. It's like a giant beast. But I have to say that in addition to this aspect, this man has brought her many advantages. At least recently, she found that not only her complexion was rosy, but her skin was shiny and white, but even some of the slits became concave and convex. I feel a few years younger out of thin air and in an amazingly good condition. This is definitely inseparable from men's special abilities. Du Sheng smiled and put her on the sofa. Go and wash up. I'm back from buying breakfast. This morning I will go to Cartier to complete the new product shooting and attend a simple press conference to officially become the image spokesperson. This matter was confirmed half a month ago, but the release process takes time. It is worth mentioning that Cartier is interested in Du Sheng's upward momentum and has taken the initiative to increase the endorsement fee. From the original $2.2 million to $360. Although it is only considered mid-range in Du Sheng's overall endorsement fee, since the other party has released goodwill, it is also a good start. As we all know, international big brands have always been arrogant, especially when seeking Oriental artists to cooperate, the price has always been very low. With Cartier's example, Du Sheng can ignore these awesome existences in the future. That morning, a sound of opening the door woke Du Sheng up. He stretched out his muscles and got up, picked up the scattered clothes and put them on. It's a bit difficult to get through the cycle these days. Because of the rehearsal and recording the Spring Festival Gala, Du Sheng has been with Zhang Baji and twins in the past 2 days. Just a few minutes after discussing, the 4 of them fought against the landlord. And 1 bucket is a night. There are several special skills to support, and there is definitely no problem with moves and lasting. But before that, the firepower was dispersed to girls such as Ye Ji, Lu Zili, Gao Yuan, Jia Swen, etc., and even if it was so hard, it was a little unbearable. Not to mention, these 2 nights were still relay races. I don't know if Zhang Baji and twins have separated for a long time, and they even squeezed themselves out of trouble. I don't know if I didn't sleep well last night, but I felt like my feet were almost out of control after walking around for a long time today. That wild beast has been pouring its firepower on me, and I haven't complained. Jiao, what are you? Zhang Beizi, who had just stepped into the house, curled her lips and took off her high heels quickly. She collapsed on the sofa, and her legs in black stockings swayed gently, which was particularly eye-catching. Sister Ji, don't you still have to accompany Brother Sheng to record the show in the afternoon? If you are tired, why not take a nap first? Asa smiled and closed the door behind the door. She put the things she just bought next to the clothes hanger and had long been accustomed to the scene in front of her. In theory, she was still open-minded. Even though she had already accepted the scene before her, she not only slept with her and also had a meal at the same table, but she felt a little ashamed. However, playing landlord and Du Sheng's various tricks in the past 2 days still made her 3 views mess up. Jillian Chung was too lazy to complain, but instead took out her newly bought dress with interest, intending to try the effect of her body again. You chose this yourself? The style is quite unique. Du Sheng came back after a set of punches, and seeing this, his eyes lit up. The effect on your body is definitely good. If the hem of the skirt is a little shorter, it will be even more perfect. He saw many street beauties in his previous life, and his aesthetic taste was naturally picky. No matter how short it is, it can't be covered. Isn't this suitable? Jillian Chung's face turned red and she said shyly. Just now, at the instigation of Zhang Baji, she said that she must be charming in this dress, so she couldn't help but buy one. In addition, I dressed up specifically today, with the oval face and curved willow leaf eyebrows, which gives people a fresh and refined feeling, and the temperament is even more charming. What does it matter if you wear it at home? Du Sheng looked at them a few times, and his heart felt warm again, so he sat beside them. Seeing Du Sheng sitting next to each other without any hesitation, she angrily tripped the other party with her white feet. I'm covered in sweat, what did you do in the morning? What are you doing? You have the nerve to ask, aren't you still accompanying you early in the morning? Du Sheng was confident and held Zhang Baji in his arms, grabbed the naughty feet, and went up the smooth skin, causing her to pant. You bad guy, stop! You are almost exhausted. Zhang Baji felt his presumptuousness and couldn't help but gently bit Du Sheng's shoulder with her silver teeth. Chapter 369 Still wanting to take revenge? However, the gentle touch made Du Sheng's emotions fluctuate and he almost turned into a giant beast. If he hadn't considered that he would go out later, he would have to teach this girl a lesson to make her calmer. Jillian Chung didn't want the war to spread to herself, so she picked up the loofah and lean meat and walked into the kitchen. It's almost noon, I'll go cook first. When Asa thought of the outrageous situation last night, she was still scared to stay away and followed her in. Du Sheng remembered the serious business and couldn't get flirting with Zhang Baji anymore, but his whole head arched into her. Snuggled in her soft arms, smelling her quiet fragrance, and asked. By the way, you said last night that there was a greasy man who bothered you, what's going on? Zhang Baji gave him a blank look and said. Didn't you see the rehearsal last night? He came here by force. It seems that the background is not simple. But he was obviously here to pick up Su Jinglei, but no matter whether she was jealous or not, her eyes always stayed on me. Do you think it's ridiculous? Su Jinglei. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and said. I will encounter this situation next time, remember to tell me the first time. He will have to join the group to shoot tomorrow, so he can only put it aside for the time being. Zhang Baji hugged his head and kissed her gently, and said happily. I'll say you're my boyfriend at that time, so that those guys will always come to harass me. Because of her outstanding figure and appearance, she has encountered many entanglements. Fortunately, Qi Ma helped her block it in Xiangjiang. But in the mainland, those with backgrounds cannot ignore or be cold-eyed, which makes her feel bored. You've held me tightly, whatever you say is what you say. Zhang Baji ignored Du Sheng's jokes, turned over and sat on his lap, and started his old career diligently. Don't think wrongly, it's the soft and Yukamiya. The capital city, the Seven Kings Tomb in Yangtai Mountain, Haidian. The lights are bright and the machines are roaring, and a big drama is being filmed in full swing. This is a crucial scene in the movie Kill Bill 2. The crew arrived in the capital 3 days ago, busy arranging various props and machines to make full preparations for the shooting. As soon as Du Sheng joined the group, he mastered the set of movements designed by Yuan Heping in just half a day, and he performed them neatly and in one go. The reason why filming is only started now is that on the one hand, Uma Thurman has several movements, Yuan Heping feels that it is not perfect enough and needs to be practiced repeatedly. On the other hand, Du Sheng must master the control of strength, not only show the agility and sense of strength in the confrontation, but also ensure that he stops his strength when contacting Uma Thurman to avoid really hurting the opponent. Uma Thurman had no concerns about this. Du Sheng told him to attack with all his might, and he would not even hurt him. When everything is ready, Director Quinton gave the order. 3, 2, 1, action! The first thing that appears in the camera is a mysterious and quiet valley with stone steps stretching up. At the end of the steps of the long tomb path, an ancient Taoist temple stands. There is the legendary Taoist master Bai Mei's place of cultivation. Uma Thurman was wearing a worn martial arts uniform and walked up step by step, with firmness and determination revealing his eyes. Her steps were a little heavy, but every step was full of determination. After going through a lot of hardships, she finally found this Taoist temple. Her eyes were firm and she had only one thought in her heart. He was appointed as a teacher of Taoist Bai Mei and learned peerless martial arts to avenge his deep revenge in the Sea of Blood. After a long time, it appeared in front of her, and was an ancient and mysterious martial arts temple. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the windows on the wooden floor, reflecting golden light. In the center of the dojo, Du Sheng stood with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a snow-white robe, with white eyebrows and white hair, calm and composed, as if the mountain was still. Invisibly, there is a kind of cold pressure that makes people dare not approach it easily. When Uma Thurman looked at him, he seemed to face a quiet and deep lake. For Du Sheng, the biggest challenge for this character is not the action scenes. It is how to fully express the character's grand demeanor and master style. Speaking of the most master-like film and television image, Du Sheng first thought of it as Ip Man played by Zhen Zidane. Although countless actors have interpreted this role, no one can compare with Zhen Zidane. However, Zhen Zidane had more than an hour of movie time to create characters, while Du Sheng only had 10 minutes. He must create a strong aura from the beginning and then continue to maintain this cold attitude. In the past few days, he has pondered the images of several laity masters. For example, Huo Yuanjia in Jingguo Men, Chen Shi in Master, Feng Qingyang in Swordsman and others. Du Sheng believes that the most important thing in playing such an outlier is to have sufficient confidence and at the same time show a strong aura. Aura is invisible and intangible, but it really exists. Even if two people just stand there quietly, they will give people a completely different feeling. With LV4's acting skills and experience in past and present, Du Sheng is sure that he can show such a demeanor of a paradise. Quinton, staring at the camera, couldn't help but nod. Although Du Sheng is young, his appearance and calm temperament make people see his extraordinariness at a glance. Uma Thurman stepped into the dojo, his eyes locked on the paradise. She knelt on her knees, lowered her once proud head, and said firmly with a trembling voice, "I would like to accept me as my disciple and teach me the essence of Eastern martial arts so that I can take revenge." Du Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked her up and down, and said with a blank expression, "Your Chinese is very poor, I can't understand a word." Uma Thurman speaks English, he speaks Cantonese, highlighting a down-to-earth speech. Taoist master Bai Mei played by Lu in his previous life and cursed him directly, and his master's demeanor disappeared in an instant, turning into drama. Du Sheng knew that this was the image of a paradise in the eyes of Westerners. After finally communicating with Quinton, he barely changed it to this. As for Cantonese, it is still preserved in its original flavor. After all, Taoist master Bai Mei is set as a hermit in the Cantonese area. Uma Thurman couldn't understand Cantonese, but the setting was that both sides could barely understand, and some difficulties answered in English. "My neon language can." Du Sheng interrupted coldly with a cold wave and asked, "Is your master Bill?" "Yes." "What did he teach you?" Du Sheng's eyes were dazed, as if they were memories. Bill was the first foreigner he taught, but unfortunately he was a traitor. "He taught me Tiger Crane Fist, and Neon Bushido sword technique." "Humph," Neon warrior sword art? This kind of garbage will only become more and more useless as you learn it. Du Sheng stroked his long beard without hiding his contempt. I will not accept the incompetent people, please leave. Uma Thurman gritted his teeth, kowtowed, and said with a slight "Sir. Master, please accept me. I want to kill Bill. If I can't learn the strong martial arts, I will never give up in this life." Du Sheng was unmoved and said indifferently, "Avenge? There are so many people in this world who want to avenge. Can I take it all?" After saying that, he suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the heroine like a ghost. He raised his hand and slapped it out with a palm. "Come on, attack me. Let me see what skills you have learned." Uma Thurman was shocked, and despite her quick reaction, she was hit and fell to the ground. Too slow. Du Sheng kicked out again, his strength was strong and with the whistling wind. Uma Thursdayman barely avoided, stood up and kicked her. Du Sheng put his hands behind his back and gently leaned back, like an iron bridge, easily dodging this attack. Uma Thursdayman then had his left foot as the axis, and his right foot slammed at Du Sheng 3 times in a row, trying to break through Du Sheng's defense from the left, right, and in the middle. However, these offensives were just a piece of cake for Du Sheng, and they didn't even drive their arms and easily resolved. Finally, when Uma Thurman's right foot hit Du Sheng's middle lane, Du Sheng grabbed it with both hands and turned it hard. Uma Thurman made a 180-degree spin in the air and fell heavily to the ground. "Crack, do it again, the substitute is exposed," the director shouted. The white-clothed substitute on the ground quickly got up and stretched his right foot towards Du Sheng again, reappearing the moment he was caught. The previous fight scene was played by Uma Thurman himself, but when it was the turn of falling down, you had to ask a stand-in to appear. After all, the starring actor is precious and cannot take risks easily. The original plan was to change the shooting angle and then post-editing the effect, because ordinary people cannot make an adult spin 3 times in the air with the power of their hands alone, which usually requires 2 martial arts guides to help. But Du Sheng, the strongman, could easily complete it, so he decided to take the shot directly. He held the legs of the stunt actor tightly with both hands and exerted force suddenly. This time the stunt actor rotated faster in the air, threw it up in the air, and finally fell heavily on the mat. Du Sheng did not intentionally do something bad, but to allow the camera to clearly capture the substitute's face and avoid blurring the picture due to too fast speed. In that way, he had to reshoot and let the substitute suffer more pain. Even if it falls on the cushion, the stunt actor will have to bear a considerable impact. The personnel are replaced and continue again. Just this little ability? Still wanting to take revenge? Du Sheng stood calmly and said coldly, "I think you'd better go back early, don't be embarrassed here." Uma Thurman held her breath in her heart, knowing that this is Du Sheng's test for himself, you must never give up easily. So, she forced herself to cheer up and used some of her only fighting skills to try to resist Du Sheng's attack. Director Quinton, who was secretly staring at the camera, couldn't help but secretly admire Du Sheng's acting skills. Du Sheng's every move fully interpreted the unfathomable and harsh image of Taoist Beimei. Every movement and every expression is full of the style of a master. What surprised him even more was that the opponent's moves seemed to contain the charm of Oriental martial arts. Sometimes it uses force, like a tiger going down the mountain. Sometimes it changes its flexible and changeable palm techniques, like flowing clouds and water. Under Du Sheng's force, Uma Thurman kept retreating and was injured in many places on his body. But her eyes became more and more firm, and the stubbornness in her bones made her unwilling to fall down easily. "Ah!" she shouted loudly, pounced on her body, and used a desperate move. Du Sheng frowned slightly and snorted. "I don't know, the sky is high and the earth is thick." He turned his body and cleverly avoided Uma Thurman's attack. At the same time, with a wave of his backhand, a powerful internal force knocked Uma Thurman to the ground. "As far as you are concerned, you deserve to be my apprentice." Du Sheng stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. Uma Thurman lay on the ground, gasping heavily, but her eyes were still staring at Du Sheng. Master, I will not give up. As long as you are willing to teach me, I can endure any suffering and bear any sin. Du Sheng was silent for a moment, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself. This woman's persistent mentality in studying is more resilient and persevering than Bill. Maybe she can be crafted. Du Sheng paced around Uma Thurman behind his hands and said slowly. The road to martial arts is extremely difficult and you need to endure what ordinary people cannot tolerate. Can you do it? Uma Thurman gritted his teeth. Master, I can. Crack. Very good, next game. As Quentin's slightly excited voice came out, the atmosphere at the scene relaxed. Chapter 370 Lottery Settlement. After that fierce fighting scene, the subsequent shooting process was like sailing along the way. In just 3 days, Du Sheng's scenes in the martial arts hall were filmed, leaving only the scenes of directing the heroine to practice martial arts. Quentin walked forward with a little excitement and said to Du Sheng. Du, your performance is amazing. It has brought the role of Taoist Master Bei Mei to life. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said. Thank you for the praise from the director. Actually, I am also a toddler in Handan and have not fully understood the essence. Quentin shook his head. No. Your performance was far beyond my expectations. Whether it is the eyes or the movements, I feel the mysterious and powerfulness of the Eastern Masters. I believe that this movie will shine because of your performance. He is the truth. Speaking of which, he originally planned to spend a week shooting this scene. After all, such a Hong Kong-style action movie style is a new attempt for the entire team. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng not only completed his movements with ease, but also made the scene more exciting. If it were the black actor who played the role of Taoist Master Bei Mei, I was afraid that Uma Thurman would not even dare to kick his legs, and the effect on the camera was very stiff and artificial. Now, the successful conclusion of this fighting scene has undoubtedly injected a shot of a heartwarming injection into the entire crew. Quentin Tarantino is full of confidence in the follow-up shooting. As soon as the work was finished, Uma Thurman walked towards Du Sheng with a slightly staggering pace. Hey, Du, you have to treat me to a good meal and see what you did. Uma Thurman, this is no wonder I was kicked over. Du Sheng responded with a smile and shrugged. In the competition scene just now, Du Sheng's offensive strength was about to end, and Uma Thurman did his best every time to show his sense of power. But the effect of force is relative, but she kicked her hands and feet into pieces. If it weren't for the filming, I would have to let you compensate me to experience the customs of the East. Uma Thurman said in a tone of regret. If it weren't for the old general's good fortune, she might have taken action. Du Sheng said with a smile. There will always be opportunities. When the plot of yours is finished, I will definitely treat everyone well. This is not his dish, so I can speak until I say it. As the filming continued, the heroine gradually grew up under the guidance of Du Sheng. Her martial arts are getting more and more progressive, and her eyes are filled with confidence and calmness. 2 days later, as Du Sheng finished the filming, he began to say goodbye to the crew members one by one. In this circle, the time for the next encounter is always unknown, and this kind of thing is common. Seeing Du Sheng and Quentin say goodbye, Yuan Heping walked over with a smile and gave a thumbs up. Sheng, you are so amazing. This is Yuan Heping's heartfelt praise. If it were someone else, the quality and efficiency of the shooting of this scene would definitely be greatly reduced. This week he worked with Du Sheng, and he deeply understood the amazing talent he mentioned in his junior brother. Du Sheng is not only in a superb physique, but also has a very high comprehension. Any move can be learned by teaching it. It is simply a talented person born for martial arts. Yuan Heping couldn't help but sigh. Sheng, with your qualifications, if you really devote yourself to practicing martial arts, it is not impossible for you to surpass Li Xiaolong in the future. As Yuan Heping, who has been with martial arts all his life, met such a talented person, he really didn't want to see him wasting his talents. However, after hearing this, Du Sheng just smiled indifferently. The 8th master has been awarded. Maybe I can surpass his strength, but other aspects are hard to say. Yuan Heping sighed lightly after hearing this, but he expressed deep understanding in his heart. In today's society, no matter how high martial arts are, it may not be useful. A legendary figure like Li Xiaolong is still unavoidable in the end. Even his son suffered misfortune while filming the video. So what if you have a higher level of skill? If you do not achieve the golden body and do not have the protection of power and status, you can easily become a soft persimmon in the eyes of others. In contrast, the path Du Sheng chose may be a wise move. As soon as I got into the car, a crisp reminder sound came from my ears. Detective Kill Bill 2 has been detected to have finished filming. Will the settlement lottery be held? Du Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then he was not surprised. Originally, according to his memory, the label of this movie was thriller, the fight was exaggerated, and the flesh and blood were flying all over the place. I thought it involved the superpower category, at most it was like the Sword of Fairy won a lottery treasure chest. I didn't expect that I hadn't crossed the line yet. He considered it and chose to settle. Although there are a little bit of scenes, the evaluation may not be high, but I feel that the degree of fit is good. Moreover, there are more than a dozen lottery draws at present. It's a waste not to use it. At least Taoist Master Beimei has much superiority. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was surprisingly good. In the statistics, the host character fit is 88%, the roles account for 4.9%, and the completion is 86%. The prize pool is re-updated. Du Sheng was quite satisfied with this. After all, he only plays a role in connecting the past and the future. It is enough to be able to occupy this share in more than an hour. The settlement is completed, the performance rating of Kill Bill 2 is Liang. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, with 1/15 of the annual lottery draws. Will the lottery be conducted? What are the better items and skills does Taoist Master Beimei have? Pistols, explosives, darts, light skills, bone shrinkage skills. Several things flashed through Du Sheng's mind instantly, all of which were of great use. With some hope, I silently recited in my heart. Raffle lottery. As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush. As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Taoist robe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of Quick Chase. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Crane Fist, green, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 box of body tempering pill, 3 pieces. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of Hurricane Rescue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 Thunder Heart Palm, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving $30,000. The harvest is okay, no waste of lottery draws. Du Sheng glanced roughly and nodded slightly in his heart. After all, it is just a guest appearance as a second and third player, and it is already very good to be able to produce blue skills. Chiquan LV1/green, 10/1000. 1 of the Southern Fist. Long-term practice can continuously enhance the flexibility of the body, the elasticity and mobility of the muscles, and the nerves and muscles activity reactions will also become faster. Using Qi to stimulate strength, it can burst out trembling strength. What Du Sheng is most impressed by the movie is that the heroine uses her crane fist to peck at the eyes of one of her mortal enemies, Al, to peck at the eyes of air. This technique is suitable for women to practice, and it is taught to Lu Yifei, Gao Yuan, Zheng Xian and others that can still achieve unprepared needs. It's pretty good to have an extra self-defense skill. Can the body tempering pill explode? Du Sheng was a little surprised, but when he thought that Taoist Beimei had the title of Tao Master, he seemed to be expected to know how to make pills. It's pretty good. Although I got 2 boxes of the Sword of Fairy before, it was not enough to split. Although there are only 3 of them here, at least some gaps have been made up. Speed Chase and Hurricane Rescue. Du Sheng's face looked a little strange when he saw these 2 things. It is quite rare that 2 popular movie scripts were released at once. After all, in my previous life, these 2 movies were all popular movies around the world. In my memory, the fastest Hurricane Rescue that was brought to the screen seems to be after the 2008 Olympics. As for Quick Chase, that's 8 years later. What made Du Sheng confused is that apart from being produced in Hollywood, what does these 2 movies have to do with Kill Bill 2? When he thought about it, he could only say that the main line was almost the same. The 3 movies are all stories of revenge, robbery, etc., with the focus on exciting action scenes and conflicts between characters. Du Sheng suppressed Piao Fei's thoughts and glanced at the only blue skill. 5 Thunder Piercing Heart Palm LV1/Blue, 10/1000. After 5 fatal points of the opponent, the middle palm may burst after walking for 5 steps, and even die on the spot. In his mind, the scene of the heroine using this move to kill Bill at the end of the movie appeared on the spot. It's indeed a bit cruel. But Du Sheng searched his intestines and scraped it with a belly. There seems to be no such palm technique in reality. This is most likely original from the movie. But no matter what, since it can be extracted, this is a fatal killing technique. In the future, you don't have to rely on external objects, and you will have the chance to let your opponent lie down without knowing it. Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value of more than 300,000 yuan, and simply spent 1,000 yuan each to upgrade the 2 skills to LV2 to enhance the effect. It will be used sooner or later in the future, and be prepared for any trouble. He swept away other skills and finally added all his reputation to Dragon and Elephant. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 6th level /purple, 10222036 rightward arrow 1382048/218700. There is still hundreds of thousands of dollars left to break through. It's almost done. According to the introduction of the 7th level, once the Chong meridians among these 3 meridians and 7 chakras are penetrated, they will be transformed incredible. Because the internal energy accumulated in Dragon and Elephant acts as a bridge, it breaks out all the acupoints of the 3 meridians and 7 chakras, which is equivalent to the master giving Du Sheng enlightenment. By then, this hedging will not only eliminate the disadvantages of 9 Yang divine arts but will not only escape the internal force trapped in the lower Danshan. Even the internal energy accumulated in Dragon and Elephant has a high probability of being assimilated into internal force. Just look forward to it. Brother Sheng, should you take a break or rush to Modu? Wang Yeyang flipped through the itinerary and asked with his head turned around. Go to Modu, you can't delay there. After filming the film, Du Sheng couldn't rest. The Chinese New Year is the busiest time for artists, and he is likely to be in a state of constant silence. At noon that day, he and Wang Yeyang flew to Modu. The charity performance jointly organized by China Charity plus Huabang Charity will be held at Moda Gymnasium tonight. In order not to happen, it is necessary to go over and rehearse once in advance. There are not many first and second tier artists participating this time, including Du Sheng and Lu Xianlu, Han Shi, Zhang Xin, Lu Ruying, Kui Jian, etc. If it weren't for Girls' Generation, I would have been there to join in the fun this time. Thanks to such a huge lineup, the tickets have been sold out long ago. However, its purpose is not to make a profit, but to raise more charitable funds. In addition, China Charity also invites guests, corporate sponsorship, and other public fundraising methods to achieve the ultimate preparation. Huabang also handles the situations of investment seats and exclusive naming. Chapter 371 Repayment. At 7 o'clock in the evening, under the arrangement of the performance organizer, Du Sheng arrived at the gymnasium in a VIP car. Night fell, but outside the Moda Stadium was very lively, with the surrounding roads being congested and crowds. Of course, VIP vehicles can travel smoothly. As part of the charity fundraising, the organizer carefully planned a stage where celebrities walk the red carpet. Initially, walking the red carpet was an extremely solemn ceremony, usually only at large film festivals. But with the rapid rise of the domestic entertainment industry, the threshold for walking the red carpet has gradually decreased, and even various brand events and press conferences are common. The red carpet has also become a common way to attract attention. Invite celebrities and media to take photos and create topics. This has become the norm. Charity performances are no exception, with more than 20 stars enough to support a red carpet show. Although the specifications of walking on the red carpet have declined, the basic rules have not changed. The position determines the order of appearance, and the star with high status makes its debut. Fortunately, the distance from the hotel where Du Sheng stayed is very close to the gymnasium. Not long after, the VIP car he was riding was parked steadily at the starting point of the red carpet. The staff on site were wearing black windbreakers and opened the car door for Du Sheng. He got out of the car immediately, and flashes were rising one after another, making it dazzling. There are crowds of people. The red carpet extends from Du Sheng's feet to the main entrance of the gymnasium, about 40 meters long, and the height of the specifications can be seen. The two sides of the red carpet are separated by safety fences. In the dense crowd behind the fence, fluorescent signs with different names of stars are held high. In addition to the professional equipment of many journalists and photographers, as well as countless mobile phone lenses, people are in a sea of light and shadow, as if all glory is focused on oneself, and a sense of accomplishment arises naturally. Du Sheng wore a customized kung fu windbreaker to highlight his figure with a particularly handsome appearance, confident and calm, attracting the favor of countless shots. Du Sheng. Brother Sheng, here. When he walked halfway, he suddenly heard a shout of his name. Turning around, a group of female fans squeezed into the fence. They shouted slogans excitedly despite the dissuasion of security personnel. The music and singing are endless, and the stars are immortal. Hold the hand of the Sheng, and accompany you forever. Du Sheng walked up with a smile and waved his hand. Ah! Dozens of girls screamed in surprise, their cheeks flushed and they were excited. In such occasions, it is a pleasant thing to interact with fans, but it is not advisable to stay for too long to avoid causing confusion. Du Sheng successfully walked the red carpet, stepped onto the welcome desk, left his name on the signature wall, and then accepted a short interview with reporters in a tomato station. After the interview, the celebrities took a group photo, and the staff guided everyone into the employee passage and went to the backstage dressing room. The performance was about to begin. At this time, Du Sheng's face suddenly turned a little strange and he looked to the front of the left. This female artist seems to be very famous, and many people greet her wherever she goes. Her smile is sweet and pure, and her voice is soft, like a clear spring flowing, which makes people feel like a spring breeze. Little Jewish? Oh no, Joe women. It's really that the other person's face is so easy to recognize. She wore a long white dress with delicate and fair facial features, graceful figure, gentle temperament, like a breeze blowing on her face, which is unforgettable. Du Sheng thought he had read it wrong. Because I remember that this person had already withdrawn from the entertainment industry a few years ago and moved to Maple Leaf Country. When did she come back? When he was free, Du Sheng picked up the program list and glanced at it. Her name is listed. He has been busy with affairs recently and has not paid much attention to it, so he simply asked Wang Yeyang to check the information. It turned out that last year she had returned to Xiangjiang to live due to Ni Zhen's love. Since last year, she has served as an ambassador for more than a dozen different charitable organizations or institutions, and is committed to the fields of children's education, women's health, and AIDS prevention and control. Zhou Women is one of the representative figures in tonight's charity performance. Du Sheng withdrew his gaze and felt a little regretful. After quitting the music scene at its peak, it was a waste of money and ruined its future reputation in vain. However, the other party seems to have not been married yet, and then he was very forgiving because of the slag 5 times. Just as his thoughts were floating, an accident happened in the crowd more than 10 meters away from him. A man took advantage of the security guard's precaution and suddenly crossed the security fence and broke into the red line area. The man was thin, wearing a mask, holding a piece of support in his hand. But after coming in, he no longer covered up. He took advantage of the night to run quickly towards the artist. While running, he broke off a bottle from the support and unscrewed it. His eyes locked on Jo Hwimin, and crazy flames burned in his eyes. Suddenly, when the thin man rushed to Jo Hwimin and his party like a ghost, the artists who had just walked off the red carpet came to their senses, and the screams and exclamations were intertwined. The staff at the front were frightened by the sudden change and took a step to rush over, but accidentally ran into the cameraman. The entire scene suddenly fell into a whirlpool of chaos. The man wearing a tactical coat was not kind, and his face covered by the mask revealed a fierce light. He held a bottle of poisonous substance marked Pineapple Eagle in his hand, which reminded people of the word. The stomach is rotten. In the entertainment industry, fan revenge caused by emotional entanglements is common. For example, after a meeting with a crazy fan who had been entangled with her for 2 years, Malay music rookie Sue was stabbed by her with a knife 8 times, and her fatal slashed into the heart and died on the spot. The purpose of the man in front of him is obvious, most of whom are revenge. It is this naked malice that makes everyone feel afraid and retreat everywhere. These scenes that only appear in news reports are now presented alive. How can one not be frightened? Whether it was the artist who had just walked off the red carpet or was stepping onto the steps, they almost screamed and instinctively retreated, trying to escape the upcoming nightmare. Even if they are not direct targets, any accidental injury may lead to a ruined future. Driven by human instinct, there was panic on and off the stage. Looking at the thin man rushing towards him, Jo Hwimin's mind was blank. Intuition told her that this man's goal was himself. The liquid in the other party's hand is very likely to be a deadly poison. She should have escaped immediately. However, the crowd's obstacles and extreme fear made her unable to move, nor was she thin enough for the man to be fast. She could only barely turn to the side and instinctively reached out to cover her cheeks. Everything is over. Jo Hwimin closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected disaster did not come. At this critical moment, a black windbreaker fell accurately in front of Jo Hwimin like a divine weapon from heaven. Perfectly blocked all the liquid. It was Du Sheng who came to rescue him, and he was the only person who kept calm on the scene. When the thin man crossed the obstacle and rushed straight, Du Sheng keenly realized something was wrong. When the others retreated one after another, he went upstream and approached quickly. But due to his obstruction of vision, he could only quickly take off the custom-made windbreaker of the Kung Fu Pian on his body and throw it out. At the same time, he shook his hand and 2 bone-transparent golden needles as thin as cow's hair broke through the air. As one of the organizers of the event, he would never allow such atrocities to happen. Of course, he couldn't use his body to resist. Fortunately, the reaction was prompt and the windbreaker just caught all the liquid. Hiss! The liquid splashed by the thin man came into contact with the windbreaker, splashing out strong corrosiveness, which made the ground hiss. There was a pungent smell in the air. This is indeed a very toxic substance that can kill you. If it splashes on the face, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the least, it will be poisoned and at the worst, it will be killed. After Du Sheng threw out his windbreaker, he did not hesitate for a moment and held Jo Hwimin behind his back with his backhand. He didn't bother to speak, and rushed towards the murderer. The thin man did not expect Du Sheng to come out halfway and disrupted his plan. He was stunned for a moment, then reached into his pocket, as if he was trying to take out some weapon. But the next second, my arms and thighs suddenly hurt and my movements stopped. Du Sheng took the opportunity to kick sideways and accurately hit the thin man's chest. Bang! The thin man was like a parabola, flying backwards several meters away in the air, falling to the ground without moving. Du Sheng is right, this kind of evil deed is deeply abhorred. Although this kick did not give all its strength, it was enough to break the opponent's sternum. At this time, several security personnel finally came to their senses and rushed forward to control the thin man firmly. In fact, the thin man had long lost consciousness. The flash is flashing, and it is the media and onlookers who have reacted to record all this. A big event. They were so excited that the shutter was about to be smoked. Du Sheng ignored these things, helped Zhou Huimin up, and said in a warm voice, "It's okay, get up." The big star, who was praised by Hong Kong media as the head of the Jade Girl, had a pale face and a blank look. He obviously had not recovered from the fright and his whole body was still trembling. Du Sheng patted her hands and comforted. "It's really okay, don't be afraid." Woo! Before Du Sheng could finish his words, Zhou Huimin rushed into his arms and burst into tears. In an instant, the warm fragrance filled my arms with soft jade. Du Sheng was a little confused. He wanted to comfort him but was worried about the improper way. He wanted to push him away, but the other party snuggled tightly and did not dare to use force. At this moment of hesitation, countless shots freeze this moment. This is really no wonder. Du Sheng was both amused and cried, and felt a little scared. If his reaction was half a beat slower, the bottle of highly venomous liquid might have been poured on Zhou Huimin. He understood her fragile mood at the moment, but this was not a long-term solution. After all, Zhou Huimin has a partner, and her boyfriend Ni Zhen is still known for his vengeance. Du Sheng was not worried that Zhou Huimin would misunderstand afterwards, but was worried that Ni Zhen would misunderstand. Fortunately, Zhou Huimin quickly woke up, blushed and let go of Du Sheng, and felt a little grateful. At this time, a large number of security personnel and staff arrived, and the scene was noisy. Zhou Huimin's assistant also arrived at the scene, comforting her while taking her back to the backstage. Du Sheng and other stars entered the gymnasium under the guidance of staff. The incident just now was too terrifying, and many people still haven't come back to their senses. In the background, everyone was not very interested in putting on makeup and took out their phones to send messages. Chapter 372 Indulgent. The surroundings were filled with chaos and anxiety, and Wang Yeyang asked in surprise, "Brother Sheng, what happened?" Du Sheng briefly mentioned it. "There is no need to hide this matter, and the whole city will probably know it soon. The organizers were affected this time, and it is still unknown whether the performance will be smoothly carried out tonight." Wang Yeyang was shocked after hearing this and said, "You dare to get into this situation, if..." He could not imagine the consequences if Du Sheng had an unexpected result. Just when he thought of the shooting incident he encountered last time at Neon Airport, he couldn't tell it. After all, Du Sheng is not even afraid of guns, but is he afraid of this little bit of strength? Since you have met, you can't stand by and watch, right? Du Sheng didn't care, but in fact he didn't think too much about it at that time. No matter who is threatened, he will take action. Of course, the premise is to ensure that you are thorough. Wang Yeyang nodded. That person is a bit unreasonable, I don't know if he is a lunatic. He grew up in the countryside and has heard of several similar incidents, knowing the severity of poisoning or death. He sympathized with Zhou Huimin and hated the murderer even more. Should be sentenced to life imprisonment. Du Sheng laughed in silence. Although life imprisonment is unlikely, the motive of the perpetrator is indeed puzzling. At this time, a group of people surrounded him and approached. Leading the lead is a pair of men and women with extraordinary temperament, the two superstars who performed tonight. Han Ziyai and Lu Fiamao. Following the assistants and other stars. Everyone looked at Du Sheng with admiration. Du Sheng quickly got up and greeted. Sister Ziyai, Brother Hua. Lu Ying, the recruiting party, was completely unspeakable. When the incident happened, he was on the stage and saw the whole process clearly. Although I know Du Sheng has martial arts, I still admire this kid very much. Han Ziyi said with a smile. Little Du is so brave. Although she did not witness it with her own eyes, she still felt scared after hearing the news. This kind of thing is so terrible. She herself has a group of fanatical followers and opponents. Du Sheng replied humbly. It's too good to be praised. If other martial arts practitioners were present, I'm afraid they would do this. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The situation is complicated at the moment, but we performers cannot get distracted. Liu's bathing in a fierce manner and said. I have discussed it with young Master Zheng and the head of the China Charity Association. We suggest that everyone stay calm and complete the performance tonight and live up to the expectations of all the audience. Du Sheng nodded in agreement. This is what it should be. If this charity performance ends in a farce, he will also be affected. Han Ziyi and Lu Feiyun Mu Jinmao, along with the presence of the China Charity Association and senior executives of Huabang Group, made people gradually calm down. Soon, officials from the Mozambique municipal government, representatives of Tomato TV and police arrived at the scene one after another. As the core figure of the incident, Du Sheng actively cooperated with the police to complete the detailed record. Although the performance was delayed for a moment, all scheduled programs were based on the original plan. The plan is on stage. In addition to the opening chorus inseparable from Life and Death, Du Sheng also sang two songs Rain in June and Sigh of Freedom, which is considered to be a stimulus for the upcoming Sword of Fairy. Although the performance went smoothly, a storm broke out on the internet. There were many spectators on the scene, some people took photos and some people recorded videos, and the attack process was recorded in full. Multiple videos and photos quickly circulated on blogs, forums, post bars, and various social media platforms, arousing heated discussions among netizens. Various speculations emerge one after another. Some people think that Zhou Huimin offended a powerful person and refused to surrender to the other party's magic claws and was retaliated against. Some people believe that the murderer was to revenge her boyfriend Ni Zhen, because the other party had worked with the murderer's girlfriend. Some people even say that the murderer is a fan of Zhou Huimin, and he will be ruined if he can't get it. Before the police officially announced the investigation results, various speculations flew everywhere. This matter quickly became a hot topic on the blog. Celebrities in the entertainment industry have spoken out and condemned the violence. Tomorrow's entertainment headlines, this matter will definitely occupy an important page. Du Sheng, who saved people, was pushed to the forefront of public opinion. The emergence of the internet has made more and more things known to the public. The domestic entertainment industry has been relatively calm recently, and the passionate kiss between Zhang Ziyi and Mr. Huo and the 0 Point Band's involvement in the North and South are relatively popular, but it has rarely attracted widespread attention. And tonight at Moda Gymnasium, Du Sheng's flying kick instantly made an explosive headline. The perpetrator was subdued less than 10 minutes later, and related photos and videos emerged like mushrooms after a rain. Du Sheng himself has huge popularity, and the hot spots instantly boil. Many media also contributed to the fire, hyping this sudden incident hotly, attracting many celebrities to repost and comment. Normally, artists will not promote for free for others. But the nature of this incident is bad, and the victims belong to the entertainment industry, and no one wants similar incidents to happen to them. The reason why Zhou Huimin is lucky is that Du Sheng happened to be present and was close to each other. If it happens to me next time, I may not have such luck. As fans of major stars join the discussion, the topic is as popular as the rockets. Zhou Huimin was suddenly attacked by a mysterious attack. Is it a personal grudge or an emotional entanglement? He is so handsome. Du Sheng is wearing a dress to block the poison and leap to defeat the enemy. Tomato TV live broadcast Psycho record, Zhou Huimin is in the middle of life and death. Du Sheng, how many surprises do you still have that have not been shown? Du Sheng's fans learned about his heroic deeds and motive through various channels, and were all excited. They spoke enthusiastically in blogs, forums, post bars, and QQ groups. Brother Sheng is the best. Pretty and talent coexist, and outstanding skills, you are simply an all-round idol. How can this make people live? I can only envy, jealousy and hate. From now on, I will be a die-hard fan of Brother Sheng, and no one can pull me. Looking at the reactions of others at that time, you will know how amazing our Brother Sheng is. Du Sheng, a real man, a real hero. Among many videos, a professional shooting video that lasts 1 minute and 36 seconds has been widely forwarded. The picture is clear and stable, with excellent angles, perfectly capturing the entire process of the event. People witnessed how the perpetrator broke through the safety line and took out the bottle of Poppy Yuntain. The crowd around them hid in panic, but Du Sheng was calm in the face of danger. As he jumped up, he quickly took off his coat and swung it, accurately intercepting the splashed liquid. Then he protected Zhou Huimin and evacuated, and kicked the enemy in the air, completing a textbook-like rescue. Although it was only 2 seconds before and after, Du Sheng showed his courage and outstanding skills. Especially his casual action of jumping up and undressing, triggering heated discussions among netizens. How did Du Sheng do it? I tried to imitate it, not to mention jumping up, I couldn't even take off my coat. This is definitely one of the coolest moments of the year. This is Zhang Wuji's unique skill, the great transfer of the universe, you don't understand. What a great shift in the universe. You're confused when watching TV series, but it's really handsome. I also have to learn this trick, maybe I can use it in the future. As the number of comments surged, Du Sheng's blog fans showed an explosive growth. The Kung Fu clothing brand also took advantage of the opportunity to publish Du Sheng's latest advertisement on its official account, implicitly pointing out that this is the brand founded and endorsed by Du Sheng. This move also attracted a lot of attention. When Du Sheng returned to the hotel after the performance, Wang Yeyang's cell phone was bombarded with various phone calls. Greetings from relatives and friends, media interview invitations. Most of the phone calls were handled by Wang Yeyang, but Du Sheng had to answer some calls in person. Men, you are so awesome. Lying on the luxurious bed in the hotel, Du Sheng heard the charming voice of Fan Ou from the other end of the phone, and his heart couldn't help but ripples. Everyone praised you for being very manly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Fan Ou laughed and commented 2 times, and his tone changed. Once fans fall into madness, it's really terrible. The popularity of mobile cell phone and rat fall in love with cats has given Fan Ou a huge fan base, including some radicals. Who is sure that's a fan? Du Sheng asked. Fan Ou explained the murderer has admitted that he is a fan of Zhou Huimin. He once chased Maple Leaf Country. Not long ago, he was detained by the police for attacking Ni Zhen, so he felt resentful. Zhou Huimin was quite frightened this time and may not dare to come to the mainland to do charity again in a short period of time. Du Sheng put down the phone as if he had thought about it. As expected, all entertainment sections were occupied by this attack. Zhou Huimin is in danger, fanatical fans, and Du Sheng is still taking action in the face of danger. Every keyword caught the public's attention. Overnight, the number of fans on his platform soared to more than 23 million. Moda Police disclosed the preliminary investigation conclusions and confirmed that this was a premeditated injury case caused by personal grudges, and the perpetrators will face severe legal sanctions. According to media reports, the perpetrators carefully made arrangements and scouted the spots in advance, attempting to create a sensational effect. His goal is not only to hurt Zhou Huimin, but also to create a sensation in society. Although Zhou Huimin temporarily retired from the circle, as the dream goddess of countless generations, her influence is not overwhelming. You can imagine how much sensation it would cause if something happened to her in front of everyone. In addition to the strong corrosiveness, the perpetrator also carried a weapon. Fortunately, Du Sheng took action in time to avoid a tragedy. While denying the perpetrator, the media highly praised Du Sheng's heroic behavior and called him a model in the entertainment industry. When Du Sheng learned the news, although his reputation soared from thousands to 60,000, he also had headaches. A large group of media reporters had gathered outside the hotel, all of whom were ready to squat. Fortunately, the hotel security guard temporarily blocked them. Wang Yeyang quipped. "Do you think Ni Zhen is grateful to you?" Du Sheng shook his head in silence. The answer is probably not. In order to pursue Zhou Huimin, Ni Zhen used the media resources in his hands to maliciously smear the competitors for several consecutive years, portraying him as a peeping at the elderly and drinking and indulging him, which shows that his character is poor. Just as the two were chatting, the doorbell of the guest room rang quietly. Chapter 373 Intrigue. Wang Yeyang was a little surprised. Because he had already notified the hotel that he did not want to be disturbed, especially those media with a keen sense of smell. When I opened the door, I saw a group of visitors standing at the door. Among them was Zhou Huimin. Her face was tired and her eyes were red, but she couldn't hide her pure and refined beauty, which made people feel pity. Also accompanying were young and old, including a female policewoman in police uniform. Seeing Wang Yeyang opening the door, Zhou Huimin was stunned and asked carefully, "Mr. Du is here." Wang Yeyang guessed something in his heart and said, "You're here, please come in." He understood Zhou Huimin's state of mind at this moment. Any woman who encounters such an incident may not be able to calm down. And last night, the other party suppressed the shock and took the stage to complete the charity singing. Zhou Huimin walked forward and gave a deep bow to Du Sheng, who was a little surprised. "Mr. Du, thank you last night." She handed over a black bag with the Kung Fu Praise logo. "I can't repay you, I can only make some compensation." Du Sheng took it with a smile and said gently, "Just call me your name, you don't have to take what happened last night to heart. And you came from Xiangjiang to support our charity, that is, friends, you don't need to be polite among friends." Seeing Du Sheng accepting it, Zhou Huimin showed a smile on her pure and innocent face. "I am also an image ambassador, which is what I deserve." In addition to the assistant, there were representatives of the event organizer and Motor Police Commissioner. In addition to expressing gratitude, their purpose of this trip also hopes that Du Sheng will not overpromote the matter and minimize the negative impact. Du Sheng naturally agreed. There is no need for him to hype this kind of thing. Afterwards, several parties held a small media meeting in a conference room in the hotel. "Invite those reporters waiting outside the hotel to clarify the facts." An entertainment reporter asked first. "Mr. Du, what was your idea when you were trying your best to protect Miss Zhou Huimin?" This question implies many speculations. Some people maliciously arranged Du Sheng on the internet to create scenes where heroes save beauty. Even joking about Zhou Huimin as a beauty who can make the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren miss each other, and Du Sheng's charm is indeed extraordinary. Du Sheng calmly said, "If I had time to think at that time, maybe you wouldn't have the chance to interview Ms. Zhou and me here." The reporters smiled softly. "In other words, I can't even ask if I'm treating it in the hospital." The reporter was unwilling to give up and asked again. The comments on the internet said, "Are you willing to take action when you saw Zhou Huimin?" Du Sheng saw Zhou Huimin sitting beside him, looking at him calmly. "Ms. Zhou is indeed worth it for everyone, and I am no exception. But no matter who the other party is, I will not hesitate." Another reporter was curious. "You are a hot star now and you have a great responsibility for your safety. What drove you to do this?" Du Sheng thought about it and asked back. "I don't think it has anything to do with identity. Since I have the ability to stop sin, why should I look at it in vain? The current society is not as cold as later generations, nor is there so much intrigue. When I saw the old man fall and was afraid of being cheated, I not only ignored him, but also asked why I helped him if I didn't get it. The reporters nodded slightly. I am worthy of being a charity boxing champion, capable and responsible. A hint of surprise flashed through Jo Hwomen's beautiful eyes. I didn't seem to have expected that this person around me would have such a great sense of responsibility. As she subconsciously applauded, a burst of applause rang out in the conference room one after another. Although it was not very enthusiastic, it also expressed the recognition of Du Sheng by the people in the field. Another reporter asked, "Mr. Du Sheng, netizens are very curious about the moves you used to react quickly at that time." Du Sheng did not hide it, explaining, "That is a move in the crane fist, called White Crane Brightening Wings. White Crane shines its wings. This name is very imaginative, which also means that the boxing champion in front of him can have a lot of skills." The reporters quickly recorded that today's news material is sufficient. When more details were not available from Du Sheng, the reporter's attention turned to Jo Hwomen. Although she was in poor mental state, she still seemed decent and polite when asked questions, showing the qualities that the queen of the music scene should have in the past. The organizer and police representatives also answered the relevant questions one by one. After the media meeting, Du Sheng and Jo Hwomen exchanged contact information. But I couldn't say anything, because Ni Zhen arrived and took Jo Hwomen away after a few words. Wang Yeyang curled his lips. As a boyfriend, it's too ungraceful to say thank you so perfunctorily. Du Sheng smiled and did not comment. After all, not everyone can tolerate such a thing as a girlfriend throwing her arms to others. According to Ni Zhen's personality, it is estimated that the couple who were already placing shields on the side may have a dispute next. However, these have nothing to do with him, and it is also a matter of the future, so I am too lazy to pay attention to it for the time being. Just as I got in the bus and was about to go to the airport, I called in for a long distance. Du Sheng answered the phone and heard the voice of Zheng Lichhen, the producer of TVB production department. "Hello, Mr. Du, I am Zheng Lichhen. I want to discuss the casting matter with you about the drama we are preparing." Du Sheng took a sip of tea and said, "Producer once, please tell me." The show started preparations last month, with TVB and Star Media each investing 20 million, which is considered a big production at this stage. Zheng Lichhen's tone revealed a hint of uneasiness and expectation. "I wonder if you have ever heard of our actor Lin Feng. I think his personality is quite suitable for the role of Cao Zhong. How about you going to compete with him? Of course, you are still the #1 male lead, and we plan to strengthen Su Ziling's career and emotional line. It is no secret that TVB wants to promote Lin Feng as the pillar." Du Sheng's fingers gently tapped the back of the chair, frowned slightly, thinking about the other person's words. He knew very well that his image did not exactly match Cao Zhong's stupidity. Moreover, in the original work of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, Cao Zhong and Su Ziling are ranked as the protagonists, and their status is incomparable. It is not bad to strengthen Su Ziling's career and emotional line and promote it to the first male lead, but the ratings are not easy to guarantee. After all, Cao Zhong was the first male lead in his previous life, and he had successful cases. He spoke slowly, with a hint of consideration in his tone. "Producer once, I understand your ideas, but will it cause controversy if you make any changes?" The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and Zheng Lichhen's voice sounded again, this time with a little hesitation. "We also considered this, but we believe that through the adjustment of the script, these differences can be made up for the audience to accept." Du Sheng pondered for a moment, smiled and nodded. Since the protagonist has changed, the heroine also needs to change it. The biggest reason why he agreed was that in addition to the problem of role fit, the biggest reason was naturally the lottery. In addition to the sword technique created by Cao Zhonghui, Su Ziling basically knows the skills of Cao Zhonghui. Moreover, Su Ziling not only learned the Great Seal, but also read the Immortal Seal method, which are all bare hands and are suitable for modern use. In addition, he had a relationship with the two fairies and witches. If he had good luck, he could win the Demon Strategy and Sahang Sword Classic. Even if you don't win, as long as you get the volume The Demon of the Tao Heart, you will not be afraid that women will be bullied in the future. Zhang Lichen breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, I'm afraid you don't agree. By the way, we also have some ideas about the candidate for the heroine. Du Sheng put down the text in his hand and sat upright. Since Su Xiling is the first male lead, I think Wan Wan and Shi Fixuan should be the first and second female leads. I hope Fan Ou can play Wan Wan and Lu Yifei plays Shi Fixuan. Whether it is novels or TV series, these two are the most popular heroines in The Legend of the Two Dragons in the Tang Dynasty. But it is a bit inexplicable to use Li Ziyuning as the heroine in the previous TVB version. Moreover, she had nothing to do with the two male protagonists, so she married Chai Xiao. This was criticized by many fans of the original work at that time. Since the protagonist positioning is changed here, the roles of Wan Wan and Shi Fixuan, who are related to Su Xiling, naturally have to keep up with it. Zhang Lichen said with some embarrassment. Mr. Du, the two actors you proposed are good, but this drama is a joint investment. I also know that TVB has its own actor resources and considerations. Du Sheng knew this well and smiled. I have been the producer, I know TVB has its own arrangements, but the image and acting skills of Fan Ou and Lu Yifei are quite consistent with these two roles. If they cannot be allowed to appear in the show, it may affect the effect of the show. This is really no joke. Although the overall ratings of TVB in the previous life were good, the actors who played Shi Fixuan and Wan Wan were both newcomers, which was a bit awkward in all aspects. Although Fan Ou and Lu Yifei proposed by Du Sheng, they have personal relationships, but they are more considerate of roles. For example, Lu Yifei. She has a fresh and refined temperament, and her ancient costume looks beautiful and charming, and can show Shi Fixuan's extraordinary posture and noble temperament. Lu Shishi is also good. Her elegant temperament gives people a gentle and quiet feeling, suitable for interpreting Shi Fixuan's compassion and wisdom. But she has a place to go. The drama Water Moon Cave that Interstellar Media is about to prepare. Du Sheng knew very well how successful this drama was, but he was unable to do anything, so he could only let his own people get the benefits. As for Wan Wan's choice, considering the charm and charming positioning of this character, Du Sheng also has several of his own candidates in his heart. Yang Mi, Jia Swen, Fan Ou. Yang Mi is about to enter the college entrance examination sprint. Although she personally wants to act, Du Sheng is still clear about the big news. At most, she will make up for another movie after finishing the exam. Anyway, there are many good dramas in stock. Not long ago, Jia Swen was recommended to TVB's drama Chu and Han Jiaoxiang produced by Li Tian and starring Zhang Xiaokaiu and Zhang Hua on the grounds of cooperation. The drama in her previous life was released in the first week of Xiangzhang, with a rating of 27%, with a maximum of 35%, ranking among the top 5 TVB and Bay City in the year. When it was released in the mainland, it also gained a lot of reputation. Fang Yuhua was not stingy when considering the subsequent cooperation between the two parties. Moreover, Jia Suwen had played Wu Zetian, so it was not impossible to let her play the heroine Lu Ji. Du Sheng knew very well how much this drama gained Jia Swen's popularity, so after choosing it in one go, only Fan Ou left. Fan Ou can not only show Wan Wan's charm and cunning, but also show the complexity of the character. The most important thing is that this girl has no scenes recently, so she calls to chat with her when she is bored. Considering that Du Sheng has few film resources in China and the price of acting is not high, it is quite good to let her win the favor on popular TV series first. After Fan Ou in his previous life, he also played Mobile and went to play Thousand Machine Changes 2 with no ranking. In Du Sheng's opinion, this is completely unnecessary. The sequel to thousands of changes to 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 2018. The sequel to thousands of changes to 2018 is still a failure, and the gains are not worth the loss. In addition, FANFIC also took into account the TV series and was filmed until 2009. But Du Sheng counted it around and most of them were films that were not famous. It would be better for him to position a woman. Chapter 374 Fate is amazing. Zhang Lichen was silent for a while and said, Mr. Du, I understand your thoughts. But we need to consider various factors in a comprehensive way, including the actor's schedule, pay, etc. Moreover, we also have some of our own actors who want to recommend them. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, Let's do this. Star Media plans to launch 3 new dramas this year, and investment ratings will be guaranteed. We can choose one of them and exchange a leading role. In this way, you can not only meet your needs, but also gain more exposure opportunities for their respective artists. His proposal actually included the intention of compensating the other party to the heroine Jia Siwen. Zhang Lichen knew this well and was a little moved. This is a good suggestion, and I will submit the plan to the senior management for discussion. We will talk in detail tomorrow. What do you think? She naturally knew how high the vision of Interstellar Media was in selecting dramas, and she had never failed one. It is indeed worth considering to be able to catch the other party's express train and strengthen the relationship and layout of the mainland. Du Sheng nodded. No problem, that's it. After hanging up the phone, he leaned on the chair, thinking about what other omissions were left. The drama The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty is dominated by TVB in terms of the overall situation, and Interstellar Media is responsible for the promotion and broadcasting channels in the mainland. Copyright is equal, and Asian income is evenly divided. The directors are Cai Jingsheng and Yu Daji. The former has directed The Legend of Qin and The Legend of Contest, while the latter is known as Du Kefeng's left-hand man, and has directed the movies Dark Flower and Very Sudden. They are all well-known directors in the circle. Du Sheng was not worried about their abilities, after all, these two were the ones in his previous life. The main thing is in the adaptation of the script. I don't know if it can be a good transition. However, according to Zhang Lichen, the drama is written by Liu Kaiun and Su Dacho, and there is no big problem. Because the former is a gold medal screenwriter, the adaptation of Jackie Chan won the Jade Channel Ratings Championship last year. The latter is even more famous costume screenwriter. Many of his representative works Miao Qiwa, Zaiwan the Deer and the Cauldron, and The Strange Hero Yazi Plum were adapted by him. The adaptation of the drama The Tang Dynasty has long been made into a template, and at most some of the plots belonging to Cao Zhong are moved to Su Xiling, and the changes are not big. Du Sheng passed by in his mind and felt that it was not a big problem. As for other outstanding character choices, sisters Li Ziyuning, Song Yuji, Fu Junxi, Zhu Yuyan, Shen Luoyin. Interstellar Media cannot eat these female star seed alone. Naturally, you have to give some to TVB. The main reason is that his woman is likely to look down on her or she has no time. As a movie, Zhang Baji is now promoting Mongkok Night, so she has no time to promote it. Lu Tao's agent was still in Qian Zhao's company. Not long ago, Du Sheng recommended him to Wang Jing's new drama The Number One in the World. The same is true for Gao Yuan. The two played Shangguan Haitang and Yuki Yuki respectively. The drama has a very good rating in its previous life, and it is funded by Universal Asia. Wang Jing serves as producer, and screenwriter, which is in power. The reason why he agreed without thinking too much is probably due to the box office of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat. At present, the mainland is about to exceed 50 million, and Xiangzhong is also nearly 30 million, making a big profit. There is also the words that the boss of China International Asia said before to strengthen cooperation with Du Sheng. In addition, the candidate recommended by Du Sheng is also relatively reliable, so he will naturally give him some thin face. As for Lin's Hilling, the base camp is in Wanchenge, and she is also a variety show host, so she has no idea to leave the nest to film. Twins has been included in 1000 machine changes to and is currently in a busy state. Therefore, Du Sheng only needs to pick up 1 or 2 female mates to star media artists. Of course, he would not be as generous as Yang Shi. He gave up 80% of the role even though he was a co-production drama. Therefore, in terms of male supporting roles, such as Yu Wenhua, Li Shimin, Li Jing, Li Mi, etc., they can focus on giving key artists under Sister Hua. However, although TVB has begun to decline, it is still relatively strong to the outside world and needs to communicate in many aspects. He was too lazy to argue, so he simply handed it over to Wang Jinhua for treatment. The next focus will be on the promotion of Sword of Fairy 1 and the company's first annual meeting celebration banquet. 10 days ago, the post-production and special effects of Sword of Immortality 1 had been processed, and the master being was also released. Du Sheng read it once and roughly retained 70% or 80% of the version in his previous life, and the overall richness was much better. At that time, he gave the script, eliminated those childish dialogues, deepened Li Xiao's growth trajectory, and strengthened the emotional line with the 3 women. At the same time, some deliberately created conflicts and ambiguous redundant plots were deleted, so that the total number of episodes was controlled at about 35 episodes. The effects nowadays are naturally more refined than the original. Du Sheng is also more confident in it. Zhejiang TV has been locked to premiere in the Spring Festival period, and expectations are high. Currently, 2 Legend of Sword and Fairy games under Ruan Seeing Technology, as well as the platform homepage, have posted release trailers. As the largest investor of the film, Zhongai AO plus Miracle Studio, Star Media naturally cannot hold back the promotion and distribution. Next, Du Sheng had to run away no matter how busy he was. As for the 4 girls, they started in combination the day before yesterday. The same is true for the company's annual meeting. This is like the Spring Festival when ordinary people celebrate the New Year, and its importance is self-evident. Some companies even use it as a promotional stance. Hey, Brother Sheng, look over there. That afternoon, Du Sheng came to the Zhujiangtai building in Guangzhou as promised. This building is towering into the clouds, echoing the small waste TV tower not far away, forming a magnificent picture of a modern city. After getting off the car, Wang Yang used to looking around. It happened that at this moment, the figures of a group of people came into view. His eyes were inevitably attracted by the woman at the forefront. The other party's temperament is pure and elegant, and his hair is cleverly curled up, which further highlights his delicate facial features. The face shape is between an oval face and a round face, which has both a pure and cute charm and can also show a cold and noble side. Du Sheng turned his head and recognized it at a glance. It was Zhou Huimin, who had a close relationship at Moda charity show not long ago. I didn't expect that I met again so by chance. Sister Huimin. Du Sheng smiled and said hello. I didn't expect to meet again. Are you here to participate in the show? Zhou Huimin also saw Du Sheng, and her face suddenly had a pure smile. A Sheng, what a coincidence. She was reserved in a little joy. We are here to promote SAA charity activities. Are you also recording the show when you come here? Du Sheng nodded with a smile, admiring Zhou Huimin's public welfare heart. After a moment of greeting, both sides walked into the building together. Leading by Zhujiang station staff, we went to the studio. On the way, Zhou Huimin introduced the 2 artists around Du Sheng, Huang Zongs and Yang Yi. They came to Guangzhou on behalf of the Xiangzhong Charity Association for visits and publicity. This is the first stop of their itinerary. A few simple chats with each other. Yang Yi seems particularly friendly because she is from TVB and is almost certain to play the role of Li Ziyuning in The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. After meeting, she greeted Du Sheng with joy. Du Sheng smiled and replied with a gift. He knew that Yang Yi was one of the 6 TVB actresses in the future, and the two sides might have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Huang Zongs was a little alienated, but Du Sheng didn't care. After sending Zhou Huimin and his group to the studio, he took the elevator alone to the production department on the 2nd floor. Entering the director's office, Wang Jinhua, director Chen Yamei and director Liang Shuajing Fanfiction. Seeing Du Sheng arrive, Chen Yamei invited him to sit down with a smile, her attitude as enthusiastic as she was when she first had a meal together. In the words and deeds, the meaning of being close is even more revealed. Wang Jinhua smiled and said, Sheng, you came at the right time, just right, we need to discuss the promotional strategy of Sword of Fairy 1. Du Sheng sat down on the sofa and said with a smile, please speak at any time if you need cooperation in publicity. At present, the discussion on Sword of Fairy 1 is quite popular, and this is a few people's help. Liang Shuo's expectant woman carefully analyzed. Although our recent publicity has been on hot topics several times, the actual effect is not good. Those who follow and discuss Sword of Legend 1 are not only game enthusiasts, but mainly your fans and supporters of Girls' Generation. This part of the audience is the inherent audience of the series, and the publicity has little impact on them. We have not yet reached a wider group. Du Sheng immediately understood. In other words, has propaganda not yet achieved cross-border communication? Liang Shugan Zaiwang 6. Cross-border communication? This word is well used. Indeed, our publicity is still limited to the circles of game enthusiasts and your fans, and has not really reached those potential audiences. Chen Yamei took a sip of tea, her eyes were bright and she said, next, our publicity strategy will start from 3 aspects. First, highlight the milestone of Sword of Fairy as the first game adaptation series, emphasizing its pioneering and potential to lead industry change. Director Liang will share the story behind the production, so that the audience can feel the unique charm of this series. Secondly, we will focus on the cast, expose stills in advance, concentrate resources to increase the exposure of you and Girls' Generation and others, and use the influence of the actors to drive the attention of the series. Chen Yamei's strategy is smart and comprehensive, and her words are like a spring breeze blowing on her face, which is convincing. Such a promotional plan not only meets the preferences of investors, but also opens up new paths for the promotion of the series. Du Sheng agreed with this and said, these 3 directions are great, we can go a step further and position Sword of Fairy as a fairy tale drama. This is not only a game adaptation, but also the birth of a brand new TV series category, an innovation and extension of martial arts dramas. As for the promotion of actors, some of my personal controversies and hot topics can also be used as topics, if hearing the concept of Xiangxia drama, Chen Yamei and Liang. Realizing that this will be a huge innovation point and provides unlimited possibilities for publicity. I don't think there is much need to promote the controversial points. Mr. Du, your reputation is equally important. Chen Yamei said excitedly. Our Zhujiang station has rich resources, which allows you to participate in more programs and increase exposure. Now there is a Going to the Pearl River being recorded. You and Zhou Huimin happened to participate in the charity performance not long ago, and the popularity of that incident is still. Chapter 375 Special Date? If you don't mind, you might as well participate in this show later. Chen Yamei became more and more excited as she spoke. I sang the theme song June Rain on the show, which is a good publicity guide. Going to the Pearl River is a trump card variety show of Zhujiang Channel. It is not only broadcast locally, but also replayed on Southern TV, with a very high exposure. As the director, she dared to boast about Haikao and temporarily asked Du Sheng to participate in Going to the Pearl River. Moreover, the last attack will most likely be hot, bringing traffic to The Legend of Sword. Du Sheng thought about it, declined the other party's kindness and said with a smile, "If necessary, I am willing to sing one, but I will be exempted from participating in the interview." Du Sheng knew very well that today's program was a special SAA charity interview, and it had little to do with him. If you join rashly, it will not only appear abrupt, but may also affect the process of the original program and the performance of other guests. There is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Chen Yamei understood Du Sheng's thoughts and said with a smile, "Then please sing one song, which will provide valuable material for our publicity. It won't be too troublesome to add one singing session." Several people continued to discuss specific publicity details. Soon, Du Sheng was invited to the backstage to prepare. He did not wait in the background, but was carefully dressed up by the makeup artist and changed into a fitted kung fu suit, which made him look refreshed. People with good foundation can become the focus of the audience if they have a little modification. When Du Sheng stepped out of the backstage, the light focused on his body. The clear outline, the perfect face, and the deep eyes are like the brightest star in the night sky. Zhou Huimin was a little surprised by Du Sheng's arrival, but he nodded gently and reservedly. Yang Yi seemed to be amazed and her eyes frequently moved to the entrance and exit. When the host saw the prompt, he smiled and laid the groundwork. "Zongs, this is your first time on the same stage with Sister Huimin? What do you think?" Huang Zong's eyes turned to Zhou Huimin, and the corners of his mouth raised. "It's a surprise, and it's rare. After all, Sister Huimin rarely participates in recording, and this time I can work with her, which is a great fortune." Yang Yi, who was beside him, came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Indeed, Sister Huimin is more beautiful and charming than the image on the poster. I almost didn't dare to recognize it when I first met." Zhou Huimin laughed and said, "It's overreputable. In fact, it's very pleasant to get along with you, and your style is not inferior to mine." The host seized the opportunity at the right time, turned his gaze to Du Sheng who was entering the venue, and said with a smile, "Speaking of this, I think another heavy guest has a better say in this topic. Let me invite Mr. Du Sheng." Zhou Huimin also looked at him and smiled and applauded. Yang Yi cooperated with the same cooperation, clapping her hands excitedly, and staring at Du Sheng who walked into the scene without blinking. As soon as the screen appeared on the same stage, it gained a lot of popularity for her, so she was extremely happy. After some politeness, the host continued the previous topic and asked, "Du Sheng, everyone is curious about which type of girl you prefer. Can you reveal one or two?" Du Sheng thought for a moment, his eyes flashed past Zhou Huimin inadvertently and said with a smile, "I like those fresh, refined, simple and pure girls, such as Sister Huimin." The host couldn't help but exclaim, and was secretly shocked. In this circle, the relationship between Zhou Huimin and Ni Zhen has long been an open secret. Although Du Sheng's words were mostly polite and praised each other, they would cause some trouble. Zhou Huimin was also surprised, her eyes were astonished. But she vaguely guessed the reason and fell silent. The host smiled and smoothed it out. "Haha, Du Sheng is really good at speaking. Sister Huimin is beautiful and virtuous, gentle and good at managing the family. She is indeed the ideal companion for many people." Du Sheng smiled and nodded. "This is what you said, it's not me who is praising me." The host laughed and said, "Sister Huimin has always been the dream lover of many people, and I am also her fan." Zhou Huimin's heart was as bright as a mirror. Du Sheng's move was not simply admiring or praising each other, but was demonstrating to Ni Zhen. She knew very well the reason. Because after the last splashing incident, Ni Zhen turned a corner in the Valley of Lovelessness hosted by him, Du Sheng, saying that this mainland young actor was deliberately taking advantage of Zhou Huimin. At this moment, Du Sheng did not hide anything, obviously trying to let Ni Zhen see clearly. He takes advantage without having to beat around the bush, he is completely upright. You are too good at it. In fact, I am sometimes lazy at home, and I spend more time painting, listening to music, and watching TV. Zhou Huimin smiled slightly and cleverly changed the topic. Speaking of this, I recently watched a sheng starring in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Those theme songs and interludes are very nice, and I downloaded them all. The host keenly captures the topic. Which song do you like the most? Every song is very pleasant, but if you want to say what is most suitable for your appetite, I think it should be Only Feelings for You. Only Feeling for You is really wonderful, and I never get tired of listening to it. But Du Sheng's masterpieces are much more than that. I heard that he also brought a new theme song of the drama today. This is such an honor. I don't know which song he is going to sing. Du Sheng said softly. June Rain. On the stage, the lights are focused in time and the music is ringing. Du Sheng picked up the microphone and began to enter the topic. Your indifferent expression will make me sad. The rain in June is the ruthless you. With every bit of it, it hurts my heart. His emotions changed accordingly, as if he was telling a story about love and destiny, with sweet and bitterness in his voice. This song is tailor-made for the heroine Zhao Linger in the play. He told Li Xiaoao in a confessional tone, restoring Li Xiaoao's persistence in love and his inner longing and pain. I can't bear it, nor do I want to betray you. Only wait for you silently and change your mind. When he sang to the climax, Du Sheng's body tilted slightly, his voice a little aggravated, as if he was immersed in helpless fate. The audience was deeply shocked, but they didn't expect that this person could do such a great singing skills. Their emotions were mobilized and they were ups and downs with the singing. As a representative of the singer, Zhou Huimin was particularly touched. At the moment Du Sheng finished singing, he couldn't help but applaud. Because this song reminded her of the moment when the other party stood up to save her from danger at the Moda charity show not long ago. With this wonderful performance over, today's recording of Going to the Pearl River also came to a successful conclusion. Du Sheng communicated with the members of the program team, and then prepared to leave. Sheng, wait a moment. Zhou Huimin hesitated for a moment and spoke. After everyone left, she walked forward and apologized to Du Sheng. I'm really sorry for the last time when Love Valley incident, I can't interfere in this regard. I know, you don't need to apologize. Du Sheng just smiled calmly. But there is a saying that says, if you dare to do it, you won't be afraid of admitting it. If you are clever and conceal, you will only look down on people. Zhou Huimin sighed, not knowing what to say. She was also very angry at the time and told Ni Zhen not to be so petty. Even though nothing happened, the other party insisted on catching up on the wind and shadow. Now that's it, this matter has begun to be widely reported by the media. Once the trouble starts, I really don't know how to end. Zhou Huimin looked up and wanted to speak but stopped. Sheng, the media in Xiangjiang are used to hype, I have never. Du Sheng waved her hand with a smile and interrupted her. I understand, you don't need to explain to the media. I heard that you are inviting songs. Is this preparing for charity? He knew that Zhou Huimin had not signed a contract with the company yet, and with some ideas in his mind, the topic quickly turned to music. After chatting for a few words, Zhou Huimin sighed with some emotion. Your singing skills are young. It is rare in my generation. I feel that even Kaizai is not as good as you. Every time I listen to your songs, it is a kind of enjoyment. The Kaizai she mentioned was her agent's boyfriend Gu Zhuji, and both parties are also friends. Du Sheng could hear that she seemed to have some advice and said, have you ever considered making a comeback, or are you worried about your singing skills? Zhou Huimin's eyes drifted out the window, without hiding it. Everyone, I feel like I have lost my direction recently and my life has become boring. I don't know if I should return to the stage. Du Sheng listened quietly, and then seemed to say something. I understand your feelings. Music, it is not just a profession, but also a sustenance to the soul. If you really love it, why not let yourself set out again? But Zhou Huimin wanted to speak but stopped, and a trace of uncertainty appeared in her eyes. Seeing that it was getting late, Du Sheng smiled and pointed to the mid to high-end restaurant opposite. It just so happens that I plan to set up a music subsidiary with Sony. If you are interested, let's talk about it. Jo Hwimin hesitated for a moment and nodded silently. The two walked out of the TV station gate and happened to be photographed by the paparazzi who had been waiting for a long time. Under the camera, Du Sheng and Jo Hwimin walked side by side, and a rare harmony and tacit understanding were revealed in the picture. In the restaurant, the two of them ate something casually. You are still so young, why don't you give yourself another chance? Isn't music your dream all the time? Look at Lin Yulian, Zhou Chuanhong, and others, who faded out and returned after making a comeback for many years, and are still warmly welcomed. Jo Hwimin lowered her head and thought, and Du Sheng continued. In this era of growing Chinese music scene, singers without Chinese masterpieces are easily forgotten. And the singers Chen Huilai and Yang Qian, who are of the same generation, all have a few popular Chinese songs, which is why they can continue to shine. Jo Hwimin seemed to be thinking about it, and her eyes gradually lit up. She seemed to be making a decision and looked at Du Sheng. Do you think I can really try Chinese songs? Du Sheng nodded with encouragement in his eyes. Why not? If you are willing to join Miracle Records, I can ask someone to correct your pronunciation and tailor a few songs for you. In this year's era, this former queen is still very popular. The other party's charity path can also broaden the boundaries and scale of Huabang's charity. At present, Miracle Records are being prepared. In addition to him, Girls' Generation, and Fan Ou, Zhang Baji, whose contract is about to expire, can also be considered one. But it is not enough to expand your influence. Jo Hwimin has many fans in both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the Three Places, and even Neon and Lighthouse Country. The last concert was in Las Vegas, so she is a good candidate. Of course, she really has to make up her mind to practice pronunciation, and breath. Jo Hwimin seemed to have relieved her worries and said sincerely to Du Sheng. Thank you, I will think about it seriously. In fact, since she returned to Xiangjiang, many musicians have contacted her, and even said that she would help her create an album for free. But she was worried that she would be abandoned for a few years, her singing skills would be worse, and her fans would be dispersed, so she was always unable to make up her mind. This time, after hearing Du Sheng say this, it seems that it is quite good to join the other party.